Gu pursued the campus belle for 7 long years, only to face rejection once more during his final confession on May 20th. Heartbroken and despondent, he sought solace by the riverside, drowning his sorrows in drink until he was utterly intoxicated. At the stroke of midnight, a stunningly beautiful young lady with an exquisite figure passed by him. With a personality marked by shyness, he found an unexpected surge of courage and called out to the lady. "Miss, do you have a boyfriend?" "No, I don't." "Then how about we share a moment of love?" "Sure. From this moment onward, I shall be your boyfriend, and you may call me husband." "Husband? Do you love me?" "You have an abundance of trivialities. Let's break up." Ghoulie was left speechless, merely watching as the young lady walked away with an air of indifference. Just then, a system descended upon him. By binding the young lady as his girlfriend, he could activate a lavish system that rewards him with monetary gains every second. Moreover, should their relationship deepen, he would receive mysterious prizes. If she spent on him, he would benefit from a cashback bonus. Ghoulie, disregarding whether this was merely a drunken hallucination, eagerly nodded in agreement. "Bind. Hurry and bind." Ding. Girlfriend Shen Linshi successfully bound. System activation complete. Current benefits. As long as you remain within 100 meters of your girlfriend, you will earn a monetary reward of 0.01 yuan per second. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an activation gift pack. Chapter 1. Bind a girlfriend. Activate the lavish system. In a parallel world, Rome City. Today coincidentally marks May 20th, and the entire city is infused with a festive atmosphere that ignites one's hormones. However, amidst the illuminated streets, a scene unfolded that starkly contrasted with the celebratory vibes. A tall and beautiful woman, possessing a lovely visage and slender figure, frowned as she regarded the young man before her, who held roses and gifts with palpable impatience. Her seemingly apologetic words, laden with a sense of disdain, were laden with rejection. "I'm sorry, I cannot accept your feelings. Ghoulie, you are a good person. In fact, I have always regarded you as a brother. I never intended for you to misunderstand. Over the years, thank you for your kindness. You have been a great help and have brought me much warmth. However, truly, I do not harbor those kind of feelings for you. I hope we can remain good friends in the future. That's all. My friend is here to pick me up." After uttering these words, the beauty disdainfully curled her lip and turned towards an Audi A8 parked by the street. Her resolve unwavering, she did not look back. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat of the A8, a young and handsome man awaited her arrival, his face illuminated by anticipation and a smile. However, as the camera shifts to Ghoulie, the corners of his mouth twist into a cold smile, and he lightly utters 2 words. Although the words are indistinct, Ghoulie can roughly infer their meaning. A loser? Indeed, he is nothing more than a loser, an undeniable truth. But so what? Does being an ordinary person preclude one from experiencing a beautiful romance? 7 years of care, 7 years of companionship, 7 years of infatuation. All of these combined, somehow pale in comparison to a stranger he has known for less than a month. Is it merely because the other party is wealthy? How foolish of him to have previously believed in the adage, where there is a will, there is a way, and that a good woman fears a persistent suitor, thinking that persistence would eventually lead him into Yu Wei's heart. It turns out this is the stark reality. Watching the Audi A8 vanish into the night, Ghoulie's heart feels like it is being torn asunder. He does not, as before, continue to strive or beseech for that non-existent crumb of pity. He merely stands there, observing the girl he has cherished for 7 years entering another man's car and driving away. Especially that last glance, where a hint of mockery danced upon Yu Wei's lips, completely illuminating the truth that she had never cared for him at all. Aha! How absurd! Today I finally see your true colors. How detestable! 7 years of dedication exchanged for ceaseless deception. It's all to blame on my lack of wealth, unable to afford luxury cars or mansions. The self-deprecating humor, tinged with tears unshed, rendered Ghoulie's gaze increasingly desolate, embodying a state where the heart's despair eclipses all. Damn, 520. Damn online Valentine's Day. He stood there, lost in thought for a full half-minute, his eyes vacant. Subsequently, he threw the bouquet of 99 roses into a nearby trash bin, wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and headed towards the river without looking back. At a nearby corner store, he promptly purchased a bottle of Usa beer. Upon reaching the Jinjiang River, he slumped despondently onto a bench, popped the tab of the beer, and drank deeply. Gulp, cough, cough. Yet, due to his hasty consumption, he choked, the sensation decidedly sharp. Nevertheless, Guli was utterly unconcerned by this. Yearning for complete intoxication, he downed an entire can of beer in one go. With a ding, the empty can clattered to the ground, akin to how his affection for Yu Wei vanished without a trace at that moment. At this juncture, Guli had completely relinquished his feelings for the high school beauty he had adored for a full 7 years. After all, with his height of 1.8 meters and somewhat handsome appearance, finding a girlfriend should not pose a problem. Over the years, he had not been devoid of female admirers, but all were turned down due to his feelings for Yu Wei. Otherwise, he would not still be a single man 3 years post-graduation. Oh no, it could also be said that he is merely a love-struck fool. Haha, as expected, a love-struck fool ends up with nothing. Upon this realization, Guli could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Having recently lost his job due to company layoffs and now facing outright rejection, he truly felt he had nothing left. Gazing at the bright moon above, Guli chuckled heartily. His laughter bore a hint of madness, and he raised a can of beer towards the heavens. Cheers! Oh heaven! Drink today to forget tomorrow. One can down to ease the worries. Tomorrow, I shall awaken to an entirely different life. I refuse to believe I will never afford a luxury car. I swear I will never again be a love-struck fool. It would be best if others were to chase after me. You weigh that woman. Haha, life, truly a twisted joke. With each can he consumed, Guli rambled on, prompting several elderly passers-by to shake their heads in disapproval and hastily move away. After drinking for a while, an urgent need arose, causing Guli to snap back to reality. Spotting the restroom far off, he recklessly staggered toward the bushes and began to relieve himself. A passerby who happened upon the scene could not help but mutter under their breath, "Pervert," quickening their pace to distance themselves. What a relief! After finishing, Guli shook off his pants pocket, feeling a wave of comfort. He had not anticipated that after drinking, he could act so nonchalantly without a hint of embarrassment. It is worth noting that he was an introverted and somewhat shy individual. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, he had finished an entire case of 12 cans of Usu, leaving him rather disoriented. The lingering effects of the Usu were indeed potent, as just a little had him feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as the deadly Usu. For drinking, it was an exhilarating experience. Just then, a graceful young lady appeared across the street, instantly captivating his attention. Originally intending to return, Guli halted, fixated on her as if he were admiring a rare gem. Before him was a flawless visage, with deep, mysterious eyes and a confident nose above soft, crimson lips exuding endless allure. The approaching beauty wore a beige round-neck knitted top that could not conceal her alluring curves. Below, she donned a knee-length skirt in powder blue adorned with delicate white floral prints, beautifully showcasing her long legs encased in sheer stockings. A true goddess of elegance. Guli, intoxicated, found himself entranced by this exquisite lady, nearly drooling. TSK. If such a goddess could become his girlfriend, he would willingly embrace death thereafter. This thought suddenly flitted through his mind. At that moment, Shen Linshi, having just enjoyed some drinks with her friends, also bore a flushed complexion and felt slightly dizzy. Upon approaching and seeing the scattered beer cans, her brow furrowed slightly, and she could not help but shake her head. On a day like this, drinking alone by the riverside, it was evident without a doubt that he had experienced heartbreak. A tall, handsome young man, yet regrettably not too bright, he seemed to carry deep emotional wounds. Indeed, being overly sentimental may lead to one's own suffering. "Miss, do you have a boyfriend?" As she was about to pass by, Guli found an unexpected surge of courage and called out directly. At that moment, Shen Linshi was lost in her thoughts and was taken aback by the sudden exclamation. Her hand instinctively plunged into her bag to retrieve her pepper spray, readying herself for any confrontation. Fortunately, Guli had no intention of approaching, which eased her apprehension considerably. Perhaps it was the shared inebriation, coupled with the pitiable appearance of the person before her, that stirred a flicker of sympathy within her. To her astonishment, Shen nodded in response. "No, I don't." "Then let's love each other for a bit." "All right. From this moment on, I shall be your boyfriend, and you shall call me hubby." "Hubby, do you love me? You really are full of nonsense. Let's break up." As Shen noticed someone approaching from the other side, she hastily uttered those words and ran away. Witnessing this situation, Gu Li was momentarily speechless. He could only sigh in resignation while observing the increasingly flushed face of the young lady as she fled in distress. He never anticipated that such an elegant ice queen would be so easily flustered. Just then, an unexpected voice suddenly echoed in his mind, causing his brain to momentarily short-circuit. "Congratulations, fortunate blue star inhabitant. By binding the aforementioned young lady as your girlfriend, you can activate the divine wealth system. Upon activation, you will earn monetary rewards every second, along with numerous additional lottery opportunities. May I confirm the binding of Shen Linshi as your current sole girlfriend?" What? May I confirm the binding of Shen Linshi as your current sole girlfriend? Bind her. Bind her quickly. The mysterious voice reemerged in his mind, compelling Gu Li to disregard whether it was merely a drunken hallucination as he fervently nodded his head. No sooner had he spoken than a series of sounds flooded in, plunging him into a state of ecstatic joy. Chapter 2. A Million Love Tokens, a Humanoid Weapon? Ding. Binding girlfriend Shen Linshi, the system of the affluent activated successfully. Ding. Current benefit. As long as the host remains within 100 meters of Shen Linshi, they will automatically receive a monetary reward of 0.01 yuan every second. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have received a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? Ding. Please strive to enhance your relationship with your girlfriend. There are more surprises and rewards awaiting you. A cascade of notifications reverberated in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned until he regained his senses a minute later. At this juncture, Gu Li finally ascertained that the voices in his head were not mere figments of imagination but a tangible reality. He had inexplicably acquired a golden opportunity, an unconventional system of affluence. As a seasoned reader of novels for over a decade, and having penned a few unsuccessful works himself, he was no stranger to the concept of an affluent system. This was the most benevolent of systems, one that dispensed wealth effortlessly. Though it was already 11 or 12 at night, and the previous days had brought a chill with the rain, it could not extinguish the fervor and longing that simmered within him. System, check my personal attributes. As soon as he uttered those words, a translucent white virtual screen materialized before him. Host, Gu Li. Bound girlfriend, Shen Linshi. Current level, level 1. Monetary reward. Host earns 0.01 yuan every second while within 100 meters of girlfriend. Experience needed for level up, 10,000. Spending 1 yuan accrues 1 experience point. Lottery chances, 0 times. System inventory, no items. Note 1. Each system upgrade unlocks monetary reward limits, while also increasing the reward ceiling. Additionally, 1 lottery chance will be awarded. The higher the system level, the more precious prizes may be obtained, including but not limited to money, luxury cars, mansions, cutting-edge technology, and mysterious blueprints. Note 2. Furthermore, significant progress in the relationship with the girlfriend can yield an extra lottery opportunity. Note 3. If the girlfriend voluntarily spends on behalf of the host, there is a possibility of receiving a spending rebate, with the rebate multiplier being random, up to a maximum of 10,000 times. Note 4. Every day at midnight, the previous day's monetary rewards will be automatically transferred to the host's Universe Bank card ending with 1002. Upon witnessing the monetary reward, Gu Li was immediately engulfed by a wave of excitement. Earning a mere penny every second amounted to 864 yuan a day and 25,000 yuan a month. This was undeniably a windfall, requiring no additional labor. Before being laid off, his salary barely exceeded 10,000 yuan. Moreover, the potential for the system to continuously upgrade promised even greater monetary rewards. The experience required for the next level was merely 10,000 points. He calculated that with the over 100,000 yuan in his bank account, along with credit facilities like Huabei, Jiabei, and credit cards, ascending 2 levels in a short time should be feasible. At that point, he estimated his monthly monetary rewards could easily reach several tens of thousands, all without the need for employment. As for the stipulation of remaining within 100 meters, that was easily surmountable. He could simply move into the same neighborhood as Shen Linshi. He was determined to find a rental property within that range, confident that there would be at least one available. Even if she resided in a villa, the allure of monetary rewards would compel him to do so. He could later inquire about her workplace and secure a job within the stipulated distance. This way, he could earn monetary rewards for nearly 20 hours a day, if not 24. The mere thought of it brought a smile to Gu Li's face, filling him with anticipation for the future. After all, winning over a goddess like Shen Linshi posed a considerable challenge, but now, devoid of financial burdens, it merely became a thrilling endeavor. Of course, after enduring 7 years of unrequited affection, he was resolute in his desire to avoid being a mere sycophant. Moreover, someone like Shen Linshi would undoubtedly be averse to such behavior. Thus, Gu Li was determined to enhance his capabilities in all aspects, aiming to conquer her in a dignified manner. With the system at his disposal, he aspired not only to be a wealthy magnate, but also to cultivate himself into a well-rounded, cultured individual of affluence. With these thoughts in mind, he felt a surge of ambition. The previous frustrations, disappointments, and heartbreak vanished entirely. At last, fortune has favored me. I am destined to be the protagonist henceforth. The shadows lifted from Gu Li's brow, and he erupted into hearty laughter. Had it not been for the late hour and the sparsely populated riverside, onlookers might have mistaken him for an intoxicated reveler. Oh right. After a moment's reflection, he remembered the gift pack. He exclaimed in his mind, "System, open the gift pack and reveal its treasures." Congratulations, host, you have received the system activation gift pack. You have gained 1 million love tokens. Now deposit it into your 1002 bank card. Additionally, you have acquired a humanoid weapon, now stored in the system inventory. Wow, the system is quite generous, providing 1 million love tokens. Gu Li exclaimed, his excitement renewed upon seeing the details on the virtual screen. With this newfound fortune, he felt more confident in rapidly upgrading the system. Just then, his phone lit up, revealing a notification of a successful deposit. He glanced at his bank balance, which had skyrocketed from 170,000 to 170,000. Despite reminding himself to remain calm, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This system is remarkable. The explanation of the funds originating from his stock account was impeccable. But what exactly was a humanoid weapon? As the name suggests, a humanoid weapon can transform the host into a formidable combatant. Post-transformation, the host's physical defense, speed, strength, and overall combat prowess will increase exponentially, akin to that of a superhuman. Now that the host has attained affluence, weakness is not an option. Firstly, combat capabilities will be unparalleled, and longevity will be significantly enhanced. Wow, incredible. Gu Li was once again taken aback. He had never anticipated such benefits from merely activating the gift pack. It was simply splendid. As long as he exercised caution, living for 200 years seemed entirely feasible. Eagerly, he exclaimed, "Let us proceed. I want to transform into a humanoid weapon immediately." It is advised that the host wait until returning home for the transformation, as the process involves discomfort and the removal of impurities. All right, let's hasten back then. I can hardly contain my excitement to become a superhuman, he replied, his thoughts wandering to whether the transformation would enhance his other attributes as well. With anticipation bubbling within him, Gu Li dashed toward his rented accommodation with an urgency unmatched. 2 hours later, after the transformation was complete, a radiant smile adorned his face. The results were indeed remarkable. Gu Li felt as though he could fell an elephant with a single punch, his vitality surging to an almost excessive degree. To his delight, not only had his combat abilities escalated, but other faculties had also seen improvement. For instance, his memory seemed sharper. He suddenly recalled a time at a nearby supermarket when he had encountered Shen Linshi. After careful contemplation, Gu Li discerned that not only had his memory remarkably enhanced, but so too had his cognitive abilities and calculations. He couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that my brain has undergone some form of development? If that were indeed the case, he would have truly struck gold, augmenting his capabilities across the board. Of course, the primary enhancement lay within the realm of physical prowess. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to test whether he could evade modern gunfire. Fortunately, residing in this peaceful era, he faced little danger in his daily life. Should a crisis arise, he would ensure his adversaries felt the full extent of his prowess, leaving them to regret provoking him. One must admit, the system's activation package was indeed delightful. After reveling in his newfound abilities for a time, Gu Li eventually regained his composure. He then cast his gaze upon the upscale community of Jingshang Huating, several hundred meters away, and fell into deep thought. A goddess like Shen Linshi was undoubtedly extraordinary, a veritable epitome of affluence. Given that he had walked back along the riverside, and recalling their previous encounter at the nearby supermarket, he deduced that she likely resided within a few kilometers of that location. Thus, the only upscale community in proximity that matched his analysis was Jingshang Huating. This residential complex, designed for improvement, had been constructed merely a few years prior. featuring several high-rises with 2 elevators serving 4 households, alongside over a dozen 12-story buildings with 2 units per floor. It was rumored that those spacious units were predominantly over 150 square meters, with some even spanning 2 to 300 square meters. Considering the current average price exceeding $30,000, these luxurious residences undoubtedly started at 5 to 6 million, with penthouses boasting rooftop gardens reaching into the tens of millions. Given Shen Linqi's aura and her obviously expensive attire, it was highly likely she resided there. Yes, he resolved to have a real estate agent show him around tomorrow, to ascertain which building she inhabited. After all, gaining access to such a prestigious community without the intent to purchase or rent was no easy feat. Stroking his chin, Guli determined his next course of action. It was the weekend tomorrow, and since Shen Linqi had consumed alcohol the night before, she was likely resting at home. If he could secure a rental below her apartment, that would be quite a thrill. This thought brought a sly smile to his face, though upon reflection, it took on a somewhat dubious quality. Unbeknownst to Guli, as he gazed toward the Jingshang Huating community, Shen Linqi had already returned home, taking a leisurely bath and reclining on her sofa. The silk nightgown did little to conceal her alluring figure, and her long, snow-white legs were captivating enough to render one speechless. At that moment, the faint blush on her cheeks, a remnant of her recent bath, accentuated her stunning features, which were proudly displayed as she peered downwards. Had Guli been present, his extensive experience would have allowed him to discern her ample curves at a glance, at least a 30-60. As she watched television, her mind was far from the handsome stars gracing the screen. Recalling the earlier encounter by the river, a hint of embarrassment crept across her face. It was indeed the first time she had reciprocated a stranger's flirtation, and her banter with Guli was utterly uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor. One could not deny that Guli had been exceptionally fortunate to encounter a slightly inebriated Shen Linqi, especially in a setting devoid of onlookers. In any other scenario, she would have either kicked him away with force or doused him with spray to blind him. Similarly, Shen Linqi now found herself reflecting on her previous actions with incredulity. More alarmingly, she had even called him husband. Oh, the embarrassment was overwhelming. What was happening to her? She had never behaved this way after drinking before. Touching her flushed cheeks, she shook her head once more, grumbling, "It's all Hu Lin's fault for insisting I drink. How dare I call a stranger husband? It's simply outrageous." After all, this was her first time. Yet, she couldn't help but feel sympathy for that young man, who had spent the night alone by the river, nursing his heartbreak. It seemed that matters of the heart were best left untouched. Being single suited her well. Why pursue romance only to endure the heartache of a breakup? It made no sense at all. Sighing, she resolved to drink less in the future. Her tolerance was not particularly high. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Shen Linqi eventually buried her face in a cushion, attempting to dispel her worries. After some time, she collected herself and entered her study to resume her work. As a career-driven woman, continuing to work late into the night was nothing unusual for her. After all, the bidding for the Haitong logistics project was set to commence next month, and the company placed immense importance on it. Failure was not an option for her. After all, Shen Linqi was a woman of pride. The following morning, just after 8, Guli finally roused from his slumber, having hit the snooze button several times. It was fortunate he had set an alarm. Otherwise, he would have struggled to awaken after a night filled with excitement. With the system's enhancements, Guli had abandoned his frugal habits, cleaning up before heading out to breakfast. He made his way to the beef noodle shop across the street, ordering a heaping bowl of beef noodles. The 3 portions of beef noodles, priced at 20 yuan, were several yuan more expensive than other noodle shops, but truly worth every penny, with generous servings of fresh, substantial beef. After finishing his meal, curiosity compelled him to check his personal attributes panel, and he was pleased to discover that his upgrade experience had increased from 0 to 20 points. Excellent. It seemed that leveling up would be a relatively straightforward endeavor. A couple of months' rent would suffice to trigger a system upgrade, along with its accompanying rewards. With this in mind, Guli felt a surge of anticipation for the changes that would come with his upgrade. Humming a cheerful tune, he strode into the nearby real estate agency, intent on renting an apartment within 100 meters of his future wife. "Sir, are you looking to rent or purchase?" As he entered, a realtor named Li greeted him with enthusiasm. Guli wasted no time, directly inquiring, "Do you have any apartments available in Jingshang Huating? I would like to rent one." Upon hearing this, Li's smile widened even further. It was known that rental prices in Jingshang Huating were not cheap, with units starting at over 5,000 yuan, and she promptly began to provide details. "Of course. Right this way. Let me introduce you to some options." However, as she began to show him a particular unit, Guli waved his hand. "Let's head over first. You can explain along the way. By the way, I want to explore the community a bit to see the environment first." "That works too," Li replied, unable to counter his request. She called over another realtor named Wang. and together they escorted Gu Li into the community. Upon entering, Gu Li was greeted by an expansive courtyard surrounded by several 12-story buildings, with more high-rises lining the main thoroughfare to the right. He silently prayed that Shen Linqi's apartment was not among those on the far left. If it were, he would have to rent a large flat to remain within 100 meters of her. Of course, he could afford to rent such spacious units of around 200 square meters, but typically, these larger flats were purchased for personal residence, with few available for rent. Thus, under Gu Li's insistence, the three of them began to meander through the community courtyard. His peculiar behavior left both sales agents feeling quite perplexed. Shouldn't the primary focus of renting a property be the rooms themselves? Why was he so engrossed in the courtyard, insisting on circling each building before he felt satisfied? What kind of viewing principle was at play here? It was utterly baffling. Observing Gu Li walk ahead, seemingly lost in his own world, Sister Li, the agent, leaned in to whisper to her colleague, "Brother Wang, do you think this guy is just toying with us? This is the first time I've encountered someone who views properties like this." Brother Wang, also somewhat puzzled by Gu Li's antics, refrained from dismissing the matter outright. What does it matter? His intense scrutiny indicates that he's genuinely interested in renting. I actually think the chances of closing this deal are quite favorable. Plus, the fact that he immediately wants to see Jinshang Huading suggests that he has a clear goal and isn't someone who is short on cash. Are you certain? I'm not so sure. Sister Li, drawing from her years of experience as an agent, shook her head confidently. He dresses plainly, clearly a regular worker. And he doesn't strike me as someone willing to spend thousands on a rental for himself. Hearing this, Brother Wang smiled slightly and jested, "In that case, why don't I take over the viewing from here? If he ends up renting, the commission would be mine. What do you think?" "Huh, I do welcome that," Sister Li replied nonchalantly, "but I suspect you're in for a futile effort." Brother Wang glanced at Gu Li, shaking his head. "Not necessarily. Let us wait and see." After this, Sister Li shrugged, bored, and picked up her phone, ignoring Gu Li as he continued his exploration. At that moment, Gu Li's expression brightened as he stopped and turned to inquire, "Are there any houses near Building 9? "Of course there are," Brother Wang exclaimed, hastily stepping forward while mentally scanning for available listings. Building 17, 23rd floor has a 3-bedroom, and there's a 4-bedroom on the 3rd floor of Building 20, plus another 3-bedroom on the 16th floor of Building 19. By the way, the one in Building 19 is beautifully decorated. It's absolutely worth a look." As Brother Wang pointed towards the nearby high-rises, Gu Li examined the options but felt somewhat dissatisfied. The closest building to Building 9 was actually Building 18. If it were Building 18, most units would be within 100 meters, but for Buildings 17, 19, and 20, that certainty was less assured. He had already pinpointed the exact location of Shen Linqi's residence, which was Building 9, although he was uncertain about the precise floor. It was likely within the range of the 8th to 12th floors. While meandering through the community courtyard, he had activated the system's virtual screen, watching the accumulation of monetary rewards in real time. He discovered that as long as he remained within 100 meters of Shen Linqi, the accumulation of monetary rewards would increase continuously. Conversely, stepping outside that range would halt the tally. Thus, he estimated the approximate distance to Building 9 and deduced Shen Linqi's likely location. To the two agents, his behavior appeared exceedingly strange. However, Gu Li was indifferent to their bewilderment. After all, the growing monetary seconds were far more significant than their misconceptions. As long as he could secure a suitable rental, he would earn hundreds daily, a truly enviable situation. Moreover, with the system's upgrade, future earnings would continue to rise. Perhaps before long, even if he lazed at home, his bank balance would swell by thousands, or even tens of thousands, each day. At that moment, the system's monetary reward count had officially surpassed 1,000. 1,000 seconds meant that in just over 10 minutes, he had already earned $10. Such easy money was almost too good to be true. Gazing at the nearby high-rises, they appeared to him as glimmering gold. After some contemplation, he directly inquired, "Is there no unit in Building 18? Brother Wang was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the customer's preferences, but after a moment, he replied, "There is one, but it's a bit pricey." "Pricey?" Gu Li chuckled inwardly at the thought. How expensive could a high-rise really be? What kind of property is it? What's the rent per month? In Building 18, 12th floor, there's a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room unit. It boasts luxurious renovations and high-end appliances. The landlord is asking for $8,000 per month, and it must be paid for 6 months up front. Yet, these conditions delighted Gu Li. "Wow, this place looks fantastic," he exclaimed. Being on the 12th floor would allow him to gaze down at Shen Linqi's side, and with its opulent decor and quality appliances, it was perfectly suited for someone like him who wished to save her life. Without hesitation, he waved his hand decisively and announced, "Let us go take a look." Brother Wang, realizing the urgency, quickly left Sister Li, who was still on her phone, and followed Gu Li. 2 minutes later, they arrived at Unit 1202. Ghoulie stood in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, perfectly positioned to see all the floors of Building 9, facing the opposite building directly. The location was ideal, absolutely perfect. Brother, just look at this decor, this furniture. Brother Wong began enthusiastically describing the property, only to be interrupted by Ghouli's assertive declaration. I want this unit. What? Did I hear you correctly? Brother Wong, momentarily stunned, gaped in disbelief. Ghoulie promptly added, let us rent this one. Hurry up and finalize the contract. I want the keys today. Having just walked through every room in the apartment, he had seen the increase in monetary rewards, indicating that this property was within the 100-meter range of Shen Linchi. Therefore, it was the most suitable option for him. There was no need for negotiation. 8,000 a month was merely a trivial amount. With his earnings, he would recoup that in no time. At that moment, Brother Wong regained his composure, his initial shock transforming into exuberant enthusiasm. No problem, brother. Getting the keys today is absolutely doable. Come, let us sit down. We'll wrap this up in just a few minutes. Under his guidance, Ghoulie successfully completed the rental process on the app, with the payment of 6 months' rent, 1 month's deposit, and the agent's fee, 64,000 yuan, was deducted from his account. Just as he made the payment, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have spent 56,000 yuan and earned 56,000 experience points. Your current total experience points stand at 64,020. You meet the upgrade conditions. The system will upgrade to level 2. The next upgrade requires 100,000 experience points. Please continue your efforts to expedite the upgrade. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw now? Not right now. Although Ghoulie was eager to see what rewards he might receive, he decided against it, considering that the agents were still present. He took a moment to calm his excitement, planning to wait until they departed before proceeding. At that moment, Sister Li, panting, rushed up from downstairs. Upon witnessing that Ghoulie's lease had been finalized, an irritable sensation surged within her. How utterly infuriating that this seemingly unremarkable Ghoulie had effortlessly secured a residence costing 8,000 per month, all while living alone, a true testament to her extravagance. After all, if one were single, it would be far more pragmatic to rent a studio apartment closer to the subway, ensuring both convenience and cost-effectiveness. Seeing the resentment flickering in her eyes, Brother Wong felt a pang of sympathy. He gently patted her shoulder and murmured, "All right, don't be upset. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." "Fine," replied Sister Li, feeling somewhat consoled by his words. Shortly thereafter, Brother Wong added, "All right, we'll take our leave now. If you encounter any issues, don't hesitate to call me. We'll resolve whatever we can." "Oh, by the way," Ghoulie interjected thoughtfully, "I do have a small request. Could you find someone to install a smart lock for me? I also need 2 cleaners to come this afternoon to change the lock and tidy up." "No problem, handsome. I'll contact someone right away and ensure you receive top-notch service," Sister Li responded eagerly. At that moment, Ghoulie appeared to Sister Li as a potential client, someone who might soon be renting or even purchasing a property. If Sister Li could swallow her pride and seize this opportunity, it would indeed make these years in real estate worthwhile. Regret washed over her as she reflected on her previous judgments, realizing she had been rather superficial. Hearing this exchange, Ghoulie said nothing, simply retrieving her phone to add Sister Li on WeChat. "All right, I appreciate it." Sister Li waved her hands in dismissal. "Not a bother at all. Not a bother." How amusing it was to witness such a transformation in attitude. Once the two departed, Ghoulie made her way to the balcony, where she took in the scenic view across the street. At that moment, a figure appeared on the 10th floor, instantly captivating her attention. Despite the considerable distance, the exquisite beauty and alluring form of the woman caused her heart to race. Chapter 5. The delight of earning while reclining despite a late night spent working overtime. The disciplined Shen Linchi rose promptly at 7:30. After a quick wash, she embarked on her habitual weekend exercise routine. Following an hour on the treadmill, her congee, which had been simmering, was nearly ready. Paired with golden brown buttered toast and a fried egg, this constituted her simple yet satisfying weekend breakfast. Do not presume that Shen Linchi, a career-driven woman, lacked culinary skills. On the contrary, she was quite adept in the kitchen, capable of preparing several simple yet delectable dishes she enjoyed. After breakfast and washing the dishes, she commenced tidying her home, gradually immersing herself in her chores. Thanks to a robotic vacuum cleaner and her infrequent presence at home during work hours, her living space was relatively clean and orderly. A mere organization of her clothes and a little dusting were all that was required, aside from attending to the vibrant plants adorning her 10-meter-wide balcony. Shen Linchi had a particular fondness for greenery, and her balcony was replete with lush plants. May had arrived, transforming the space into a riot of blossoms. and stepping onto the balcony was akin to being enveloped in fragrant floral splendor, a delightful reminder of spring. Amidst such beauty, Shen radiated joy, appearing as the most lovely flower herself. Regrettably, due to the distance, Guli could not discern her features clearly. Nevertheless, he could perceive her joy and sense of relaxation. Observing Shen, he reflected that perhaps it was in moments like these, at home, that she truly found her ease. This was a stark contrast to her icy demeanor the previous night in Jiangbei, where her instant wariness upon his approach had conveyed a formidable presence. Now, as Guli reminisced, he was grateful for that particular moment. Had he approached her while sober, he likely would have lacked the courage to engage her. If that had been the case, he could have easily been mistaken for a nuisance, facing a harsh reprimand instead. At that moment, Shen remained oblivious to the gaze upon her, for the living room balcony of the building across the street was fitted with sealed floor-to-ceiling windows. Thus, the light's reflection rendered it nearly impossible to discern the interior, preventing her from noticing Gu Li's discreet observation. Of course, she was well aware of the occasional prying eyes from the neighborhood. Initially, she found it bothersome, but over time, it became less significant. After all, she was fully clothed and there was little to be revealed. She would often ignore any suitors she encountered around the community, maintaining her frosty demeanor. Eventually, certain residents became aware that the beauty from Building 9 was rather frigid, swiftly abandoning any romantic notions. Winning over such a woman would indeed pose a challenge. Once Shen had finished watering her plants and retreated indoors, Guli withdrew his gaze, deep in thought. Merely relying on wealth would not suffice. As he had declared, he would not be a sycophant. Thus, alternative strategies must be employed. However, at that moment, he could not conjure a viable plan. Perhaps he should first gather more information about her. There was no need to rush. Now that he knew her residence, the next step would be to ascertain her workplace. Just then, the doorbell rang, and upon checking, Guli saw that the cleaners and locksmith had arrived. Allowing them in, he inquired about their fees, and, without much deliberation, agreed to their terms. The two cleaners would conduct a thorough cleaning and sanitization of the entire house for 500. As for the lock, he opted for a smart lock, as he preferred not to carry keys around, a cumbersome affair. Thus, he accumulated an additional 2,000 experience points. Observing how close he was to reaching 100,000 points, he subsequently purchased several thousand worth of daily necessities, pushing his experience beyond 70,000. Excellent, he thought. Only 30,000 more to level up. Glancing at his personal attributes panel, Guli nodded in satisfaction. By noon, gazing at his refreshed living space, he couldn't help but marvel at why people favored larger homes. The spaciousness allowed for easy storage and a pleasing aesthetic, devoid of the claustrophobia often associated with smaller abodes. Previously, he had resided in a modest 3-bedroom apartment, merely 60 square meters in size. Although he occupied the master bedroom, it was a mere 12 square meters, accommodating a large bed and a computer desk with little room to spare. Now, transitioning to this 136 square meter 4-bedroom apartment, all to himself, felt like a complete transformation. Oh, he mused, he ought to procure some greenery for the balcony to truly cultivate a sense of home. After wandering through the various rooms, he couldn't help but nod repeatedly, thoroughly satisfied with the residence. The spaciousness, the decor, and the floor level were all satisfactory, but the most crucial factor was its proximity to Shen. Within a mere 100 meters. This meant that as long as both he and Shen were at home, the monetary rewards would flow in ceaselessly. Subsequently, he ordered takeout and, after indulging in a hearty meal, reclined on the sofa. Having not slept well the previous night, he decided to take a short nap first. This was a habit cultivated during his days as a programmer. A daily afternoon nap was essential, else he would lack any vigor in the afternoon. Thus, he awoke at 3 in the afternoon, stretching lazily before accessing the system. At this point, the system had advanced to level 2, and the monetary reward had escalated to 2 cents per second. Money accumulated, 201,584 seconds. Quite impressive. Without lifting a finger, he had earned over 400 yuan just by lounging for a few hours. The sensation of earning money while lying down was simply exhilarating. Having once envied others with passive income, he now reveled in the same delight. The thought of waking up tomorrow to find several hundred more in his account made Guli burst into laughter. Being in his own home, with decent sound insulation, he laughed unabashedly. It was worth noting that prior to today, he had been grappling with the dual blows of unemployment and heartbreak, his life in utter disarray. Yet, remarkably, a mere half-day had brought about a transformative change. For Guli, this was akin to a dramatic shift from despair to elation, his emotions akin to a roller coaster ride. Alas, it would have been perfect with a drink. How wonderful it would be to toast to this newfound fortune. Reclining on the sofa and glancing at the nearby wine cabinet, he suddenly thought he should stock up on some alcohol, so he could celebrate whenever the mood struck. After his jubilant moment, there was even more exhilarating news: the opportunity to partake in a lottery following the system's upgrade. He promptly washed his hands and face, only to find he was just a step away from a refreshing bath. Once invigorated, he assumed a serious demeanor as he entered the living room to commence his first lottery draw. "Oh heavens, grant me a grand prize," he implored. The wealthy neighbor next door hit the jackpot of 900 trillion. "I don't ask for much, just a modest goal." Guli approached the window, gazing at Shen Linqi's residence, a fervent hope illuminating his face. "Dear lady, may you bestow upon me your fortune." Chapter 6, Elite Skill, Whistleblower. System, commence the lottery. Deducting one lottery chance, please wait. Congratulations, host. You have received a skill prize, top-tier computer programming skills. Would you like to extract it? Upon hearing the nature of the prize, Guli was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that the first lottery draw of the wealthy system would yield something of such caliber. However, he soon accepted it. After all, the human-shaped weapon activated by the grand gift was indeed a skill-based item. Moreover, the human-shaped weapon reward not only imparted extensive combat and martial arts experience, but also enhanced his physical prowess, marking a comprehensive improvement. Yet, the top-tier computer programming skill offered solely skill enhancement. As for how exceptional this top tier truly was, only time would reveal. Nevertheless, even if it merely allowed him to become a leading engineer in the industry, it would represent a significant advancement for him. Reflecting on the elite programmers and technical directors at major firms, who often commanded annual salaries in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, the magnitude of this opportunity became evident. Without hesitation, Guli declared his intent to extract the skill, and in an instant, his mind was inundated with an overwhelming torrent of knowledge. It took several minutes for him to regain his composure, though his mind still throbbed painfully. This was, indeed, miraculous. Glancing at his phone, he realized that only a few minutes had passed in the real world, yet it felt as though he had spent decades in another realm. He had transformed from someone utterly ignorant of computers into a top-tier IT engineer with decades of programming experience. He had delved into various programming languages such as C, Java, and Python, mastering many of them. In addition, he had deeply explored front-end and back-end development, even architecture, kernels, and low-level programming, establishing himself as a programming maestro. My goodness, I was truly that incompetent before. Reflecting on the knowledge now residing in his mind, Guli acknowledged the stark inadequacy of his previous programming skills. However, it was understandable. The projects at his former company were traditional, with average functional and performance requirements, naturally leading to a reliance on commonplace technologies. Over time, his skills stagnated, limited to a dated repertoire that required little more than daily repetition. Lacking lofty aspirations, he had not sought to switch to a superior company or pursue certifications, resulting in a significant lag in programming abilities. Given my current skills, I wonder if I could secure a position at a major firm as a technical director? He pondered. He also speculated about Shen Linqi's role in her company. Was she a boss, an executive, or something else? To draw closer to his potential partner, he certainly needed a more respectable position. Otherwise, as a mere unemployed coder, he would likely hold little appeal for Shen Linqi. However, possessing this elite skill had sparked Gu Li's creativity. Ideally, he could seek employment at an IT company near Shen Linqi's workplace, perhaps even as a leader, allowing him to approach her opportunely. If the chance arose, he could even consider starting his own software company, thus enhancing his stature. After careful deliberation, Gu Li concluded that this top-tier computer programming skill would significantly aid him, propelling him to the forefront of the industry and providing a better avenue to connect with Shen Linqi. With that, his next step was to inquire about Shen Linqi's company. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, he glanced toward the community entrance and suddenly had an epiphany. Yes, he would check with the property management office for further information. Acting swiftly, he made his way to the property management office, intending to pay his dues while also gathering details about his beautiful neighbor. True to the reputation of a quality community, the staff at Jingshang Haoting's property management were quite attractive. Naturally, the management fees were not cheap either, charging 45 yuan per square meter for the high-rise units. If the service were subpar, residents would undoubtedly voice their grievances. Each staff member donned well-fitted professional attire, complemented by black stockings, all serving with warm smiles. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you today?" As soon as he stepped inside, a young lady named Zhang Tingting greeted him enthusiastically. Gu Li smiled and nodded. "I am here to pay the property fee and also to rent a parking space." "Certainly. Please follow me." Upon hearing his request, Zhang Tingting promptly led him to the counter, poured him a glass of water, and then began making calls to verify with the landlord. The process was impressively swift. Within just a few minutes, both the property fee and parking space were sorted. Gu Li paid a year's worth of property fees, totaling over 7,000 yuan. and an additional 3,000 for half a year's rental of the parking space, bringing his experience points up by 10,000. Observing that he was just 20,000 points shy of leveling up, Gu Li felt a surge of anticipation. It seemed that before the day ended, the system would advance to the next tier. He couldn't help but wonder if, upon reaching level 3, the monetary reward would double to 4 or 5 cents per second. Thanks to Gu Li's straightforwardness, Zhang Tingting promptly escorted him to the entrance. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Li remarked, "By the way, let me add you on WeChat. I might need to inquire about purchasing a parking space later." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingting's eyes brightened, and she immediately took out her phone. "No problem, Mr. Gu. If you wish to buy a parking space, just reach out to me directly. I'll notify you first when there are any discounts. Thank you very much." Gu Li said with a smile, and then, as if recalling something, casually asked, "By the way, I noticed a beautiful neighbor on the 10th floor of Building 9 across from my home. Do you know anything about her?" "Huh." Zhang Tingting was taken aback by this question and responded with a laugh. "Mr. Gu, that is quite direct of you. I'm not sure how to answer that." In pursuit of women, Gu Li, unperturbed, chuckled. "A charming lady deserves a gentleman's attention. I didn't expect to find such a beautiful neighbor right after moving in. What luck. I'm merely curious about her situation. This shouldn't be a secret, should it?" Zhang Tingting, a bit speechless, could only smile wryly. "Sir, while this isn't classified information, we cannot disclose details about other residents. Your request is somewhat challenging for me." "Oh, never mind then," Gu Li replied, surprised by the property management's adherence to principles. He figured that knowing her name and soon moving in would make it easy to gather information, instead of feeling frustrated. He even praised the management before waving his hand nonchalantly and departing. "Not bad. I see your attitude is worth the property fee of 4.5. Actually, I was just testing you." Huh. Zhang Tingting was momentarily bewildered. After several seconds, she realized that Mr. Gu was likely joking. After all, it was quite normal for a young man who had just rented a place to be intrigued by someone as beautiful as Shen Linshi. However, she decided to open her WeChat and found a contact labeled Shi Jia. She sent a message, unexpectedly revealing that Zhang Tingting had Shen Linshi's WeChat. It appeared she was about to give a heads up. Chapter 7. The Four-Leaf Clover Representing Luck. "Shi Jia, someone from property management just inquired about you. He is a young man who just rented in Building 18. Please be cautious. If you feel harassed, let me know immediately." At that moment, Shen Linshi was engrossed in her work in the study, oblivious to her coffee growing cold beside her. It wasn't until she finished a small portion of her tasks, some 10 minutes later, that she had time to check her phone. Upon seeing Zhang Tingting's message, she shook her head in exasperation and replied, "All right, I understand. Thank you, Xiao Zhang." Subsequently, she took her cup to the coffee machine and filled it again before sipping. Her gaze drifted from the living room through the glass door leading to the balcony, directed at the towering Building 18 across the way. However, after a few seconds of observation, she discerned nothing unusual. It's probably just another bored rich kid trying to get close to me." Such encounters had occurred numerous times during her years at Jingshang Haoting. As for the strangers who attempted to flirt with her on the street, she had lost count of those instances. Some neighborhood residents even timed their outings to chance upon her, hoping to forge a closer connection. There was even one particularly audacious rich kid who bought an apartment downstairs, wishing to be her neighbor, claiming that proximity would grant him favor. However, he lasted less than a month before she had to teach him a lesson, leaving him hospitalized, crying out against her as a violent woman. Fortunately, a few months later, with property prices soaring, he managed to sell it for a profit, somewhat soothing his bruised ego. This incident became a source of amusement within certain circles, further enhancing Shen Linshi's reputation. Since then, it was clear to the residents that this beautiful neighbor was not to be trifled with. Consequently, she became the most unique rose with thorns in the community, attracting glances without daring to linger. The reason was obvious. They knew they could not win against her. "I hope you understand your place and refrain from bothering me. Otherwise, you will regret it." Shen Linshi glanced at Building 18, letting out a cold snort. It had been quite some time since anyone dared to pursue her. If someone were foolish enough to try, they would soon experience the efficacy of her newly acquired skills. Indeed, aside from jogging, yoga, and swimming, Shen Linshi also attended combat training once a week. Her goal was not only to enhance her physical fitness, but also to bolster her self-defense capabilities, ensuring her safety. After all, she had no intention of being a defenseless woman. In the workplace, she was a leader, commanding respect from her subordinates. In terms of personal strength, she needed to ensure that, when faced with danger, she could send a grown man fleeing in terror. This was the confidence and strength that defined Shen Linshi. Just then, the computer emitted a series of beeps, prompting her to rush into her study. She soon discovered that a document had been sent from a subordinate via DingTalk, and she began reviewing it. However, as she read, her expression darkened, culminating in her picking up the phone and unleashing her frustration. Xiao Wu, why hasn't the SPC 3-phase performance optimization issue been resolved yet? If this impacts the entire project, I'll be eager to see how you explain it to me. At that moment, Gu Li, who had just purchased a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose in confusion, shaking his head. I'm not catching a cold. How did I just sneeze so hard? How strange. Perhaps someone was thinking of him? Yet, he had no girlfriend, no job, and thus no boss to think of him. Aside from his parents, he couldn't think of anyone else who might care. After pondering, he settled on the notion that it was likely due to sleeping on the couch without a blanket at noon, causing a slight chill. He didn't realize that his physique had been transformed and that it would take more than a day's exposure to cold water to faze him. Nevertheless, he soon dismissed the thought of the sneeze as he arrived at the garage entrance. The vehicle exit was located at the back of the community, monitored by a young security guard. Hey, want to smoke? Gu Li pulled out a cigarette from his newly purchased pack and lit one for himself, offering the entire pack to the guard. The guard, smiling, accepted it without hesitation and inquired, "What's up, brother?" Gu Li grinned. "It's nothing much. Just hoping to ask you something." "Oh, go ahead. If I know, I'll definitely help you." The guard readily agreed, knowing the value of favors. Gu Li leaned in and whispered, "Do you know the name of the beautiful lady on the 10th floor of Building 9? What company does she work for?" The guard, upon hearing this, suddenly realized and chuckled, "Well, I know her name, but I'm not sure about her company." Hearing this, Gu Li felt a pang of disappointment but still pressed. "What do you know then?" "The lady's name is Shen Linshi, and she's quite wealthy. I've heard she's a senior executive at a tech company, possibly involved in software. Indeed, she possesses 2 vehicles. Would you care to know, handsome?" Instantly, Gu Li's curiosity was piqued, and he nodded eagerly. "She frequently drives to work in an Alfa Romeo with a license plate ending in 69, rumored to be valued at over $1 million. Additionally, she owns a Porsche worth approximately $2 million. After sharing this information, the other party added, "You can see them in the garage beneath Building 9 right now." Upon hearing this, Gu Li promptly patted the individual on the shoulder, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, handsome. How about we exchange WeChat for future contact?" The security guard hesitated at this request, but Gu Li reassured him, "Don't worry. I won't put you in a difficult position. I live in this community as well. Let us just be friends." The guard finally nodded. "All right then. I'll add you." Through their conversation, Gu Li learned the guard's name was Su Xiaofeng. After all, he wasn't doing anything wrong. Adding a security guard would certainly facilitate the acquisition of information regarding Shen Linshi. Of course, this was merely a small tactic during the courtship phase. Once he successfully held her hand, such measures would be unnecessary. After chatting a bit more, he proceeded directly to the garage, where he beheld Shen Linshi's 2 luxurious vehicles, taking note of the license plates. One must admit, her taste was rather distinctive. Her daily driver was an Alfa Romeo rather than a Mercedes or BMW. The Alfa Romeo is a niche brand but quite classic, particularly favored by women. Shen Linshi's model was the Giulia Quadrifoglio, a special edition commemorating its centenary, valued at around $1 million. The 4-leaf clover emblem on the Alfa Romeo is said to carry a special tail, symbolizing luck. This led Gu Li to ponder whether Shen Linshi harbored a yearning for fortune. Furthermore, she also owned a Porsche Panamera, priced around $2 million, a spacious 5-door hatchback. Truly, she was affluent. The combined worth of these 2 vehicles easily surpassed $3 to $4 million. Adding her residence into the equation, one could estimate her wealth to be no less than $10 million. Exiting the garage, Gu Li stroked his chin in astonishment, noting that Shen Linshi appeared to be no older than 24 or 25, yet she possessed such wealth. Was she possibly a pampered heiress? At that moment, his curiosity about her profession, her company, and even her family background intensified. Surely, someone so accomplished must hail from a well-off family. Contemplating this, Gu Li recognized that in order to win her over, he had an arduous journey ahead. "Comrade, there is much work to be done." Glancing at the system's upgrade experience, an idea struck him. Why not purchase a car first? With the romantic funds of $1 million provided by the system, he could certainly indulge. However, he decided it would be prudent to locate Shen Linshi's company first. Thus, Gu Li fell into deep thought. Chapter 8. An exceptional undercover lead emerges. Host, Gu Li, bound girlfriend, Shen Linshi. Current level, level 2. Monetary reward. The host receives 0.02 yuan for every second spent within 200 meters of the girlfriend. Experience points for upgrade, 7925 for 10,000,000. 1 yuan spent accumulates 1 experience point. Daily monetary accumulation seconds, 25602. Lottery chances, 0. System space, no items available. Upon reviewing his personal attributes panel, Gu Li reconsidered his impulse to buy a car. After all, he was merely 2,000 experience points short. Even without purchasing a vehicle, he would reach that threshold in just a day or two. He decided to wait until he found the address of Shen Linqi's company before considering a purchase. He also wanted to check how many experience points were required for the next level of upgrade. If it exceeded 1,000,000, he would then contemplate acquiring a luxury vehicle worth over 1,000,000. Subsequently, he calculated his current daily earnings. If he remained within the effective range of 200 meters for 24 hours, his daily income would amount to 1,500 yuan, yielding a monthly income of 40,000. Quite impressive. In a couple of days, should he level up, he could expect at least 3,000 daily, achieving a monthly income of 100,000. That would be the perfect time to launch a formal pursuit of Shen Linqi. He chuckled to himself, realizing that Shen Linqi might indeed be in the same industry as he was. What a twist of fate. After a moment of reflection, he decided to inquire within his university class group to see if anyone recognized her. However, several minutes passed with no responses, leaving him rather speechless. He then turned to the internet for information, but the results yielded numerous namesakes, either prominent figures or leaders, with none matching his search, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Just then, his QQ notification chimed. It was a message from his university classmate, Xiang Qingzhou. This individual had maintained a mediocre relationship with him, neither among his closest friends nor among those he seldom spoke to. Could it be that he had information about Shen Linqi? The thought brightened Gu Li's spirits, and he swiftly opened the chat. What do you need Shen Linqi for? Seeing this, Gu Li's excitement surged, and he quickly replied, I do have matters to discuss with her, but I can't divulge the specifics just yet. If you know anything about her, could you help me out? I'll treat you to a lavish meal later. Yet, after sending the message, half a minute ticked by with no reply. This left him utterly exasperated, nearly cursing under his breath. What a time for the connection to falter. Hey, are you still there? Show yourself. 2 minutes later, just as he was about to pick up the phone and call Xiang Qingzhou directly, a response finally arrived. Wow, are you that anxious? Seeing this, Gu Li retorted, Ugh. It's urgent. Please help me out. I beg you. Let me guess, you've taken a liking to her, haven't you? Gu Li was taken aback by Xiang Qingzhou's words. How could he possibly know his true feelings? He certainly didn't want his pursuit of Shen Linqi to become common knowledge, and thus he quickly denied it. No way. I'm not worthy of her. I'm merely asking for a friend. Oh, I see. In that case, I'll give you a QQ contact. You can reach out to him for information. He happens to be at Shen Linqi's company and is a senior from our school. Gu Li's spirits soared at this revelation, and he exclaimed, Oh yeah. Thank you. I'll express my gratitude on behalf of that friend and treat you to a meal next time. After expressing his thanks, he eagerly added the senior, Su Huai, on QQ and awaited the approval. In the meantime, he learned that Su Huai was 3 or 4 years his senior, now 30 years old, working as a developer at Shen Linqi's company and serving as a project leader, overseeing several projects. As for his salary, that remained a mystery. After enduring a wait of several more minutes, Su Huai finally accepted the friend request and immediately inquired, Junior, what do you need to know about President Shen? Gu Li pondered for a moment before replying, I have a friend who met Shen Linqi and was utterly captivated, wanting to pursue her. I strongly advise your friend to abandon this notion at once, as there is truly little hope. Why? Well, how should I put it? Mr. Shen possesses an exceptionally frigid demeanor that can instill trepidation upon first glance. There was an instance when a wealthy heir sent her flowers, only to be summarily dismissed by Mr. Shen. We have never heard of Mr. Shen fostering any semblance of closeness with that gentleman. Thus, even if affluent and talented individuals aspire to pursue Mr. Shen, the likelihood of success is exceedingly slim. Upon receiving this news, Gu Li felt a surge of determination. For he was not merely an ordinary wealthy and talented individual, but one endowed with a system. Moreover, the system had already been bound, rendering any alteration of his girlfriend impossible. At this juncture, retreat was not an option. Well then, let us do this. We shall have dinner tonight to discuss matters. My friend is the type who won't give up until he has tried, so if he does not make an attempt, he will undoubtedly remain unsatisfied. Gu Li contemplated this and ultimately resolved to meet Su Huai, hoping to gather more information. Naturally, it was also an opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship for future inquiries. A person like Su Huai represented an exceptional covert resource that must be seized. Thus, the two arranged to meet at a hot pot restaurant at 7 in the evening, and they continued their conversation a while longer. Subsequently, Gu Li learned the name of Shen Linqi's company, Chenhuan Venture Capital. He then searched online for details about this firm and discovered that it was indeed one of the largest software companies in the southwest region. The company not only had branches in major cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, but also engaged in a wide array of services, from fundamental software development to hardware procurement and even intelligent solutions. Presently, they had ventured into the realm of artificial intelligence, and their growth trajectory was increasingly promising. Furthermore, he found information about Shen Linqi on the company's official website, discovering that she was the vice president of the Intelligent Solutions Department in Chengdu, boasting quite an impressive background. The office was located at the Starry Plaza, on the edge of Tianfu Avenue, conveniently near a subway station and the financial district, making transportation quite accessible. It was merely 7 or 8 kilometers from the Jingshang Huating residential community, a drive of a little over 20 minutes. Oh, and there were so many job postings. Upon reviewing, Chenhuan Venture Capital had numerous openings, ranging from various front-end and back-end developers to senior architects and project implementers. Given his current status as a top-tier programmer, gaining entry would pose no challenge. However, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind, as Su Huai had just mentioned that Shen Linqi was particularly averse to office romances. If he were to join the company, would that not create a hindrance for himself? Perhaps it would be best to wait until after meeting Su Huai to consider whether to join Chenhuan Venture Capital. After mulling it over, Gu Li ultimately decided to defer the decision until after their meeting. After all, even if he did not work at the same company as Shen Linqi, there were still numerous options available in Starry Plaza. Chapter 9. Shen Linqi's Troubles. Gu Li chose a hot pot restaurant known for its delectable flavors. With an average cost exceeding 100 yuan per person, Su Huai would arrive shortly, so he ordered a plethora of meat, not particularly concerned about the expense at present. Before long, his companion arrived, and with a simple address of senior, the distance between them was instantly bridged. Being alumni of the same institution, along with their mutual connection through Chengzhou and their shared profession as programmers, naturally fostered a sense of camaraderie. Su Huai harbored no doubts regarding Gu Li's fictional friend, as the individual before him certainly did not appear to be someone with delusions of grandeur. After all, people possess a sense of self-awareness. A wise person would not set their sights too high, especially considering he had just been laid off. Thus, the prospect of pursuing Shen Linqi seemed exceedingly unlikely. Consequently, Su Huai was forthcoming with his responses to Gu Li's probing questions, treating it as a casual conversation between friends, which posed no issue for Gu Li, as it did not affect him. As the meal progressed and several bottles of wine were consumed, Gu Li gained further insight into Shen Linqi and could not help but express his thoughts aloud. It appears that this beautiful leader of yours is quite challenging to interact with. Su Huai sighed, raised his glass, took a sip, and replied, who could argue otherwise? Under her command, one must be prepared to endure scolding, otherwise, over time, one's mental state will undoubtedly fray. There was a project manager once, who faced a significant oversight on a crucial project. During the project acceptance conference, a major bug emerged, resulting in Mr. Shen losing considerable face. Upon returning, he was ruthlessly chastised in front of dozens of people, leaving him utterly humiliated. This ultimately led him to resign a few days later, unable to bear the situation any longer. However, that fellow had quite poor character. As he departed, he even cursed Shen Linqi, claiming she would never find a man. Hey, did you know? We privately refer to her as the demoness Shen. Goodness, the demoness? You truly must be fearless to dare utter such a title, not fearing she might overhear and bring trouble upon you. Upon hearing this, Gu Li could not suppress his laughter. Su Huai chuckled in response, of course. No one speaks so openly at the company. This is just between us. You are not an employee, so it's perfectly fine to share. Rest assured, I am quite discreet. Gu Li replied, masking his delight. By the way, do share more amusing tales about Mr. Shen. On the surface, Gu Li appeared unaffected, yet internally, he was elated. This was splendid. Through Su Huai, he could glean numerous undisclosed details about Shen Linqi, potentially valuable information for their future interactions. Such insights might prove to be remarkably effective in certain situations. Of course, as her already designated partner, he felt a twinge of discomfort regarding the derogatory remarks made by the former project manager. He thought to himself, that fellow must never cross my path, otherwise, a beating would be inevitable. As for the title demoness, Gu Li felt powerless to change the past. Through their conversation, Gu Li discerned that Shen Linqi was indeed a remarkably capable woman, deeply committed to her career, with a perfect blend of beauty and talent. She held a certain renown within the office towers of Starry Plaza. She was known for her diligence and responsibility, characterized by her exceptional abilities and strictness, wielding both reward and authority over her employees and subordinates. Though stern, she was generous with project bonuses, ensuring that those under her management received substantial rewards for their efforts. This paradoxically resulted in many desiring to be part of her projects, despite her reputation for being harsh. Additionally, Su Huai was less informed about Shen Linqi's personal life, having not heard of her being particularly close to any man. Given her typically frosty demeanor, it was understandable that most would hesitate to approach her. Rumors circulated about past suitors who had brought flowers and gifts, only to be met with frightful responses. Shen Linshi would repurpose the flowers as decorations in various conference rooms, while gifts were auctioned off in company groups, allowing some female employees to scoop up quite a few bargains. Only a fool would persist in pursuing such endeavors. Haha, your Mr. Shen is truly amusing, Gu Li exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter. Su Huai nodded in agreement. Indeed, while working under her may entail considerable suffering. There are moments of joy as well. That is true, particularly during year-end bonuses, project rewards, and company gatherings. Who does not appreciate a generous leader? Gu Li concurred. While his interest in Shen Linshi deepened considerably. Previously, his interest in Shen Linshi was sparked by her exquisite beauty, but now he finds her even more intriguing. The combination of stunning looks and an engaging spirit makes her an exceptionally appealing prospect for a girlfriend. However, the more captivating she is, the greater the challenge of pursuing her becomes. With this thought, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This woman is quite a handful." Alas, our recent days have not been easy either. The Haitong logistics project has caused considerable distress among us project leaders. At that moment, Su Huai chimed in. Just this afternoon, old Wu was reprimanded again. It's truly unfortunate. Upon hearing this, Gu Li's interest was piqued, and he immediately inquired, what happened? After a moment, he learned that Shen Linshi was currently in competition for a significant project with Haitong Logistics, contending against two other companies. It appears to be a comprehensive logistics intelligent management project involving hardware procurement worth hundreds of millions and software worth tens of millions. The entire Chunhuan venture capital is placing great emphasis on this project, which was initially deemed a sure win. However, a company named Jindian Technology has unexpectedly emerged, creating uncertainty in the bidding process. Nevertheless, Chunhuan Venture Capital is a well-established software integrator with a depth of experience and technology that few can rival, thereby retaining a considerable likelihood of securing the project. Yet, Shen Linshi's team is exerting every effort, determined to achieve absolute success. Consequently, Shen Linshi and many of her subordinates have been working late into the night. Haha, how amusing. This Jindian Technology dares to compete for your company's project. If they succeed, Shen Linshi will certainly lose face, won't she? You're absolutely right. If the project slips through our fingers, it would be a significant embarrassment for General Manager Shen. It's worth noting that she started her career right after graduation and has made over 10 million since her project was acquired. Since joining our company, she has successfully managed project after project. If the Haitong Logistics project is poached, her reputation would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. Su Huai paused for a moment before continuing. Even more perplexing is that Jindian Technology is also located in Starry Plaza. Just think about it. Running into each other frequently. How awkward. Wow, is it really that thrilling? Upon hearing this insider information, Gu Li found himself at a loss for words. Shen Linshi would be compelled to fight fiercely. If Jindian managed to outmaneuver her, her pride would not allow her to swallow that bitterness. Suddenly, he let out a soft exclamation, an unexpected idea surfacing in his mind. Since Jindian Technology is also in Starry Plaza, could he possibly? Chapter 10, Reverse Operation. Failure as a gift. With this thought, Gu Li promptly picked up his phone, opened the Gouda map, and began searching. To his surprise, both Chunhuan Jichuang and Jindian Technology are indeed situated within Starry Plaza and quite close to one another. However, Chunhuan Jichuang is located in Building A, while Jindian is in Building B, with the distance between them not exceeding 200 meters. Even if it exceeds slightly, it would not significantly impact him. After all, at the second level of the system, the effective range is already 200 meters, and with just one more upgrade, it could extend to at least 400 meters. This way, as long as he operates within Starry Plaza, he would remain within Shen Linshi's effective range. Given this, why not join Jindian Technology and showcase his ambitions? Based on information found online, Jindian Technology is a rising star, having been established for merely 3 years, and they have a strong desire for talent. With his top-tier programming skills, entering this company would undoubtedly offer him significant advancement. If he could contribute and successfully capture the Haitong Logistics project, it would send shockwaves through Chunhuan Jichuang. Furthermore, Shen Linshi, who is responsible for this project, would surely become curious about this pivotal figure following such a setback. Thus, he would genuinely ignite the competitive spirit of this proud woman. Absolutely. This is the way forward. My dear Linshi, I must preemptively apologize. Consider this failure regarding the Haitong Logistics project as a gift marking the beginning of our acquaintance. The mere thought of making Shen Linshi experience the anguish of her first failure brought a smile to his heart. Observing Su Huai across from him, Gu Li continued to refine his plan. He would need to ensure that Shen Linshi eventually learns of his involvement, perhaps even through this senior. In this regard, Su Huai would be crucial. It seems that once the situation unfolds, he would need to lay everything bare and secure Su Huai's allegiance. With the plan set, Gu Li mused inwardly. After another hour, both of them had enjoyed a hearty meal, and their bond had deepened further. He generously called a cab for Su Huai before leisurely making his way home. Afterwards, he logged onto Boss GP, updated his resume, and promptly submitted it to Jinduyan Technology. Now, he simply awaited news of an interview. However, prior to the interview, he decided to research Jinduyan Technology's projects to ensure he was well prepared. After all, although he was applying for a senior engineer position, he aspired to secure a role as a technical team leader or perhaps even head of the technical department. Only by attaining a mid to senior leadership position could he occupy a significant role in the forthcoming projects. Naturally, given his current technical prowess, he felt quite confident in this regard. It must be said that Gu Li's intention to enter Jinduyan Technology, the competitor of Chen Huanjichuang, is indeed a cunning maneuver. If they were to find themselves together, Shen Linshi, upon discovering the truth, would certainly be incensed. Yet, according to Gu Li's plan, this would remain a secret. After all, that proud woman would undoubtedly make him sleep on the sofa for a month if she learned he was intentionally causing trouble. To secure the monetary reward, Gu Li had, of course, returned to Jingshang Huating community last night, spending the night on the sofa. Upon waking, he realized the monetary reward timer had ceased counting. Instantly understanding that Shen Linshi was not home. This was fortuitous. It provided him the perfect opportunity to move out. Having arranged with the landlord the day before to vacate today, such a hasty move out meant he couldn't reclaim his deposit, but Gu Li was unconcerned about the money. He simply gathered his essentials and discarded what was unnecessary. For convenience, he hired a moving company to experience a Japanese-style moving service. It turned out to be quite pleasant. He merely had to instruct the staff on what to pack and what to discard while he relaxed, scrolling through his phone. Once everything was relocated to his new rental, he could lounge and watch TV, directing the staff to place items in designated spots, and even managed to get the cleaning done before they left. 2 hours later, gazing at the refreshed, homely new apartment, Gu Li couldn't help but marvel at how truly comfortable wealth can be. Yet, as he looked at some items he had previously hesitated to discard but now desired to replace, he fell into contemplation. Oh, why not give those two boys some of them? Moments later, he slapped his thigh in realization. Old Duck Fengya and the plump Zhao Yixian were his university roommates, both of whom were also employed in Rongqing. He decided to have them move the old rice cookers, electric fans, computer chairs, and the like. After all, he intended to replace everything with new items. Those cheap goods hardly befitted his identity as a wealthy individual. With this thought in mind, he resolved to act upon it. It was the weekend, and he planned to invite these two for dinner in celebration of his newfound prosperity and his recent relocation. Moreover, his wealth was acquired through legitimate means, and the system was all set up without any hidden agendas. He promptly messaged the dormitory group. Old Duck, Fatty, come over this afternoon. I've moved, and my new address is room 1202, building 18, Jingshang Huating. Dinner is on me. Following this, he sent a photo of the grand floor-to-ceiling window to incite a bit of envy in them. Although both had purchased homes, one was still under renovation while the other had yet to receive the keys, and both were currently renting. Fengya was taller than Gu Li and quite handsome. Working as a gym instructor, his salary, coupled with generous tips, was substantial. He had previously acquired a large apartment over 100 square meters, which was currently being renovated, while renting a small apartment for himself. Zhao Yixian, on the other hand, weighed around 180 pounds and, like Gu Li, worked in IT, sharing a rental with others. Wow. Old Gu, you've really struck it rich, renting such a nice place. Zhao Yixian exclaimed after checking the rental prices, which were at least 5,000 to 6,000 a month. Didn't you just get laid off? Have you found an amazing job? Moments later, Zhao Yixian sent a barrage of messages, his astonishment palpable. Gu Li chuckled and replied, yes, I'm quite wealthy now. So feel free to choose whatever you want for dinner. He added, by the way, my rent is 8,000 a month, and it's just for me. Jealous yet? Within 2 seconds, Zhao Yixian responded with a string of expletives. Damn. You're a millionaire. I don't believe it. What is going on? Soon after, Fengya chimed in as well. Gu Li laughed heartily, imagining the shocked expression on Zhao Yixian's face. You'll find out when you come over. Also, I have a bunch of stuff. If you want it, come and take it. If not, I'll call someone to haul it away. He then sent photos of the old items, eliciting an immediate response. I want it. Save it for me. Don't throw it away. That fan cost 200. And you bought it less than a year ago. All right, I'll save it all for you. After saying this, Gu Li paused, sensing a slight awkwardness in their exchange. Chapter 11. The surprise of upgrading and the lottery. One draw opportunity deducted. Lottery commencing. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a physical prize, an imported Mercedes-Benz G-Class valued at $2.38 million. A representative will deliver it to your community shortly. Please wait. Wow. I never expected to win a luxury car in this draw. It couldn't have come at a better time. Noticing that he was only a few thousand experience points away from reaching 100,000, Guli promptly bought a treadmill, elevating the system to level 3. This also granted him another lottery opportunity, and to his astonishment, the prize was indeed the Mercedes-Benz G-Class he had been longing for. It is well known that the G-Class is adored by many, and driving it would undoubtedly turn heads. In truth, he didn't have much interest in sports cars. While they were flashy, they offered little comfort. Unlike spacious SUVs that provided a comfortable ride, sports cars had no off-road capability and were limited to city driving, making them less cost-effective. Had he not won the car, he would have considered purchasing one in the range of 300,000 to 400,000. Now, he had saved himself tens of thousands. However, contemplating that upgrading to the next level required 1,000,000 experience points left him in deep thought. He still hadn't spent the 1,000,000 he had received as a reward from the system for his romantic endeavors. Spending another 900,000 would allow him to upgrade the system to level 4 seamlessly. But now that he had acquired the car, did that mean he could only buy a house? Guli wasn't keen on settling for anything less, but purchasing a decent property would be far from sufficient. After much deliberation, he found himself lacking a solid plan and decided to postpone this direction until he started working at Jinduyan. After all, he wasn't in a hurry. He hadn't even met his future wife yet, so he could take his time. At this moment, with the system upgraded to level 3, the rewards and their effective range had also changed. As he had anticipated, the valid distance for monetary rewards had expanded to 500 meters. Even more exciting was that the money earned per second was now not 0.04 yuan, but rather 0.05 yuan. If calculated over a full day within the effective range, his daily income would amount to 4,320 yuan, translating to a monthly income of 130,000. Wow. A monthly income of 130,000 means an annual income of 1.5 million. Such passive income was something he had never even dared to dream of. Now, it was all within reach, and this transformation had occurred merely 2 days after he obtained the system. Just as Guli marveled at how drastically his circumstances had changed in such a short time, his roommate called. He glanced at the time and chuckled. It was only 2 in the afternoon. The plump one was quite prompt. Clearly, he had his eye on that fan. He answered the phone while heading downstairs to meet the two at the community entrance. A few minutes later, he brought them into the complex. Upon seeing the beautiful environment of the Jingshang Huating courtyard, both were unable to suppress their astonishment and turned to Gu Li with questions. Wow, old Gu. You really moved in. Gu Li replied with a hint of annoyance. Of course, I moved in. At that moment, Feng Ye and Zhao Yixian could hardly believe that their previously unemployed friend Gu Li had turned his fortunes around. Just the night before, hadn't he been despondent after being rejected in his confession? Was this truly the blessing that follows a brush with disaster? Once they entered the rental property and beheld the lavishly decorated apartment of over 100 square meters, their astonishment grew anew. After confirming that the place was indeed just for Gu Li, Zhao Yixian seized him and began to speculate. Old Gu, did you win the lottery? Did you get 5 million? Yes, what on earth happened? You haven't engaged in any illicit dealings, have you? Feng Ye, with a concerned expression. Couldn't help but ask as well. Having been friends for 4 years during university and working together for 3, they were well aware of each other's circumstances. Gu Li's sudden leap in fortune was indeed surprising. Anticipating their reactions, Gu Li chuckled. Come on, old duck, what do you take me for? I just got a bit lucky. The stocks I purchased earlier paid off. And that poorly received novel I wrote was surprisingly bought by a wealthy second generation, who wants to adapt it into a TV drama. Altogether, it's not much, just 3 to 4 million. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yixian exclaimed incredulously, his face a picture of disbelief. Feng Ye's jaw dropped, and he glared at Gu Li in disdain. 3 to 4 million, and you say that that's not much? You're so pretentious, we're left speechless. Undoubtedly, the system had expertly disguised these earnings, leaving no room for suspicion. Had he not known it was the system's gift, even he would have believed he had actually invested in stocks years ago. A few minutes later, as they scrutinized the website backend and stock trading records, the two could no longer harbor any doubt. They couldn't help but marvel at their own lack of fortunate serendipity. However, soon after, Old Duck recalled Gu Li's 7-year infatuation with Yu Wei and chuckled, patting Gu Li on the shoulder. Old Gu, I reckon Yu Wei will be regretting her choices now. Whether she regrets it or not is of no concern to me. I no longer harbor any feelings for her. After 7 years of unrequited devotion, I simply wish to relish my future life in peace. Gu Li reflected on his previous acts of devotion with a hint of nostalgia. Yet, to the ears of the two, his words sounded rather ostentatious. The chubby one retorted indignantly, dude, with a few million in your pocket, of course, you can enjoy life. Old Duck seemed unfazed, remarking that he could easily find a wealthy partner to secure a comfortable future. As for me, I'm stuck in the life of a chosen worker, he lamented. Upon hearing this, Fengya immediately countered, "Hey, chubby, hold on. I have no plans to find a rich woman to live my life with. A handsome young man like me still prefers someone around 17 or 18. This sentiment, though somewhat humorous, held a kernel of truth. Even a decade later, he would likely still prefer the same. Gu Li joined in the laughter, his face adorned with an understanding smile that only men could appreciate. Just then, the phone rang, revealing it was the delivery person from Jingdong. Shortly after, the doorbell chimed, heralding the arrival of the home appliances Gu Li had purchased the previous night. As they beheld the oven, microwave, instantaneous water heater, the latest Huawei Mate phone, and a nearly 10,000 yuan gaming rig laid out before them, they couldn't help but swallow hard, their expressions filled with envy. Particularly the frugal Zhao Shen, who shook his head in disbelief, exclaimed, "Old Gu, you really are living it up with your wealth." Indeed, Fengya nodded in agreement. "At this rate, I feel like your millions won't last you even a year, let alone decades." Gu Li burst into laughter, choosing not to refute, thinking to himself, "This is just the beginning. If only you could see the G-class I managed to snag, you'd think I've lost my mind." Chapter 12. It turns out I was shallow. Thankfully, the Mercedes-Benz G-class had yet to arrive. Otherwise, these two would surely be left dumbfounded. The trio in the dormitory were Gu Li's closest companions, bonded by 7 years of camaraderie, and their friendship remained unscathed by his newfound wealth. Moreover, the few million he had revealed was paltry compared to the fortunes of many wealthy individuals. For instance, Fengya's previous sugar mamas were exponentially richer than Gu Li. There had even been a wealthy woman worth billions who wanted to support him, but he decisively declined. While Old Duck reveled in the idea of living off a rich partner, he was quite discerning, preferring those in their 30s or 40s who still possessed charm. Thus, he was the most carefree among the four, having purchased a large house outright and reportedly maintaining a considerable savings stash. In contrast, Gu Li and the chubby one were mere struggling workers, barely managing to scrape by. While they were better off than some, with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 in this western city, it was still a modest existence. Regrettably, Gu Li had sacrificed years of savings, over 100,000, on his unrequited love for Yue. Conversely, the chubby one had been thrifty and managed to pay the down payment on a house. Yet, given his size and introverted nature, finding a girlfriend remained a challenge. The last member of their dormitory hails from Jiangbei province. After graduation, he returned to Jiang City and has since entered the grave of marriage, already married with children. His constant baby pictures left the other three with little in common with him, leading to a gradual decline in their interactions. Nevertheless, their bond remained intact. Gu Li and the others had even contemplated visiting Jiang City to explore famous landmarks like the Yellow Crane Tower and the Yangtze River Bridge. Thus, the trio spent hours at home watching television and playing games, the time slipping away quickly. Eventually, Gu Li invited them out to a nearby hot pot restaurant to celebrate his housewarming. During the meal, the two took turns challenging him to drinks, leaving him in a state of delightful disarray, his legs feeling a bit wobbly by the end. To their surprise, when it came time to settle the bill, the chubby one had already taken care of it. "Old Gu, I can't just take all these nearly new items without contributing. This meal is on me," he stated earnestly while supporting Gu Li. "Brothers are brothers, but we must settle the accounts." The chubby one continued, "By the way, congratulations on breaking free from your cage. You can finally spread your wings." "Yes, who knows, we might have to start calling you President Gu," chimed in Fengya, who was carrying 2 cartons of milk and a bag of fruit, chuckling heartily. Witnessing this scene, Gu Li felt a surge of gratitude, smiling as he replied, "Thank you. Chubby, Old Duck, you all must come by often. I'm sure old Nyo will be envious." "Haha, indeed. Let him see how we relish our carefree single lives." The weekend seemed to fly by. Soon, the next day arrived, and Gu Li, feeling a bit famished, hurriedly rose to prepare a bowl of noodles. Just as he finished his breakfast, a phone call came through, revealing that his car had arrived. "Wow, I now own a luxury vehicle." Gu Li laughed heartily, hastily finishing his meal, donning his clothes, and heading to the community entrance. The imposing figure of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class loomed like a beast at the curb, drawing the attention of passers-by. As Gu Li approached, a sales representative from the dealership enthusiastically called out, "Are you Mr. Gu?" "Yes," Gu Li nodded, his gaze fixed on the vehicle, filled with affirmation. The system truly understood him, knowing his preference for such a car. Minutes later, after completing the handover, Gu Li slid into the driver's seat, feeling the luxurious leather beneath him. Truly a delight. Just then, a voice called out from beside him. Gu Li looked up to find Zhang Tingting from the property management office, known for her strict demeanor. He remembered her from when he had inquired about Shen Linqi. Her somewhat oblivious nature had left a lasting impression. Upon seeing her, Gu Li said, "Yes, I've purchased my car. Please input it into the system later so I can park it." Hearing that the G-Class was indeed Gu Li's vehicle, Zhang Tingting's heart skipped a beat. It dawned on her that she had underestimated him. She hadn't anticipated that he was, in fact, a low-key second-generation rich kid. Not only was he handsome, but he also possessed considerable wealth. No wonder he dared to pursue Sister She. Certainly, Mr. Gu. With this realization, her attitude became significantly warmer. Perhaps he would indeed consider buying property here in the future. All right, I'll take my leave now, she said, intending to chat a bit longer. But Gu Li had already started the engine, waved, and sped off, leaving her momentarily stunned. Gu Li was eager to head out, for he had matters to attend to. He needed to upgrade his wardrobe. As someone with a lavish system, he couldn't continue wearing clothes that cost only a few dozen yuan each. Thus, he drove to a nearby shopping mall and embarked on a shopping spree. In the Vacheron Constantin boutique, he was captivated by a remarkably simple yet elegant manual winding wristwatch. The hue of 18K rose gold enchanted him, exuding a sense of opulence without the blinding glare associated with pure gold, as seen in Rolex timepieces. The classic style of the Traditionnel series, featuring a railway-style minute scale, further accentuated its refined sophistication. The bezel, adorned with 54 round-cut diamonds, rendered the entire dial resplendent. As for the price, it was quite reasonable at 238,888 yuan. In addition to this exquisite watch, he also procured clothing from Gucci, a men's coat from Bali, shoes from Armani, and even splurged on a 130,000 yuan Trek bicycle. Sometimes, driving proved inconvenient, and cycling was swifter. Coupled with his passion for biking and newfound financial freedom, he indulged himself further. Altogether, these purchases amounted to nearly 200,000 yuan, bringing his total expenditure to approximately 450,000 yuan. As he observed his experience points rising to 550,000, still over 400,000 short of 1 million, he chuckled. His bank account still held around 600,000 yuan, allowing him to purchase a few more items and upgrade again without issue. Later, he enjoyed a fine meal at the mall, treated himself to a stylish haircut, and donned an elegant outfit before driving back to his community. At the garage entrance, the transformed Gu Li startled the security guard Yu Xiaofeng. Wow, I thought Gu was not particularly wealthy. It seems I have underestimated him. After getting acquainted with Gu Li, he had even made inquiries with the property management and learned that Gu Li was renting, leading him to believe otherwise. Little did he expect to receive such a lesson today. By now, Gu Li had returned home and begun planning a more structured lifestyle. Just then, he received a call from Jindian Technology, inviting him for an interview the following day. Chapter 13. Who is this mysterious entity? Good morning, esteemed client. Your bank card ending in 1002 received a transfer of 351,400 yuan at 2 o'clock a.m. Your current balance stands at 64,581,541 yuan. Upon waking, Gu Li glanced at his phone and saw the notification of his earnings from the previous day, prompting him to nod in delight. Not bad, not bad. Earning thousands daily feels almost divine. In truth, if it weren't for the system and the beauty that is Shen Linshi, he would prefer not to work at all, content to lead a languorous existence. Even in such a state of complacency, he believed he could still enjoy a life of daily earnings exceeding 10,000 within 2 years. However, at 27 years old, he was filled with vigor and unwilling to lie idle. Thus he committed to pursuing his destined girlfriend as per his agreement with the system. Shen Linshi, here I come. He motivated himself, swiftly rising to commence his morning routine, eagerly anticipating the upcoming interview with Jindian Technology. Before long, it was 9 in the morning, and Gu Li was en route to the Star Plaza. In the office of General Manager Su on the 22nd floor of Building B, the technical director, Wang Tai, in his 40s, was reporting an urgent update. General Manager Su, it appears that Xinhuan Jichuang has completed the system design ahead of schedule and plans to submit their bidding proposal by the end of the month. I've heard they've made significant breakthroughs, which diminishes our chances. Upon hearing this, Su's expression grew serious as he inquired further. Is there truly no room for improvement on our end in terms of algorithms? This is a rare opportunity, after all. We must remember that our participation in Haitong's bidding was facilitated by a personal favor. A failure here would be quite embarrassing. General Manager, I cannot guarantee that. Wang Tai replied, fully aware of the challenges. Since becoming involved in this project, he and T enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep. While their system held certain advantages, overall, it lagged behind Xinhuan Jichuang's, compounded by the latter's status as an established software supplier, which accentuated their competitive edge. Historically, new business opportunities were fiercely contested, and this was not their first experience in such a scenario. Thus, despite the slim odds, everyone was committed to giving it their all. Unfortunately, they had not anticipated the difficulty in enhancing the algorithms of the Jindian system and had yet to devise a solution. Without significant advancements in software performance, they would be evenly matched with Xinhuan Jichuang technologically. In such a case, Haidong Logistics would undoubtedly opt for the more seasoned Chenhuan Jichuang. Then we may have to concede on pricing, Su remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Wang Tai was at a loss for words. This matter was beyond his control. Just then, a knock echoed through the office. General Manager, is Director Wang inside? Su frowned and exchanged glances with Wang Tai before calling out, "Come in." The door swung open, and Wang Tai immediately recognized the visitor. "Xiang Qiwen, what brings you here?" He was one of his senior engineers, among the most technically proficient in the company. However, he had been scheduled for a technical interview this morning. So what was he doing here? In his 30s, Xiang Qiwen's years as a programmer had left his hair thinning and even sporting the beginnings of a receding hairline. After entering, he glanced at Su before addressing Wang Tai. "Director, I just interviewed a candidate who displayed a bit of arrogance. I'm uncertain whether to proceed with hiring him." Wang Tai was taken aback. Arrogant during an interview? What purpose would such a candidate serve? Wouldn't that just add to our troubles? He retorted, exasperated. "If you need someone, that's your concern. If you don't want him, then let it go. Why come here?" Xiang Qiwen felt awkward, but insisted, "But that guy enough. Leave now. We're discussing serious matters," Wang Tai interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Realizing he had intruded, Xiang Qiwen nodded, slightly regretful of his entrance. "Wait a moment, why not tell me more about this arrogant interviewee? There must be a reason for his bravado. I doubt he would seek you out without a valid reason." At that moment, Su became intrigued and prompted, "Do tell." Xiang Qiwen hesitated, then looked at Wang Tai. With a sigh, Wang Tai relented and nodded. "General Manager, Director. It's like this. The candidate initially applied for our senior engineer position, but during my interview, I found his capabilities to far exceed mine." Upon hearing this, Wang Tai's interest piqued, and he interjected, "You're not mistaken? He far exceeds you?" Xiang Qiwen nodded vigorously. "Indeed, Director. I genuinely believe that. Even if it is so." Noticing the hesitation from this fellow, Wang Tai's expression immediately darkened. "Speak up. Say whatever you have to say. Yes, even more formidable than you." Xiang Qiwen cautiously glanced at Wang Tai before tentatively adding, Wang Tai immediately chuckled. "Oh, so you possess such sentiments. No wonder you're so audacious. Were you perhaps from a major corporation?" However, Xiang Qiwen shook his head. "No, I previously worked at a small company for merely 3 years." At this, General Manager Su burst into laughter. "Surely, you jest. Su, I am absolutely not joking. That individual is truly remarkable. Whenever I presented some issues from work, he promptly provided solutions." Recalling the interview process, Xiang Qiwen found it hard to believe that someone so young could possess such extensive programming experience. By the way, he mentioned something that left me quite bewildered. What did he say? He stated that our Jinduyan system has a significant flaw in the ALNS algorithm parsing for simulated paths. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Tai was momentarily taken aback. It is well known that the ALNS algorithm for simulated paths within the company's system is his brainchild, a hallmark of the Jinduyan system. The notion that such a mature algorithm, having been operational for over a year, could harbor a grave flaw was beyond his comprehension. However, to possess such intricate knowledge about the Jinduyan system, coupled with being a master of algorithms, one would need to be exceptionally astute. At this moment, Wang Tai became increasingly eager to meet this young candidate. Moreover, he audaciously claimed that he could assist us in securing the Haidong Logistics project. At this juncture, Xiang Qiwen's words stirred waves of intrigue within both General Manager Su and Wang Tai. They exchanged a glance, realizing that this candidate genuinely possessed something extraordinary. "Let us go and discover who this remarkable interviewee is." Meanwhile, General Manager Su stood up in astonishment, addressing Wang Tai. Wang Tai nodded in agreement. "Very well." Chapter 14. How is this possible? In an interview room on the 20th floor, Gu Li sat idly, devoid of engagement. Before him, an invisible virtual screen, invisible to others, displayed the real-time accumulation of monetary seconds. Observing his wealth increase second by second, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not pleased. One must admit, with this system, the troubles of being broke and having no girlfriend had vanished overnight. Each day, he wore a smile, and his spirits soared to unprecedented heights. This is what life is about. With the system elevated to level 3, the effective range expanded to 500 meters, significantly enhancing his freedom. Had the previous effective range been limited to 100 meters, he would have struggled to ensure he remained within proximity during lunch. Consequently, his daily earnings would have plummeted, which would have pained him greatly. However, now, with the system's upgrade, he anticipated further increases in effective range. Yet he pondered when this effective range would eventually dissipate. Otherwise, the necessity of staying within this distance to reap rewards felt somewhat irksome, as though something was amiss. Reflecting on the recent interview, he couldn't help but chuckle. He had never imagined he could approach an interview with such confidence, leaving the interviewer speechless. especially when the HR lady inquired about his desired monthly salary. He casually mentioned a figure of 100,000, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. Fortunately, he suggested they first consult the technical team. Otherwise, he might have been dismissed outright. The subsequent technical interview left the HR representative questioning her life's choices. After all, it was her first encounter with a candidate who had left the interviewers stammering and sweating. As Guli spoke with bravado, both he and the HR representative witnessed a display of eloquence that was nothing short of a torrential flow of words, full of bravado. Ultimately, it was only when project leader Xiang Chuan personally intervened that they finally grasped what Guli sought. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded, with him seeking out Director Wang Tai to report on an exceptionally audacious candidate. Unbeknownst to Guli, his exploits quickly spread throughout the adjacent employee area. Hey, did you hear? A brash programmer came in today, demanding a monthly salary of 100,000 right off the bat. No way. Is this guy here to crack jokes? Who can say otherwise? I heard Xiang Chuan personally intervened, and all were left empty-handed before directly seeking out Director Wang. Is that true? Surely you jest. When I glimpsed him entering, he appeared quite young. Has he really surpassed team leader Xiang? Do you believe that? Believe it or not, the truth remains. First, it was Li Kai's interview, where he was left sweating from being countered. Now that's a bit exaggerated. Is he really that impressive? We'll find out soon enough. Oh, I heard he's quite the handsome fellow. Hopefully, he isn't merely boasting. Indeed, he is young. He probably lacks substantial experience. He could very well be just a talker. True. Haha. When General Manager Su, Wang Tai, and others arrived and observed the buzz within the cubicles, they couldn't help but feel bemused. Ahem, what is going on here? Why is everyone neglecting their work to gossip? Wang Tai quickly cleared his throat, signaling everyone to return to their tasks. As heads turned up, they caught sight of General Manager Su standing behind the director, causing a flurry of hurriedly lowered heads, plunging the office of dozens into a sudden silence. The sound of typing on keyboards intensified, creating a rather awkward atmosphere for Wang Tai, who thought to himself that these individuals were doing this on purpose. He decided against further comment, merely huffing and striding towards the interview room. At that moment, Guli was growing increasingly impatient. After all, both HR and the technical team had departed, stating they would report back shortly. Yet he had not been kept waiting for long. What was more frustrating was the absence of even a glass of water, leaving him feeling parched. Just then, the interview room door swung open, and several individuals entered together. Guli recognized Xiang Chuan, the HR representative he had previously encountered, along with another bespectacled individual. The last being a corpulent figure who unmistakably belonged to the upper echelons of the company. He remained seated, observing the trio. Xiang Chuan promptly made the introductions. Gu. This is our General Manager Su. And this is our technical director, Wang. Guli nodded in acknowledgement. General Manager Su, Director Wang, greetings. Hello. Welcome to interview with our Jindian technology. General Manager Su responded with a smile, then turned to Wang Tai. You may converse. I will listen in from the side. Guli had not anticipated that he would capture the attention of such high-ranking officials, which brought him a surge of delight. After all, this made achieving his goals considerably easier. Wang Tai first picked up Guli's resume, reviewing it before noticing that his work experience was rather ordinary, having only worked at 2 companies. However, the descriptions of his other skills left him astounded. It was written that he was proficient in numerous programming technologies, encompassing both front and back-end, frameworks, and foundational logic, a breadth of knowledge that even he, a 40-year-old technical director, would hesitate to claim mastery over. Had it not been for the previous interview with Xiang Chuan, he might have truly doubted whether Guli was genuinely humorous. So young, yet such a technical prodigy. Could it be that he had commenced his programming journey from an early age? Nevertheless, adopting a mindset of curiosity, he patiently began to inquire. I have heard, young Gu, that you possess considerable confidence in your technical abilities. Furthermore, you've identified some flaws within the ALNS algorithm of our Jindian simulation path. Let us delve into that. Thus, he boldly initiated the discussion, using his most familiar project, eager to test Guli's prowess. For instance, within our system, there exists a rather classic scenario that remains unresolved, even in the Chenhui Zhichuang system. This is simple. It's merely based on the distributed Heisenberg effect, isn't it? Yet, Guli exhibited no signs of intimidation, speaking with eloquence. Your Jinduyan system, while possessing immense advantages in many aspects, also harbors unknown risks under the strain of larger data volumes. For example, the LNS algorithm may encounter irretrievable errors during times of system congestion. One must admit that Guli's analysis was incisive, striking directly at Wang Tai's vulnerabilities. The expressions of those present shifted to one of astonishment, particularly that of the HR lady, whose reaction was exceedingly exaggerated. How is this even possible? Her astonished demeanor betrayed a profound internal disillusionment. In her eyes, the technology of Jindian Company was exceptionally commendable, ranking among the finest within the industry. Yet, she had not anticipated that the flaws would be so readily exposed today, with even the esteemed technical director left speechless. Meanwhile, Su, the CEO, was equally taken aback. He had not expected this young man before him to possess such remarkable abilities. If he could discern this issue, one wondered if he might also have solutions. Contemplating the upcoming Huitong logistics project, a flicker of hope, albeit uncertain, ignited within him. Observing the unnatural expression on Wang Tai's face, Guli suddenly felt a jolt of realization and casually inquired, "This system, could it possibly be your creation?" Chapter 15. A glimpse of talent, and everyone bows in admiration. As soon as the words escaped his lips, all eyes turned to Wang Tai, particularly Su, who wore an expression of playful mockery. It was rather peculiar. The company's technical director, who typically exuded confidence, was now being questioned directly. If this led to any resentment towards Guli, it could prove problematic. Yes, this system was indeed led by me. I wrote the core framework and algorithms. Wang Tai's face flushed with embarrassment, but he spoke candidly. I never anticipated such significant flaws. Previously, I had taken pride in this system, only to realize today that I had been viewing it through a narrow lens. Haha, Wang Tai, don't take it too much to heart. After all, for a system of this magnitude, perfection is unattainable. You must recognize that your system has made a tremendous contribution to the company, which is indeed a remarkable achievement. Hearing this, Su nodded in satisfaction and offered words of comfort. After all, Wang Tai, as the technical director, showed admirable humility in acknowledging his shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Guli's impression of Wang Tai improved significantly, and he smiled, saying, "Director Wang, do not dwell on it. As Su mentioned, every system has its bugs, which we cannot evade." Simultaneously, Guli felt that such an attitude would foster a more harmonious working environment in the future. This reminded him of his previous company, where the upper management engaged in fierce infighting, leading to chaos below. This not only resulted in unnecessary expenditure, but ultimately led to the sacrifice of the entire software department, a steep price to pay. Initially, he had contemplated leaving Jindian after completing the Huitong logistics project if he found the environment unsatisfactory. However, it now appeared that he could linger a bit longer to observe the situation. Perhaps, once he accumulated wealth, he might establish his own company and gradually expand. After all, life spans several decades, and one needed a career. Otherwise, merely existing would be tedious and lead others to look down upon him. Indeed, the technical capabilities of both of you are truly astounding. Working together in the future will surely become a celebrated tale. Su, as the company leader, uttered these words, prompting a chorus of agreement and admiration from everyone present. Guli immediately smiled and asked, "Su, does this mean I have passed the interview?" "Of course. We warmly welcome you to join Jindian Technology." Wang Tai promptly stood, extending his right hand with a beaming smile. "It is an honor to become a part of Jindian Technology." Subsequently, Guli and Wang Tai's hands clasped firmly. However, the specifics of the position would require further discussion with the boss. Su pondered for a moment before directing a question at Guli. "Mr. Gu, would you prefer to wait for news at home, or would you like to explore our company in the meantime? It shouldn't take long." Guli considered for a moment and replied, "How about letting Director Wang take me for a tour of the company?" "That sounds fine." Wang Tai had no objections and turned to Xiang Qiwen, saying, "Please take Mr. Gu to see the project. I will join shortly." Soon, Guli followed Xiang Qiwen on a tour of the several floors of Jindian Technology, gaining an understanding of the company's overall structure. They eventually arrived at the office of the technical department, a spacious area accommodating hundreds, filled with individual cubicles. Employees were engrossed in coding, and the conference room echoed with spirited discussions. The atmosphere was vibrant, and Guli noted that this was indeed a youthful company. Observing the HR lady alongside Xiang Qiwen escorting a young man, the employees began to speculate among themselves. Various small groups sprang to life, their previous project discussions momentarily abandoned in favor of this unexpected development. No way. Could this guy be that technical whiz? The interview had just concluded, and here he was, touring the premises. It was a first for them. "I have tangible evidence." The boss and Su went to consult with the owner, presumably discussing this individual's position. "I heard that even the boss was thoroughly impressed during the meeting." "Incredible. Is there no justice left in the world?" "Indeed. With such remarkable skills and striking looks. He is making everyone else feel inadequate. I wonder if he has a girlfriend." The front-end ladies will be in quite a frenzy. Not only the front-end girls, but even the ladies from other departments were likely to feel their hearts flutter. "Have you noticed? This guy is dressed entirely in designer brands. And that watch on his wrist? It's a Vacheron Constantin, worth hundreds of thousands." Upon hearing this, The chat group fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into a flurry of astonished messages. No way. No way. He's a rich second-generation heir? A watch worth that much? It's beyond imagination. Damn it. I admit I'm envious to the point of turning red. At that moment, Gu Li noticed many gazes directed towards him, filled with wonder and astonishment. What's going on? He felt a bit speechless, pondering when he had become such a figure of attention. At that moment, a programmer who appeared to be in his 30s suddenly exclaimed, Team Leader Xiang. I have a problem here that I haven't been able to resolve for several days. I've heard that this individual is a technical expert. Shall we see what he is capable of? As soon as these words were uttered, all eyes in the room turned towards Gu Li, and Xiang Qiwen was momentarily taken aback before also glancing in his direction. Gu Li instantly grasped the implication behind the inquiry and nodded in agreement. Let us take a look. Oh dear, Jin Liu is clearly up to something. This individual, who harbors a strong sense of jealousy, must be concocting some ill intentions upon seeing this handsome young man. If the issue remains unresolved, it would indeed be a blow to their reputation. Gu Li, fully aware of the true motive here, couldn't help but smile slightly as he began to scrutinize the problem. With his exceptional programming skills, he identified the issue in less than half a minute. It was merely a simple logical flaw. Although the code appeared sound on the surface, when combined, it would lead to logical discrepancies, with specific inputs triggering the problem. With a soft chuckle, he remarked, this is straightforward. It should be written this way to ensure that all inputs yield correct numerical outputs without causing program overflow. Hearing this, Jin Liu hesitantly asked, so, just changing it like that will suffice? Gu Li shrugged his shoulders and laughed heartily. Of course. It's not easy for the average person to resolve this. Recognizing this issue requires meticulousness and patience. His words caused Jin Liu's face to flush with embarrassment, leaving him at a loss for words. After all, it had taken him several days to grapple with the problem, while Gu Li had pinpointed it in mere moments. This inevitably made Jin Liu feel like the average person Gu Li had just described. Amidst the laughter that erupted in the room, Jin Liu's face turned an even deeper shade of red, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. As Jin Liu swiftly faced humiliation, the others began to realize that this newcomer indeed possessed remarkable prowess. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover, nor the sea by its measure. At this moment, the gazes directed at Gu Li were filled with astonishment and intrigue. Of course, some female colleagues were eyeing him with decidedly less innocent intentions. What are you all doing? Get back to work. However, just then, Wang Tai and General Su strode back into the room, their commanding presence silencing everyone. In the midst of the crowd's curious glances, General Su directly announced Gu Li's appointment. I hereby officially appoint Gu Li as the Deputy Director of the Technical Department, responsible for the bidding of the Haitong Logistics Project. Let us all welcome Director Gu, who has officially joined the Jindian Company. Instantly, the room erupted in warm applause, and the expressions on everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. It was the first time they had encountered such a young and handsome deputy director. Hearing his new title, Gu Li felt a swell of joy and smiled broadly. Thank you all. I hope our time at Jindian will be pleasant. He then gazed towards Building A, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Shenlinshi, our meeting is not far off. Chapter 16, An Unexpected Encounter, Eyes Meet. Due to the urgency of the Haitong project, Gu Li promptly indicated his readiness to commence work, and Jinduyan swiftly processed his employment paperwork. Thus, he moved into his office the very afternoon of his interview, beginning his new professional journey. Although the office was modest in size, it was tastefully arranged, with the HR department even bringing in fresh flowers and greenery for decoration. Moreover, the location was quite favorable. Through the Venetian blinds, he could catch a glimpse of the 16th to 25th floors of Chenhui Jichuang in Building A. He wondered if Shen Linxi's office happened to face this direction. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Gu Li couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, as he finally posted on social media after a 6-month hiatus. Today marks my first day at a new company. The office is quite nice, with flowers and greenery, and the view is splendid. Along with his post were 2 images of his office and the imposing silhouette of Building A across the way. Not long after, WeChat messages began pouring in, particularly from his former colleagues, who were astounded to see their once ordinary peer now seated in an independent office. Gu Li, however, paid little mind to their astonishment, recognizing that their camaraderie had faded after not being in the same company for some time. In contrast, messages from his university dormitory group, including those from Lao Ye, Pongzi, and even Lao Nyo, quickly filled his inbox. Each congratulatory message was overflowing with enthusiasm, as if they were ready to address him as Boss Gu. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Gu Li felt it was time to immerse himself in work. After all, he was here to accomplish serious business. He needed to outshine Shenhui Jichuang in next month's bidding and ensure that Shen Linxi would remember his name. Thus, over the next couple of days, Gu Li immersed himself in understanding frameworks and analyzing code, thoroughly engrossed in his tasks. Amidst this bustling activity, news reached Shen Linshi. On May 25th, Wednesday afternoon, while Shen Linshi was diligently working, Lin Huaqing, responsible for the technical team, knocked and entered. At that moment, she was focused on reviewing documents, and upon seeing Lin, she inquired, "Old Lin, I've been meaning to ask you, how is everything on your end?" As the foremost technical expert in the company, Lin Huaqing managed the work of Project Department 1 under Shen Linshi. Despite being a decade younger than her, he held her in high regard, acknowledging her strict yet fair treatment of diligent employees. "Ms. Shen, we have completed the preliminary optimization. We should have the testing version ready this week," Lin Huaqing reported. Though he hesitated to share further, noticing his reticence, Shen Linshi urged, "That sounds good. Your department has been working hard these days. Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" Only then did Lin Huaqing speak up. "Ms. Shen, I've heard that Jin Duyan has recruited a new technical prodigy. I've been informed that he is now fully responsible for the Haidong project. What do you think about our side?" "Oh." Upon hearing this, Shen Linshi immediately lifted her head, intrigued. What is his background? It was indeed noteworthy that Jin Duyan had replaced Wang Tai, their former technical director, at such a critical juncture, piquing Shen Linshi's interest. Nothing particularly remarkable. It seems he previously worked at a small company for just a few years, and he is not yet 30. Is that so? Then there is no need for concern. We only need to complete the optimization before the bidding. Success should be within our grasp. However, I heard that this individual managed to make Wang Tai concede defeat and even has the capability to rectify the deficiencies in Jin Duyan's system, enhancing its performance. What? At this revelation, the relaxed expression on Shen Linshi's face vanished, replaced by a sense of urgency. Previously, both software companies had provided solutions for the Haidong project that were roughly equivalent, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. However, should the Nimbus cloud system become even more sophisticated, the implications are indeed predictable. Regardless of whether the opposing party can achieve this objective, she must preemptively prepare and devise more strategies. Contemplating this, Shen Linshi immediately declared, "In that case, we must also exert ourselves to the fullest. Thus, you should lead a team of colleagues to work overtime in the coming days to refine the plan further. Simultaneously, arrange for a third group to participate and reconstruct the model mentioned previously. If successful, we shall possess an additional trump card." Upon hearing this, Lin Huaqing promptly nodded, "Understood. I will relay the instructions immediately." Who on earth is this individual, boasting that they can enhance the performance of the Nimbus Cloud platform? Shen Linshi had, of course, tested the competitor's system and was acutely aware of the formidable challenges inherent in upgrading such an extensive system. She rose from her seat, her alluring figure radiating in the sunlight. The Nimbus Cloud is indeed a formidable adversary. Gazing towards Building B, she couldn't help but express her admiration. At that very moment, Gu Li, sensing something, glanced towards Building A. Achoo. He sneezed, seemingly affected by the air conditioning. He rubbed his nose and chuckled. Could it be that someone is thinking of me again? In the following days, Gu Li and Shen Linshi engaged in a subtle rivalry. If she worked late, he would too. Unfortunately, despite residing in the same community and being in close proximity, they had yet to encounter one another. This stroke of luck left Gu Li somewhat speechless. However, on Friday, having completed his tasks ahead of schedule and finalized the optimization plan, he naturally wished to return home early. After all, he had to come in again over the weekend, so he thought it prudent to rest on this rare Friday. The past few days had seen him returning home at 11 or midnight, and even though his constitution was exceptional, fatigue was beginning to set in. At around 8 o'clock, he descended the stairs, pushing his sleek trike bicycle. It must be said that this bicycle had garnered considerable attention over the past few days, and everyone was aware of its price. Although it cost merely over 100,000, who would willingly spend such a fortune on a bicycle? With that kind of money, one could easily invest in a luxury car, which would serve better for outings and courting. Nevertheless, this spectacle led many Nimbus Cloud employees to regard Gu Li with newfound respect. Wealthy, handsome, and dedicated to fitness, what is not to like in a man like that? Consequently, he attracted considerable admiration from female colleagues, many of whom seized the opportunity to request his WeChat. Of course, this also incited a fair amount of envy and jealousy, nearly making him the target of resentment among his single co-workers. Thus, one day, amidst the curious gazes of his peers, he wheeled his bike down the stairs and rode toward the square's intersection. As he awaited the traffic light, serendipitously, a Romeo pulled up beside him. The striking four-leaf clover emblem sparked a thrill in Gu Li. At that precise moment, Shen Linshi, seated in the driver's seat, turned her head and spotted him cycling. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. Chapter 17. The Stalker. How could this be possible? At that moment, Shen Linshi, clad in a tailored professional outfit, exuded an aura of poise and confidence. Particularly striking was her aloof demeanor, tinged with an air of distant indifference that compelled admiration. What a captivating ice queen! When she noticed the cyclist staring at her, an immediate displeasure arose within her. With a huff, she turned her head away, internally berating him. How rude! Is it acceptable to stare at a woman like that? Although he bore a hint of charm, it hardly justified his gaze. For Gu Li, however, this rare opportunity allowed him to admire her fully, his gaze unwavering. It wasn't just him. Even passers-by and delivery couriers, crossing in front of Shen Linqi's vehicle, couldn't resist stealing glances. After one look, they would often sneak a second or even third. Gu Li, on the other hand, had managed to restrain himself to just one glance. How infuriating. I wish I could pluck out this guy's eyes. Just as Shen Linqi was reaching her limit, the red light finally turned green, allowing her to exhale in relief. Humph, consider yourself lucky. She shot Gu Li a furious glare before pressing the accelerator and speeding away. Witnessing this, Gu Li couldn't help but smile. He hadn't anticipated that a woman's anger could be so alluring. Taking a deep breath, he secured his helmet and revved his engine, pursuing her. Indeed, Gu Li had donned a helmet. Shen Linqi naturally did not recognize him as the heartbroken man from that night in Jiangbei. Given her apparent indifference towards him, it was likely she wouldn't have identified him even without the helmet. As for why he wore it, it was simply due to his accelerated speed. One must not underestimate the enhanced physical capabilities following system upgrades. In the previous days, during the quieter hours of the night, Gu Li had managed to reach his community in mere minutes. Consider this. The community was only 5 or 6 kilometers from the company as the crow flies. But that distance translates to nearly 7 kilometers by road. Under typical traffic conditions, even a car would take around 15 minutes to arrive. Yet, Gu Li, on his bicycle, had covered that distance in just over 10 minutes. Such speed was impressive. With each ride, his skills had improved significantly. Observing Shen Linqi's vehicle ahead, Gu Li exerted all his strength to keep pace, with the system's virtual screen displaying a growing accumulation of financial seconds, indicating their distance remained within 500 meters. Thus, Shen Linqi and Gu Li trailed one another, reaching the vicinity of the community after 10 minutes. At a major intersection, the traffic light's duration extended to a lengthy 90 seconds. Surprisingly, during this brief interval, Gu Li gradually closed the gap. Just as he seemed poised to catch up, the light turned green, allowing Shen Linqi to make a smooth left turn. Damn it, I was so close. Staring at the red light ahead, Gu Li had no choice but to halt, letting out a resigned sigh. Sure enough, mere seconds later, the accumulation of financial seconds ceased, indicating that Shen Linqi had surpassed him by 500 meters. No matter, it was just 100 seconds. I can afford this loss. As the light turned green, Gu Li reassured himself and continued on his way. It seems there is a traffic jam ahead. Perhaps an accident has occurred. How fortunate for me. However, after traversing a few hundred meters, Gu Li suddenly had an epiphany and broke into a grin. Let's go? Show me what speed looks like. With that, he pedaled furiously, racing towards Shen Linqi. Just as he approached the intersection, Shen Linqi activated her right turn signal and successfully navigated through the congested intersection. However, just as Shen Linqi was about to make a right turn, she suddenly noticed a bicycle swiftly approaching from behind. The speed seemed to be at least 40 or 50 kilometers per hour. Moreover, the appearance of the bicycle and the rider, who was donned in a helmet, struck her as eerily familiar. As she pondered this, it dawned on her that this was indeed the same individual she had encountered at the intersection near Chuanqing Square. That person had glared at her for a good half-minute. How utterly vexing. But then, she reconsidered. How could this be possible? After all, she was driving. There was no way this cyclist could have been following her all this time. It must be an illusion. The more she thought about it, the more implausible it seemed. Her colleague, who was also driving, could not help but shake his head. I must be exhausted, seeing things, she quickly rationalized, shaking her head to dispel the thought. As she approached her residential complex, she reassured herself, I've truly been worn out this week. Perhaps I should rest well. If this continues, how will I secure the project next month? However, while Shen Linqi awaited the final traffic light, a particularly designed bicycle suddenly halted beside her. Turning her head, she perceived the same familiar gaze once more. Goodness, it really was the same person. At this revelation, Shen Linqi was taken aback. Yet, before she could fully process this encounter, Gu Li made a sharp right turn on his bicycle, heading towards the entrance of the complex, while her path led her straight to the garage entrance behind the residential area. As she contemplated whether to follow him, the car behind her honked impatiently, urging her to move forward. Today truly felt surreal. Perhaps she was overthinking it. With the pressure from the vehicle behind, Shen Linqi had no choice but to start her car and proceed straight. Simultaneously, she shook her head again, trying to comfort herself. Surely, it was impossible for someone to be stalking her. Unbeknownst to Gu Li, This unexpected encounter had stirred such a plethora of thoughts in Shen Linshi. Otherwise, he might have burst into laughter. Meanwhile, a notification suddenly rang out from the system, leaving him speechless. Congratulations, host. Due to this unexpected encounter, Shen Linshi has developed a surprising interest in you, mistakenly believing you to be a stalker. You have thus earned an additional opportunity to enter a lottery. Would you like to proceed with the lottery now? Upon hearing this, Guli was momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered. What is happening? How could she think I'm a stalker? With a frustrated sigh, he came to a stop right at the entrance of the complex, unsure of what to say. Chapter 18. Living off soft rice, enjoying life like a treasure. Forget it. After all, she didn't clearly see my face, so it should not have any significant impact. Guli thought to himself, realizing there was little he could do about it. Who could have predicted that Shen Linshi's imagination would be so vast? He could only chalk it up to bad luck. Upon returning home, he took a shower and then began the lottery. This was the first time he had received a lottery opportunity due to the progression of his relationship with Shen Linshi. He hoped for something valuable to emerge. The system began the lottery. All right, host. Congratulations on winning a piece of wealth information for the coming month. The renowned pharmaceutical company, Shunling Pharmaceutical, is about to achieve a significant breakthrough in its new drug research, which will be announced within the next month. At that time, its stock price is expected to soar more than tenfold, and at its peak, it may even exceed 15 times. Ultimately, due to asset restructuring and substantial financing, the stock price will stabilize around 10 times its current value. Below is the projected stock price curve for the coming month. You may zoom in to view it. Wow, this is extraordinary. Guli was taken aback, not expecting this lottery prize to be a piece of wealth information. For a few seconds, he was stunned. Considering the hundreds of thousands in his account, he quickly felt a surge of joy. This could indeed multiply his earnings significantly, potentially netting him several million. Subsequently, Guli opened his computer to investigate Shunling Pharmaceuticals' details, only to discover that the company was publicly listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Currently, its stock price stood at 287 Hong Kong dollars, with a total market capitalization of 117.8 billion. Upon further research into the pharmaceutical company, he learned that 3 years prior, it had a market value of 70 to 80 billion. However, due to continuous setbacks in new drug research and unforeseen circumstances, its stock price had plummeted, losing 80% of its value over 3 years. Yet, this presented a golden opportunity for him. With the new drug research results coupled with restructuring and financing, a comeback could very well elevate its market value back to 100 billion. Guli was not overly greedy. A tenfold increase yielding a few million would suffice. Reviewing the remaining 600,000 in his account, he began to formulate a plan. According to the stock price curve, the news would not be revealed until July 15th. Following that, Shunling Pharmaceuticals' stock price would start to surge, increasing fivefold within 3 days, culminating in the announcement of new drug and financing restructuring on the 20th. Over the following week, the stock price would soar again, reaching over 40 Hong Kong dollars per share at its peak, before finally stabilizing around $30 at the end of the month. It appeared he had 20 days to gather funds. After all, the more capital he had, the better, as this was a surefire investment. However, he discovered that purchasing Hong Kong stocks from within the mainland required certain conditions. Yet, this posed no issue for him. Achieving a turnover in the tens of millions would allow him to open an account in a single day. This was largely thanks to the system, as his daily earnings were tied to stock market operations, granting him the identity of a seasoned investor. Otherwise, he would have struggled to meet the 2-year trading experience requirement to access the Hong Kong stock market. In recent days, the cumulative monetary rewards from the system had reached several tens of thousands. After consolidating the funds from several bank accounts, he had a total of 680,000. Guli found himself deep in thought. With such a promising opportunity at hand, not earning more would be a disservice to the system's reward. Wait a moment. This time, he could involve the 3 of them, allowing them to earn some pocket money. He could also take the opportunity to earn a small commission for himself. A light bulb went off in his head as he recalled the envious expressions on Fatty and Old Duck's faces when they had seen his stock account. Although they hadn't voiced it, he knew they would be eager to join him in this venture. However, since this was an opportunity in the Hong Kong stock market, the 2 of them, who had never traded stocks before, would not be able to participate. Hence, he would have to manage their funds and invest on their behalf. After 7 years of brotherhood, he knew the 3 of them well, and thus was willing to lend them a helping hand. After some contemplation, Guli directly messaged the group. Old Duck, Fatty, Old Cow, I'm planning to play in the Hong Kong stock market this time. Would you like to join me? If so, please transfer your funds to me, and I'll handle the investment for you. As soon as he sent this message, the small group erupted into excitement. Wow. Old Goo, you finally remembered to take your brothers along to get rich. Count me in. I've been watching your stock account. You've made millions in the past few days. It's incredible. I've been wanting to say something, but I was a bit too shy to ask. What is going on? Old Goo is a stock market genius? Hee hee, let me tell you, old cow. Old Goo is phenomenal at stock trading. He is practically a stock god. With Fatty's enthusiastic explanation, Old Cow also became animated. Such an opportunity to abstain from participation would be sheer folly. How vexing it is that my savings are so meager. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie couldn't help but chuckle, yet he still took a moment to offer a word of caution to the others. Let's not rush into things. Consider it carefully, for the stock market is fraught with risks. While I possess a solid 70 to 80% confidence, I cannot guarantee absolute certainty. Should we incur losses, it wouldn't bode well for our camaraderie, regardless of the amount. However, his statement was met with a wave of disdain from the trio. Come on, old Goo. What nonsense is this? If we lose, we lose. Are we supposed to come to you for compensation? Exactly. Another chimed in. When old Neo smashed my tablet, I brushed it off with a single word. Losses are just part of the game. Precisely. I'll invest 50,000. Not too much, not too little, just right. I'll match that with 50,000 as well. It's all I've managed to save over the past few years. Seeing that Fatty and old Neo were both committing 50,000, Ghoulie nodded in approval. These two were indeed cautious, and managing to spare 50,000 was no small feat, especially with mortgages and living expenses to consider. I shall invest 500,000. Old Ya's declaration left Ghoulie and the others momentarily stunned. What? Are you serious? You're loaded. In an instant, Old Ya found himself besieged by Fatty and old Neo. Ghoulie also inquired, Old Ya, aren't you in the midst of renovations? How do you have so much money? Old Ya replied with a smug expression, Heh, I've been seeing a big sister lately. If I treat her well, borrowing a few 100,000 is no trouble at all. I've got 300,000 saved up, so borrowing another 200,000 is a piece of cake. Just made a call, and the money was wired over. This revelation left the three of them momentarily speechless. Ghoulie couldn't help but marvel. Living off the soft life really pays off. Nevertheless, his mind began to race with possibilities. Although borrowing for stock trading was off the table, he could certainly borrow to upgrade. Once upgraded, daily earnings could soar to 8,000. With over 20 days left, he could invest another 100,000. With a tenfold return, that could yield a profit exceeding $1 million. With this in mind, Ghoulie resolved to buy, and elevate the system to level 4. Chapter 19. The System's Mischief, a Second Encounter. Meanwhile, as Ghoulie contemplated how to liquidate assets for the system upgrade, his WeChat pinged with 3 incoming transfers. Zhao Yixian and Niu Jingya each sent 50,000. Along with Feng Ya's 500,000, totaling 600,000. This sum coincidentally matched the remaining balance in his account, a delightful coincidence indeed. Subsequently, he transferred the entirety of 120,000 into his stock account, initiating a series of purchases of Shunling Pharmaceuticals shares in batches. Though this amount was negligible compared to the vast stock market, he opted for caution, taking several days to strategize his investments to avoid attracting unwelcome attention. Over the next few days, while diligently optimizing the Jinduyan system, he liquidated assets from various platforms, ultimately securing an additional 400,000. He had thoroughly exhausted credit cards, borrowing platforms, WeChat, and several major apps, amassing over 300,000, combined with the 70 or 80,000 from Baijiao and Huabei, finally meeting the condition to spend $1 million. However, this time, rather than shopping online, he seized the opportunity to visit a mall for an extravagant spree. He selected a Cartier rose gold 4-leaf clover diamond necklace worth 136,000, a Chanel caviar leather handbag priced at 88,000, and a 16,000 Armani long embroidered dress. Although Shen Linshi did not try them on, based on her alluring figure and height of 1.70 meters, they exuded elegance and nobility. The rationale behind these purchases was clear. They were intended as gifts for Shen Linshi. After all, he had already spent over 200,000 on himself, so further purchases were unnecessary. Just as he completed the payment, the system notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host. Your upgrade experience has reached 106, 352, 156. The system has successfully attained level 4. You are granted one chance to draw a lottery. Would you like to proceed with the draw now? Congratulations, host. The current monetary reward is effective within a 1-kilometer radius, yielding a profit of 0.1 yuan per second. Upon hearing this news, Ghoulie internally acknowledged, as expected. With the system's upgrade, both effective range and earnings had doubled. Thus, as long as he remained within proximity of Shen Linshi, his daily monetary rewards would reach 8,000 yuan. That translates to 24,000 a month, culminating in an annual income of 3 million. Truly astonishing. With excitement coursing through him, he exclaimed, System, open my personal attributes panel. Understood, host. Host, Ghoulie. Girlfriend, Shen Linshi. Current level, 4, Monetary reward. Host receives 0.1 yuan per second while within a 1 kilometer radius of girlfriend. Upgrade experience. 1,063, 521, 5610, 000. 000. 1 yuan spin accumulates 1 experience point. Daily monetary accumulation seconds. 14, 200 seconds. Lottery chances. 1. System inventory. No items. Note 1. Note 2. Note 3. Note 4. As Guli gazed at the virtual screen before him, realization dawned. Indeed, the experience required for the next upgrade had multiplied tenfold, necessitating a staggering 10 million to advance. Following this pattern, to elevate the system to level 6 would require an astonishing 100 million. This was becoming increasingly daunting. At present, aside from the 600,000 already invested in the stock market, he had borrowed an additional 3 to 400,000, leaving him with scant resources for further expenditures. It seemed that, for the foreseeable future, an upgrade was out of reach. Alas, he would have to relish the prospect of earning 8,000 a day for a while. Though a tinge of regret lingered, he felt no disappointment. After all, should his stock investments flourish, he could see a profit of several million next month, allowing for rapid upgrades thereafter. Next, he looked forward to what rewards this lottery might bestow. Ideally, he hoped for some cutting-edge technology or remarkable blueprints. Such acquisitions would enable him to establish a company and generate wealth swiftly, as relying solely on the system's daily monetary rewards would not suffice for true affluence. Furthermore, he remained uncertain about Shen Linqi's family situation. If her parents turned out to be business magnates insisting on social standing, it would be quite perplexing. Thus, he aspired to fortify himself, building a respectable career of his own. System, commence the lottery. Understood, host. Lottery commencing. Congratulations, host. You have received a rebate opportunity. By making a purchase for your girlfriend Shen Linqi, upon her acceptance, you will earn a rebate with a random multiplier. Upon seeing this prize, Guli was left momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? How could he possibly be expected to treat Shen Linqi? This is utterly preposterous. At present, he and Shen Linqi have yet to truly meet. Their acquaintance is limited to 2 fleeting encounters. While he possesses a modicum of understanding about her, she knows nothing about him. Under normal circumstances, persuading Shen Linqi to accept his generosity would be exceedingly difficult. After all, at first glance, she is clearly not the type of woman who casually accepts gifts from strangers. Good grief. It seems the system is intent on stirring up trouble. In that moment, Guli couldn't help but vent his frustrations internally. Indeed, this predicament was quite vexing. He currently lacks any advantageous opportunity to approach Shen Linqi. Given her evident disdain for suitors, if he does not strategize carefully, he risks making a complete fool of himself. Just as he was lost in his own worries, laden with shopping bags and making his way out of the mall, Shen Linqi was approaching with her friend Hu Lin, preoccupied with thoughts of potential prizes. He failed to notice them immediately. It was only when he caught sight of Shen Linqi, laughing and chatting with another girl, that he realized they were now less than 5 meters apart. At this juncture, Guli had no choice but to summon his courage and proceed. Internally, he cursed once more. This must be the system at work. Simultaneously, Shen Linqi also spotted Guli ahead and felt a flicker of surprise. She hadn't anticipated encountering the person who had called her wife that day. Her heart skipped a beat. Hu Lin, ever perceptive, immediately noticed her friend's reaction and grew curious. Upon seeing Guli, she couldn't resist teasing. What's this? Are you interested in this handsome guy? Should I ask for his WeChat? Hearing this, Shen Linqi's cheeks flushed, and she retorted somewhat crossly, what are you talking about? I just momentarily thought of something and got lost in my thoughts. Chapter 20. Taking the initiative and departing gracefully. However, Hu Lin was entirely unconvinced by such an excuse. After all, they had been friends for over a decade. Calling them childhood sweethearts would not be an exaggeration. She was well aware of Shen Linqi's disposition. The current situation piqued her curiosity. Could it be that her dear friend harbored some interest in the handsome stranger before them? Just as she prepared to continue her playful banter, Guli boldly approached them. Gazing at the enchanting lady before him, he decided to seize the moment. After all, the system had issued a task. To shy away now would be a display of cowardice. Moreover, he was no longer the lovesick fool solely fixated on Yue. And with the system's encouragement, he felt emboldened. Resolutely, he walked up and greeted her with a smile. Miss, what a delightful coincidence. It seems we meet again. At this, Hu Lin's eyes widened in surprise, casting a doubtful glance at her friend. Shen Linqi frowned and quickly clarified, don't jump to conclusions. I merely encountered this gentleman a few nights ago by the river. As she spoke, her mind filled with irritation. If it hadn't been for Hu Lin dragging her out for drinks that night, she would never have interacted with this fellow. Now that they had unexpectedly crossed paths again, she felt mortified. If not for her strong composure, Her face might have betrayed her embarrassment. She managed to nod slightly at Gu Li. Well, it is quite a coincidence. Have you just finished shopping? After her words, Shen Linshi glanced at the bags in Gu Li's hands and frowned slightly. Hadn't he just recently experienced a breakup on the 20th of May? Why was he now purchasing so many luxury items favored by women? Truly, men are all the same, just after a breakup. And already he's trying to charm someone new. Humph. Unaware of Shen Linxi's inner musings, Gu Li sighed and replied with a hint of resignation, indeed. My mood has been quite poor lately, so I resorted to shopping as a means of distraction. After all, alleviating one's melancholy through retail therapy isn't exclusively a female pastime. Hearing this, Shen Linxi felt a pang of concern. Could it be that she had misjudged him? How then could she explain the items he was carrying? Listening to their exchange, Hu Lin's curiosity piqued. Could it be that this handsome stranger and her friend truly had some connection? She immediately inquired. So, handsome, you've experienced a breakup? Oh, it's not quite a breakup. Gu Li feigned a pitiful demeanor, adopting a heartbroken expression. Just a few days ago, on the 20th of May, I confessed my feelings to a girl I've liked for 7 years, only to be rejected. To make matters worse, she got into someone else's car and drove away. Can you believe it? 7 years of sincere affection couldn't compete with someone she's known for less than a month. Who could possibly endure such a situation? Observing Gu Li's pained, regretful, and resentful expression, Hu Lin couldn't help but nod in sympathy. That is indeed quite tragic. Shen Linxi, taken aback by this revelation, felt a surge of compassion for Gu Li. Yet, her lingering curiosity compelled her to ask, but why are you buying items for women? Gu Li offered a wry smile. I lack nothing in my life. Faced with no other options, I simply bought whatever was suggested by the sales staff. Consider it a gesture for my future girlfriend. Alas, when I was broke, she rejected me. Now that I have some money, she's no longer available. Perhaps this is merely fate's cruel joke. This response left Shen Linxi somewhat speechless, contemplating how amusing this man was. To alleviate inner sorrow, he aimlessly shopped. Hu Lin, after a careful assessment, concluded that Gu Li hardly resembled a man devoid of wealth. She shook her head in disbelief. A man who was both affluent and handsome, and yet, the woman had turned him down? One could only wonder how high her standards were. She glanced at Shen Linxi and playfully remarked, handsome. There are countless wonderful women in the world. Why cling to one tree? Look at my friend. She's single too. Why not give it a try? Before Hu Lin could finish, Shen Linxi's face flushed, and she retorted, what on earth are you saying? Hu Lin laughed heartily. I'm merely trying to introduce you to someone, hoping you'll find a boyfriend soon. Otherwise, you come off as so cold that it's quite off-putting. I really don't want to deal with you anymore. Let us go. Shen Linxi, growing impatient with her friend's increasingly absurd comments, tugged at her to leave. Meanwhile, Gu Li found himself increasingly fond of Shen Linxi's friend. She was truly an excellent wingman. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he smiled and said, of course. She's beautiful. Every man would be enamored. But perhaps it's best to refrain. I hardly feel worthy. Besides, the previous events have made it exceedingly difficult for me to muster the courage again. I should focus on my work and elevate my career before anything else. Upon hearing this, not only did Hu Lin freeze in surprise, but even Shen Linxi was taken aback. Her gaze towards Gu Li was tinged with a hint of perplexity, as she pondered how her beauty had seemingly lost its allure at that moment. Hu Lin, in turn, wholeheartedly believed Gu Li's words, contemplating how her 7 years of affection had truly left the handsome man quite devastated. She promptly offered her encouragement with such a statement. I find myself at a loss for words to comfort you. But fret not, a better one will surely come your way. Thank you. Well, I must be on my way now, so as not to impede your shopping, Gu Li remarked, having revealed his persona and prepared to depart. Casting a final smile towards Shen Linxi. Goodbye, young lady, and thank you for what transpired that night. With that, he picked up his belongings and sauntered away without a backward glance. Hey, Hu Lin attempted to inquire further, but was firmly restrained by Shen Linxi. Forced to watch Gu Li's retreating figure, she immediately turned back to her best friend. Curiosity etched on her face. She, confess honestly, what exactly happened that night? I can't shake the feeling that there's more to that handsome young man's final words. What could possibly be wrong with them? You're overthinking it. Shen Linxi retorted, turning her head away and resuming her forward stride. However, Hu Lin was not one to relent easily. She quickly caught up and began tickling her. Oh, so you refuse to speak? Do you dare to test my prowess? Huh, in broad daylight, what are you doing? You madwoman. Shen Linxi burst into laughter, unable to contain herself, and darted away. Why not call me husband for a try? Hu Lin jested, knowing Shen Linxi's temperament well enough to tease her before returning to her composed and graceful demeanor. It must be said that Hu Lin was indeed a striking beauty, though she possessed a vivacity and charm that Shen Linxi lacked. With a youthful countenance, she spoke with a carefree nature, her smile often gracing her lips. In contrast, Shen Linqi's figure was more alluring, her face seldom adorned with a smile, exuding the demeanor of an ice queen. Yet, such an elegant allure was far more captivating to many men. As they strolled together, the juxtaposition of their contrasting personalities drew numerous glances. Had they been in Taiguli, Li, they might have already been surrounded by street photographers. After a while, the two ladies arrived at a beauty salon on the third floor, indulging in a spa treatment. They were regular patrons, often visiting for a massage to unwind after a long day, allowing both their bodies and minds to relax. Additionally, they partook in skincare treatments to ensure their skin remained soft and smooth, radiating youth and vitality. Of course, such indulgence did not come cheap, with a single visit costing several thousand yuan, and some treatments exceeding 10,000. For the average worker, such expenses were indeed a luxury. By the way, did that handsome guy really mean what he said? Hu Lin inquired curiously as soon as she lay down. Shen Linqi's expression shifted instantly, and with a sigh, she took a moment before responding. Why do you fixate on this matter? It's rather bothersome. We are here to relax, not to discuss a passerby. Naturally, Hu Lin was unsatisfied with such an answer. As Shen Linqi's close friend for many years, she harbored the conviction that there was more to the story. Noticing her friend's irritation only heightened her curiosity. A passerby? From what I observed earlier, it seems far more intricate than a mere chance encounter. The handsome gentleman was quite impressive. Despite his tall and slender appearance, he undoubtedly possessed strength. Moreover, it was surprising that he didn't even ask for your WeChat. Do you genuinely believe that every man who spots a beautiful woman must engage in conversation? Shen Linqi looked up at the white ceiling, pursing her lips. Then why did he greet you moments ago? Hu Lin questioned, her curiosity piqued. After all, if he were truly indifferent, he could have simply walked past. Yet, the entire interaction was peculiar. Guli had merely exchanged pleasantries and made a couple of remarks, without pursuing anything further, which was hardly typical of street encounters. If luck were to be unkind, they might never cross paths with that charming young man again, rendering today's events rather pointless. Unaware of Gu Li's intentions, Shen Linqi felt slightly perplexed and snapped back. How should I know? Oh, come on, just tell me how you two met that night. Hu Lin insisted, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. Seeing her friend's determination, Shen Linqi relented a bit. Well, it was nothing much. He confessed, but was rejected, and ended up drinking alone in Jiangbei. I had just returned from dinner with you, feeling a bit tipsy, so I chatted with him for a bit before leaving. It was really nothing. Really? Hu Lin, hearing this, remained skeptical. Shen Linqi nodded. Of course it is true. Do you think I would lie to you? Hu Lin's eyes sparkled with mischief as she said, all right then. If it was that simple, swear an oath. If you're lying, you must promise to heed your uncle's wishes regarding marriage in the future. How about that? At this, Shen Linqi scoffed, anger flashing across her face as she shot her friend a glare. Oh, so you think so little of me that you'd make me take such an oath? That's pushing me into a pit of fire. Hu Lin countered. If the incident was truly that trivial, then an oath wouldn't hold any weight. What do you fear? Me. Shen Linqi found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter Hu Lin's relentless teasing. At that moment, Hu Lin burst into laughter. It seems there's more to this than I know. You're not being entirely honest. Goodness, I can't tolerate you any longer. Shen Linqi finally conceded, slowly recounting the events of that night. Upon hearing, Hu Lin was utterly astonished. No way. You actually called that handsome guy husband? That's unbelievable. Hu Lin gazed at Shen Linqi in disbelief, bursting into laughter. Haha, my dear Shishi, why not call him husband for me to hear? TSK. You actually addressed someone else in such a manner. If you hadn't said it yourself, I would never have believed it. Get lost. If you keep this up, I might genuinely get angry. Shen Linqi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing to flee from this insufferable friend. Besides, if you hadn't dragged me into drinking that night, would I have done such a thing? You're truly infuriating. Huh. The more flustered Shen Linqi became, the more amused Hu Lin found the situation, laughing until she could hardly stand. After a while, she finally calmed down and began to speak earnestly. All right, I won't laugh anymore, but I must ask you seriously, did this guy really get rejected and end up drinking by the riverside on the evening of 520? And then he approached you? Recalling the events, Shen Linqi nodded. Yes, he was probably drunk. Otherwise, based on today's encounter, he doesn't seem like the type to casually strike up a conversation. Indeed, I think so too, Hu Lin mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. So, what do you think of this handsome guy? Shen Linqi was utterly bewildered. What do you mean? Stop playing dumb. I'm referring to whether you feel anything. Hu Lin inquired with a teasing smile. At once, Shen Linqi's expression shifted dramatically as she waved her hand dismissively. Do not entertain any mischievous ideas. I am not in the right frame of mind to discuss anything else. The projects at the company are driving me to distraction. So please do not add to my troubles. Hu Lin laughed heartily. How can this be adding to your troubles? You are about to turn 29. Aren't you the least bit anxious? Shen Linqi appeared to recall something, her gaze darkening. I'm not anxious at all. It's perfectly fine if I never marry in this lifetime. Unfortunately, some individuals are relentless in their attempts to pressure me. Upon hearing this, Hu Lin sighed, offering words of comfort. Cece, it's all right. Chapter 22, The Perfectly Timed Tremor. 2 hours later, the two women had completed their relaxation and proceeded upstairs to indulge in a delightful meal of private cuisine. However, due to the impending work that awaited them, Shen Linqi promptly declined Hu Lin's suggestion of a small drink. Hu Lin, slightly displeased, shook her head. You truly take your work too seriously. I must advise you. No matter how successful your career or how much money you earn, nothing compares to the comfort a man can provide. Shen Linqi nearly burst into laughter at the bluntness of her friend's words, struggling to suppress a smile. After finishing her meat and sipping some old duck soup, she replied slowly, I truly do not know when you believe men provide comfort. As far as I know, despite having dated 3 or 4 boyfriends, none have led to anything substantial. Who says they haven't? I've long since savored the taste of men, Hu Lin retorted, her bravado evident as she shamelessly defended herself. Shen Linqi, not one to let her off easily, nodded in mock agreement. Oh? And what does that taste like? Hu Lin was momentarily taken aback, stammering, Haha. Seeing her best friend at a loss for words brought Shen Linqi a sense of relief from her earlier frustrations. You, my dear friend, are nothing but a master of verbal flattery. I am not. Hu Lin immediately countered. Perhaps my true soulmate is just around the corner. When the time comes for me to marry, I'll relish in watching you, still single, filled with envy. Shen Linqi could only roll her eyes. Well then, I shall await that day. They had been friends for over a decade. If Hu Lin were so easily swayed, she would not still be an unmarried woman. Both knew that to become close friends, they had to be discerning, seeking husbands who met their standards in every aspect. Most importantly, they desired a love that was profound and singular, one that would be theirs alone. Meanwhile, Guli had spent the afternoon working out at the gym and was now indulging in a lavish meal nearby, dining alone. He enjoyed the serene view of the nightscape outside, relishing the moment. His handsome features and athletic physique attracted the attention of 2 young women at a nearby table. Had he not worn an expression that suggested he was 1,000 miles away, he might have been approached. It must be noted that since undergoing the transformation into a humanoid weapon, his physique had become extraordinarily impressive. His body was well-proportioned, muscles well-defined, and even his 8-pack abs seemed to have formed naturally without the need for exercise. Coupled with his striking good looks and impeccable attire, he garnered quite a bit of attention while walking down the street. Undeniably a handsome man. This was why Hu Lin, accustomed to handsome men, was taken aback at first sight of him. However, Shen Linqi found him somewhat excessive. In her subconscious, she believed that such boys were often liked by many but led rather dismal lives. With this preconceived notion, upon seeing him carrying a shopping bag evidently filled with gifts for a girl, she felt a tinge of disdain. Although Guli offered an explanation later, Shen Linqi remained skeptical. Nevertheless, despite this, he was genuinely pleased with their fortuitous encounter that day. After all, if they met again and he revealed his name, they could consider themselves acquainted, thereby advancing their relationship. This would surely present another opportunity for a prize drawing from the system. And he felt that day was not far off. After several days of overtime, the optimization plan for the Jinduyan system had been completed. All that remained was to test it next week before submitting the solution to Haitong Logistics, thus beginning the actual bidding process. As for Chenhuan Jichuan, he had gathered information through Su Huai. Although there had been some progress, it posed no substantial threat. As long as there were no groundbreaking advancements, the Haidong Logistics project would undoubtedly be secured by Jinduyan. Perhaps at that time, he might even encounter Shen Linqi at the bidding meeting. And he was certain her expression would be quite remarkable. He could only hope that if Shen Linqi were to lose, she would not react with anger. Otherwise, if they became adversaries, he would surely regret it. With these thoughts in mind, Guli took an entire hour to finish his meal before preparing to drive home. However, perhaps it was sheer coincidence that as he reached the parking lot, Shen Linqi and Hu Lin exited the mall in her car. Moments later, they found themselves driving in tandem to the Jinjiang River, heading towards the Jingshang, Huating community. Suddenly, commotion erupted ahead. Oh no, what is going on up there? It seems someone is about to jump. Quick, let us go save them. Look, someone else in the river. Within a minute, they both turned onto a road and saw a crowd gathering at the bridge. The atmosphere became charged with excitement. It appeared someone had jumped into the river. Guli, taken aback by the unexpected situation, swiftly pressed the brakes to reduce his speed. In the chaos, a person suddenly darted out, startling him. His hand trembled unexpectedly, causing his vehicle to veer into the adjacent lane. In that moment, he disregarded everything and instinctively tried to steer away. Damn it! Four-leaf clover. Just then, he noticed that the car ahead was Shen Linqi's Romeo, the emblem of the four-leaf clover unmistakably visible. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Shen Linqi's beautiful figure in the driver's seat. She was equally taken aback when she spotted Gu Li's car. What a coincidence! To run into each other on the way home. He intended to sharply turn the steering wheel, fervently praying not to graze Shen Linqi's vehicle. Yet, in that instant, the thought of the prize he had recently acquired, an opportunity for a rebate, echoed in his mind, causing him to hesitate. But that very hesitation led Gu Li's car to graze the rear of Shen Linqi's vehicle for several meters before finally coming to a halt. The incident left Shen Linqi utterly stunned. She immediately leaned out of her window to ascertain what had transpired. Meanwhile, Gu Li, disregarding the need to lock his car, hastily removed his shirt and leapt into the river. Shen Linqi, still in shock and unable to comprehend the situation, witnessed the individual who had rear-ended her car diving into the water. What on earth is happening? What's wrong? Cici? At that moment, Hu Lin, sitting in the passenger seat, seemed to sense that something was amiss and urgently inquired. Shen Linqi quickly replied, I think I've been rear-ended. However, the driver unexpectedly flung open the car door and leapt into the river. Alas, he was courageously diving in to save someone. Upon hearing this, Hu Lin immediately slapped her thigh in astonishment, then glanced at the rearview mirror before hastily exiting the vehicle to witness the unfolding drama. Shen Linqi also came to her senses and followed suit. By the time she reached Hu Lin's side, she spotted a figure swiftly swimming towards the submerged woman. Witnessing Gu Li's remarkable speed and his swimming prowess, akin to a nimble fish, left the onlookers utterly astounded. Goodness, this young man is incredible. He's swimming at an astonishing pace. Indeed, his swimming technique is clearly of a professional caliber. I just saw it, the moment he took off his shirt. He revealed a sculpted eight-pack, and he is quite the handsome fellow too. This remark elicited a flurry of excitement among several young women in the crowd. Yet, Shen Linqi felt a twinge of confusion, as Gu Li's silhouette had struck her as somewhat familiar in that fleeting moment. Chapter 23. You don't want it. Yet I insist. As Gu Li swam towards the center of the river, he was overwhelmed with emotion. The sheer strength of his human form as a weapon was truly astonishing. Not only was his stamina exceptional, but his previously mediocre swimming skills had also markedly improved. It was only natural, considering he was the strongest weapon on the surface, seemingly endowed with boundless energy. Perhaps, with his current physical capabilities, he could easily conquer the sports arena, facing no rivals whatsoever. However, he had no aspirations in that direction. After all, being a celebrity was exhausting, laden with constraints and devoid of freedom. Moreover, he felt quite satisfied with the sudden spark of inspiration he had just experienced. As long as Shen Linqi permitted him to repair the vehicle, he was assured of receiving that compensation. After all, it was his fault for the scrape. If the other party refused to accept it, he would ensure she had no choice but to comply. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the spectators on the bank, Gu Li reached the floundering woman in less than half a minute. He wrapped one arm around her waist and began swimming towards the shore. Noticing her frantic thrashing, he exerted his strength, startling her into clarity. Calm down. I'm here to rescue you. If you keep flailing about, we'll both be in trouble. His commanding shout brought her to a moment of stillness, and her dazed eyes finally regained focus. Unfortunately, she then gulped down a mouthful of river water, leading to a fit of coughing. Observing her plight, he forced her head above water once more, while simultaneously propelling them both with renewed vigor. After a few moments of desperate gasping for air, the woman finally regained her composure. A minute later, the two reached the shore, where kind-hearted bystanders assisted in bringing her safely onto dry land. At that juncture, the police and emergency services arrived promptly to administer aid. Bravo, young man. Well done. Wow. Handsome guy, you're so attractive. Goodness. Those abs are stunning. I wish I could touch them. Hey, how about we exchange WeChat? Thank you all. It was nothing extraordinary. Helping others is our noble tradition. All right, I must be on my way. Please make way. Responding to the crowd's accolades, Gu Li smiled graciously and quickly slipped away. It was only then that Shen Linqi and Hu Lin recognized that the rescuer was the same charming young man they had encountered earlier that afternoon. Shen Linqi was particularly surprised to realize that this dashing lad had inadvertently scratched her vehicle. However, her anger dissipated, as she understood he had acted out of a desire to save a life. Upon seeing Gu Li emerge, she and Hu Lin approached him directly, especially Hu Lin, who, gazing at Gu Li's well-defined muscles, couldn't he help but exclaim, "Handsome, what a coincidence to meet again. Your physique is truly impressive." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration, almost yearning to touch his sculpted form. Witnessing her infatuation, Shen Linqi shook her head in exasperation. wishing to distance herself from the notion of knowing him. It was embarrassing to be so easily distracted by a handsome face, rendering her speechless. Nevertheless, she held a deep respect for Gu Li's selfless act of bravery amidst the night. Seeing him drenched, her heart softened, and she said, "You should change your clothes before you catch a cold. As for the scrape, it's just a minor issue. You needn't worry about it." Hearing her words, Gu Li looked at Shen Linshi with surprise, appreciating her kindness. He mused that had it been anyone else, they would have likely demanded a complete repair before letting the matter rest. Yet, that was not his intention. "It's quite all right. Besides, it's not cold tonight. Consider it a refreshing dip. I have clothes in my car, and I'll change quickly so I can accompany you to the 4S shop to take care of the vehicle." Shen Linshi was taken aback by his insistence. After all, she had already stated that he needn't compensate. Gu Li, however, appeared resolute about fixing the car, demonstrating a principled nature that garnered her admiration. Perhaps he truly did find solace in retail therapy while simultaneously acquiring items for a future girlfriend. "Really, it's unnecessary. You were simply trying to save a life. It wasn't intentional. If I insist on having you repair the car, wouldn't that be disheartening for a hero?" Yet, she genuinely did not wish for Gu Li to undertake the repairs, especially at such a late hour. She had work to catch up on, and her time was precious. Seeing Shen Linchi's firm stance, Gu Li promptly replied, I've already inquired at a nearby 4S shop, and they have staff on duty. We can simply drive over. It won't take long at all. If you refuse again, I'll be left feeling uneasy. After all, if I don't ensure your vehicle is in good condition, and you encounter issues later, it would fall on me." At this, Shen Linchi found herself at a loss for words, her expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Let us go?" He is expressing genuine intent. "If we refuse again, it would be ungrateful of us." Beside them, Hu Lin chimed in, sensing the tension. Upon hearing Hu Lin's words, Shen Linchi finally relented with a nod. "Fine. Let us do that. All right, just follow my car." Afterward, Gu Li led the way, driving towards the 4S shop where they had previously dropped off the vehicle. In mere moments, they arrived at their destination. The service representative from earlier approached them with enthusiasm. Gu Li waved his hand, saying, "Brother, these are the two cars. I accidentally scraped the lady's vehicle. Please proceed with the necessary repairs and perform a full maintenance check. By the way, how long will it take?" Upon hearing this, the representative was taken aback, noticing the stunning women accompanying Gu Li. Such beauty was indeed a rarity. However, maintaining a professional demeanor, he meticulously examined the vehicles. After a brief 2 minutes, he informed Gu Li, "Mr. Gu, the damage is not severe. It can be fully repaired in 2 days. Let us take down your contact information, and we will reach out to you once the repairs are complete, so you can come and collect the car." Gu Li nodded in agreement. "Sounds good. You have my phone number. Why not inquire with that lady? That will suffice. I'll leave the car here for repairs and take my leave." After speaking these words, he exchanged pleasantries with Shen Linchi, retrieved his belongings from the vehicle, and made his way outside. All right then. Shen Linchi did not expect Gu Li to be so decisive, finishing the matter and departing immediately. She couldn't help but ponder whether this fellow had indeed been deeply hurt, to the point of shying away from romance. How curious it was that he displayed no interest in her whatsoever and simply walked away. At that moment, Hu Lin, standing nearby, also began to harbor doubts and remarked to Shen Linchi, "Could it be that this handsome guy is a straight man? Initially, I thought he was playing hard to get, intending to express his apologies and perhaps treat you to a meal after the repairs. Who would have thought he would leave like this? Quite strange indeed." "What are you saying? In a situation like this, he must be going home for a shower to feel comfortable," Shen Linchi replied, agreeing internally but concealing her thoughts behind a different facade. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly developed a flicker of curiosity about Gu Li. What could possibly be going through his mind? Chapter 24. A thousand-fold critique, worth millions. Before long, the following day arrived, and the 4S dealership called to discuss the expenses. The total for the repairs and maintenance of both vehicles amounted to 98,000 yuan, while Shen Linchi's share came to 39,000. A mere sum of less than 100,000 yuan posed no issue for Gu Li. Rather, he found himself more intrigued by the 39,000 spent on Shen Linchi. Pondering the potential returns he might receive, he was curious about the multiplicative factor that would ultimately apply. Thus, with boundless anticipation, 2 days swiftly passed. On June 1st, the after-sales department called to inform him that the car was ready for pickup in the afternoon. Unable to contain his excitement, Gu Li took a leave of absence, had lunch, and headed straight to the 4S dealership. All other vehicles faded into the background as he approached, promptly swiping his card for payment. Simultaneously, he silently urged, "System, activate the rebate opportunity." "Understood, host." The rebate opportunity has been successfully activated, yielding a thousand-fold return. With a satisfying chime, the card transaction was completed, and his experience points surged by 100,000. reaching a total of 1,100,000. At that moment, the system's melodious voice echoed once more, leaving him momentarily stunned. Congratulations, host. You have successfully spent 39,970 yuan on Shenlinshi, receiving a 1,000-fold return on your expenditure, amounting to 39,870,000 yuan. As this announcement concluded, he was greeted by the notification sound of a text message. Guli opened it to discover, indeed, a message confirming the deposit into his bank account. His hand trembled involuntarily as he read, "Dear customer, good morning. Your bank card ending in 1002 has received a transfer of 3,987,000,000 yuan at 1:04:44 p.m. Your current account balance is 4,004,541 yuan. Cosmic Bank." With the recent influx of monetary rewards, his account had astonishingly surpassed 40 million. Goodness, I have become a millionaire, and not just any millionaire, but one worth 40 million. Guli gazed at the balance in disbelief. In mere moments, he had transitioned from being hundreds of thousands in debt to possessing a fortune in the tens of millions. It felt surreal. "Mr. Gu, are you all right?" At that instant, noticing his daze, the sales representative inquired. Guli quickly regained his composure, a smile returning to his face as he chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. I just recalled an unexpected event, which caught me off guard. I shall take my leave now, goodbye." "Very well, Mr. Gu. Should you encounter any issues with the vehicle, please do not hesitate to contact me." The sales representative was thoroughly satisfied with Gu Li's no-haggle approach and endeavored to retain his business. All right. Gu Li waved his hand and exited the dealership in his vehicle. However, once outside, he did not head directly back to the office, as his exhilaration had yet to subside. Previously, he had been an ordinary worker earning around 10,000 a month, with savings of less than 200,000. Now, in less than half a month, he had become a millionaire, and the transition was still overwhelming. What was even more astonishing was the prospect of reinvesting this 39 million into the stocks of Shenling Pharmaceuticals, which could potentially multiply his wealth again by the end of the month. Goodness, in just a month, I could become a billionaire. This is all happening far too rapidly. Indeed, the lavish system was exceptionally potent. He hoped for more opportunities for such lucrative returns in the future. With these thoughts in mind, Guli directed his navigation to a nearby tea house, leisurely sipping tea while contemplating the path ahead. Pursuing Shenlinshi was certainly a constant, yet he found himself uncertain about other ventures. Perhaps I shall remain in my current position for the time being. I could also delve into software development, exploring the possibility of creating a product and eventually establishing my own software company. After much deliberation, he arrived at this decision. After all, he was not particularly fond of socializing and acknowledged his shortcomings in business acumen. Thus, even with newfound wealth, he recognized the necessity of proceeding with caution in launching a company. The software industry was his most familiar domain, and with his skills as a top-tier programmer, he felt capable of developing an impressive software product. During this period, his expertise in IT had grown significantly alongside his research on the cloud system. It could be said that his current computing skills were unparalleled in the country. As for his career, everything would hinge on the outcome of the stock market. Once he possessed billions in funds, he could pursue any opportunity. The other pressing matter remained his relationship with Shenlinshi. They had met a few times, yet she was still unaware of his name, which hardly constituted a true acquaintance. Thus, the upcoming bidding meeting with Huitong Logistics would be a pivotal moment. Guli imagined the expression on Shenlinshi's face when she recognized him, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. As for the idea of purchasing a property beneath Shenlinshi's residence, that would bring him closer to her, fostering their relationship. If there were suitable properties available nearby, it would be worth considering. The community's spacious apartments featured 2 lifts serving 2 households, with shared elevator access, allowing for casual encounters with neighbors. If he could live opposite or directly above or below Shenlinshi, the chances of interaction would undoubtedly increase. After some contemplation, Guli decided to inquire with a real estate agent. If a fitting property was available, he would certainly act. With a foundation of 40 million, he felt confident in his ability to proceed. The properties in Shenlinshi's building ranged from 5 million to 10 million yuan, well within his purchasing power. Of course, even if they became neighbors, he had no intention of being overly subservient. His aim was to cultivate his own strength and attract Shenlinshi with his charm, encouraging her to develop feelings for him. That, he believed, would provide a sense of accomplishment. Dingling. Just then, his phone rang. Guli glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from home, promptly answering it. "Dad, what is going on?" On the other end, the hearty voice of Gu Mingyuan emerged. "Your mother is asking if you're coming back for the Dragon Boat Festival." Guli pondered for a moment. It seemed that the festival was just a couple of days away, and he had been away from home for half a year. Having undergone such significant changes in his life, it was only fitting that he returned to give his parents a heads up. Now that he had a car, The journey home would be much more convenient, and he promptly affirmed his intention to return. All right, I'll have Guqiu accompany you on the way, Gu Mingyuan said, pleased to hear that his son would be coming back. Gu Li chuckled in response. Don't worry, I will ensure Guqiu gets home safely. I'll surprise you both with something grand. Gu Mingyuan immediately inquired, what surprise? Did that Yue finally agree to be with you? Taken aback by this question, Gu Li replied, not quite. Upon realizing that his assumptions were incorrect, Gu Mingyuan's tone shifted. Then what could the surprise be? Anyway, you should find a girlfriend soon. Otherwise, your mother will surely nag you incessantly when you return. Reflecting on this, Gu Li responded, well, Dad, I've already given up on Yue and am preparing to seek someone else. Rest assured, this year I will bring a girlfriend home. With my looks, it shouldn't be too difficult. Oh, that sounds promising. Keep it up, son. I have faith in you, Gu Mingyuan encouraged. Relieved to hear that his son had moved on from a crush he had harbored for 7 years. This meant he could directly purchase a flat beneath Shen Linqi's building, fostering their relationship at a quicker pace. Absolutely, no problem at all, Gu Li laughed, secretly thinking of Shen Linqi. Shen Linqi, you can't escape. Chapter 25, Securing Shen Linqi's Best Friend. By the way, the house back home needs a renovation. The road leading to the cement path must also be repaired. Gu Li continued to plan the subsequent tasks he needed to undertake, even jotting them down in WeChat. Having earned a considerable sum, whether for the purpose of improving his family's living conditions or for the convenience of bringing his girlfriend home, it was essential to make some adjustments at his family residence. After all, their home was a modest 3-story building that his parents had constructed with a few tens of thousands of yuan back in the early 2000s. The first floor comprised 3 similarly sized main rooms, a spacious living room in the center, a storage room on the left for various items, and a bedroom on the right where his parents resided for convenience. The second floor featured a layout consisting of a large living room and 2 smaller bedrooms, primarily occupied by his sister and younger sister. His elder sister, Gu Xinyue, was married and lived with her family in the county, while his younger sister, Gu Qiu, was in her senior year at university. The balcony area included a bathroom and a space for drying clothes, where Gu Qiu often tended to her flowers and plants. The third floor housed a large bedroom, spanning over 30 square meters, along with a bathroom, which was typically where Gu Li stayed during his visits. Naturally, the furnishings were quite simple. The walls were coated in whitewash, and the floors were tiled. The furniture was basic, with even the curtains suspended from wires, giving the space a rather rudimentary appearance. Fortunately, the foundation had been well laid, making the house solid and stable, negating the need for a complete renovation into a villa. After all, even if they were to renovate, aside from his parents, the 3 siblings wouldn't often reside there, rendering it unnecessary. Moreover, once they married and had children, their parents would likely come over to help with childcare, resulting in an even emptier house. Thus, Gu Li envisioned spending a few $100,000 to renovate the place nicely. He intended to transform his family home into a countryside villa, a retreat to which he could occasionally return. As for his residence in Rongqing, he certainly planned to purchase a grand villa in the future. By the way, Gu Qiu hasn't called me in ages. I wonder what she has been busy with. After clarifying his plans, Gu Li recalled his parents' request to bring his sister back with him for the Dragon Boat Festival, so he promptly made a phone call. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, Shen Linqi received a call from the dealership, asking her to pick up her car. She then called Hu Lin and arranged to go together. After work, she drove her Porsche Panamera to pick up Hu Lin and headed towards the dealership. While in the car, Hu Lin inquired, Cici, was that handsome Gu guy calling you? Shen Linqi shook her head. No, it was the dealership. Oh, that's quite strange, Hu Lin mused, stroking her chin. He*s really peculiar. Could it be that I misjudged him? Shen Linqi, confused, asked, what is strange about it? Hu Lin began counting on her fingers. Look, you're such a beautiful goddess. Yet he seems utterly indifferent. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Up until now, aside from our drunken encounter by the river where he approached you, he hasn't shown any interest at all during the other 2 meetings. Initially, I thought he was playing hard to get, but now it doesn't seem that way. It's truly puzzling. If he can endure so well, I genuinely admire him. Hearing her friend's analysis, Shen Linqi sighed, weariness evident on her face. What is so strange? While I may be somewhat pretty, it doesn't mean everyone will be drawn to me. Besides, haven't you heard? My heart has been shattered. No beauty can entice me now. Uft, I don't buy that, Hu Lin retorted, rolling her eyes. Men are all the same. They're all lustful. I refuse to believe that handsome guy is completely unmoved by you. His actions are just a bit strange. You said you don't need to repair the car, yet he insists on doing so. What could be the reason behind that? Seeing her friend's puzzled expression, Shen Linqi felt a bit exasperated and said, oh, just stop overthinking it. Hurry and help me drive the car back. I need to get back to work. You only know how to work. Hu Lin couldn't help but scoff, shaking her head in disbelief. Shenlinshi sighed. My job isn't as easy as yours. Recently, that project has hit a snag. Our competitors are really putting pressure on our department. If you lose, you lose. You've been working so hard. I feel for you, Hu Lin remarked sympathetically. You say that so lightly, but this is my job. Before long, they arrived at the dealership, where they successfully viewed the car. Seeing that it was restored to its original condition and that it had undergone comprehensive maintenance, even with the air conditioning fan thoughtfully replaced, Shenlinshi felt a pang of guilt. Upon inquiring, she learned that Guli had picked up the car earlier that afternoon. She thought about expressing her gratitude but felt there was no opportunity to do so. A sense of regret washed over her. This was the first time she had felt such an inclination toward a man. She almost asked the service department if they could provide her with Guli's number. However, the thought was fleeting, and after some contemplation, Shenlinshi decided against it. He didn't harbor any special feelings for her. So why should she put herself out there? Moreover, given her proud nature, she couldn't be the one to call a man, even for a simple thank you. Thus, the two drove back to Jingshang Huating, Shenlinshi's residence. Upon entering, Hu Lin made herself at home, immediately slipping into slippers. Cici, it's been ages since I visited your home. How about we sleep together tonight? Are you out of your mind? Get lost. At home. Shenlinshi shed her icy exterior and became quite spirited, openly rebuking her best friend. I am not a loose woman. Hee. Hu Lin chuckled playfully, her eyes glinting with mischief. You better not regret it. Tonight, I plan to make a move on that handsome guy. Upon hearing this, Shenlinshi was momentarily taken aback and then inquired, what did you say? Hu Lin giggled conspiratorially, waving her phone. While you were checking out the car, I managed to snag his WeChat. I'll add him later and have a good chat. Let us see what he is really about. I truly cannot believe you. Shenlinshi exclaimed, smacking her forehead in disbelief. Why would you add him on WeChat? Are you actually thinking of pursuing him? Besides, he just got out of a relationship. Best to leave him alone. Oh, look at you, showing concern, Hu Lin teased, noticing her friend's reaction. Shenlinshi quickly denied, what am I concerned about? I just think that Gu is a decent person, that is all. A decent person? Why does that sound so familiar? Hu Lin continued with a smirk. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on his character for you. Seeing Hu Lin's determination to add Gu Li on WeChat, Shenlinshi decided against further argument. Shaking her head in resignation, uninterested in continuing the conversation with her friend. Meanwhile, Gu Li received a friend request notification, feeling a bit puzzled. However, upon realizing it was from Hu Lin, he couldn't help but exclaim in delight, excellent. As long as I can win over this friend of hers, Shenlinshi will be within reach. Chapter 26. Shenlinshi's curiosity, progress in their relationship. Handsome, so your surname is Gu? And Guli? What a name full of character. After saying this, Hu Lin felt it wasn't enough, promptly sending 2 handshake emojis. By the way, I'm Hu Lin. Nice to meet you. Since she was Shenlinshi's close friend, Guli knew he had to handle her well. If managed properly, she could potentially become an ally in his pursuit of Shenlinshi, enhancing his chances. Of course, he could not display any interest in Shenlinshi, as his previous persona was already established. The 7 years of unrequited love had left him emotionally desolate, rendering him indifferent to new romantic prospects. To suddenly exhibit interest in Shenlinshi would be counterproductive. Thus, he kept his response brief, sending a handshake emoji and introducing himself. Hello, beautiful Hu. I'm also pleased to meet you. After that, the conversation dwindled, as if their greeting had been the end of their dialogue. Seeing this, Hu Lin took the initiative to keep the conversation going. Haha, nice to meet you. By the way, my best friend wanted me to thank you. The car is fixed. Just like new. No problem. After all, it was my fault for damaging her car. Fixing it was the least I could do. Guli's businesslike demeanor left Hu Lin utterly speechless. She hadn't anticipated that her enthusiasm would be met with such indifference. She felt like throwing her phone in frustration but decided against it, continuing to engage Guli. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded on WeChat. Hu Lin desperately sought topics to discuss, inquiring about everything from age to work, and then hobbies and other interests, covering each aspect thoroughly. Meanwhile, Guli responded casually. His replies concise and devoid of any superfluous words, showing no interest in Hu Lin's side of the conversation. This kind of dialogue was driving Hu Lin to the brink of exasperation. What the heck? This guy is just here to torment me. She had not expected chatting with someone could be so draining, nearly driving her to despair. Little did she know, such conversations were commonplace for her with infatuated suitors. The roles had simply reversed. What frustrated her even more was that, despite her looks, even her more attractive friend could not pique Guli's interest. After half an hour of chatting, Guli hadn't mentioned Shenlinshi at all. This guy is a complete blockhead, she thought. Well, at least I gathered some information. It seems acceptable. After learning some basic details, Hu Lin hurried to report back to Shenlinshi. She, guess what I found out about him? At that moment, Shen Linshi was working, and upon hearing Hu Lin's words, she couldn't help but feel intrigued, turning to ask, "Oh, is he perhaps a rich second generation?" "A rich second generation wouldn't surprise me," Hu Lin replied. "He seems to be around 27 or 28, like us. But he is from a rural background. Built his wealth from scratch, with at least several million to his name. He works in IT, just like you. Isn't that a coincidence?" "Well, that is somewhat coincidental," Shen Linshi acknowledged, though her expression remained unperturbed, as if such a man hardly warranted her attention. Noticing this, Hu Lin felt deflated, exasperatedly saying, "Come on, sister. Can you at least show some reaction? I've been fretting over your matters." Hearing this, Shen Linshi set down her mouse and replied earnestly, "For me, the most pressing concern is to secure this project as soon as possible. Everything else can wait. As for the matters you mentioned about me, honestly, men are rather inconsequential." "I truly can't believe you," Hu Lin sighed, finally resigned. "I feel like you two are so alike. You're a career-driven workaholic. And Guli is just a straightforward guy, completely oblivious to romance. It's a wonder you two crossed paths." Unexpectedly, at this, a smile graced Shen Linshi's face. "Oh, so his name is Guli." Returning to one's hometown, as dusk falls in the west, Hu Lin, however, was utterly confused, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you talking about? Guli is Guli, not your hometown. Why are you bringing poetry into this?" "Hee, you wouldn't understand," Shen Linshi replied, shaking her head. Choosing to say no more, Hu Lin was left speechless. "What on earth does that even mean? Just because you went to university, do you get to look down on me?" Returning to one's hometown, did Guli's parents name him after poetry? It must be said, there were some concepts that she, as a less academically inclined individual, simply could not grasp. On the other hand, upon hearing Guli's name, Shen Linshi found herself lost in thought, the poetry echoing in her mind. On the evening of May 20th, by the riverside, Guli appeared so despondent. The empty can strewn about evoked a sense of longing. Just days prior, on the bridge, he had leaped into the abyss. Fully aware of the dangers of jumping into the river at night, yet acting with unwavering resolve as a man. He truly was a remarkable individual. Returning to one's hometown, a hometown that holds Chang'an. Gazing out at the night sky, Shen Linshi found herself murmuring, unsure of the reason behind her sudden introspection. Meanwhile, in Building 18, Guli was engrossed in a programming book when an unexpected voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have officially met Shen Linshi," piquing her curiosity. "You are familiar with her elegant name, and she knows your refined title. From this moment onward, having progressed from mere acquaintances to the stage of friendship, one is granted a chance to participate in a lottery. May I inquire, is the lottery commencing now?" To my astonishment, I have only just engaged in a brief conversation with Hu Lin, and our relationship has escalated at such a remarkable pace. Upon learning of this advancement between the two, Guli could not help but applaud in celebration. "Splendid. Indeed, it is imperative to maintain this connection with Hu Lin, and whether she can secure a relationship with Shen Linshi sooner rather than later rests upon her." Thus, a plan began to formulate in his mind. Following his gaze, Guli also looked towards Shen Linshi's balcony across the way, his face alight with joy. "System, initiate the lottery." "Acknowledged, host. The lottery is commencing." "Congratulations, host. You have acquired advanced automotive driving skills. Would you like to extract them now?" "Ah, yet another valuable skill. How delightful. Just in time. As I will be driving back to my hometown in 2 days, this will undoubtedly prove useful. With this skill, navigating country roads will be considerably more manageable. System, please proceed with the extraction." As soon as the words left his lips, Guli found himself once again enveloped in an illusion, as if he had been driving for decades. Minutes later, he finally regained his senses and chuckled to himself. "At last, I am also a seasoned driver." However, curiosity soon overcame him as he pondered the meaning of what the system had stated. "She knows your refined title." Chapter 27, The Struggles of Shen Linshi. Yet after some time, he could not ascertain its meaning. He could only speculate that perhaps Hu Lin and Shen Linshi had bestowed upon him some sort of nickname, prompting the system's comment. In any case, once they became better acquainted, he could inquire further and would not need to dwell on it for now. After deep contemplation, Guli redirected his attention to the system, which had undergone some changes on his personal attributes panel. Host, Guli, bound girlfriend, Shen Linshi. Current level, level 4. Monetary reward. The host receives 0.1 yuan for every second spent within 1 kilometer of the girlfriend. Experience points for leveling up. 1, 193, 865, 561, 000, 000. Consuming 1 yuan accumulates 1 experience point. Daily monetary accumulation seconds. 8, 714 seconds. Lottery chances, 0 times. System space, no items present. Asset level, tens of millions. Skill list, human weapon, advanced computer programming skills, advanced driving skills. Note 1, Note 2, Note 3, Note 4. Surprisingly, there was now an asset level and skill list, which made things somewhat clearer. Ghoulie glanced over these changes, but did not pay them much heed. Being well acquainted with the system, he understood that this particular system was relatively straightforward, aside from the daily monetary gains. There was little else to look forward to except the lottery. Unlike other systems in novels that feature tasks or a system marketplace, the primary objective here was to swiftly catch up to Shen and elevate the system's level as quickly as possible. As for the number of levels the system possessed, or what changes would occur once he and Shen achieved their desired relationship, he was entirely in the dark. Moreover, the absence of any items in the system space left him somewhat disheartened. Although his luck with the lottery had been quite favorable, he had yet to draw anything particularly extraordinary. He felt somewhat unlucky. He had high hopes for acquiring advanced technological blueprints, skills, or even futuristic items. After all, as a modern individual, he harbored an inexplicable fascination for the realms of science fiction. Concepts such as immortality and interstellar travel stirred his spirit. Regrettably, he had yet to obtain any remarkable items and could only indulge in such thoughts within the confines of his mind. The next day arrived, June 2nd. Ghoulie took a half-day leave in the afternoon, preparing to return early, as the following day marked the Dragon Boat Festival, and he wished to avoid early morning travel. As for Guccio, he had already made arrangements to pick her up from school. After having lunch, he first visited a supermarket at Xingxing Square to purchase a plethora of items before driving towards Sichuan University. Meanwhile, Shen Linshi, upstairs, received a call from Hu Lin. Shishi, are you returning to Yudu for the Dragon Boat Festival tomorrow? Shen Linshi pondered for a moment before responding, I'm not going back. Why are you? Hu Lin chuckled. Originally, my parents wanted me to return, but I declined. It's rather dull at home. I'd rather stay in Rongqing with you. Hearing this, Shen Linshi felt a warmth in her heart, but still urged her, you should really go back for the festival. After all, it has been over half a year since you've seen your parents, and they miss you dearly. I'm not going back because I have to work overtime. I want to be able to accompany you, so it would be best for you to return home. Oh my goodness. You're working overtime during the Dragon Boat Festival? Is that really necessary? Hu Lin expressed her confusion and began to persuade her. I really don't understand you. Is work truly that important? We're well off, with money, a home, and a car. Why live such a strenuous life? Besides, I'm genuinely worried about your health. You know that the female CEO of the Sea Lion Group was recently diagnosed with cancer. At that moment, Shen Linshi found herself at a loss for words. Falling into silence. Suddenly, she recalled the sternness of her parents throughout her upbringing and the subsequent estrangement that had developed as she grew older. Had she not been raised in such a family, perhaps she would not have become the person she is today. Life, it seemed, often left one with little choice. In the face of such a joyous family holiday, Shen Linshi felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. At times, she truly envied those from ordinary families who received their parents' affection. It was a simple wish, one that did not demand their children achieve great success, but rather hoped for their safety and happiness. What's wrong? Why are you so silent? During Shen Linshi's moment of distraction, Hu Lin asked with concern. Shen Linshi quickly replied, it's nothing. I appreciate your kindness. Once this project concludes, let us plan a proper outing together. As for my health, I exercise daily and am certainly in better shape than some people. Oh, you're even mocking me now. How rude. Hearing this, Hu Lin ceased her insistence and laughed. Very well, this is a promise you've made. We can include Ghoulie as well. I suddenly think he is quite entertaining. Upon hearing Hu Lin mention Ghoulie, Shen Linshi immediately felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly inquired. Haven't you two only just added each other as friends? Why are you already planning to hang out together? You don't know this, do you? Hu Lin replied. He is a good person, worth getting to know. I originally intended to stay here and hang out during the festival. But since he is going back home, that will have to wait. Oh, fine then. Shen Linshi sighed in resignation, reflecting on her friend's nature. Yet Hu Lin continued to persuade her. Really, I think Ghoulie is quite impressive. He has achieved so much at such a young age, and his future looks promising. You might want to consider him. He has already bought a luxury G-class. His net worth must be at least in the tens of millions. Don't you agree? If he is so impressive, then why don't you consider him? Very well, do not concern yourself with my personal matters any further. I must end this call as I have work to attend to. As Shen Linshi hung up the phone, she felt somewhat distracted, having heard Hu Lin's last words. Although Hu Lin had a point, and on the surface, Ghoulie appeared quite commendable, who could truly fathom the specifics of the situation. Furthermore, she was not a woman to be easily swayed by emotions. Life presents numerous choices. Having chosen her career, she had little inclination to invest in romantic affairs. After all, some individuals had already mapped out her love life with utmost clarity. At this moment, Her efforts seemed merely a struggle against the inevitable. Gu Li, unaware of Shen Linqi's current melancholy, had just picked up his sister. However, he was somewhat speechless when he discovered that his sister Gu Qiu had brought along a friend, reportedly a fellow villager from Qianshui County. Moreover, she was an exquisite beauty. Chapter 28. An unexpectedly beautiful university student. At that moment, Gu Qiu gazed in astonishment at the luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked before her. She was not entirely ignorant of high-end vehicles and immediately recognized the car as a multi-million yuan masterpiece. Initially, she had thought that her brother, having freed himself from Yue, would start considering his own needs, perhaps purchasing a modest vehicle. She certainly did not anticipate such an extravagant purchase. Her first reaction was to wonder where he had acquired such wealth. However, mindful of her fellow villagers' presence, Gu Qiu suppressed her shock and skepticism, deciding to inquire further once she had seen her friend home. "Brother, come here. Let me introduce you." She quickly quelled her curiosity and pulled the slender beauty standing beside her closer, smiling as she said, "This is my old acquaintance from the village, Yang Yixia. Oh, and she is also your schoolmate from the Institute of Technology. She is returning to Qianshui with us. Is that all right?" Dressed in a white embroidered short-sleeve shirt and jeans that accentuated her long legs, Yang Yixia exuded an aura of youthful innocence. Her sweet smile reminiscent of a first love in school. Gu Li couldn't help but admire the allure of these charming university students, though after having seen Shen Linqi's beauty, he regarded such girls with mere appreciation, devoid of any deeper intentions. Upon hearing Gu Qiu's words, he chuckled. "Of course, that's no problem at all. Let us go? Get in the car." "Thank you, senior," Yang Yixia greeted warmly before settling into the back seat alongside Gu Qiu. She remained silent, behaving like a well-mannered girl, though her gaze frequently flitted to Gu Li, who was driving. She had heard from Gu Qiu that Gu Li was merely an ordinary programmer. Although he earned a monthly salary of around 20,000 yuan, how could he possibly afford such a lavish car? Could it be rented? Yang Yixia speculated about Gu Qiu's intentions in inviting her along, likely to introduce her to Gu Li and see if any chemistry developed between them. Initially harboring no expectations, she was taken aback by the pleasant surprise. However, Gu Li's somewhat aloof demeanor left her feeling slightly disappointed. Attempting to find a topic of conversation was futile, as Gu Li was focused on driving, leaving her with little opportunity to break the ice. Consequently, she spent most of her time curiously observing Gu Li and the interior of the car. Half an hour later, her confusion deepened. Based on Gu Li's attire and the state of the vehicle, it appeared to be his personal car. Yet, this contradicted Gu Qiu's earlier description. Unavoidably, her mind began to wander as they continued their journey. Meanwhile, Gu Qiu, unaware of Gu Li's situation, refrained from probing further. After 2 hours, Gu Li successfully exited the highway and arrived in the county town. Following Yang Yixia's directions, he smoothly dropped her off outside her residential complex. "Thank you so much, Gu Gu and Gu Qiu." Yang Yixia smiled as she waved goodbye and walked towards the building. "All right, Sister Yixia, see you later." Gu Qiu nodded and once back in the car, finally voiced the question that had been troubling her. "Brother, what is going on? How did you end up with such an impressive car? You're not involved in anything illegal, are you?" Gu Li couldn't help but chuckle at the barrage of questions. "What are you talking about? How could I possibly engage in anything nefarious? Can't you have a little more faith in me?" Gu Qiu pondered for a moment before responding. "Of course, I wish you well. The thing is, your transformation is rather drastic." She then patted the luxurious leather seat beneath her. "Brother, this car costs over 2 million. Even if you worked for 10 years, you wouldn't have that much. You've only been working for less than 4 years. Even if you lived frugally, you couldn't afford this car. Besides, you spent so much on Yue before. Don't think I'm unaware of that." Gu Li burst into laughter at Gu Qiu's remarks and quickly began to explain. "Sister, my salary is indeed modest, but I have side ventures, such as stock trading and cryptocurrency. I also took on some projects outside of work and earned a bit from those. You didn't know any of this, did you? Really? You have that many side businesses?" Gu Qiu was taken aback. Gu Li grinned. What else could it be? Gu Qiu scrutinized her brother more closely, noticing the peculiar change in him. Sensing her surprise, Gu Li inquired, "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" "No, your face looks fine. You just seem to have become more handsome," Gu Qiu remarked, shaking her head and muttering to herself. "This is unscientific. We saw each other during the May Day holiday, and you didn't look this different then. Brother, are you hiding something from me? Or, like in a novel, did you have a one-night stand with some rich beauty, and now she has come back with a child?" At this, Gu Li couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh, my dear sister, have you been reading too many novels? How could you think that?" Gu Qiu shrugged, her expression a mix of resignation and bewilderment. "Who wouldn't considering your sudden transformation? You've gone from being infatuated with Yue to suddenly owning a luxury car." Gu Li found himself at a loss for words. realizing that explaining the situation could prove challenging. It seemed that those who were closest to him understood him best. He knew that upon returning home, his changes would inevitably be noticed. Thankfully, he had prepared a narrative in advance, calmly weaving a story about his breakup with Yue, rearranging the timeline of his confession to May Day, and elaborating on his recent endeavors. Essentially, he had been rejected on May Day, leading to a complete emotional closure, which in turn propelled him to dedicate himself to fitness. He had not anticipated that his efforts to distract himself from romantic concerns would result in a remarkable transformation within a month. Subsequently, perhaps due to the brightness emanating from the east rather than the west, it was utterly unexpected that a substantial fortune was amassed in the stock market. Such is the tale. Now are you satisfied? Oh. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Gu Qiu suddenly came to a realization. It turned out that her elder brother had been toiling for years, not only trading stocks, but also engaging in cryptocurrency and taking on external projects. Truly, he had endured much. Nevertheless, it seemed that his hardships were yielding sweet rewards, having distanced himself from that woman, Yue. Finding a good sister-in-law would be the cherry on top. She immediately inquired, "Brother, what do you think of Sister Xia?" Upon hearing this, Gu Li chuckled. Ever since he laid eyes on that fellow villager, he knew what his sister was scheming. Although her intentions were well-meaning, it was unnecessary. He promptly replied, "Sister, you need not concern yourself with my affairs. I have come to terms with things. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Rest assured, I shall find a girlfriend this year. With my current wealth, which is at least in the 7-figure range, acquiring a partner should not pose a difficulty." With the doubts in her heart temporarily alleviated, and with all good news coming from Gu Li, Gu Qiu set aside her worries and allowed joy to flourish within her. "Very well, I shall await the day I can call her sister-in-law." As she spoke, a thought struck her, and she clapped her hands in delight. "Brother, you've returned just in time for a splendid show. Hee hee, tomorrow, Uncle and the others are coming over. Their expressions will surely be priceless." Chapter 29, The Shock of $1 Million Salary. Hearing this, Gu Li immediately asked, "What is the situation? Uncle is coming over tomorrow?" "Indeed," Gu Qiu replied, lifting her phone with a smile. "Our father just notified the group chat. Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival, and he has invited everyone over. He even transferred 1,000 yuan to Big Sister, instructing her to buy groceries for tomorrow morning. However, Big Sister hasn't received it yet." "Oh," Big Brother replied, questioning why father was being so courteous and sending money. At present, the two were discussing what groceries to buy in the chat. "What?" Gu Li was taken aback. When did Dad become so ostentatious? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to look at his sister. Under his gaze, Gu Qiu felt a bit uneasy and meekly replied, "It's because I mentioned in the group that you returned in a luxury car worth 2 million. Upon hearing this, Gu Li instantly understood. So, their father believed he had become prosperous and wanted to show off. However, he truly had no intention of being so flamboyant. With a sigh, he lamented, "From childhood to now, you've always struggled to keep secrets. Even as you've grown, nothing has changed. Oh, brother, please focus on driving." Just then, as he took a turn, the car veered too close to the edge, startling Gu Qiu into a shout. However, Gu Qiu merely chuckled, turning back with an unusually confident smile. "Fear not. I am the driving god of Akin Mountain. These winding roads pose no challenge to me. I haven't even unleashed my true prowess yet. Soon you shall experience the thrill of speed." Yet, Gu Qiu did not believe her brother's words. She was well aware that this car had been purchased only last month, which meant Gu Li was a novice driver. Furthermore, the 20-plus kilometers from the county to the village included over 10 kilometers of mountainous terrain. Although not exceedingly steep, the road was fraught with numerous twists and turns, making it quite difficult to navigate. Moreover, the village road, which had only been repaired a decade ago, was a mere 3.5 meters wide, making it impossible for two vehicles to pass simultaneously. Although many passing lanes had been added in recent years due to the increase in car ownership, for someone who rarely returned, encountering a situation requiring one to yield could become quite troublesome. Typically, a novice driver would have to proceed slowly, honking at every turn. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Gu Qiu was genuinely startled. She also found it peculiar. Her brother had never been so reckless before. Why did he seem so brash after experiencing heartbreak and newfound wealth? She immediately shook her head, gripping the handle above the door, and advised, "Brother, please drive slowly. There's no rush, truly." "Haha, sister, why do you not trust your brother?" Gu Li sighed, his hands remaining steady on the wheel as he deftly maneuvered the car at high speed. In an instant, they were racing up and down the mountainous road at over 40 miles per hour. Feeling the jarring ride, Gu Qiu could only roll her eyes. "My dear brother, are you taking revenge on me? I hadn't anticipated you'd become so petty." Gu Li chuckled, "You've misunderstood me. I merely wish to showcase my driving skills. Do not underestimate me." "How childish," Gu Qiu retorted, displaying an expression of exasperation. However, after a while, she began to notice that Gu Li's driving skills were indeed quite impressive. Aside from her initial fear, she gradually calmed down. After traveling a bit further and successfully passing a car coming from the opposite direction, a look of astonishment finally crossed her face. Gu Li had effortlessly maneuvered the vehicle to the side with a mere turn of the steering wheel, allowing the other driver, who was preparing to reverse, to pass through with a grateful honk. His skills seemed to surpass those of the local drivers she had previously encountered. At this point, Guccio was not only astonished, but also perplexed. Brother, when did you become so skilled? Now do you believe me? Honestly, how could you doubt your brother? Am I that unreliable? Hearing the sarcasm laced in Gu Li's words, Guccio could only apologize and nod in agreement. Yes. It was my mistake to question your skills. Is that sufficient? Gu Li laughed heartily. All right, I shall forgive and forget. By the way, I plan to give Dad 1 million to renovate the house. When we return home, you must lend a hand, understood? Upon hearing Gu Li's generous intentions, Guccio was once again taken aback. Brother, you are truly my dear brother. Since you've already given Dad 10,000, could you lend me a little? Goodness, you're treating me like a stranger. What do you mean by borrowing? I'll transfer you 10,000 right now. Consider it a festive red envelope. Buy whatever you wish. With a wave of his hand, Gu Li promptly transferred her 1,000. This elicited an excited shout from Guccio, who leaned forward, beaming with gratitude. Brother, you are simply the best. Moi? Gu Li, however, adopted a stern expression. What are you doing? Focus on driving. Sit properly. In response, Guccio could only obediently sit back, unable to contain her delight. 10,000 yuan, equating to her monthly living expenses, was akin to a year's worth of spending. Previously, she had sought side jobs, and now, finally, she could indulge herself. Thus, the two of them chatted and laughed, and in under 20 minutes, they arrived at the village entrance. After passing through the village entrance, they navigated a narrow 2-meter-wide path for several hundred meters to reach home. This path was not paved with cement, but rather covered with gravel. Gu Li's earlier thought was that the house required some renovation, and the same should be done for this several hundred-meter-long path, converting it into a cement road. After all, the only people traversing this road were their family and their neighbor, Uncle San. There is no need to widen the road excessively. A little over 4 meters will suffice, just enough to accommodate 2 vehicles. As one progresses from the village entrance for several hundred meters, the number of houses gradually increases. Within the vicinity, there exists a village primary school, the village committee office, a health clinic, and even a charming agritourism establishment alongside a spacious square. When Gu Li's vehicle approached, it immediately attracted a multitude of curious gazes. Once the villagers recognized him, astonishment swept over them, with some even calling out in recognition. Ah, that's Gu Li. Indeed. I never imagined he would purchase a car. It certainly looks expensive. Well, let me tell you, that emblem belongs to Mercedes-Benz. You wouldn't acquire it for less than several $100,000. At this moment, a familiar face exclaimed loudly, sending ripples of shock through the crowd. My goodness, Gu Li has truly made something of himself. After merely 3 or 4 years in the workforce, he can afford a car worth hundreds of thousands. Indeed, he works in a big city in the field of computer science, earning tens of thousands each month. Upon hearing this, Guccio couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Brother, have you started working? Gu Li nodded. I just joined a company last month. I've only been on the job for a week or 2. Shifting his slightly stiff posture, Guccio leaned in closer. Oh, that sounds promising. I recall you used to earn around 10,000 a month. What's your salary now? Gu Li chuckled. If I tell you, you might be shocked. What? Guccio was momentarily taken aback. It's about 1 million annually, give or take. What? This revelation left Guccio genuinely astonished, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Gazing at Gu Li, she found it hard to believe that this was truly her brother. How could he have changed so much in just a month, becoming somewhat unfamiliar? Chapter 30. Finding a girlfriend would make it perfect. The annual salary of 1 million that Gu Li mentioned was no mere boast. From the outset of his interview at Jinduyan, he set a lofty goal for himself, an annual income of 1 million. Consequently, after the interview, he boldly requested a monthly salary of 100,000. To his surprise, after discussions with the CEO, they accepted his demand without negotiation, offering him the full amount along with additional project bonuses. Thus, when all was calculated, his earnings would exceed 1 million significantly. Naturally, as one of the top-tier computer programmers, achieving an annual salary of 1 million was hardly excessive. However, he refrained from asking for more, preferring to avoid complications, especially since he was uncertain how long he would remain at Jinduyan. After all, he was destined to embark on his entrepreneurial journey, and his time at Jinduyan was merely transitional. In terms of salary, he wasn't overly concerned, given that the system provided him with a monetary reward of 8,000 daily. That amounted to a substantial $240,000 per month, which was a tangible influx into his bank account, far superior to his salary. Of course, during his brief return home, he would have to forego that income. This left him feeling somewhat helpless, pondering when the system would lift the effective distance restriction. Perhaps it would only change once he and Shen became genuine romantic partners. Brother, you're truly remarkable. Not only have you excelled in your side ventures, but you've also secured such a commendable job. If our parents knew, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed, feeling a sense of pride. Finally, they needn't worry about you finding a girlfriend. Gu Qiu's admiration for Gu Li was palpable, her words laced with flattery. In response, Gu Li felt a wave of happiness wash over him. Reflecting on his past behavior as a sycophant, he now regretted his naivety. Back then, he had failed to recognize that Yue was the type of person who merely viewed him as a backup option. Each time she thought of him, it was merely to suggest a meal or a shopping trip, and he always bore the expenses. When she had no need for him, she would claim to be busy with work or on business trips, making it impossible for him to reach out. Even more infuriating were the occasions he confessed his feelings. She would accept his gifts while feigning vulnerability, insisting that she wasn't ready for a relationship. What a manipulative person. Such a woman was worlds apart from Shen Linqi. At that moment, he felt grateful that he had drunkenly approached a charming young lady that day. Otherwise, this system might never have manifested in his life. Perhaps it was simply fate. The few hundred meters were traversed in no time, and Gu Li pressed the horn before parking in front of the house and stepping out. Inhaling the fresh air of home, he felt an immediate sense of comfort. The air in his hometown was unparalleled, imbued with a natural essence that was truly refreshing. Though Rongqing had its merits, its air quality was dismal, rife with exhaust fumes and dust, making daily life a torment. As he pondered his future, he wished to find a place like his hometown to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Gu Li, is this car really worth 2 million? At that moment, his father, Gu Mingyuan, and his mother, Tao Huizhi, had heard the horn and approached with smiles. Upon seeing him, Gu Mingyuan touched the Mercedes-Benz, his hands trembling slightly as he inquired. Gu Li chuckled heartily. Dad, of course. The total cost is 38 million. What do you think? Looks good, right? Wow, stunning. Gu Mingyuan nearly trembled at the mention of 38 million, circling the vehicle in awe. But it doesn't seem particularly special. How can it cost over 200,000? That's enough to buy a house in the city. Hearing this, Tao Huizhi promptly interjected. I say, young man, why didn't you buy a house first with your earnings? Why did you think to purchase a car instead? Buying a car is one thing, but couldn't you have opted for one around 100,000? It must be acknowledged that the older generation still held houses in high regard. After all, having a home could facilitate finding a girlfriend, especially since their son was already 27. Soon he would be 28, not exactly a young age. Although he wouldn't turn 30 for another 2 years, he was undoubtedly approaching that milestone. Upon hearing this, Gu Li quickly began to explain. He had no desire to return home for just 2 or 3 days only to be subjected to his mother's incessant nagging. Mom, rest assured, I'm already looking at properties. I plan to purchase a spacious flat of around 200 square meters, so it will be convenient for you to visit. As for your concerns, they are unfounded. I still have plenty of money. Purchasing a house is well within my means. Mom, my brother is incredible now. At this moment, Gu Qiu chimed in. His job pays him 10,000 a month. Isn't that enough to buy a house? He could sort it out in a year or 2. What? Son, is this true? Yes. How did your salary increase so dramatically? Weren't you only earning a little over 10,000 a month before? The expressions on Gu Mingyuan and Tao Huizhi's faces reflected their astonishment, deepening the wrinkles etched upon them. Well, the previous company was quite laid back. So I took on side projects and honed my skills, Gu Li explained. Now that I've mastered them, I was introduced to this new company through acquaintances, leading to my salary increase. It's primarily due to my relevant experience aligning perfectly with their requirements. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile bloomed across Gu Mingyuan's face as he patted Gu Li's shoulder, pride and satisfaction shining in his eyes. Excellent. Excellent. I always knew you would succeed. After all, you graduated from a prestigious university. With hard work, success is inevitable. Indeed. Now, all that remains is a house and finding a girlfriend. And then everything will be perfect. Tao Huizhi gazed at her son, her face radiating happiness and anticipation. Upon hearing these words, Gu Li instinctively touched his nose, inwardly speculating that in the near future, his mother would likely focus her attention on the girlfriend aspect. It seems that he must hasten to pursue Shen Linqi, to bring some tranquility to his mother. Next, Gu Li opened the trunk, instantly causing Gu Qiu to exclaim in surprise. Wow, big brother, you bought so many things. Gu Li smiled slightly. Just got some clothes for mom and dad, along with some milk and such. Let's go, we can carry it all back at once. The distance from the door to their home was only about 30 meters, but fortunately, there were 4 of them, so they completed the task in one trip. Upon returning home and looking at the mottled walls, Guli silently shook his head. Although the house was an apartment, it had hardly been decorated. If Shen Linshi came over, she certainly wouldn't complain, but it would undoubtedly be rather uncomfortable. After all, even for him, returning home felt somewhat unfamiliar. In the summer, the mosquitoes were rampant and there was no air conditioning. In the winter, the windows were drafty, and the bathroom had uncovered windows, making bathing an excruciatingly cold experience. Especially the bed, which was an old relic from over a decade ago, creaked incessantly and was particularly shabby. Guli directly carried the items up to the third floor. And soon after, Gu Mingyuan called everyone for dinner. "Come, Dad, let's enjoy some fine wine today." Saying this, Guli pulled out a bottle of Maotai and poured a glass for his parents. Gu Mingyuan accepted with a grin, his face beaming with contentment. Who would have thought? I too would have a day to drink fake yen. If you want a drink, I'll occasionally bring you a few bottles, Guli replied. Oh, let us skip that. Drinking this all the time would be too extravagant. Even though you have money, it's not meant to be squandered. Showing filial piety to parents is not a waste. Guli retorted with a chuckle. Thus, the family joyfully enjoyed their drinks together, though it was a pity that the eldest sister, Gu Xinyue, was not home. An hour later, both father and son were feeling a bit tipsy. Guli took out his phone and directly transferred 1 million to Gu Mingyuan. Dad, I'm sending you 1 million. When the time comes, please repair the house and the road out front. What? Upon hearing the sum, Gu Mingyuan immediately stood up. The alcohol-induced haze lifting instantly. Chapter 31. For the daughter-in-law, it must be perfect. 1 million. Gu Mingyuan couldn't help but confirm again. Son, did you really say 1 million? Guli nodded. Yes, 1 million. If it's not enough, I can send more, just don't be stingy. He had immense faith in his father's capabilities. After all, having worked as an accountant and village head for over 20 years, his competence was unquestionable. However, his overly honest nature prevented him from being more enterprising, which is why he still lingered in the village after all these years. Now, nearing retirement, he had become more relaxed, although he still held a nominal position, earning around 1,000 a month, primarily handling documentation and logistics. This was quite leisurely, especially compared to mere farming. In fact, according to his father's thoughts, once the house was renovated, he would retire at home and enjoy his golden years. However, given the nature of his parents, they would likely continue working and farming as usual. Gu Mingyuan was taken aback by his son's generosity, momentarily at a loss for words. Only after confirming that it was indeed 1 million, and that there might be a need for more, did he shake his head in refusal. That's enough. Enough. Just to renovate the house and fix the road. You don't need 1 million. Hearing this, Guli quickly responded, Dad, you mustn't feign modesty. I mean it, choose quality furniture and appliances so that it's comfortable to live in. After all, I'm planning to find a girlfriend. When your daughter-in-law and grandchildren come to visit, the conditions shouldn't be subpar, right? As he spoke, Guli seemed to suddenly recall something, pointing to the front and back of the house. Just treat it like a countryside villa and tidy up both the interior and exterior. Make sure the roof is waterproof and plant some flowers and plants. Also, level the paths in front and behind the house. Cut down the big trees to prevent the summer mosquitoes and rats. As for the chicken coop, let us move it to the back mountain to avoid having chicken droppings everywhere, which is quite bothersome. Guli continued to list the areas that needed improvement, leaving Gu Mingyuan momentarily stunned. Eventually, he could only smile wryly, realizing that, as Guli suggested, 1 million might not actually be sufficient. Guli chuckled, Dad, that's why I said, if it runs out, I'll transfer more to you. You wouldn't want your daughter-in-law and grandchildren to be reluctant to visit the countryside, would you? All right, whatever you say goes. Don't worry, when you come back for the new year, I'll ensure you see a transformed home. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyuan ceased to argue. After all, with someone footing the bill, he could just focus on the work. With his son's success, he could still lend a hand. Naturally, to ensure that his future daughter-in-law and grandchildren would often return to visit, he must make their home as inviting as a villa. It must be just perfect. Afterward, he immediately picked up a pen to take notes, jotting down important points. If anything was unclear, he directly asked Gu Li for clarification, who explained the renovation plans in meticulous detail. Soon, Tao Huizhi and Gu Qiu returned from washing the dishes, and they all began to discuss excitedly. Gu Qiu wanted a room facing east so that the morning sun would shine in, yet it wouldn't be too hot in the afternoon. Tao Huizhi requested a laundry station for convenience in washing clothes. Thus, Guli instructed his father to enclose half of the second-floor balcony, creating a semi-open laundry room. With the addition of a washing machine and dryer, it would be quite convenient for both washing and drying clothes. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, Guli was awakened by Gu Qiu's call. Today was the Dragon Boat Festival, and he and Gu Qiu were heading to the county to pick up their eldest sister. Gu Xinyue and her husband, Lu Kai, along with their adorable niece, Lu Zishu. Gu Xinyue was 5 years older than Gu Li, married for 10 years, and managed a small supermarket in the county. Her husband, Lu Kai, worked as a truck driver for a large supermarket, often away for several days a month. Their niece, Lu Zishu, was about 8 years old and incredibly charming. Though their lives were decent, they had no plans for a second child, focusing solely on raising this one well. It can be said that Lu Zishu was the beloved only daughter of the 3 sisters, cherished by the entire family, particularly by Gu Li's parents, who spoiled the little girl to the point of mischief. Because of this, Tao Huizhi had been particularly insistent about Gu Li's marriage, often questioning why he hadn't found a girlfriend yet. Due to Gu Qiu's big mouth, everyone was aware of Gu Li's previous infatuation with Yue. Although Gu Mingyuan said little, he couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. You've been pursuing a girl for 7 years, and still haven't made any progress. Whenever Gu Li returned home and this topic arose, he couldn't help but sigh. However, now things were different, with Gu Li's success. It was only a matter of time before they found him a daughter-in-law. Along the way, Gu Qiu chattered incessantly. Even the thought of using the 10,000 yuan that my brother transferred to buy a new phone in the county crossed my mind. In response, Gu Li straightforwardly remarked, "Regardless of how you choose to spend the money, it is entirely up to you. However, I must advise you to consider whether it is truly necessary." After all, Gu Qiu's phone had been purchased just last year, and replacing it within a year seemed rather wasteful. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu reflected for a moment and agreed, thereby dismissing the immediate desire to visit the phone store. "I shall use it for another year. I can always replace it after I secure my first month's salary from a new job next year." That sounds reasonable. Ambitious. After half an hour, Gu Li parked the car beside his elder sister's supermarket. "Aunt, uncle, you've arrived." As soon as the car came to a halt, his niece Lu Zishu rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Gu Li promptly produced the teddy bear he had bought in Rongqing and handed it to her, exclaiming, "Haha, Zishu. Come, take a look at the gift your uncle got for you. Do you like it?" Upon seeing the life-size teddy bear, Lu Zishu's eyes widened in delight, and she hurriedly embraced it. "I love it. Thank you, uncle. You needn't have brought anything," she added. At that moment, Gu Li's elder sister, Gu Xinyue, emerged as well. However, upon noticing the Mercedes parked nearby, she couldn't help but express her astonishment. "You've really struck it rich this time." While she was curious about how her brother could afford such a luxury car, she refrained from asking further, her smile unwavering, clearly proud of her brother's transformation. "Sister, happy holidays. I also brought you a gift. Please, do not be modest. You have always taken care of me," Gu Li said, as he produced a jewelry box and insisted on placing it in her hands. Gu Xinyue, looking at the gold necklace, repeatedly declined. "Brother, this is far too extravagant." However, Gu Li simply walked away, taking Gu Qiu with him. "Sister, Qiu and I are off to shop. Please call brother-in-law over so we can head back together." With Gu Li disappearing in a flash, Gu Xinyue had no choice but to accept the necklace. This boy truly is worth the affection. Reflecting on her elder brother's family's haughty demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle, wondering what expression her sister-in-law would wear upon arrival. Chapter 32. I truly did not intend to be so ostentatious. In truth, Gu Li had no intention of being so ostentatious. He merely did not anticipate that his parents would learn of his purchase of the luxury G-Class before he even returned home, and would consequently invite relatives over for a reunion without informing him. He had originally planned to drive home first and enjoy a gathering during the National Day holiday. By then, the house would be completed, and he might even bring Shen Linqi along, which would be quite impressive. However, his parents' eagerness surprised him, summoning his uncle and elder relatives in a hurry. With the situation as it was, he decided not to say anything when he returned home. If it was to be ostentatious, then let it be. After all, his parents deserved a moment of pride among his uncle's family. Of course, his relationship with his uncle, Gu Mingfeng, wasn't one of deep-seated enmity. The tension primarily stemmed from his aunt's disdain for their less affluent relatives, given her family's wealth. Gu Mingfeng was also quite submissive, which naturally diluted the relationship between the two families. Additionally, this dynamic was further complicated by his grandmother's preference for wealth over poverty. Ever since her eldest son married, she had been exceedingly amiable towards that side of the family, while looking down on her younger son, Gu Li's father. This was in stark contrast to many other families. Consequently, Gu Li's grandparents did not reside with them, but instead lived in a new house across the mountain. This new house, built at great expense by Gu Li's father and uncle, featured 4 small tiled rooms, fully equipped with appliances. Since his grandparents were still in good health, they did not require assistance. Upon hearing the news of their grandson's luxury car purchase, they had come over shortly after breakfast. Along the way, his grandfather beamed at the warm greetings from villagers, while his grandmother, after confirming the news with several people, was unable to contain her astonishment. She had never expected her seemingly ordinary grandson to purchase a luxury car worth over 2 million yuan, something even her eldest son could not afford. To be fair, her surprise was justified. Gu Li had always presented himself as an introverted and quiet IT guy. When at home, he was often engrossed in novels or videos, avoiding card games and social interactions, which rendered him almost invisible. Some elder relatives even struggled to recall his name, creating an air of embarrassment. In contrast, her eldest son had ventured out to work years ago, becoming a contractor in the city and amassing a fortune worth hundreds of millions. At that moment, Gu Li and Gu Qiu had yet to return, so his grandparents sat outside, helping to pick vegetables and organize items. This sight prompted Tao Huizhi to shake her head and softly murmur to Gu Mingyuan, "After all these years, your mother is still like this. She didn't even go out to play cards, waiting for us to call her for dinner." TSK. Shoo, keep your voice down, Gu Mingyuan cautioned. Aware of his wife's implications, he urged her to be quiet, lest his grandmother overheard and unleashed her sharp tongue. Indeed, his grandmother was notorious for her verbal prowess in the village, often leaving others at a loss for words. Although somewhat snobbish, reasoning with her proved futile. After all, she held a natural advantage due to her age. Thus, it was unprecedented for her to stay home for 2 hours. And just as Gu Li returned with his elder sister and brother-in-law, they all disembarked and began bringing in their purchases. Gu Li spotted his grandparents and called out, "Grandpa, Grandma, happy Dragon Boat Festival." At that moment, he didn't dwell on past grievances with his grandmother, recognizing she was still family. As a grandson, it was only right to be magnanimous. Naturally, he would not be overly enthusiastic either, as that would be quite normal. "Gu Li, is this the car you bought?" his grandmother inquired, gazing at the brand-new Mercedes G-Class, unable to resist running her fingers over its smooth surface. Lu Kai chimed in, "Grandma, this is indeed a Mercedes. And a high-end model at that. It cost over 2 million yuan in total." As a truck driver, he harbored a deep envy for such a vehicle, wishing he could take it for a spin, though the thought of damaging such an expensive car made him hesitate. While his grandmother might not grasp the intricacies of its value, the figure of over 2 million left her astounded. She turned to look at Gu Li, who had already entered the house, and couldn't help but smile. This child has truly made something of himself. As a proud grandmother, her joy was palpable. Just then, 2 more cars approached from outside the mountain pass, capturing her attention. Lu Kai turned to see it was Gu Li's uncle and the family of his elder brother arriving together. Upon hearing the commotion, Gu Mingyuan, Gu Li, and others emerged in succession. On Uncle Tao Qing's side, the relations were rather amicable, with his wife and cousins arriving as well. As for the elder uncle, Gu Mingfeng, and his wife, Guan Haihua, along with their cousin Gu Zitao and cousin Gu Ziqing, they too came, demonstrating respect as a family. It is worth noting that previously, it was uncertain whether Gu Mingfeng and his family would attend. Upon seeing each other, not only did they come, but they also brought an abundance of gifts, leading Gu Qiu to teasingly comment to Gu Li, "Brother, look, this time is indeed different from before. You, on the other hand, should speak less and keep your mouth shut for a while," Gu Li remarked playfully, giving Gu Qiu a gentle poke on the nose as a reminder. The Gu family was well aware of Aunt's rather materialistic nature, yet there had never been significant conflicts. While she often wore a condescending demeanor, one could expect her not to refuse assistance in times of need. Gu Li had previously felt that they were looked down upon, leading him to avoid visiting Aunt's home. Since starting work, he and his sister had preferred to stay home during the New Year, scrolling through their phones instead of making the trip to the city for New Year's greetings. After all, being at home felt far more comfortable than visiting there. Due to their family's financial situation, Gu Zitao and Gu Ziqing always had fashionable clothing and entertaining toys. They even possessed smartphones before entering middle school, while he and his sister only acquired their first real phones during university. In the past, they had to make do with children's watches in middle school and second-hand phones used by their parents in high school, which often became the subject of ridicule among classmates. Before Gu Mingfeng, Guan Haihua, and the others even exited their vehicle, they spotted the luxurious Mercedes G-Class parked by the roadside. Upon disembarking, they couldn't help but gather around it in admiration. Gu Mingfeng, upon seeing the model, exclaimed, "Indeed, it's a G-Class, and a high-end version at that. This young man has truly struck it rich." Hearing this, Guan Haihua couldn't help but inquire, "Old Gu, how much does this car cost?" "Mom, this is the G500 model." Gu Li chose the top-tier version. The complete interior package alone is worth at least 2 million. Gu Zitao chimed in after circling the vehicle and checking the information on his phone. Upon hearing this, Guan Haihua gasped in astonishment. How on earth does Gu Li have so much money? At this moment, Gu Ziqing, who shared a close bond with Gu Qiu, quickly added, "I heard my brother has been taking on projects and investing in stocks and cryptocurrencies. Apparently, he made several million in one go, but I don't know the specifics." Guan Haihua's astonishment grew. When had that young man become so capable? Just a few years ago, he was utterly unremarkable, yet now he was making such significant moves. If he could afford such a luxury car, it implied that his wealth was at least in the seven-figure range. It was worth noting that her husband had been a contractor for over 20 years and only amassed around 10 to 20 million, averaging just over $1 million a year. Meanwhile, Guli had achieved this in just 2 to 3 years. Reflecting on this, she glanced at Guli not far away and sighed inwardly. She had truly misjudged him. Chapter 33. I must introduce you. One cannot deny that the sensation of newfound wealth brings about a distinct change in the attitudes of relatives. Although it seemed that the elder uncle's family had not made any deliberate changes, Guli could still sense the subtle differences. Fortunately, being a magnanimous individual, he had not experienced any significant conflicts akin to those depicted in novels, and the lunch that followed was naturally filled with conviviality, particularly on Gu Mingyuan's side. They drank 2 more glasses than usual, and smiles adorned their faces, with him occasionally casting appreciative glances toward Guli. This family gathering brought together all of Guli's relatives, filling 2 tables in total. Those who engaged in drinking included Gu Li, Gu Mingyuan, Gu Mingfeng, Tao Qing, Lu Kai, Grandpa, Gu Zitao, among others. The remaining family members, Grandma, Tao Huizhi, cousins, Gu Ziqing, Gu Qiu, and Gu Xinyue, sat at another table, creating a lively atmosphere. Naturally, the center of attention was young Lu Zishu, the only child of the next generation. However, everyone knew that in less than a decade, the children at this table would surely grow into a full table of youngsters. Cousin Gu Zitao, who was a little over a year older than Gu Li, had now found himself a girlfriend. If all went smoothly, marriage would likely follow in a year or 2. As for Gu Ziqing, her relationship status was a source of concern, as she was approaching 26 without a boyfriend. Gu Qiu, still in school, would require a few more years before graduation. The younger cousins, one in college and the other in high school, were not under any pressure. Moreover, their neighbor, Elder San, had brought his daughter-in-law along. However, their children resided elsewhere and were not in the village, leaving only 3 grandchildren, who also lived outside. As the drinking continued, the elder uncle began to chide Gu Ziqing. Qing, when will you bring a boyfriend home? Look at you. You're already 26. If you don't hurry, you'll become an old maid. Upon hearing this, Gu Ziqing retorted irritably, Dad, I'm only 26. Look at my brother. He's 27. Why not urge him instead? Gu Li, caught off guard by this unexpected turn, could only laugh as he enjoyed his food and drink, suddenly finding himself in an awkward position. Observing Gu Ziqing's smug expression, he couldn't help but respond with a grin. Qing, I'm not far behind. I promise I'll bring a girlfriend home by the new year. What do you say we make a bet? Intrigued, Gu Ziqing asked. What kind of bet? With a mischievous smile, Gu Li proposed, let us wager on whether we can both bring significant others home for the new year. If we both succeed or both fail, it's a tie. But if one of us fails, that person loses. What do you think? Sounds good. The loser has to be the other's little dog, Gu Ziqing exclaimed, her confidence shining through. Gu Li chuckled at her youthful spirit. But he had a different wager in mind, stating, if I lose, I'll buy you the latest model of a smartphone. However, if you lose, you must be my bridesmaid when I get married. Deal? Gu Ziqing paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, Brother, you don't already have a girlfriend, do you? It sounds like you're already planning ahead. Gu Li laughed, that's none of your concern. So are we in agreement? Yes, I agree. Even if I win. As long as I'm not married, I'll still be your bridesmaid, Gu Ziqing replied without hesitation, confident that there was no downside for her. Then it's settled. Gu Li affirmed with a nod, appreciating his cousin's spirit. As the two completed their wager, laughter erupted around the table. However, Gu Ziqing's earlier question also lingered in the minds of others, leading Tao Huizhi to inquire further. Reluctantly, Gu Li responded, for now, I do have someone in mind. But it's still in the early stages. Whether I can pursue her successfully remains to be seen. Upon hearing this, everyone grew increasingly curious, eager to learn more about the situation. That's something I can't disclose at the moment, Gu Li added, keeping the details to himself. It can be said that she is an absolute beauty. Gu Li, however, chose to keep the details of Shen Linqi's situation under wraps, deciding to reveal them only when the time was right. After all, Gu Qiu, with his loose tongue, might inadvertently spill the beans within a couple of days. At this moment, Gu Li was engaged in a wager with Gu Ziqing, not only to distract Tao Huizhi from matchmaking endeavors, but also to enjoy some peace. The mention of a stunning beauty piqued everyone's curiosity, and they clamored to see a photograph. Yet, Gu Li remained resolute, leaving them utterly helpless. Observing Gu Li basking in the attention of the crowd, Gu Zitao, who was quietly nursing his drink, found himself momentarily dumbfounded, realizing that his younger brother had truly transformed. The once reticent individual now appeared considerably more cheerful and loquacious. Without thinking, he lifted his glass and gulped down the contents, only to be momentarily choked by the fiery liquid. The burn coursed down his throat, but the sensation was undeniably invigorating. In the afternoon, after the adults had indulged a bit too much, they retired for a nap, while the younger generation, led by Gu Li, set off to fish by the pond, relishing the leisurely activity. During this time, Hu Lin unexpectedly sent a message inquiring about Gu Li's whereabouts. Gu Li promptly responded with a photograph, stating, "I'm fishing at my hometown. What about you?" Hu Lin lamented, "Oh, how boring. Today's family gathering consists merely of dining at a restaurant, followed by the elders sipping tea and playing cards. I find myself utterly aimless. I even sought refuge in a cafe, only to drain my phone's battery." Gu Li pondered briefly before replying, acknowledging the charm of rural life. Fishing, hiking, and even engaging in farm work were all delightful pursuits, especially in his childhood. He recalled the joy of wading through fields to catch fish and the thrill of digging for loaches and eels in the rice paddies during winter. There was always something to enjoy. Indeed, the mountain air is quite refreshing, he mused. It's a pity. I had originally planned to travel, but it seems that she has to work overtime during the festival. I really don't know what to say. Upon reading this, Gu Li felt a tinge of disbelief. Could Shen Linshi really be so dedicated as to work during a festive occasion? Sigh, she truly is a workaholic. However, he also recognized that everyone has their own choices. If she were merely a beautiful face without the ambition of a strong woman, perhaps she wouldn't have captivated him so profoundly. It takes both beauty and intellect to be so alluring. Ah, your friend is indeed quite dedicated, Hu Lin remarked, since she had brought up Shen Linshi. Gu Li seized the opportunity to delve deeper into the conversation, hoping to glean some lesser-known details about her, such as her habits, favorite foods, and hobbies. Yes, she is quite the workaholic. You should advise her to strike a balance. Work and leisure should coexist for a fulfilling life. If one is solely immersed in work, life loses its flavor. We need both career and enjoyment to truly savor our youth. Wow, you certainly have a way with words, Hu Lin teased. You should really meet her and give her some advice. Gu Li dismissed the idea, saying, forget it. If you can't even persuade your close friend, I doubt I could succeed. On the other end of the phone, Hu Lin fell into contemplation. Could it be that Gu Li has no interest in Shishi at all? Despite my hints, he remains unaffected. Could he be an iron-willed man? She resolved to play matchmaker for them, determined not to let Gu Li slip away. Unbeknownst to Gu Li, Hu Lin's musings would have made him chuckle, as it was precisely the outcome he desired. The group continued fishing until 5 in the afternoon before returning home for dinner. During the meal, Uncle Gu Mingfeng learned of Gu Li's plans to renovate the house and repair the road, promptly offering his assistance. Aunt Guan Haiwa enthusiastically suggested, indeed, Gu Li, your uncle has experience in construction and knows many people in the county. He can certainly help you find a reliable foreman to ensure top-notch quality. Thank you very much, Uncle and Aunt, Gu Li replied gratefully, accepting their generous offer. Having an experienced foreman would greatly aid him in achieving his desired results. As for Gu Mingyuan, he would only need to handle finances, meals, and supervise the quality of repairs. Upon hearing Gu Li's acceptance, Guan Haiwa beamed with joy, her tone growing increasingly courteous. We are family. There is no need for formality between us. She then turned to her son and daughter. You two should learn from Gu Li. At such a young age, he has accomplished so much. His future is undoubtedly limitless. Understood, Mom, Gu Zitao replied, suppressing a mix of emotions as he processed the rapid shift in their family dynamics. It was surprising how quickly the tables had turned. It felt almost surreal that he, just 3 years post-graduation, found himself overshadowed by Gu Li's remarkable success, having amassed a fortune in the millions. Sometimes, comparisons could indeed be disheartening, leaving one feeling utterly demotivated. In that moment, Gu Zitao only hoped to secure a girlfriend and eventually marry, thinking that perhaps having a beautiful wife from a reputable family could restore some of his lost pride. After dinner, apart from his eldest sister's family, the rest departed in their vehicles. Meanwhile, news of Gu Li's decision to invest $1 million in paving the road outside their home and renovating the 3-story building quickly spread throughout the village. Many were astonished, exclaiming, now that's quite a substantial investment. With the previous purchase of a luxury Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over $2 million, his willingness to invest another $1 million left the small mountain village in awe. Indeed, aside from Uncle Gu Mingfeng, who had made a fortune as a contractor, few had ever heard of anyone else in the village accumulating wealth. Now, with Gu Mingfeng and the younger generation represented by Gu Li, some began to whisper that the Gu family was blessed with good fortune. Consequently, visitors began to frequent their home, attempting to curry favor and uncover the secret behind Gu Li's success. However, when they learned that he had made his fortune through stock trading, cryptocurrency, and external projects, their enthusiasm waned. These technical endeavors were beyond their grasp. Upon hearing about Gu Li's previous stock investments that had suffered significant losses, they learned he could only hold on and wait for appreciation, which was largely a matter of luck. The stock soared after the company was acquired, allowing him to reap substantial profits. Faced with this reality, the villagers could only feel envious of Gu Li. Of course, these were merely the narratives Gu Li chose to share, a blend of truth and embellishment designed to temper unrealistic expectations. It proved to be a successful strategy. Additionally, it was mentioned earlier that Gu Li had a goal, prompting Tao Huiji to announce that he was already in a relationship. This has also dissuaded many who wish to introduce him to potential girlfriends, allowing him a brief respite over the next 2 days. Gu Mingfeng's actions were swift. On the last day of the Dragon Boat Festival, June 5th, he brought a master to discuss Gu Li's thoughts in detail. Ultimately, they decided to commence work on June 6th, aiming to complete the road repairs within the month. Gu Li naturally had no objections to this. Observing everything falling into place and progressing positively, Gu Li and Gu Qiu returned to Rongqing. On their way back, at his sister's suggestion, they also gave Yang Yixia a ride home. However, this time, the warmth on her face had significantly diminished, and she scarcely spoke during the journey. Clearly, it was due to Gu Li's absence from the county to visit her during the 3-day holiday, which left her somewhat irked. After all, as a beautiful woman, she was quite confident in her looks, yet this time she had miscalculated. Gu Qiu, aware of her brother's newfound focus, naturally refrained from playing matchmaker, with others ignoring her. Gu Li was indifferent to saying much. Upon arriving in Rongqing, he simply used a prior engagement as an excuse and left her at the subway entrance. Standing there, watching Gu Li depart with a certain indifference, Yang Yixia was practically seething with rage. Is it just because he has a bit of money? She huffed, stamping her foot before storming into the subway station. Gu Li, of course, remained blissfully unaware of this. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. After all, it was likely that their paths would not cross again, so why bother to dwell on it? Once home, Gu Li noticed the accumulation of money seconds rising rapidly, a clear indication that Shen Linshi was currently at home. He couldn't help but marvel at her dedication. She truly was a career-oriented woman. Marrying such a woman had its merits and demerits. The advantage was the exhilarating satisfaction of seeing a typically proud and aloof goddess submit to him. The downside was that such women were usually quite assertive, often accustomed to having the final say in life. Time swiftly passed until the workday commenced. As Gu Li entered the office, he inquired about the progress of the Jinduyan system optimization project. Xiang Qiwen, is the demonstration system ready for testing? Xiang Qiwen nodded. Director, everything was set up last week. We also worked overtime during the 3-day holiday to ensure everything was fine. Hearing this, Gu Li nodded in approval. Very well. Coordinate with the business department to start submitting the bidding proposal. I will review the system on my end to check for any vulnerabilities. Understood, Director. After Xiang Qiwen departed, Gu Li opened the demonstration system and began to operate it. This time, he employed some unconventional methods to test the system's performance, seeking to determine if it would meet expectations. Concurrently, he aimed to identify the maximum threshold for future client demonstrations. After a morning of testing, Gu Li was quite pleased with the modifications. Both the core functions and interface optimizations had shown significant improvements, providing a refreshing experience. Moreover, the entire Jinduyan system had undergone a substantial performance enhancement. Through his optimization of core algorithms and processes, the entire business cycle could be shortened by at least 1/3, greatly increasing work efficiency. Such results would undoubtedly impress Haitong Logistics. Success or failure hinged on the bidding meeting on Friday. Chapter 35. What is this guy doing here? In the ensuing days, Gu Li and Shen Linshi were both engrossed in the bidding preparations, both choosing to work overtime. However, their situations were somewhat different. Shen Linshi worked overtime voluntarily, never leaving before 10 o'clock, while Gu Li worked overtime out of necessity, compelled to accompany Shen Linshi to accumulate money seconds. Nonetheless, the daily earnings were quite substantial, keeping his spirits high. After all, an income of 8,000 a day was enough to make many people willing to work late without a single complaint. During this time, they encountered each other on the road twice, piquing Shen Linshi's curiosity about the guy who rode a bicycle while wearing a helmet. What kind of person would wear a helmet while cycling? Moreover, it seemed he lived nearby, which left her somewhat speechless. She truly wished to lift his helmet and see who he really was. However, as a relatively reserved woman, she refrained from such audacious actions, leaving her curiosity bottled up inside. Thus, each time she met Gu Li, a hint of frustration accompanied her. This led her to accelerate increasingly faster, soon leaving Gu Li in her dust. Gu Li, observing Shen Linshi's escalating speed, couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Goodness, has she taken some sort of stimulant? She's getting faster by the day. On Thursday night, watching the 4-leaf clover disappear into the night once more, Gu Li couldn't help but shake his head. Could the success of the Jindian project have provoked Shen Linshi? Was she in a foul mood, fixated on speeding? If this continued, what would happen after the bidding meeting tomorrow? While waiting at a traffic light and contemplating the forthcoming bidding meeting, Gu Li felt a stir of anticipation. This would be his first formal encounter with Shen Linshi, and he wondered what kind of intense sparks might fly. The date quickly arrived, June 10th. Gu Li arrived at the office early, rallying the team. Good morning, everyone. Today is the day we witness the fruits of our labor over the past few months. We must be spirited and showcase our Jindian prowess. He then shared some exciting news. If the project succeeds, I will treat everyone to dinner tonight, with expenses covered by the company. Additionally, next Monday and Tuesday, those who wish to take time off may do so, with the weekend included. That's 4 days to rest at home. I know some of you worked overtime for 3 consecutive days during the holiday. With this, he expressed gratitude on behalf of the department and the company. Thank you all once again. Upon hearing such heartfelt words, the attendees erupted in applause, their confidence bolstered. After all, during this period, they had come to appreciate the caliber of the new director Gu. He had proven to be far more capable than Director Wang Tai, who was nearing 40. No matter how challenging the problem, once it reached Gu Li, there was no issue he could not resolve. Initially, a few veteran employees, relying on their technical expertise and seniority, had looked down on him. However, after being set straight by Gu Li a couple of times, they quickly became more compliant. Their previously arrogant behavior of procrastinating on coding vanished. Consequently, the entire technical department became invigorated, and the project progress surged. In just half a month, Gu Li had won over hundreds of employees, a feat that could only be described as miraculous. As a result, this young executive became quite well known throughout the company. Even the administrative staff took a keen interest in him. Each day, when they crossed paths, Gu Li found himself the center of attention, leaving many envious single men in his wake. With a newfound objective in mind, Gu Li found himself indifferent to the company's numerous suitors, particularly to Shen Linshi. This indifference left many of the young women disheartened, leading them to speculate whether this charming young man had developed an aversion to women. Thus, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Gu Li, accompanied by several of his technical team members, including Xiang Qiwen, alongside General Su and his team responsible for business negotiations, arrived at the Haitong Logistics campus. As one of the leading logistics companies in the country, Haitong Logistics boasts an expansive facility in the suburbs. Consequently, the office building for the Southwest headquarters is also located here. The bidding conference today would see the final evaluation between Qinhuan Jichuang and Jindian Technology. The outcome of this event would directly determine the allocation of a project worth nearly 200 million. Securing the contract would significantly enhance the latter half of the year for the successful bidder. On this day, Gu Li was impeccably dressed in a suit, and his striking appearance invariably drew attention. Although he opted not to wear a tie like General Su, his well-fitted shirt complemented his tall, athletic frame, making him a sight to behold. The evaluation team at Haitong Logistics consisted of dozens of members, including the general manager from the Southwest Company, directors from the headquarters in Pengcheng, as well as finance and legal personnel. Additionally, representatives from the notary office were present, resulting in a bustling atmosphere within the headquarters building. The large conference room, capable of accommodating 300 individuals, was abuzz with excitement. At the central round table, Gu Li and General Su took their seats, facing the designated spots for Qinhuan Jichuang, prominently featuring Shen Linshi's nameplate, denoting her as the vice president. Within minutes, over a dozen individuals entered the conference room, and Gu Li turned to see Shen Linshi striding in at the forefront, her tall figure commanding immediate attention. It must be said, Shen Linshi's beauty eclipsed Gu Li's prior allure upon her entrance, as countless gazes gravitated toward her. Gu Li even noted several employees from various companies swallowing hard in her presence, prompting a smile to break across his face. The allure of this young lady was undeniably powerful. At this moment, Shen Linshi was walking alongside the leaders from her side when she suddenly froze upon spotting Gu Li. In disbelief, she gazed at him, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. How could he be here? Those around her seemed to sense her stare, their eyes also shifting towards Gu Li. Curiously, Gu Li returned a glance, his expression revealing a hint of admiration, followed by a subtle nod. Old Lin, who is that guy? Shen Linshi inquired. Suppressing her shock as curiosity overtook her, Lin Huaqing quickly replied, President Shen, that is the mysterious technical expert I mentioned before, recruited by Jindian. I didn't expect him to be so young. What? Gu Li is that technical guru? The revelation left Shen Linshi momentarily dumbfounded, a sense of foreboding creeping into her mind. Chapter 36, A True Rival. As Qinhuan Jichuang arrived and the personnel from Haitong Logistics gathered, the bidding conference officially commenced. The head of the opposing team began with an opening statement, followed by a speech from a vice president who had traveled from headquarters, before the formal bidding process began. Now, let Chenhuan Jichuang present your bidding proposal. As the words echoed in the room, enthusiastic applause filled the air, and all eyes turned toward Shen Linshi. It was well known among those present that she was the one responsible for the project's technical aspects, and naturally, she would be the one to present the PowerPoint. Today, Shen Linshi donned a crisp white shirt paired with loose-fitting trousers, accentuated by 5-centimeter heels, embodying the essence of a professional woman. Her statuesque silhouette was unmistakable, and her sharp, stylish short hair added a refreshing flair. As she confidently approached the front with a radiant smile, Guli found himself momentarily entranced. Indeed, a woman of such caliber presented a formidable challenge to win over. Thank you, esteemed leaders, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to listen to the comprehensive solutions proposed by Chenhuan Jichuan. I will be your presenter today. With a voice as melodious as a lark, Shen Linxi's articulate narration resonated throughout the conference room. Gu Li and the others listened intently, while the representatives from Haitong Logistics occasionally nodded in agreement. Clearly, the system proposed by Shen Linxi's company met their requirements. However, Gu Li knew that if the presentation merely remained at this level, Jindian would undoubtedly prevail in this round. Of course, our system encompasses much more than this. We have undertaken a series of optimizations addressing specific pain points within the logistics industry. For instance, we have improved the accuracy of route analysis and streamlined certain processes to reduce business turnover time. Shen Linshi continued her exposition, showcasing the system's advantages and the modifications made specifically for the Haitong project. This aspect garnered approval from the Haitong representatives, as every industry possesses its unique challenges. The necessity for secondary development of software was abundantly clear. After half an hour, Shen Linshi concluded her presentation, leading into the question-and-answer segment. The atmosphere grew lively as members from Haitong, including not only the review team, but also project managers and senior engineers from the front lines, raised inquiries regarding practical business challenges. True to her reputation as a proficient business expert, Shen Linshi addressed each question with poise, eliciting thunderous applause. Witnessing this moment, Gu Li couldn't help but nod in approval. Indeed, Shen Linshi was impressive. She was a true powerhouse, swiftly providing solutions even to challenging problems, never falling into a passive role. Her quick reflexes were nothing short of commendable. In that instant, Gu Li found himself deeply captivated by her presence. Perhaps his previous admiration had stemmed primarily from her striking beauty and figure, enhanced by the allure of the system. Yet now, he felt a genuine fondness developing for her. Such a woman was truly remarkable. The only potential drawback might be her pronounced career focus. Should they ever embark on a relationship, they might encounter disagreements, even arguments, over this very issue. Gu Li was prepared for such challenges, understanding that a relationship requires continual adjustment to achieve a harmonious balance. Meanwhile, Shen Linshi remained acutely aware of Gu Li's attention. Noticing his gaze fixed upon her, a flicker of satisfaction ignited within her. Their previous encounter had seen him dismiss her with disdain, which had irked her somewhat. Now, witnessing his captivated interest provided her with a sense of vindication. As Shen Linshi returned to her seat amidst applause, she even offered Gu Li a subtle smile, as if to convey, "Now, let us see your performance." In response to such an inadvertent provocation, Gu Li immediately responded with a smile, maintaining an unyielding presence. "Next, let us welcome Jindian Technology to the stage." As the host's voice echoed, all eyes in the room swiftly turned towards Gu Li. With a gentle smile directed at the audience, she stepped forward with measured poise, positioning herself under the spotlight. "Esteemed leaders and colleagues from Haitong, I am here today to present the latest version of the Jindian system. Our system has undergone numerous optimizations and improvements, evolving into a fully intelligent platform. In the logistics industry, our efficiency is often hampered by costs and failures. However, through the coordinated optimization of our software, we can significantly achieve cost reduction and efficiency enhancement. Given the current state of the industry, our Jindian system has been systematically optimized, resulting in an efficiency increase of more than double." Upon reaching this point in her presentation, Gu Li moved the audience deeply. It is worth noting that achieving such a mature system with a doubling of efficiency is nearly inconceivable. Yet, Gu Li's bold assertion indicated that they were undoubtedly confident in their capabilities. As she observed the advantages presented by the opposing team, Shen Linshi felt a tightening in her chest, her foreboding sense intensifying. She had familiarized herself with the Jindian system and was well aware of the challenges it entailed. If the other party truly accomplished such a feat in less than a month, then it was certain that Chenhuan Jichuang would face inevitable defeat in this bidding. Furthermore, Shen Linshi would endure the most significant setback since her entrepreneurial journey began with Chenhuan Jichuang. This was no trivial project worth a few million, with hardware modifications included. Haidong Logistics project was nearing 200 million. Such projects were scarce in the software industry, even over the course of a year. However, as Guli elaborated and demonstrated the system, the audience began to genuinely recognize the uniqueness that Jinduyan technology had to offer. At that moment, everyone realized that this monumental transformation had been achieved by the young man before them in less than a month. His remarkable prowess astonished all present. Young yet immensely capable, he truly was a talent to behold. On Shen Linqi's side, her spirits sank to an all-time low. Observing Guli's confident demeanor and the casual glance he cast in her direction, she immediately understood this was a formidable opponent. Should Guli continue with Jinduyan, the company would undoubtedly experience rapid advancement. In a year or two, it could surpass the established Chenhuan Jichuang to become the leading software enterprise in the Southwest. In that moment, Shen Linqi's gaze towards Guli transformed entirely. Simultaneously, Guli concluded his presentation and turned his attention towards Shen Linqi. Their eyes met, igniting a spark of tension in the air. Chapter 37. An angry woman is quite alluring. Though it was merely a brief exchange of glances, Guli discerned the unspoken message in Shen Linqi's eyes. How could it be you? Clearly, their encounter in such a setting caught her off guard. As Guli continued his explanation, the scale of her confidence, which had once tilted in her favor, began to waver. A foreboding sense settled in her heart. She was increasingly convinced that the bidding would end in victory for Guli and Jinduyan technology. Guli, determined not to be overshadowed, returned her gaze with a subtle smile and a slight nod. Why cannot it be me? The implication being, why cannot it be him? He is quite exceptional as well. After all, his considerable wealth and luxury had not materialized out of thin air. After their brief exchange, Shen Linqi's expression sharpened as she contemplated her next strategy. Losing this significant project necessitated finding alternatives to support the company. Otherwise, their predicament would certainly become precarious. With this in mind, she glanced towards General Manager Wang beside her. At that moment, General Manager Wang wore a mildly grave expression, evidently taken aback by the unexpected rise of Jinduyan. Previously, when Jinduyan entered the final bidding round, he had not been overly concerned, confident in Chenhuan Jichuang's strength and brand reputation. However, he had not anticipated the magnitude of the breakthroughs achieved by their competitor in terms of system capabilities. It was as if they had turned the tables, outmaneuvering them entirely. This suggested that their company's technical prowess had indeed been eclipsed. Observing Gu Li's impressive performance, Wang felt a surge of curiosity towards him. It was astonishing how such youth could lead to such technical acumen, becoming the technical director of Jinduyan, a rarity indeed. Should he facilitate a technological leap for Jinduyan, they would emerge as a formidable competitor for Chenhuan Jichuang. With this thought, he turned to Shen Linqi and quietly remarked, "The situation is not optimistic." "Indeed," she sighed, her tone brimming with reluctance. "I did not expect their system to improve so significantly." The two exchanged glances, both filled with trepidation regarding the impending results of the afternoon's bidding. Conversely, at Jinduyan, the atmosphere was markedly different. As Guli stepped down, Director Su smiled and congratulated him. "Congratulations. Your presentation was exceptional. It seems we have a substantial opportunity to succeed in the bidding. If Haidong is not foolish, they should choose us." Guli nodded appreciatively, acknowledging their technical superiority and competitive pricing. Chenhuan Jichuang's main advantages lay in their system stability, robust capabilities, and a more prominent brand presence. "Indeed, should we succeed in this bidding, you will deserve the credit," Su remarked, reminiscing about the many twists and turns this bidding process had taken. After all, it was the direct intervention of the boss that had secured their position in the final round. What had initially seemed like a mere 30 to 40% chance had transformed into an unexpected stroke of luck. Unconsciously, Su's regard for Guli deepened. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Rest assured, I have already requested a bonus for your technical department from the boss, as a recognition of your tireless efforts in securing this significant project." Upon hearing this, Guli was genuinely pleased. "Then I shall express our gratitude to the boss on behalf of my team." He recognized this as a reward from above, encouraging him to continue his work at Jinduyan. Nevertheless, he refrained from making any bold promises. Subsequently, the bidding meeting entered a recess, with results expected to be announced in the afternoon. Haidong Logistics provided an abundant buffet for everyone, allowing them to dine and rest before awaiting the final outcome. Due to the presence of colleagues from their respective companies, Guli and Shen Linqi had no opportunity for conversation. However, Su Huai reached out to Guli, inquiring about how he had become the technical director at Jinduyan. Guli chose not to elaborate extensively, simply suggesting they gather over the weekend for a more detailed discussion. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Haidong announced the final outcome. Jinduyan Technology had secured the project. "Congratulations, General Su, and to you, Director Gu. You have indeed surprised us immensely." In response to their enthusiasm, Gu Li smiled and remarked, not at all. We will still require Haidong's support to ensure the successful completion of this project. Haha, that goes without saying. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. The atmosphere was one of camaraderie, yet those from Qinhuan Jichuang wore expressions of disappointment. It must be said that the failure to secure such a significant project was a harsh awakening for them, particularly for Shen Linshi. Despite being a formidable businesswoman with a resilient character, she rarely displayed any emotion. Yet, at this moment, she felt a twinge of frustration. The setback was indeed substantial. After all, since her graduation, she had amassed tens of millions through entrepreneurship, coupled with a series of successes after joining Qinhuan Jichuang. It had fostered a profound sense of self-confidence and pride. However, this time, she had stumbled profoundly, a memory that was still fresh in her mind. Watching Gu Li, who was animatedly conversing, Shen Linshi felt a flicker of irritation. What is there to be so smug about? Yet, such thoughts remained internalized. Her exterior remained icy. Nevertheless, compared to her demeanor upon arrival that morning, there was a discernible chill in the air. General Su and Director Gu, congratulations. As she prepared to leave, Shen Linshi feigned composure and approached them to extend her congratulations. Upon hearing her words, Gu Li turned, appraising Shen Linshi with a smile. Director Shen, you're too courteous. I've long heard of the remarkable woman at Qinhuan Jichuang, and seeing you today certainly validates that reputation. Taken aback by his flattery, Shen Linshi thought to herself that he was quite adept at maintaining appearances. She nodded with a smile, replying, Haha, Director Gu, you flatter me. If that is the case, I look forward to our next encounter. Gu Li, sensing the underlying discontent in her tone, responded immediately, of course. Given that we are in the same industry, there may be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Haha, I too hope for a chance to work with Director Gu. Farewell. Collaboration? How absurd. Shen Linshi mused inwardly. Yet she maintained a pleasant facade, her lips curving slightly in a barely perceptible smirk, as she strode out of the conference room in her high heels. Still icy in demeanor, Gu Li couldn't help but nod inwardly. Truly, he had chosen a remarkable woman. Despite enduring such a blow, her expression betrayed no emotion. Were it not for the slight upward turn of her lips, he might have missed the hint of displeasure. Yet, the sight of an annoyed Shen Linshi possessed its own charm. It must be said, an irate woman can indeed be quite captivating. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have officially encountered Shen Linshi in both personal and professional realms, arousing her curiosity and astonishment, thus advancing your relationship. You have earned a chance to draw from the lottery. Would you like to initiate the lottery now? Chapter 38. Not quite in line with Shen's usual style. In the car, Shen Linshi remained as frosty as ever, but internally, she was far from tranquil. She hadn't anticipated that, after several chance encounters, she would now find herself in direct competition with Gu Li. Moreover, to her shock, she had been bested in this major project. This was a bitter pill to swallow for someone who had always prided herself on her excellence and confidence. Yet, after some contemplation, she realized there was little she could do. After all, Haidong Logistics would not alter the bidding results based on her feelings. Ah, what a peculiar turn of events. She sighed, reflecting the turmoil within her. That insufferable man has truly given me no respite. Recalling their encounter on the night of May 20th. When a drunken Gu Li had approached her, she found it difficult to reconcile that image with the polished business persona he now projected. Was this truly the same individual? Curiosity about Gu Li began to bubble within her. How had he acquired such impressive skills? Furthermore, what kind of woman would overlook someone so exceptional, leaving him to drown his sorrows by the river? It seemed he now suffered from a fear of intimacy. Strangely, as she drove along, her thoughts were consumed by images of Gu Li. She couldn't help but feel a mixture of intrigue and annoyance towards him. Ultimately, Shen Linshi had to concede that Gu Li had indeed piqued her curiosity. A burgeoning desire to compete with him arose within her, prompting her to contemplate the outcome of future projects. An hour later, the group returned to Tsuxing Plaza, their spirits somewhat dampened. Shen Linshi, remaining silent, retreated to her office, leaving her subordinates in a state of trepidation. After all, they were all aware that this marked Shen's first defeat. Any misstep at this juncture could lead to dire consequences. Half an hour later, General Su summoned her to his office. Upon entering, she discovered the boss was also present, prompting a wry smile. Surely, he wasn't going to reprimand her? However, the reality was quite the opposite. Boss Zhou did not lay blame, but instead directed his focus towards Gu Li. Xiao Shun, do not carry too heavy a burden regarding the failure of this bidding. The primary reason for our defeat was the advancements made on their end, which significantly enhanced the Jindian system. What is lost, we should concentrate on other projects. Yet, this serves as a reminder that our technology is somewhat lagging. Therefore, I need you to lead the technical department to overhaul our system over the next 6 months. we must achieve significant breakthroughs. He continued, as for Gu Li and Jin Duyan, we must strategize accordingly. Initially, let us recruit talent online, seeking out a top-notch expert to ensure we can stand on equal footing with them. If that fails, we might consider enticing Gu Li himself to join us. As for compensation, we will certainly offer more than Jin Duyan. Shen Linqi was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected the boss to contemplate recruiting Gu Li as a countermeasure. Boss, that might prove challenging. After all, he just started his position less than a month ago. It's unlikely he would switch jobs so soon. If he doesn't switch, then it's a matter of conditions. As long as he agrees to join us, we can negotiate on terms. Boss Zhou remained non-committal and then turned his serious gaze to Shen Linqi. Xiao Shun, I believe in your capabilities and trust you won't let me down. Regardless of how it's achieved, I expect our company's system to surpass Jin Duyan by next year. The process doesn't concern me, only the results. If recruiting talent proves difficult, simply discuss it with Old Su. We will provide full support. Upon hearing this, Shen Linqi ceased to argue, nodding in agreement. Understood, boss. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, she exited General Su's office, shaking her head slightly. This situation was indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. She hadn't anticipated the boss's intention to pursue Gu Li. Whether it would be successful remained to be seen. After some contemplation, she resolved not to poach Gu Li. After all, resorting to such tactics upon defeat would be a sign of weakness. The next time she encountered Su, the head of Jin Duyan, she would be at a loss on how to face him. Moreover, she believed that even if she attempted to poach Gu Li, he would undoubtedly refuse. Though she did not know him intimately, she understood that those who could be easily swayed were often of questionable character. Gu Li, clearly, was not such a person. Sighing, she decided to first search within her network for headhunters to see if there were any suitable candidates. After pondering for quite some time, Shen Linqi ultimately settled on this strategy. Upon returning to the office, she found herself lacking the motivation to continue her work. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was nearly 5 in the afternoon and thus prepared to leave for the day. When her subordinates saw Shen Linqi departing before 5 o'clock, they could not suppress their astonishment. It seemed the recent bidding had profoundly affected their leader, typically one to work overtime. Her early departure was indeed out of character for the formidable Shen Linqi. Meanwhile, in another building at Xingxing Square, Gu Li returned to the company after delegating business matters to other departments. When he announced the success of the bidding, cheers erupted among the staff. This project would provide Jin Duyan with a solid foundation and security for at least the next year. Su, the head, exuberantly declared that the entire department would celebrate with a dinner that evening, prompting another round of applause. Gu Li, however, retreated to his office, eager to commence the lottery. System, initiate the lottery. All right, host, the lottery begins. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill of top-tier Sichuan cuisine. As a wealthy individual, one must also learn to savor fine food. Would you like to extract this skill? Upon seeing this prize, Gu Li was somewhat speechless. What did it mean to learn to enjoy fine cuisine? It seemed the system had ulterior motives. Although his cooking skills were merely average, he had no trouble with daily living and hosting dinners. The acquisition of top-tier Sichuan cooking skills was clearly aimed at enhancing his relationship with Shen Linqi. Nevertheless, this skill was indeed valuable, certainly better than the previous top-tier driving skill. He envisioned purchasing premium ingredients to create exquisite dishes, a delightful experience. Without hesitation, he activated the skill, elevating his Sichuan cooking prowess to an extraordinary level, truly worthy of the title of Master Chef. He chuckled to himself, planning to invite Su Huai over for dinner that weekend. Thus, as the workday concluded, everyone surrounded him, heading to a restaurant to celebrate with joyous drinking. On the other hand, Shen Linqi sent a message to Hu Lin. Come to my house for drinks tonight. I've ordered hot pot takeout. Hurry over, I'm feeling down. In the office, Hu Lin was busy with her tasks when she saw her friend's message, her expression transforming into one of disbelief. The sun must have risen in the west. Shen Linqi was actually inviting her out for drinks. Chapter 39, Leave it to me. Without waiting for the end of her workday, Hu Lin quickly wrapped up her tasks and left the office. Unlike Shen Linqi, who was part of the upper management at Chenhuanji Chuang, Hu Lin owned her own online store and was her own boss. She had shops on Taobao, Jingdong, and PDD, with impressive annual revenues in the hundreds of millions. Additionally, she operated a flagship store selling high-end clothing. According to Shen Linqi, her friend Hu Lin was wealthier and more free-spirited, someone she greatly admired. After all, during the initial years, Hu Lin had worked tirelessly, often sleeping only 3 to 4 hours a night. Her current success was the result of relentless effort. Once, Hu Lin had suggested they join forces to expand her online store, but Shen Linqi politely declined, citing her lack of expertise in that area, as she had always been in the IT field and was reluctant to change. In WeChat, Shen Linqi had not replied to Hu Lin's messages, causing her friend considerable anxiety. Consequently, Hu Lin hurriedly made her way to Shen Linqi's neighborhood, arriving approximately 30 minutes later. She knocked on the door, her impatience evident, even forgetting to ring the doorbell. Fortunately, it was not long before Shen Linqi opened the door. "Cece, what's wrong?" Hu Lin inquired, surveying her friend. "You seem fine. Yet you didn't answer my call. You scared me." Feeling the warmth of her friend's concern, Shen Linqi managed a faint smile. "I'm sorry. I was taking a bath and didn't bring my phone with me. It was on silent, so I didn't hear it." "Oh, but what's the matter? Why the sudden desire to drink?" As Hu Lin relaxed, she continued to question her friend. Shen Linqi sighed. "We lost the bid for the Haitong logistics project." Hu Lin immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and asked, "Who was the competitor?" "Gu Li." Shen Linqi sighed again before elaborating. "He is actually the technical director of our competitor. It was due to his efforts that they made significant advancements in software performance and ultimately defeated us." Upon hearing Gu Li's name, Hu Lin was rendered speechless, taking a while to process the information. "No way. You mean that guy Gu Li is the technical director? And he caused you to lose the bid?" Shen Linqi nodded, her expression one of resignation. "All right, I see now." Hu Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. Not expecting such a coincidence. Her best friend and Gu Li were not only colleagues, but also rivals. Knowing Shen Linqi's proud nature, this was indeed her first experience with failure in a project, and it was no wonder she felt disheartened enough to call for drinks. After a moment's thought, Hu Lin offered some consolation. "It's all right, Cece. It's just one failed bid. You'll succeed next time. After all, no one can guarantee perpetual success. Let us drink tonight. I'll keep you company. And next time, let Gu Li treat you to dinner to make amends. That guy has been bullying you." "Wait. Don't go looking for him." Shen Linqi interjected, her voice tinged with urgency. "Losing already brings enough shame. Approaching him would only make it seem like I can't accept defeat." Hu Lin chuckled mischievously. "I won't say it like that. I'll just ask him if he should treat for the successful project." Shen Linqi was at a loss for words upon hearing Hu Lin's reasoning. However, Hu Lin sensed an opportunity. Her friend seemed to be developing an interest in Gu Li after this setback. She clapped her hands, assuring, "Don't worry. I'll investigate on my end and make sure you get your revenge." Knowing Hu Lin's resourcefulness, Shen Linqi shook her head. "Just don't go overboard." Hu Lin laughed. "Leave it to me. You can trust me." As Shen Linqi displayed a conflicted expression, Hu Lin felt a rush of excitement. Indeed, her friend seemed to harbor some feelings towards Gu Li, and she wondered if this might be a promising beginning. Given this context, why not give it a gentle nudge? After all, she has always been quite concerned about Shen Linqi's romantic life. Gu Li possesses considerable talent and shares the same profession as Shen Linqi. Thus they have common ground for conversation. If by any chance this develops into something more, wouldn't that be splendid? Heh. While the two were indulging in libations, Gu Li was also partaking. In a delightful hot pot restaurant, dozens of employees from Jinduyan Technology were reveling in joyful spirits. Gu Li, alongside Wang Tai, Xiang Qiwen, and several other mid-level managers from the company, engaged in lively conversation while sipping their drinks. Being the one who contributed the most to this gathering, it was only natural that he received the warmest attention from everyone. It hadn't been long since they began drinking, yet one after another. They raised their glasses to toast him, leaving Gu Li rather overwhelmed. However, he couldn't let their enthusiasm go unreciprocated, so he dutifully took sip after sip. Fortunately, he only sipped while those toasting him downed entire glasses. Moreover, his physical constitution differed from that of ordinary individuals. Even after downing a dozen cups, he remained unfazed. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but marvel at this newly appointed director, who not only excelled in his technical skills, but also demonstrated remarkable drinking prowess. Particularly, some attractive women cast glances at Gu Li that were decidedly different from before. Nevertheless, even in such circumstances, an hour later, Gu Li felt the need to relieve himself. After a moment of comfort, he stood in the corridor for a brief respite. Glancing at his phone, he noticed a message from Hu Lin. Well, little handsome. You certainly know how to keep a low profile." Upon reading this, Gu Li realized that Shen Linqi had informed her about today's events, and he promptly replied, "What do you mean by keeping a low profile? I haven't hidden anything, all right? It's merely a coincidence that I happened to encounter your dear friend at work." "You rascal. You're undoubtedly celebrating with drinks right now, aren't you?" "Indeed. What's the matter?" "Humph. While you indulge in revelry, my friend is feeling quite down. She has been dragging me to drink, and now she is completely inebriated." Upon reading this, Gu Li was taken aback and questioned, "No way. That little setback has actually weighed on President Shen's mind? That's impossible. Today, President Shen is a paragon of grace and strength in the workplace. Cut it out. What is impossible? No matter how strong a woman is, she has a tender heart that needs nurturing." Uffed. Gu Li nearly spat out his soda at Hu Lin's somewhat nonsensical remark. Contemplating her words, his mind began to race. Could it be that she was hinting at something? Chapter 40, Confession, an early embrace of the fair maiden. Gu Li soon pondered whether Shen Linqi's dear friend was indeed intent on bringing the two together. If that were the case, it could be quite fortuitous. He reflected on this possibility and found it rather plausible, immediately commencing to devise a plan. If she were to suggest a meeting in the future, he could agree and then subtly probe further. Aside from her, he also needed to continue discussions with Su Huai. With this thought in mind, Gu Li reached out via WeChat to arrange a meeting. They decided to have lunch the next day at Gu Li's residence, where he would personally prepare the meal. This gesture would better demonstrate his sincerity and strengthen their bond, making it more natural to seek her assistance later. Just after finalizing plans with Su Huai, Hu Lin unexpectedly messaged him. "Boss, do you have time this weekend? Let us have a meal together." However, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he remained at the table for a while longer, only agreeing after the gathering concluded. "Apologies, I was just drinking. But your invitation is a bit sudden, leaving me unsure whether to accept." "What? A beautiful woman invites you to dinner, and you hesitate? Are you even a man? If you are, just be decisive." Upon reading her tone, Gu Li quickly discerned Hu Lin's character. She was quite forthright and spirited. Such a person as Shen Linqi's friend would be quite admirable, being loyal and straightforward. "All right then, how about tomorrow night? Hot pot sounds good. Since you initiated the invitation, I shall treat." After sending his response, Gu Li awaited her reply. Mere seconds later, Hu Lin enthusiastically agreed. "Sure, if a handsome guy is treating, I certainly can't pass up the opportunity." Seeing this, Gu Li nodded in approval. "Okay, splendid." Time swiftly passed to the following day. On his way back from morning exercise, Gu Li purchased groceries and then tidied up his home before taking a well-deserved rest in the afternoon. By 11 o'clock, Su Huai arrived at the community, promptly welcomed into Gu Li's abode. Upon surveying Gu Li's apartment, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Gu Li chuckled. "This is just a rental. I live alone, and it's quite manageable." Su Huai inquired. "This place must cost several thousand a month, right?" "Around 7 to 8,000, Gu Li replied. "Additionally, I am preparing to purchase a home, likely right here in this community." Gu Li nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Su Huai chimed in. "This community is quite nice, especially those spacious flats. They are ideal for improvement, with vast views and facing the courtyard. Living here must be very comfortable." "Indeed," Gu Li acknowledged. Though he remained somewhat modest, however, the prices are steep. The cheapest ones are around 5 to 6 million, and the more expensive can exceed 10 million. If I want to buy, I'll need to take out a loan for several million. That is quite a burden. Listen to yourself. Is that even humanly possible? Having to buy a house worth over 10 million, and you call that only a bit of pressure? Su Huai couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. How he wished he only had a smidgen of pressure when facing such properties. However, he knew better than to reveal his true feelings in front of Gu Li. Instead, he offered compliments. "You're joking, Gu. For you, that really is no pressure at all. It's just a matter of 2 or 3 years." "Haha, your flattery is making me blush," Gu Li laughed, then promptly urged, "Come, let us sit down for dinner. We should enjoy a few drinks." "All right, let us drink a bit." As Su Huai approached the table and saw Gu Li presenting Mao Tai, she inwardly marveled. Indeed, a person earning 1 million a year drinks nothing less than Mao Tai. He must be quite affluent. Naturally, when fine wine is offered, one must indulge. Thus, under Gu Li's warm hospitality, they began clinking glasses and drinking heartily. As the evening wore on, their camaraderie deepened, exchanging tales from their university days and amusing anecdotes from work. "By the way, Gu Li, why were you inquiring about President Shen earlier?" To Gu Li's surprise, before he could even speak, Su Huai broached the question first. Sensing the timing was right, he responded, "I want to hide it from you. I indeed have a purpose." "By the way, President Shen doesn't have a boyfriend, does she?" Su Huai momentarily froze, then pointed at Gu Li and burst into laughter. "Haha, I knew it. So you were curious about President Shen because you want to pursue her." Gu Li, no longer concealing his intentions, nodded and took a sip of his drink. What man wouldn't be captivated by a woman like her? "You speak the truth. There is no fault in that." Su Huai, now aware of Gu Li's motive for their meal, raised his glass and assured him, "Rest assured. What news would you like? Feel free to reach out to me. I assure you I will do my utmost to gather any information I can." "Haha, in that case, thank you, senior." Gu Li also raised his glass and chuckled. "Cheers. Here's to your success, and may you soon embrace the beauty of your dreams." "Haha, I appreciate your kind words." Seeing his goal so easily achieved brought Gu Li immense joy. With Su Huai as his inside source, he would swiftly grasp the situation surrounding Shen Linqi. Of course, he would never use this to pry into someone else's privacy. After all, even if he wished to, Su Huai would not comply. This endeavor was solely to better understand Shen Linqi's circumstances, facilitating his pursuit. Once he secured this one, the next target would be Hu Lin, Shen Linqi's close friend. In the afternoon, after Su Huai departed, he took an hour to rest. Following that, he began investing in Shunling pharmaceutical stocks, ultimately spending all $35 million to complete his strategy. Now he awaited the surge in stock prices. With the announcement of Shunling Pharmaceuticals' successful new drug development just 2 days away, excitement bubbled within him. It promised returns that could multiply several times over. It was impossible not to feel exhilarated. After a brief respite, Guli hailed a taxi at 6 in the evening to his destination. Upon arriving at Wanda Plaza, he waited a moment before spotting Hu Lin approaching from a distance. One could not deny that Hu Lin was an absolute beauty, rivaling even the girl he had pursued for 7 years, Yu Wei, perhaps even surpassing her. She donned shorts and a black camisole, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin that was almost blinding. Observing this, he could not help but shake his head. Was she not cold dressed so lightly? Hello, handsome. It's not easy to get you here. What do you want to treat me to today? Hu Lin greeted him playfully upon meeting. Guli laughed heartily. As the guest, you choose the place. I'll take care of the bill. All right. The Three Little Sheep hot pot upstairs is quite good. I've been there before. Hu Lin replied without hesitation, leading Guli upstairs. He followed suit, inwardly amused. Once he had won over Shen Linqi's friend, alongside Su Huai, he would have both under his influence, leaving Shen Linqi with no escape from his grasp. Chapter 41. Heartfelt, yet not necessarily actionable. Observing Hu Lin's familiarity with the place, Guli realized she was a frequent patron. Her cheerful demeanor contrasted sharply with Shen Linqi's, presenting an entirely different exterior. Moreover, she appeared remarkably well-preserved, making it difficult to ascertain her true age. Yet, Guli speculated she was likely a bit older, perhaps close to Shen Linqi's age. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how Hu Lin and Shen Linqi had become such close friends. All right, what else do you think we need? Hu Lin inquired, handing over the tablet after placing her order. I'll just add some tripe, beef stomach, blood pudding, tofu skin, and bamboo shoots, Guli said, glancing at the menu. Noting Hu Lin's considerable order, he casually added a few of his favorites. Thank you. Please bring the dishes quickly, Hu Lin called to the waiter. Then turned to Guli with a question. Gu, the handsome one. You're a bit hard for me to read. Taken aback by her directness, Guli chuckled. Oh, your question has me a bit puzzled as well. At that moment, as Hu Lin pulled out a wet tissue to wipe her hands, she added, since we've met a few times, we can consider ourselves friends, right? I suppose so, Guli nodded, still uncertain of her intent. He calmly regarded Hu Lin, eager to discern what she was truly getting at. Given that, what do you think of my friend, Shen Linqi? She asked. Guli pondered for a moment before responding honestly. She's remarkable. She possesses both beauty and capability, and she's a strong woman. In that case, doesn't that stir any feelings? Have you never considered pursuing her? Hu Lin pressed, her anticipation evident. Guli found himself momentarily taken aback by her forthrightness. Managing a wry smile. Please don't laugh. I'm serious. I want an honest answer. Assuming Guli misunderstood her jest, Hu Lin earnestly elaborated. At this point, Guli began to grasp her meaning. He hadn't anticipated that Hu Lin would be so invested in her friend's romantic life. Perhaps there was more to it. This question required a thoughtful response. He must not reveal his true intentions, for that would jeopardize his plans. After careful consideration, he smiled and nodded, affirming, since you seek the truth, here it is. As a man, it's impossible not to be captivated by a woman as beautiful and capable as Shen Linqi. However, being captivated doesn't necessitate action. If you expect me to pursue her, that is simply not feasible. Hu Lin appeared perplexed by the contradictory nature of his statements. If he was captivated, why not pursue her? Given Guli's qualities, excluding family background, he was entirely worthy of her. Gazing at Guli, Hu Lin appeared somewhat confounded. Just then, the pot and the ordered dishes were brought to their table. Noticing Hu Lin's hesitance, Guli picked up his chopsticks and said, no rush, let us enjoy our meal and chat leisurely. Observing his unhurried demeanor, Hu Lin felt a mix of exasperation and curiosity, but chose to eat first before delving into questions. Are you puzzled by my statement that being captivated doesn't necessarily require action? After a few bites and a sip of drink, Guli set down his chopsticks and inquired. Hu Lin nodded while chewing on meat. Yes. If you're captivated, you should bravely pursue her. With your capabilities, what is there to fear? Guli sighed, his tone tinged with melancholy. If only pursuing women were that simple. Realizing he referred to his previous 7 years of unrequited love, Hu Lin retorted, 7 years is just a missed opportunity on her part. You cannot remain forever ensnared in the past. I'm not indulging you in pursuing my friend. Rather, I genuinely believe you're a worthwhile match. After all, she's nearly 29. That's not insignificant, is it? Guli shook his head, extending 4 fingers as he articulated. Firstly, I find her merely stunning. It hardly reaches a level warranting pursuit. Secondly, as a strong woman, she likely possesses a dominant personality and prioritizes her career. Personally, I prefer gentler, more nurturing qualities. Thirdly, she likely comes from a distinguished family, and her parents might seek a suitable match, presenting its own complications. Lastly, rather than pursuing her, I could seek out an equally exceptional woman from a similar background, which would yield a more harmonious relationship. After laying out his reasoning, Guli concluded, based on these 4 points, I maintain that being captivated does not necessitate action. Hearing Gu Li's well-articulated reasoning, even Hu Lin could not help but be taken aback. What on earth is this fellow saying? He has reduced the pursuit of a girl to the level of project management. Is there truly a necessity for this? Yet, it is precisely for these reasons that she finds herself unable to refute him. Indeed, as Gu Li remarked, even if one feels a flutter of emotions, what of it? After all, in a person's lifetime, encounters with captivating women are unlikely to be limited to a singular instance. Given Gu Li's criteria, why not seek out a girl of similar family background and exceptional qualities, someone gentle and kind? In that case, she would likely not have to contend with the approval of Shen Linqi's parents. Upon reflection, Hu Lin could not help but admire Gu Li. He is indeed a self-made individual. To have amassed a fortune in the millions at such a young age truly is impressive. Well, I must concede. Your words leave me without counterargument. Ultimately, Hu Lin could only sigh. Perhaps this is what the internet refers to as being fated yet not meant to be. Upon hearing this, Gu Li couldn't help but laugh. You are quite concerned for Shen Linqi, truly a good friend. To be so invested in her affairs. It's as if the emperor is not in a hurry, yet the eunuch is. What do you know? In response, Hu Lin promptly began to explain that there is indeed a reason for her concern. Gu Li's interest was piqued, and he inquired, "Oh, I don't mind. Please, do share." Hu Lin considered it, and felt it might be worthwhile to chat with Gu Li. After all, there was no harm in it. Yes, you are quite right. Shishi's family is certainly not ordinary. Her father has always wished for her to find someone of equal social standing. However, Shishi is quite averse to this notion. Thus, she works diligently, striving to establish her own career, hoping to take control of her marital decisions. Goodness, to think such a father still exists. His views are rather antiquated, aren't they? Gu Li expressed sympathy for Shen Linqi, lamenting her plight. Hu Lin nodded in agreement. Who could disagree? However, as Shishi is their only daughter, her father's considerations must be manifold. Gu Li pondered and found her reasoning sound. After all, a prominent family must weigh various factors. Unlike his modest household, which merely seeks a life of sufficiency, finding a girlfriend, marrying, and living out the latter half of their lives. Thus, the wealthy have their own set of troubles. In comparison, he preferred a more uncomplicated existence. Nevertheless, this meeting with Hu Lin proved quite fruitful. Not only did it solidify their friendship, but it also provided him with ample information regarding Shen Linqi. Truly, a case of hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, yielding bountiful results. With this thought, Gu Li smirked with pride. Unbeknownst to him, Hu Lin caught this expression and immediately asked, "What are you laughing about?" "Oh, nothing. I was just lost in thought about certain matters." Gu Li quickly offered a chuckle to deflect. Chapter 42. Shen Linqi's unyielding quest for revenge. However, Gu Li's words did not go unnoticed and instead raised Hu Lin's suspicions. She promptly questioned, "Hold on. You must be secretly contemplating something. Are you perhaps considering pursuing Shishi again?" To which Gu Li firmly shook his head. "You are truly overthinking this." He understood that he must not appear overly interested in Shen Linqi, for that would contradict his earlier persona. Additionally, one cannot rush into matters of the heart. Winning over a strong-willed woman like Shen Linqi requires a gradual approach. Excessive concern, akin to being a sycophant, would not suffice. He must evoke curiosity in her and gradually present himself as a reliable individual. After all, this is not a novel. And it is implausible that simply being wealthy and handsome would lead Shen Linqi to fall for him without thought. Such a notion is utterly unrealistic. Should he come on too strong or appear overly eager, he would merely resemble the wealthy second-generation and elite men who had courted her before. Thus, while he felt a slight attraction, it had not yet reached the point of necessity where he must marry Shen Linqi. After all, with the recent substantial returns from his stock investments, even if he wed another woman, he would still lead a comfortable life. Of course, this would be the worst-case scenario unless something irreparable were to occur between him and Shen Linqi, prompting him to reconsider. Engaged in casual conversation with Hu Lin, he simultaneously contemplated his future as their mealtimes swiftly passed. The two spent approximately an hour and a half dining, discussing various topics, most of which revolved around Shen Linqi and Hu Lin's circumstances. Gu Li had not anticipated that this young woman before him was also a formidable figure in her own right, a multi-talented individual. Yet, due to their differing personalities, they exuded entirely distinct styles. Shen Linqi embodied the archetypal workplace beauty, a corporate executive and social elite. moving with an air of confidence that showcased a different kind of feminine allure. To those unfamiliar with her, she always bore a cold demeanor, exuding an aloof, high-class aura. Conversely, Hu Lin, while appearing carefree, possessed a meticulous mind and genuine warmth, emanating a spirited, down-to-earth charm. Certainly, as a young entrepreneur with a net worth in the millions, she was no ordinary person. Moreover, from their conversation today, Gu Li surmised that Hu Lin, like Shen Linqi, was also part of the affluent second generation. These insights allowed him to gain a clearer understanding of future dynamics. Thus, some of his plans would require appropriate adjustments. Meanwhile, on her way back, Hu Lin immediately began conversing with Shen Linqi, recounting her meeting with Gu Li, which truly took Gu Li by surprise. He had initially assumed that Hu Lin was concealing her meeting with Shen Linqi. Yet, as expected of close friends, Hu Lin divulged the details of the encounter. She. It seems that once one reaches 30, their allure markedly diminishes, Hu Lin remarked, catching Shen Linqi off guard. Were it not for her gentle temperament, she would have likely exploded in indignation, for aging is beyond her control. Even so, Shen Linqi maintained a less than amicable tone. You truly have a knack for bringing up touchy subjects. If that's all, I shall take my leave. All right then, Hu Lin said. You should know that Gu Li doesn't harbor any real intentions toward you. However, her next words were somewhat hurtful. You mustn't take offense. Shen Linqi, on the other end of the video call, froze momentarily before feigning indifference. I am not even friends with him. Why would I be offended? Besides, when have you ever seen me get upset over a man? This statement left Hu Lin momentarily speechless. Shen Linqi remained steadfast and resilient as ever. Hu Lin then recounted Gu Li's words, observing her friend's reaction closely. Upon hearing this, Shen Linqi's lips twitched slightly, and to her surprise, she nodded in agreement with Gu Li's sentiments. He is indeed correct. Pursuing me is hardly a wise choice. A man like him is likely quite patriarchal and would desire a partner whose career is subordinate to his own, someone gentle and demure. A strong-willed individual like me is simply not an ideal match, especially with the multitude of troubles at home. Well, if that is how you feel, I can rest easy. But, Hu Lin paused, looking at Shen Linqi. Don't you feel even the slightest bit disappointed? Shen Linqi couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. What am I disappointed about? What do I have to be disappointed in? A powerful woman never concerns herself with a man's thoughts. Well, I must hang up now. I have matters to attend to. We shall converse later. Goodbye. With that, without waiting for Hu Lin's reaction, she abruptly ended the video call. Hu Lin remained in a state of bewilderment, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. Could it be that this individual truly did not care at all? However, recalling Shen Linqi's expression just moments ago, she felt that things were far more intricate than they appeared. In reality, after hanging up, Shen Linqi had thrown her phone onto the sofa, her countenance marred by displeasure. Although she was a formidable woman, indifferent to the opinions of many, Gu Li's dismissive attitude still irked her. Moreover, this individual had ruthlessly intercepted a project that rightfully belonged to her, compounding her anger with both new and old grievances. How arrogant! His words implied that she was excessively domineering and ungracious, not to mention her complicated family background, rendering her an unsuitable partner. Humph! Love should remain untainted by extraneous factors. Otherwise, it loses its purity. Shen Linqi yearned for a love that was sincere and uncomplicated. Regrettably, after so many years, this remained merely a distant dream. Ultimately, reality had triumphed over her aspirations, and she had ceased to harbor any lofty expectations. Since this man looked down upon her so brazenly, she resolved to make him see her in a different light. Her indomitable spirit ignited a fierce ambition within Shen Linqi, compelling her to ensure that Gu Li would take notice of her. Chapter 43. A sudden surge of sympathy. Subsequently, Shen Linqi began to contemplate, her face betraying an unusual intensity of focus. Moments later, her eyes brightened as she picked up the phone to call her subordinate, Lin Huaqing. Hello, old Lin. Don't you have connections with Jinduyan? Yes. Keep a close eye on the upcoming projects from Gu Li. If possible, let us seize it for ourselves. They have taken our project. It's only fitting that we reclaim what is ours. Lin Huaqing, upon receiving Shen Linqi's instructions, couldn't he help but chuckle. He mused to himself that our President Shen was indeed quite vengeful. Jinduyan had snatched one of her projects, and now she was determined to snatch one back. Though slightly absurd, working under such a leader ensured there would be projects to pursue and rewards to reap. Otherwise, following an ineffectual leader would lead to mere subsistence. He promptly replied, Understood, President Shen. I assure you I will fulfill this task. Good, I entrust this matter to you. After hanging up, she pondered for a moment before dialing another number. This time, a woman's voice greeted her. Hello, President Shen, it's been a while. Zhou, I have a significant order for you. Will you accept it? Of course, I am eagerly anticipating President Shen's large orders. Excellent. Our company needs to recruit a top-tier technical expert, someone truly exceptional. Please filter a few candidates for me, ideally with their information by next week. Certainly. Just send me the requirements directly. All right, I will send it immediately. After ending the call, Shen Linshi opened her computer, preparing to draft the talent requirements. Indeed, the voice on the other end had belonged to Zhou Yun, a seasoned headhunter in the industry. As Shen Linshi prepared to retaliate, she knew she had to act on two fronts, seizing Gu Li's project while simultaneously recruiting a powerhouse to bolster her company's capabilities. Only then could she effectively contend with the rise of Jinduyan. She was determined to prove that with the formidable foundation of Chenhuan Jichuan, they could certainly outperform a mere Jinduyan. On the other hand, Gu Li was blissfully unaware of these machinations, as he was engrossed in monitoring the stock market in Xinjiang, particularly the share price of Shunling Pharmaceuticals. With just a few days until mid-June, rumors had emerged that the stock price had inexplicably doubled. This unexpected surge meant that his previously anticipated profits would be significantly less than expected. Originally, with a price below 3 yuan, he could have made tenfold returns. However, with the current average price hovering around 5 yuan, he could expect only 6 or 7 times his investment. Ah well, 3 million can still multiply several times, yielding around 200 million. One must learn to be content, he thought, reminding himself not to be overly greedy, especially with the system at his disposal. Having reached this conclusion, clarity washed over him, and he patted his chest, relieved. Thank goodness I realized this in time, otherwise, I might have fallen prey to my own avarice. He then took a shower and fell into a deep sleep. The following morning, he awoke to an amusing sight. Upon opening his window and gazing outside, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Indeed, it was Shen Linshi, clad in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, jogging. Her long legs, fair skin, and the enchanting flush on her face from exertion left him utterly captivated, especially in the morning, when male instincts were at their peak. At that moment, Gu Li couldn't help but stare, perplexed. Hadn't Shen Linshi previously refrained from rising so early to run? After all, a woman like her in the neighborhood was bound to attract attention. Could it be that she had been spurred by some stimulus? Reflecting on last night's gathering with Hu Lin, Gu Li began to speculate. Perhaps the recent bidding incident had compelled Shen Linshi to seek an outlet for her frustrations? As he continued to admire the breathtaking scene, time slipped by unnoticed. Observing Shen Linshi run lap after lap, he couldn't help but admire her. Such a woman possessed an extraordinary inner strength. Discipline, indeed, was a powerful tool for success in life. Individuals like Shen Linshi did not exercise merely for weight loss. She had no need for that. Running, along with other forms of exercise, served as a means to maintain her health and physique. Confidence, beauty, and strength all required immense effort. Watching her run tirelessly, Gu Li felt an even deeper respect for Shen Linshi. Reflecting on his own situation prior to acquiring the system, he couldn't help but feel self-deprecating. Had he possessed such discipline during his university years, he likely wouldn't have ended up in a small company after graduation, only to be laid off after a few years. He would probably have followed in the footsteps of his more accomplished classmates, entering a major corporation due to his excellent grades and programming skills. Though it would have been challenging, their current annual salaries were in the hundreds of thousands. Without the system, he could never hope to catch up. Thus, witnessing Shen Linshi achieve such success at her age filled him with genuine admiration. Such a woman was certainly worth pursuing. Yet, to his surprise, Shen Linshi showed no signs of stopping. As Gu Li finished his morning routine and breakfast, he noticed Shen Linshi was still running. Judging by the time she started before he got out of bed, she had been running for at least an hour. Observing Shen Linshi, although her pace had significantly slowed, she remained steadfast in her determination, evoking a sudden pang of compassion within Gu Li. This woman, truly too strong-willed. At that moment, he yearned to rush down and urge her to take a break. However, after a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the thought. He did not wish for her to discover his presence in the neighborhood just yet. Thus, he resolved to join her in her run. Inspired by her unwavering spirit, Gu Li approached the treadmill and began his own workout. Indeed, Shen Linshi had spurred him on. Life ought to be lived in such a manner. Chapter 44. A good news, a bad news. Life is not merely about the drudgery at hand, but also about hope and perseverance. No matter how arduous life may be, maintaining an optimistic outlook can illuminate the path ahead. Previously, the advent of the system had steered his life onto a new, sunlit avenue. Now, Shen Linshi's persistence further elevated his spirit, reminding him that while life is fraught with troubles, facing them earnestly makes every day a bright one. He recalled Hu Lin's words from the previous night regarding Shen Linshi's family circumstances, realizing just how challenging her life had been. Her excellence stemmed from a desire to break free from familial constraints and to live authentically. This woman truly elicits a sense of sympathy. After running for another half hour, Shen Linshi finally reached her limit and slowed down. However, she did not stop immediately. Rather, she completed another lap at a leisurely pace before commencing her stretching exercises to alleviate muscle soreness. Clearly, she was accustomed to regular exercise, performing her stretches with great precision. Guli observed this with a silent nod of approval. No wonder her physique was so remarkable. She adhered to a disciplined regimen. Such self-discipline explained her professional success. A swell of admiration blossomed in Guli's mind. Only when he saw her return home did he finally cease his own workout. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he smiled to himself, feeling distinctly rejuvenated after the exercise. He couldn't help but acknowledge that the enhancements from the system had significantly elevated his physical capabilities. Thus, he had neglected regular exercise, apart from biking to and from work. In retrospect, he recognized this as a misguided notion. Despite his impressive physical condition, infrequent exercise coupled with indulgence in food and drink could inevitably lead to a decline in his fitness. Therefore, he resolved not to take his advantages for granted and to commit to regular exercise to enhance his health and longevity. Suddenly, his phone rang. At 9 in the morning, Guli was preparing to delve into a formidable forum to tackle some computer challenges when he received an unexpected piece of good news from the real estate agent. "What did you say? A property on the 9th floor of Building 9 is up for sale?" Guli exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he sought confirmation from Brother Wang. "Yes, Mr. Gu, the landlord just came to us with the listing. I haven't even had the chance to upload the information yet. I called you directly." "Great. I'm on my way," Guli replied, elated to discover that a unit directly below Shen Linshi's was available for purchase. What extraordinary luck. A few minutes later, Guli arrived at the nearby agency to inquire about the property details. He learned that the apartment had initially been intended as a wedding gift for the owner's son, boasting impressive renovations. The layout featured 5 rooms and 3 bathrooms, with 2 master bedrooms equipped with en-suite bathrooms, a study, and spacious balconies in both the kitchen and living room. The total area amounted to 208 square meters, with an indoor space of approximately 190 square meters, providing ample room for a family of 3. However, the price was steep due to its luxurious finish and high-end furnishings, with the asking price set at $8.5 million. Given the 208 square meter size, the price exceeded $40,000 per square meter. Upon hearing this amount, Guli furrowed his brow, questioning whether the price was inflated. He was aware that the market rate for similar large units in the area ranged between $35,000 and $40,000 per square meter, even considering the quality of renovations. It seemed implausible that the price could exceed $40,000. Although he was willing to spend money to pursue Shen Linshi, he did not wish to be taken advantage of. Brother Wang, having overheard Gu Li's concerns, nodded in agreement, stating, "Mr. Gu, I asked about this as well. The owners are not in urgent need of cash, hence the inflated price." "I see," Gu Li replied, feeling slightly daunted by the situation. "Let us go see the property first." "Of course. Let's check it out and discuss further if it meets your approval," Brother Wang affirmed. Half an hour later, after viewing the apartment, Gu Li was genuinely impressed. He pondered for a moment before stating, "The apartment is excellent, but the price is too high. I can only offer $8 million. Please negotiate with them. And if they refuse, we can walk away." Having expressed his terms, he returned home. In Gu Li's perspective, the price was reasonable, considering there were relatively few buyers capable of affording such a spacious unit. The swift response from the owners was already commendable. Now, all that remained was to await their reply. However, before Gu Li could fully digest the good news about the apartment, Hu Lin delivered an unwelcome piece of news. She informed him that Shen Linshi had once again opted to work overtime over the weekend, even canceling her date with Hu Lin. "Isn't that typical of her, given her personality?" Gu Li remarked. "Not quite," Hu Lin countered. "You've taken her project. How could she possibly be that busy? I suspect your words from yesterday motivated her into this frenzy." "What? You told her what I said?" Gu Li was taken aback. Hu Lin nodded yes. "I merely aimed to provoke her, to prevent her from being too aloof. Look, even the men are dismissing her." Gu Li was at a loss for words, astonished at Hu Lin's perspective. Even if Shen Linshi were magnanimous, it was improbable that she would remain entirely unaffected. If she felt no attraction towards him, she would undoubtedly harbor some discontent. Recognizing her frustration, it was clear that she might resort to her work as a distraction. No wonder she had run for so long this morning. It was a form of release. Gu Li found himself in a rather precarious situation. After all, emotions must find an outlet. Allowing work to numb oneself over time would inevitably lead to complications. Chapter 45. A familiar scene reemerges. "So what now? It seems my advice has been in vain. You have no idea how much Shen Linshi values her work." As Hu Lin reminisced about past events, her tone was tinged with a sense of helplessness. She had encountered such situations several times before. It was not uncommon for her to be abruptly called back to work while engaged in leisure activities. To be honest, Hu Lin harbored a genuine fear that by sharing her views with Shen Linqi, she might inadvertently compel her to work even harder. If Shen Linqi were to become a complete workaholic, would it not spell ruin for her vibrant youth? A life solely devoted to work, devoid of personal relationships and emotional connections, would undoubtedly lead to profound regret in the years to come. Numerous real-life examples abound, showcasing powerful women who, even in their 30s or 40s, remain unmarried. Even those who manage to marry may find their unions dissolve within a few years due to poor choices in partners, work commitments, or other unforeseen circumstances. Research and various statistics indicate that successful women tend to marry at a significantly older age, and their divorce rates are notably higher. Furthermore, Hu Lin was plagued by another worry. If Shen Linqi failed to find a suitable partner on her own, she might heed her father's wishes and enter a marriage based solely on social compatibility, devoid of emotional depth. Should that occur, given Shen Linqi's personality, it was likely that she would end up in a mere de facto marriage, lacking the essence of a true marital life. This was not a fate that Hu Lin wished to witness for her dear friend. On the other end of the line, Gu Li could intuitively grasp Hu Lin's concerns and felt a profound sense of gratitude for her friendship with Shen Linqi. However, he found himself at a loss as to how to assist. After all, he and Shen Linqi had yet to be formally introduced, and it would be imprudent to invite her out for a heart-to-heart discussion. After some contemplation, Gu Li offered a comforting reply. Well, Hu Lin, I don't have much to offer in terms of solutions. Such matters are best resolved when she comes to her own realizations. Nonetheless, I have faith in Shen Linqi. Her inner strength should serve her well for now. Perhaps you could gently guide her in the future, if the opportunity arises. I would love to arrange an outing for us, perhaps a picnic to help lighten her spirits, and we can subtly offer her some guidance. What do you think? Hu Lin, however, scoffed dismissively. If it were that easy to guide her, I wouldn't be on the phone with you. I'm not close to her. What do you expect me to do? Gu Li, undeterred by Hu Lin's attitude, replied with a hint of resignation. Let's wait a few days until her temper cools down. Hu Lin acknowledged the reality of the situation and nodded in agreement. I suppose we have no choice but to do it that way. Well, we'll talk more if anything arises. After hanging up, Gu Li glanced at Building 9 across the street, feeling that Hu Lin was somewhat overreacting. A woman as resilient as Shen Linqi would not be easily defeated. Her remarkable self-regulation was evident during their morning run, and perhaps the more she worked, the stronger she became, finding relief from stress through her endeavors. As for the exaggerations in his conversation with Hu Lin, Gu Li had his reasons. If he did not amplify the concerns, how could he provoke Hu Lin into worrying about Shen Linqi? Only by doing so could he strategically navigate his way through Hu Lin's involvement and establish a genuine friendship with Shen Linqi. After all, he had yet to truly become friends with her. They were not even connected as WeChat friends. Although Shen Linqi returned home to rest, she soon left for work again. Gu Li, however, refrained from following her to the office. With the financial rewards from stocks and an enticing daily bonus of 8,000, the allure of pursuing her had diminished significantly. Therefore, he chose not to impose, aiming to remain within a kilometer radius of Shen Linqi whenever possible. Before long, Monday had arrived, marking the start of another workweek. Shortly after Gu Li arrived at the office, he was summoned by Mr. Su and introduced to the company's true owner. Mr. Lin, the boss, a man in his late 30s, reportedly came from a wealthy background and owned multiple companies in addition to Jindian Technology. He rarely frequented the office. But with the company securing the major Haitong logistics project, he had come to meet Gu Li. After discussing future prospects and generously offering a bonus of 500,000, the allocation of which was left to Gu Li's discretion, Mr. Lin outlined the details of the next project. The client, Jindian Technology, specialized in selling mobile phones and accessories while providing repair services. They urgently required an intelligent middleware system to streamline their online and offline operations, enhancing efficiency and reducing costs. After grasping the specifics, Gu Li promptly agreed to commence preparations. It was quite serendipitous, as his previous company had a similar middleware system, and he was well versed in its intricacies. As for the Haitong logistics project, it was still in the contracting phase, with formal development expected to begin next month. Nevertheless, his role would be minimal, primarily overseeing the broader direction and resolving issues that others could not. Overall, it promised to be a rather relaxed undertaking, devoid of excessive pressure. Upon returning, Gu Li allocated the bonus according to project involvement and overtime contributions, taking only a nominal amount for himself. Such magnanimity earned him considerable respect from his colleagues. With work matters firmly on track, he logged into a secretive corner of the internet to delve into complex challenges. This platform was renowned as a premier computer forum, home to many experts and brilliant minds, as well as some unsolved computer conundrums that Gu Li was eager to tackle. The wealth of knowledge, methodologies, and perspectives available there was invaluable for enhancing his own technical skills. However, just as he was engrossed in problem-solving, a message arrived on his phone. To his surprise, it was from Hulin. "Are you there?" "I'm at Starry Plaza." Puzzled by her presence, Guli replied, "Yes, I'm here." "What's up?" she urged. "I need to talk to you, hurry. I'm waiting for you at the Chinchio Cafe in the plaza. We can't miss each other." Guli found himself in a quandary. What could this be about? Surely, their conversation would revolve around Shen Linqi. After considering the situation, he resolved to go meet her. Given the slow pace of the system upgrade, if he wished to continue receiving lottery opportunities, he would need to engage with Shen Linqi. Moreover, he hoped to embrace the chance of a budding romance and enjoy a blissful life together. The more he learned about Shen Linqi, the deeper his feelings grew, not a fleeting infatuation, but a profound attraction, perhaps even a hint of possessiveness. After a brief preparation, he left the office and made his way to the cafe. Moments later, he entered the establishment, scanning the room. Few patrons occupied the cafe, and he noticed someone sitting by the window to his right. As he approached, he realized the figure was strikingly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to discover that it was not Hulin at all, but Shen Linqi herself. Perhaps sensing his presence, Shen Linqi turned her head, and in that moment, their eyes met across a mere few meters, each of them caught in a silent gaze. "You look at me, and I look at you." Guli seemed to have been transported back to the evening of May 20th, as a young lady in the distance slowly rose to her feet, sending a shiver down his spine. This eerily familiar scene had unexpectedly reoccurred. Shen Linqi raised her brows slightly, equally astonished by Guli's presence. Chapter 46, Confrontation. The Road to Shu. Upon witnessing this, Guli's heart sank as he realized that Shen Linqi had also been deceived by Hulin. What kind of absurdity was this? At that moment, he was rendered speechless, harboring a hint of resentment towards Hulin. Could she not have given him a heads up? This sudden encounter had rendered him quite passive. Meanwhile, regaining her composure, Shen Linqi deduced the reason for Guli's arrival and Hulin's absence. Like Guli, she felt exasperated with her friend for orchestrating such a setup. That girl was truly something. In her attempt to bring her and Guli together, she was acting recklessly, completely disregarding Shen Linqi's feelings. This unexpected meeting had placed her in an extremely awkward position, especially since she and Guli had never seen eye to eye. And being forced into such a scenario was undeniably uncomfortable. Shen Linqi's expression shifted, and she took a deep breath, momentarily at a loss for words. Should she be angry? Guli, too, appeared to be an unwilling participant in this farce, so it was hard to blame him. Yet remaining in silence seemed even more uncomfortable. After a few seconds of mutual contemplation, Guli took the initiative to approach and unceremoniously sat down. Observing the enchanting lady across from him, who seemed hesitant to leave, he broke the ice. "Shenzong, was it Hulin who lured you here as well?" Shen Linqi shifted slightly toward the window, her gaze directed outside as she retorted with annoyance, "Aren't you?" Hearing this, Guli couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, you've got a bit of an attitude, haven't you?" However, it was unfortunate that he would not indulge the beauty before him, despite his desire to pursue her. After all, his 7 years of unrequited love had taught him that merely flattering a woman was unlikely to yield results. The true approach lay in becoming strong enough to attract others to oneself. Naturally, if mutual attraction could be fostered, that would be splendid. Guli smiled gently and nodded. "Indeed, I only asked to spark a conversation. Since we're here, why not enjoy a cup of afternoon tea?" Upon hearing this, Shen Linqi felt a twinge of displeasure and couldn't help but jest. "Yes, the esteemed director Gu has secured such a significant project. Of course, you're in the mood for tea. Unfortunately, I must return to work. So, you enjoy your tea while I take my leave." After saying this, Shen Linqi pretended to depart, feigning impatience. From their recent encounters, she found Guli rather intriguing. He seemed to regard her with a sense of indifference, much like any ordinary girl. With him, she felt devoid of the superiority she often sensed from other men. Sometimes, she wondered if Guli was merely pretending to be this way to capture her attention. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely, as their meeting was fraught with too much coincidence, and his previous explanations were quite reasonable, leaving her with no grounds for suspicion. As Guli assessed her, she kept her peripheral gaze on him, her mind racing with analysis. In that moment, they sat facing each other, each with their own hidden agendas. Shen Linqi's words dripped with sarcasm, and her unrelenting jibes made Guli chuckle uncontrollably. He regarded her with amusement, pondering how unexpectedly sharp-tongued she was. Indeed, she exuded a captivating aura of sophistication. This only piqued his interest further. Since he was here, why not engage Shen Linqi in a meaningful conversation? He promptly halted her as she attempted to rise, teasingly suggesting, "Shenzong, since you're here, why not have a more in-depth discussion? Besides, We do share quite the connection, don't we? We once had a brief romance, after all. Just because it ended doesn't mean we must become strangers. If we're to be technical about it, we still maintain the status of ex-lovers, don't you think? You what? Upon hearing this, Shen Linchi felt as if a loud gong had sounded in her head, rendering her momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated Gu Li to be so brazen, casually referencing their past as if it were trivial. It was utterly infuriating. His playful smirk only intensified her ire. The memory of calling him husband had left her feeling humiliated, and now, with Gu Li bringing it up, she wished she could vanish, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Yet, upon regaining her composure, she resolved not to let Gu Li have the satisfaction of seeing her flustered. Who was she? She was Shen Linchi, the project director at Chenhuan Jichuang. She would not be intimidated by Gu Li's casual remarks. With determination, she sat back down, exuding an air of authority as she coolly stated, I never expected Director Gu to possess such a thick skin. It's truly astonishing. Thank you for the compliment. It is an honor to be remembered by Miss Shen, Gu Li replied with a chuckle, embracing a posture of unabashed confidence. The pursuit of women often requires a certain audacity. Appearing overly eager can be counterproductive. A brazen demeanor may, in fact, yield surprising results, making one more memorable. This explains why many women are drawn to the allure of bad boys, while remaining indifferent to earnest, straight-laced men. Shen Linchi shrugged, neither affirming nor denying. Before taking a sip of her coffee and leisurely remarking, I've remembered you for quite some time. After all, you were the one to introduce me to the taste of failure. I suppose I owe you my gratitude. Gu Li spread his hands, a look of feigned helplessness crossing his face. Well, that certainly wasn't my intention. Who would have thought you were from Chenhuan Jichuang, overseeing this project? Shen Linchi scrutinized the man before her demeanor returning to that of a composed professional, while her mind pondered Hu Lin's motive for bringing them together. Let us not dwell on that project. I'm not someone who fears losing. However, I am curious. Have you and Hu Lin become quite close? What do you mean by close? Gu Li asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. Shen Linchi clarified, is she attempting to introduce me to you, hoping you'd pursue me? Well, that is true. Gu Li admitted candidly, pausing before continuing. However, I declined. I see. Shen Linchi nodded, her expression remaining calm. Your 4 points were quite insightful. There are countless beautiful and capable women in the world. Why would you choose me? If I were you, I wouldn't pick myself either. After all, their essay saying, it's better to choose someone who loves you than to pursue someone you love, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Shen Linchi's words, Gu Li felt a surge of admiration for her open-mindedness and inner strength. He immediately expressed his apologies. I hadn't anticipated she would mention that to you. I truly apologize. Shen Linchi chuckled lightly. It's no matter. Though I may be slightly more attractive, I also possess self-awareness. By the way, since you suggested a conversation, how about we discuss my ideal partner? Huh. Gu Li was taken aback, perplexed by the sudden shift in topic. Shen Linchi then playfully teased, what's the matter? Previously, the analysis was quite astute. Could it be that I am incapable of conducting any analysis myself? This is hardly the case. Gu Li quickly interjected. For my unfamiliarity with you naturally impedes my capacity to provide a correct assessment. No worries, feel free to speak your mind, he added. However, despite this encouragement, Shen Linchi continued to press, leaving Gu Li somewhat exasperated. Thus, he found himself deep in thought, formulating his observations. Miss Shen, it truly is challenging for a formidable woman like yourself to find a suitable partner. In seeking sincerity, why not consider someone from the IT industry? A programmer, perhaps, an earnest, modest, and capable individual. I believe a subservient type from Chuan province would be quite fitting for you. What do you think? Haha, you genuinely amuse me, Shen Linchi replied, her earlier demeanor softening into a light chuckle. Upon further reflection, she recognized some merit in his analysis. Her temperament indeed resembled that of a mountain's formidable path. Likely only a submissive partner could tolerate her disposition. Deep down, she mused, she might even attempt to embrace a gentler side, but only when she truly falls for someone. Seeing Shen Linchi smile brought a wave of relief to Gu Li. You see, our conversation flows quite harmoniously. Chapter 47, A Rift Between Best Friends. Unjustly caught in the crossfire. Upon hearing this, Shen Linchi shot Gu Li a disapproving glance, her smile vanishing in an instant. The icy facade of the goddess returned, leaving Gu Li astounded by her rapid transformation. Truly impressive, akin to a school principal. Very well, you have passed, Shen Linchi remarked coolly, glancing at the time. I must take my leave. I have much work to attend to. Perfect timing. I, too, must depart, Gu Li responded, rising to his feet without attempting to detain her further. In his view, their brief exchange was a commendable beginning. To impede her departure would be counterproductive. He aimed to cultivate an aura of aloofness, a demeanor of indifference that would pique her curiosity, especially for a woman of her stature. Such curiosity, once ignited, could become addictive. Recently, Gu Li had perused several articles on love, concluding that romance indeed requires strategy. Of course, this was predicated on his own merit, as he genuinely wished to pursue Shen Linqi. If one were to indulge in being a cad, it would be best to refrain from toying with a woman of her caliber. Gu Li, lacking the courtesy to escort her downstairs, exited the cafe and parted ways with Shen Linqi, choosing to walk away alone. To her, this was of little consequence. Rather, it imparted a refreshing sensation. Unlike others who showered her with insincere flattery upon meeting, this interaction felt more genuine. Consequently, Shen Linqi's perception of Gu Li improved significantly. Regardless of his assertion that attraction need not always lead to action, perhaps laden with embellishments, she discerned that he was not a bad person. How good he truly was, however, would require further acquaintance. As she stood on the escalator, Shen Linqi reflected on their earlier conversation, only to conclude that, in essence, nothing substantial had transpired. They merely exchanged a few words, departing without so much as a goodbye. Humph, truly a man devoid of grace. Observing Gu Li's retreating figure, she shook her head, a mix of amusement and frustration washing over her. This sensation was undeniably peculiar. Shen Linqi found herself perplexed, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Oh, and then there was Hu Lin. Infuriating indeed. Without prior notice, she orchestrated such a scheme, utterly despicable. It was worth noting that although she maintained her composure during their initial encounter, she had felt a flicker of anxiety. Upon returning to her office, Shen Linqi promptly dialed Hu Lin's number. To her dismay, after 2 attempts, no one answered. This left her speechless. Humph, if she refuses to take my calls, then she ought to cease reaching out entirely. In a fit of frustration, she sent a message. What's this? Afraid to answer my call? If you continue to ignore me, do not expect me to seek you out in the future. Indeed. No sooner had she dispatched her message than Hu Lin responded with a video call. Cici, I truly did not intend for this to happen. Upon witnessing her friend's feigned pitiful expression, Shen Linqi felt her ire rise, letting out a disdainful huff. Fine, Hu Lin, if you believe Gu Li is so wonderful, why not pursue him yourself as a boyfriend? Why must you meddle in our affairs? Hu Lin, perceiving Shen Linqi's irritation, hastily attempted to clarify her intentions, adopting a tone of supplication. Cici, I was only acting out of goodwill. Gu Li is indeed a decent fellow, but he isn't my type. Please do not be upset, all right? As she spoke, Hu Lin even donned a charmingly playful expression, which, in Shen Linqi's still fuming state, seemed absurdly amusing. Her tone grew more severe as she retorted, I have no desire for a romantic relationship, as you well know. You ought to mind your own business and leave mine alone. By the way, you don't even have a boyfriend. Why are you so preoccupied with me? Isn't that right? Moving forward, Shen Linqi was bound to be exceedingly busy, particularly in her efforts to secure the Jindian project. Thus, she wished to avoid any further trifles from Hu Lin that might disrupt her focus. Her words, though perhaps a touch harsh, rendered Hu Lin momentarily speechless. When had Shen Linqi ever spoken to her so sternly? Hu Lin's frustration flared in response. Fine, from now on, your affairs are no concern of mine. You can work yourself to the bone if you wish, become an old maid for all I care, or just accept your father's arrangement and marry a rich heir. I've long wanted to say this. No matter how hard you try, you'll never surpass your father. Why endure all this struggle? Forget it. I've meddled enough. I'm hanging up. Don't contact me again. With that, Hu Lin ended the video call without hesitation. Shen Linqi, still reeling from her friend's harsh words, found herself staring at the screen displaying the end of the call. A pang of anguish gripped her heart. How could she say such things to me? Shen Linqi sank into her chair, her phone slipping from her grasp and clattering to the floor. She had merely spoken a bit too harshly. How could Hu Lin react with such anger and sever the connection? It was Hu Lin who had deceived her into meeting Gu Li in the first place. After a prolonged moment, Shen Linqi struggled to comprehend and accept the turn of events. How had things escalated to this point? She contemplated calling back to discuss it further. But upon retrieving her phone, she hesitated to press the button. Time passed, each second feeling eternal. President Shen, are you there? At that moment, a knock echoed from the door, heralding Lin Huaqing's arrival. Upon hearing this, Shen Linqi quickly took a deep breath, mustered a semblance of a smile, and called out towards the door, please come in. Shortly after, Lin Huaqing approached the desk, carrying a document. Shenzong, we have received news from Qinglin Kaiyuan. There is a significant issue with the system we previously developed, and they are urging us for an urgent fix. At this revelation, Shen Linqi was taken aback. Then we must arrange for personnel immediately. What are we waiting for? Lin Huaqing sighed with a rueful smile. The staff who were previously in charge have left, and the individuals currently taking over the project are not well acquainted with the code. Therefore, the repair may require some time. Upon hearing this, Shen was momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Li, this is all your fault. Meanwhile, at Jindian Technology, Gu Li was engrossed in coding when he was startled by a message from Hu Lin. Confused, he immediately inquired, "What now? I haven't even scolded you for dragging me to the cafe yet, and you're already throwing a fit." A few seconds later, Hu Lin's reply arrived. "It's because of this that I had a quarrel with Shen Linqi. I'm in a terrible mood now, and you owe me a meal and drinks." Gu Li was taken aback. He never anticipated that Hu Lin and Shen Linqi would argue over today's incident. This entire situation was indeed the result of Hu Lin's actions. Yet somehow he felt unjustly implicated. A wry smile crept onto Gu Li's face as he felt an inexplicable sense of being caught in the crossfire. What should I do? As an outsider, I don't think I can be of much assistance, right? Come on, give me a straight answer. Noticing Gu Li's silence, Hu Lin urged him again. Caught in contemplation, Gu Li pondered whether he should indeed go. After all, Hu Lin had quarreled with Shen Linqi over his matter. Out of both concern and obligation, he felt compelled to offer some comfort and ascertain the situation. They were best friends. Even if lunchtime events had caused some friction, it shouldn't have escalated to an argument. Thus, he resolved to clarify things. Checking the time, he saw it was still not yet 4 o'clock, so he quickly informed Wang Tai before driving over. Hu Lin, much like Shen Linqi, was not one to possess a gentle temperament. Half an hour later, Gu Li arrived at his destination, a quaint little tavern. Observing the sparsely populated establishment, he spotted Hu Lin sitting alone by the window, drowning her sorrows in drink. He hurried over and, before even taking a seat, asked, "What happened? Aren't you two supposed to be best friends? How did a quarrel arise?" Hu Lin lifted her head and rolled her eyes at Gu Li. Offering a half-hearted chuckle, "Who says best friends can't argue?" Gu Li was momentarily at a loss for words. As he had no experience with best friends, and thus couldn't fully grasp the nuances involved. "Well, we've had our share of arguments over the years. I have no idea what this one is about, though. It's truly baffling." Hu Lin continued, speaking to herself. "Like last time, everything was going splendidly until she insisted on flying back early to work, which infuriated me. I ended up alone in the Maldives, unable to enjoy myself for the remaining days. And then there was that time I introduced her to a friend, and instead of appreciating it, she insulted his credentials. Sometimes, she drives me absolutely mad. Gu Li, tell me, isn't that just ridiculous?" Listening to her grievances, Gu Li found himself in a state of bemusement. Faced with her dilemma, he felt utterly unequipped to respond. It was a no-win situation. Thus, he decided to shift the topic. He picked up a glass from the table, poured himself a drink, and raised it. "Since you're feeling down, let me join you for a drink. However, we should both head back to rest afterward. Perhaps things will look better in the morning." Upon hearing this, Hu Lin's spirits lifted, and she clinked glasses with Gu Li enthusiastically. "Cheers. We won't return until we're drunk." Without a second thought, she downed her drink in one go and poured herself another. Observing her determination, Gu Li felt a twinge of anxiety. It appeared that Hu Lin had quite the tolerance for alcohol and was certainly not a lightweight. "All right, if you want to drink, then drink," he thought, resigned to the situation. Though he had a fair amount of alcohol tolerance himself, he remained mindful of his purpose for being there. Seizing the moment, he engaged Hu Lin in conversation, and to his surprise, she divulged a wealth of information, including the reason for the quarrel and the backstory of how she and Shen Linqi became inseparable friends. It turned out they were both from Yudu, hailing from affluent families and having grown up in the same gated community. They had known each other since childhood, but were merely casual acquaintances. While they attended different elementary and middle schools, fate brought them together in high school, where they became the best of friends over 3 years. Shen Linqi, being an academic overachiever, gained admission to a prestigious university and pursued graduate studies, while Hu Lin, a less academically inclined student, attended a vocational school to bide her time. However, she was quite astute and utilized her parents' seed money during university to start a clothing store, which has since flourished. Now, she boasted numerous online shops across major platforms, a physical store, and a reputation for designing her own clothing, with annual sales exceeding a staggering 100 million. "So, what do you think?" Hu Lin tilted her head, triumphantly lifting the bottle towards Gu Li. "Am I not more impressive than Shen Linqi?" Gu Li nodded without hesitation. "Indeed, you surpass her by leaps and bounds." It was clear that despite their close friendship, an underlying competition existed between them. Fortunately, their paths diverged significantly. One was a formally trained professional, while the other was a self-made entrepreneur. In terms of earnings, it appeared Hu Lin had the upper hand. Nevertheless, Gu Li surmised that Hu Lin had likely benefited from her family's circumstances at both the outset and in her current success, which somewhat tempered her achievements in comparison to Shen Linqi, who had carved her own path through sheer determination. Time flew swiftly, and the tavern gradually filled with patrons. Hu Lin, however, had succumbed to intoxication, her head resting on the table. Gu Li found himself in a predicament, unsure how to manage the situation. Even when he asked her where she lived, she could barely articulate a response. After a while, he had no choice but to grab Hu Lin's phone from the table. He shook her awake, and during the brief moment she opened her eyes, he quickly unlocked her phone to find Shen Linqi's contact and called her. "Finally, you called. Are you still mad at me?" Shen Linqi's voice crackled through the line. Gu Li promptly replied, "Shenzong, it's Gu Li. Your friend is drunk at the Yulin Tavern. Could you come and pick her up?" Upon hearing this, Shen Linqi's tone shifted to urgency. "All right, I'm on my way." Gu Li had yet to specify the exact location when the call abruptly ended. He shook his head, realizing just how anxious Shen Linqi was. It seemed she genuinely regretted their quarrel from the afternoon. Subsequently, he checked Hu Lin's WeChat and discovered that Shen Linqi had sent numerous messages over the last few hours, including apologies, which Hu Lin had not seen due to her drinking. In that case, everything should be fine. As long as Shen Linqi managed to bring Hu Lin back that evening, they could have a good talk the next day, and the two friends would surely reconcile. Gu Li then sent Shen Linqi the location through Hu Lin's WeChat. Received. Arriving in 30 minutes. In just 26 minutes, Shen Linqi hurriedly arrived, her face a clear reflection of anxiety and concern. Upon seeing her, Gu Li assisted in getting Hu Lin into the car and clapped his hands, saying, "All right. I shall take my leave now." Hearing this, Shen Linqi replied, "Thank you for tonight. By the way, where do you live? Why not let me drive you back?" Gu Li, not wishing for Shen Linqi to know they resided in the same neighborhood, politely declined. "No need. I have other matters to attend to. You should hurry and get Hu Lin home so you can rest early." Acknowledging this, Shen Linqi nodded and said, "All right. Thank you so much for today." Gu Li waved his hand, smiling, "It's nothing. After all, Hu Lin and I are friends. It's no trouble at all. But you two shouldn't quarrel over me. I feel a bit guilty." Shen Linqi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, the direct cause of today's incident stemmed from Gu Li. Nonetheless, the deeper issue seemed to be Hu Lin's overly anxious feelings towards Shen Linqi. Watching Shen Linqi get into her car, Gu Li placed an order for a designated driver to take his vehicle home. Just as he took out his phone, Shen Linqi called out to him, "Gu Li, let us add each other on WeChat." Taken aback, Gu Li thought, Shen Linqi wants to add me on WeChat? Observing her expression, partially obscured in the shadows of the driver's seat, he sensed something unusual. At that moment, noticing Gu Li's stunned silence, Shen Linqi felt her cheeks warm. She had been unable to resist calling out to him under the spotlight. Only after she spoke did she realize the sudden nervousness that washed over her. "Oh, don't overthink it. I just want to ensure that if something like this happens again, you can contact me immediately." As Gu Li remained gazing at her, Shen Linqi hurried to clarify. However, to Gu Li's ears, her explanation seemed somewhat superfluous. Regaining his composure and suppressing his elation, Gu Li swiftly opened WeChat and scanned her QR code. "Oh, all right. No problem." Standing outside the car, he observed Shen Linqi's slightly awkward demeanor, while he too feigned calmness. With a swift motion, they exchanged WeChat contacts, thus establishing a means of communication. "Well then, I'll be on my way." After accepting Gu Li's friend request, Shen Linqi quickly bid farewell and hit the accelerator, speeding away. Gu Li, momentarily stunned, could only watch as the car vanished into the distance. Yet, within him, a sense of joy blossomed. He was surprised to see Shen Linqi, usually so composed, display a hint of nervousness. He hadn't anticipated that the formidable Shen Linqi would ever falter, almost fleeing the scene. Remarkable. He hadn't expected that a simple evening of drinks with Hu Lin would yield such a rewarding outcome. Contemplating this, Gu Li resolved to repay Shen Linqi's kindness in the future. Hu Lin had not only acted as a matchmaker for him and Shen Linqi, but had also significantly strengthened their bond. She was undoubtedly the perfect link between them and deserved to be treated well. As he pondered, Gu Li glanced at Shen Linqi's WeChat profile and was momentarily taken aback. "Chang'an returns to my hometown?" This nickname struck him as oddly familiar. Hometown. Wasn't he that a homophone of his name? What does this mean? Could it be that Shen Linqi harbors feelings for me? In a whirlwind of confusion, Gu Li found himself grappling with the implications of this revelation. Why would Shen Linqi's WeChat nickname be Chang'an returns to my hometown? Especially when his name was Gu Li. Was there some hidden connection, or was it merely a poetic phrase unrelated to him? At that moment, Gu Li's mind was a tempest, causing him to forget entirely about arranging for a designated driver. He stood outside the small tavern, scrolling through Shen Linqi's WeChat moments. Unfortunately, her posts were set to be viewable only for 3 months, and she hadn't shared anything during that time. Goodness, she truly is a workaholic. Her WeChat moments are as pristine and untouched as a blank canvas. Finding no useful information, Gu Li felt a twinge of disappointment. He considered reaching out to Hu Lin for clarification, but that was not feasible at the moment. Never mind. I'll address it tomorrow. After all, we've added each other on WeChat, which is a significant step forward. Subsequently, he summoned a designated driver and soon was on his way home. As he traveled, Gu Li found it puzzling that such a monumental emotional advancement had gone unnoticed by the system. He felt somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, he recalled the last system notification regarding relationship progress, which hinted at something about her knowing my elegant name. Wait, could Shen Linqi's WeChat nickname truly be linked to me? Overwhelmed with joy, Gu Li reveled in the possibility that Shen Linqi might indeed harbor some affection for him, significantly easing the pursuit ahead. This WeChat nickname seemed to unveil promising tidings, leaving him elated. He began to strategize, recognizing that WeChat Moments served as an excellent platform for sharing insights. Clearly, he needed to fill his moments with content, ensuring that Shen Linqi would take notice, thereby fostering a more intimate connection between them. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. The next day, Hu Lin called to express her gratitude for the events of the previous evening. She also shared that she and Shen Linqi had reconciled after some heartfelt apologies exchanged in their cozy nest that morning, restoring their bond as the close friends they once were. Gu Li had anticipated this outcome, but still offered his congratulations. Moreover, despite having added Shen Linqi on WeChat, they had yet to exchange a single word. To him, although they were now connected online, their relationship remained at the level of ordinary friends, with little change. He figured it was best to allow some time to pass, lest he appear overly eager. Shen Linqi, the workaholic, seemed to have plunged back into her professional endeavors, engrossed in her tasks once more. Hearing from Su Huai's side, it seems they are preoccupied with interviewing candidates, specifically those extraordinary computer whizzes recommended by headhunters. Oh, it appears that Qinhuan Jichuang has indeed been spurred into action. They are contemplating the recruitment of a genius to thoroughly optimize their system. Upon receiving this news, Gu Li was not particularly surprised. After all, in the previous Haitong project, they suffered a significant defeat due to technical issues. If they are not aiming to rectify the system's deficiencies and reclaim their standing, then they would not be Qinhuan Jichuang, a venerable software giant. Should they continue to be surpassed by Jinduyan, it would not be long before they find themselves overshadowed entirely. Consequently, both the owner of Qinhuan Jichuang and Shen Linqi are harboring a strong desire to stage a comeback in the upcoming projects. Securing a major project comparable to Haitong Logistics would undoubtedly restore their lost prestige. However, Gu Li possesses immense confidence in his own technical skills. Regardless of the caliber of genius the other side may recruit, he is fully capable of rising to the challenge. Moreover, in recent days, he has tackled numerous challenging problems on the Hidden Corners website, elevating his rank to the highest certification. As for those above him, they are comprised of dozens of elite programmers and several legendary experts. Of course, this is merely a set of certifications for registered users on the website, and there remains a distinction between these certifications and the actual prowess of the programmers. In his view, the top certification on Hidden Corners merely equates to that of some senior programmers. He possesses the skills of a top-tier programmer within the system, at least qualifying him as a legendary-level expert. Once he resolves the 10 major challenges within, he may very well establish a software company to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. In addition to these matters, Gu Li's attention has also been captured by the thrilling developments surrounding Shenling Pharmaceutical stock. On June 16th, they issued a statement announcing the successful development of a miracle drug for heart disease, set to hit the market within the next 2 years. This news is nothing short of a monumental blessing for many patients. Consequently, the stock on the Hong Kong market skyrocketed, surging 5-fold in a single day. Simultaneously, another piece of news emerged. Alongside the new drug, Shenling Pharmaceutical also experienced a restructuring, securing hundreds of millions in financing, thereby alleviating their financial woes. Gu Li is confident that with the confirmation of this news, their stock price will surely soar once again. His own investments had been strategically positioned days prior, merely awaiting the stock price to reach a certain threshold before selling off. A rough calculation reveals that he could at least multiply his investment several times over. The thought of becoming a billionaire by the end of the month fills Gu Li with immense joy. As his relationship with Shen Linqi progresses, the stock price continues to soar. As the weekend approaches, Hu Lin bombards him with a series of messages. Handsome, let us have dinner together this weekend. This time, it's not just me. There's also Cici. Thank you for accompanying me for drinks the other day. To express my gratitude for your help, dinner is on me. Oh dear, it's been so long without a response. You're not planning to decline, are you? Chapter 50. Affection begins with curiosity. Upon reading this message, Gu Li felt a pang of regret. While he wished to accept the invitation and deepen his bond with Shen Linqi, he indeed had prior commitments this week. The weekend coincides with the Western Father's Day, and he intends to return home to celebrate with his father. Moreover, he had just spoken with Gu Qiu, and they had agreed to return home on Saturday morning. Subsequently, Gu Li called Hu Lin to politely decline. Hu Lin, I'm sorry. This weekend is Father's Day, and my sister and I are heading back home. How about we discuss it again next week? On the other end, Hu Lin was taken aback. This weekend is Father's Day? Indeed, Gu Li nodded. Although it is a Western holiday, it has become deeply rooted in our culture. Not to mention, even online businesses have taken note, and teachers have assigned related homework. As a dutiful son, I must return to pay my respects. Additionally, my family home is undergoing renovations, and I want to check on the progress. Oh, I see. Well then, let us talk again next week. Given that there was indeed a legitimate reason, Hu Lin did not press further, though she felt a tinge of disappointment. However, she was intrigued by Gu Li's mention of home renovations and casually inquired, "That's impressive. Returning home in style, not forgetting your parents. Are you building a small villa?" "You've misunderstood," Gu Li clarified. "It's a renovation, not a new construction. My father's three-story building hasn't been renovated at all. Now that we have the means, we're modernizing the entire place, updating appliances and furniture as well. Since I might return frequently, it's best to make the family home more comfortable. It would be nice to have a cozy place to stay when I visit. Don't you think?" "Oh, I see." Upon hearing this, Hu Lin chuckled. "Previously, when you returned for the Dragon Boat Festival, you went fishing and hiking. Is your hometown that enjoyable?" Gu Li pondered the mountains behind his home and nodded. "It's reasonable. There are opportunities for hiking and fishing. The back mountain is quite tall, with a bare rock summit, making it a great spot for flying kites. There is also a large canyon nearby that is quite fun." Upon hearing Gu Li's description, Hu Lin's interest was piqued. "All right then, I'll definitely visit your hometown when the opportunity arises. I'll stay at your place." "Haha, no problem. But we'll have to wait until my house renovations are complete. It's too rudimentary right now. I wouldn't be able to entertain you properly." Gu Li agreed without a second thought. After all, if Hu Lin came over, there would be no escaping Shen Linshi. Yet, this matter would have to wait a while longer. After all, the house was not yet finished, and his relationship with Shen Linshi had not reached that level. Nevertheless, he had tucked this thought away in his mind, intending to remind Hu Lin when the time was ripe. Thus, time swiftly passed to Saturday. When Gu Li drove to pick up Gu Qiu and headed towards their hometown, Gu Mingyuan was naturally overjoyed to hear that his son and daughter were returning. And he spent the morning preparing a feast of chicken and fish, eagerly awaiting their arrival for lunch. Meanwhile, Shen Linshi was not as busy as she had been during the week. However, Zhou Yun had recommended 2 candidates for interviews, thus they had scheduled interviews for Saturday. This situation once again dashed Hu Lin and Shen Linxi's plans for an outing, leaving Hu Lin particularly exasperated. Shen Linxi had no choice but to assure her that next month, she would definitely carve out time for a trip. Otherwise, she would have to admit that she was a big, foolish pig. Moreover, she would have to shout, "I am a big, foolish pig" 3 times in public while dining. Originally, Shen Linxi did not wish to engage in such a wager, but having disappointed Hu Lin yet again, she found herself devoid of excuses to seek forgiveness. After all, they had just resolved a prior conflict, and she was hesitant to provoke Hu Lin's ire further. However, the Saturday interviews left her somewhat disheartened. Theoretically, they articulated their points well, but when discussing the Huanyu system, aside from identifying a few minor issues, they offered little constructive feedback. Some optimization ideas she was already familiar with, but due to their failure to meet the optimization objectives and the complexity of the proposals, they were dismissed by Lin Huaqing and others. If their capabilities truly were limited to this, they would not meet her expectations at all. Thus, the subsequent 2 interviewees were both highly talented individuals with commendable programming skills. However, they still fell short of Shen Linxi's expectations. That evening, while Shen Linxi observed Zhou Yun continuing to recommend candidates, she couldn't help but sigh. It seems I must continue the interviews. I wonder why that young man possesses such remarkable computer skills. It must be said that after these days of interviews, she had indeed developed a certain admiration for Gu Li's technical prowess. To have optimized the performance of the Jindian system to a whole new level in such a short span of time was nothing short of astonishing. One must understand that enhancing the performance of large systems is increasingly complex. Furthermore, when devising a plan, one must consider the overall functionality, ensuring that optimizations do not adversely affect other operational aspects. Achieving a balance between stable functionality and enhanced performance is imperative. Remarkably, just a week after joining Jindian Technology, Gu Li proposed a practical and feasible optimization plan. Such technical prowess is truly formidable. Logically speaking, Gu Li is slightly younger than her, making it seemingly impossible for him to reach such heights. Yet, the reality stands. He accomplished what even the former technical director, Wang Tai, could not. Wang Tai, a top-tier programmer in his 40s, had been instrumental in guiding Jindian from its humble beginnings to its current success. This clearly highlights Gu Li's exceptional capabilities. However, with greater expectations comes greater disappointment. Having interviewed several candidates without finding a suitable match only heightened Shen Linxi's anxiety. Zhou Yun, the headhunter, found herself at a loss. as top-tier talents are notoriously difficult to locate. Moreover, such elite individuals are typically entrenched as key executives in major corporations, making them challenging to recruit. Thus, the quest for someone who could rival Gu Li and double the performance of the Chanhua Jichuan's Huanyu system proved to be quite daunting. Oh, I wonder what that fellow is up to. As Shen Linshi perused resumes in her email, Gu Li's name flashed in her mind. Ever since she affectionately referred to him as husband, their interactions seemed to have multiplied. Could this be fate? Contemplating this, Shen Linshi found herself lost in thought. Why am I suddenly so curious about him? However, she quickly regained her composure, feeling somewhat uncertain about her reaction. Little did she realize that there is a saying, curiosity often paves the way for affection. Before long, Sunday evening arrived. The weekend had swiftly passed. And although Shen Linshi had been preoccupied with interviews, preventing them from going on an outing, she made amends by treating Hu Lin to a sumptuous dinner. So, what do you think? The dishes here are quite delectable, aren't they? Shen Linshi smiled as she watched Hu Lin relish the spicy, tender pig intestines. Hu Lin nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming yes. The flavors here are truly exquisite. I would say this is among the best Sichuan cuisine I've ever had. Satisfied with her friend's delight, Shen Linshi breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're enjoying it. You should consider bringing Gu Li here for dinner next week. Hu Lin shook her head mysteriously, saying, No, I want to taste Gu Li's cooking. I'm thinking of inviting him over to cook for me. What do you think? Taken aback, Shen Linshi blinked in surprise. Why would you want him to cook at your place? Is he really that good? You don't know? Hu Lin exclaimed, her eyes widening. Haven't you added him on WeChat? Haven't you seen his posts? Chapter 51, A Different Kind of Man. Shen Linshi immediately shot Hu Lin an exasperated look, feeling somewhat helpless. Well, I did add him. But I've been busy all day and haven't had time to check. What does that have to do with whether Gu Li can cook? Hu Lin sighed, shaking her head in disbelief. Honestly, I'm too lazy to even explain. You really only care about work and nothing else. Didn't Gu Li go back to his hometown this week? Shen Linshi was still puzzled. Yes, he did. He personally went fishing at the pond today. Even slaughtered chickens and ducks, and picked vegetables from the garden. Then he cooked a grand feast. Hu Lin set her chopsticks down and continued. And his cooking technique was simply fluid and graceful. If I hadn't known he was in IT, I would have thought he was a professional chef. The dishes looked mouth-watering just from the pictures. Initially, I doubted he was just showing off, thinking the presentation would be impressive but the taste mediocre. Who would have guessed he sent me a picture of the food he made? I was left speechless. As she spoke, Hu Lin handed her phone to Shen Linshi, showing her the chat history with Gu Li. It contained not only photos but also several videos of him cooking, which indeed rivaled those of a chef. The finished dishes looked incredibly appetizing, a feast for the senses. In the final image, a round table was cleared, with several large bowls completely empty. Save for some residual broth, all that food had been devoured. Shen Linshi was astonished. This guy can really cook. Hu Lin nodded, her face filled with curiosity. Yes. I initially thought he was solely focused on programming and spent all his time studying, so his cooking would be average. Who knew he not only cooks exceptionally well, but has remarkable knife skills, slicing fish thinner than what you'd find at a market. It's unbelievable. Is he really just a programmer? Furthermore, he seems quite filial, driving 200 kilometers to celebrate Father's Day with his dad, personally preparing an elaborate meal. Additionally, despite his wealth, he doesn't shy away from hard work, helping his family with farm chores. Just yesterday, he used his luxury vehicle to help move corn without a hint of regret. As she continued, Hu Lin marveled, I must say, Gu Li is unlike any elite or wealthy heir I've known before. Hearing Hu Lin's words, Shen Linshi instinctively nodded, her thoughts swirling. Gu Li is indeed a different kind of man. Upon further reflection, it became evident that he possessed numerous admirable qualities. Standing over 6 feet tall, with an appealing appearance and a remarkably fit physique, he clearly engages in regular exercise. At a young age, he has amassed a fortune in the millions, serves as a technical director, and earns over $1 million annually. His career is flourishing. While his origins may be humble, his family is harmonious, and he is a dutiful son. Such a man is nothing short of a golden son-in-law in the eyes of many women, presenting an ideal candidate for marriage. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Shen Linshi found herself increasingly intrigued by Gu Li, leading her to open his WeChat moments and peruse them. Despite having added him a week prior, she had been too busy to take a look. Of course, her personal habits played a role, as she seldom checked the moments of her other friends either. She saw Gu Li, unafraid of dirt or toil, alongside his father, using a fishing net in the pond. As fish leaped from the net and escaped, there was a moment when they worked together to catch a large, snowy catfish. The fish was as broad as Gu Li's father's chest. Soon after, the fish escaped, and Gu Li and his father clumsily scrambled to catch it. Although they ultimately failed, their faces radiated with happiness. Upon gazing at these photographs, Shen Linshi was momentarily struck dumb, her heart swelling with a faint envy. Perhaps it was the harmonious family life depicted therein that she yearned for. Reflecting on her childhood, characterized by her parents' sternness and the scarcity of their companionship, she felt a profound sigh escape her. Work had always been the paramount concern for her parents. Aside from her mother's occasional weekend presence, her upbringing was largely shaped by the family's housekeeper. As for her father, he was either ensconced in his office or embarking on business trips. While other children enjoyed outings to the zoo or amusement parks with their parents, such experiences seemed like a distant dream to her. Her days were consumed by endless homework, dance lessons, piano practice, and hosting duties. It was only upon entering university that she began to nostalgically yearn for the simple familial affection that had eluded her. Regrettably, as she matured, the generational divide between them only widened. Concepts like social status and early marriage loomed large, even to the extent of prearranged engagements, leaving her utterly speechless. After all, what era were they living in? The second son of the Tang family had returned from studying abroad, reputed to be quite handsome. Perhaps you should meet him? The daughter of a certain family had wed the son of another, a match deemed perfect, a formidable alliance. Such remarks from her father left Shen Linshi feeling profoundly alienated. Each encounter with him at home felt like an ordeal. Once a rift forms within a family, the instinct is to flee back to one's own sanctuary. Even in solitude, she found solace in her own space, far more comfortable than the confines of her home. After all, only within the walls of her own room could she experience true freedom. Consequently, since graduation, her visits home had become infrequent, mirroring her student days, only once a year. Thus, upon witnessing Gu Li's ordinary yet fulfilling life, waves of envy surged within her. "Cece, what's wrong?" Hu Lin inquired, noticing Shen Linshi's rapt attention on her phone. Devoid of any response for nearly 2 minutes. Shen Linshi snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. "It's nothing. I was just astonished by Gu Li's talent. He truly is exceptional. Do you think he'll come over to cook if we invite him next week?" Hu Lin asked. After pondering, Shen Linshi conjectured he probably would. Especially since it's an invitation from you, the stunning beauty. He wouldn't want to decline again after having done so once already. Hu Lin nodded vigorously. "Exactly. Let us finalize it then. Dinner at my place next week. You absolutely must come. If you flake out again, I shall truly ignore you." "All right, I promise," Shen Linshi replied, her heart brimming with anticipation for Gu Li's culinary skills. She genuinely wondered what he might not be capable of. 2 hours later, after their meal, the two drove back to their respective homes. Yet, upon returning, Shen Linshi picked up her phone, slipping into a contemplative reverie. Remembering that today was Father's Day, she found herself in a moral quandary. Despite her father's stern demeanor and the many barriers between them, he had raised her for over 20 years. The bond of blood, however strained, could never be entirely erased. Reflecting on the photo of Gu Li joyfully fishing with his father, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Time passed, and she eventually located that familiar WeChat contact, beginning to type. However, after typing Dad, she found herself at a loss for words. She deleted and retyped the message repeatedly, a dozen times, without sending anything. In that moment, the resolute businesswoman hesitated in matters of familial affection. As seconds ticked away, she finally mustered the courage to type a few words and, with determination, pressed send. Watching the message vanish into the ether, Shen Linshi exhaled in relief. "Wait, I think you can retract it within 2 minutes, should I?" She pondered, her hand hovering over the screen before retracting it, resigning herself to collapse onto the sofa. Her alluring figure resembled that of a slumbering beauty. Chapter 52. Perhaps it's time to abandon this hope. In Yudu, nestled along the banks of the Jialing River, lies the picturesque Qianli River Villa district. A man in his 50s, well-preserved and bearing a resemblance to Shen Linshi, had just entered his home. In the living room, a woman of graceful demeanor, aged between 40 and 50, was seated on the sofa, her face adorned with a mask as she absorbed the television program before her. Indeed, these two were Shen Linshi's parents, Shen Tianqian and Lin Jiqiu. "Why are you home so early today?" Lin Jiqiu asked, glancing at the time on the television as her husband entered. Shen Tianqian plopped down onto the sofa, momentarily shedding the weariness etched on his face. "It's almost 10. Is that considered early? Compared to the usual midnight returns or nights spent away, I sent it a bit early," Lin Jiqiu quipped with a playful grin. "Honestly, I can't be bothered to argue with you," Shen Tianqian replied, aware of the irritation simmering within his wife. And he prepared to unwind with a bath and massage after a grueling day. Returning home only to endure his wife's incessant chatter was truly exhausting. Just as he was about to set his phone down, a WeChat notification caught his eye. Received a message from Cece. Stunned, Shen Tianqian froze. His daughter hadn't sent a message in months. His last correspondence from her had been a New Year-esque greeting received while on a plane during the Spring Festival. Moreover, it had been a group message. Knowing his daughter well, he understood that her infrequent messages signified something significant. Given the chasm that had developed over the years, communication between them was fraught with difficulty. If there were any matters of importance, she would likely confide in her mother first. Now that she had reached out to him, could it be that something monumental or perilous had occurred? Despite his frequent frustration with Shen Linqi's stubbornness, his love for her remained unwavering. Without hesitation, he opened WeChat. Concern etched on his face. However, upon reading her message, he was taken aback. Huh, is that it? Dad, happy Father's Day. For a moment, Shen Tianxian stood dumbfounded. The notion of taking a bath now far from his mind. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Lin Jiqiu quickly inquired, "What is wrong? Take a look. What is going on with our daughter?" He replied, passing his phone to her. Curiosity piqued. Lin Jiqiu took the phone and, upon reading the message, felt a tinge of intrigue. She was aware that today was Father's Day, which coincidentally fell on this very weekend. Checking her phone calendar confirmed it. Seeing her husband still perplexed, Lin Jiqiu couldn't help but scold him lightly. "Isn't it obvious? Our daughter is wishing you a happy Father's Day. You should be pleased." "Perhaps," he nodded, yet shook his head. "I find it a bit odd. This blessing seems rather unexpected. When have you seen her show concern for Father's Day? She is a person who is consumed by work from dawn till dusk, neglecting even the most basic need for rest." Reflecting on the stubborn character of his daughter, who is wholeheartedly devoted to her career in pursuit of notable achievements, Shen Tianxian can only sigh in resignation. She truly is quite disobedient. In his view, it would be far better for her to marry someone of equal standing at an early age and then stay home to support her husband and raise children. There would be no need for the daily grind of overtime. While it may not compare to the lives of the wealthy elite, it would certainly be devoid of troubles. Alas, this daughter has always been rather rebellious, never sharing her innermost thoughts with them. Consequently, the rift between them has only deepened over time. Lin Jiqiu pondered this and realized there was some truth to his words. Even during the Dragon Boat Festival or the Mid-Autumn Festival, their daughter could hardly be bothered to return home, let alone send any messages. Thus, when a sudden text arrived on Father's Day, it indeed felt rather unusual. She began to suspect. Could it be that something has occurred with Cici? Shen Tianxian nodded. "It's possible. You might as well ask her." Lin Jiqiu promptly handed over her phone, urging him to do so. In her view, since their daughter had sent that message, it indicated a desire to ease the tension with her husband. Perhaps if Shen Tianxian engaged in a genuine conversation, it could yield positive results for their relationship. After a moment's deliberation, Shen Tianxian picked up the phone and dialed. The call connected almost immediately, yet there was no sound on the other end. Shen Tianxian's expression changed, and he quickly inquired, "Daughter, are you there?" Fortunately, Shen Linqi's voice soon came through. "Dad, I'm here." Shen Tianxian hastily asked, "I saw your message. Is everything all right over there?" Shen Linqi's tone was unusually calm, but she simply replied with 2 words, "No, nothing." Hearing this, Shen Tianxian felt somewhat speechless and promptly said, "When will you come home? I'll invite that gentleman over to meet you." However, this statement suddenly intensified Shen Linqi's previously calm demeanor. "Huh, do you really wish to sell your daughter off at the earliest opportunity?" she retorted, irritation lacing her voice. Without waiting for Shen Tianxian's response, she hung up the phone. This child still so infuriating. Listening to the busy signal, Shen Tianxian's expression shifted, and he scoffed. "Why can't you two communicate properly? Each time you speak, it devolves into tension. I'm not blaming you, but it's your mention of that topic that stirs the trouble." Beside him, Lin Jiqiu expressed her exasperation by gently nudging him. "Enough, you should take a bath. I'll talk to Cici, honestly." Fine. Shen Tianxian, filled with frustration over his daughter, stormed off to the bathroom. Meanwhile, on the other side in Rongqing, Shen Linqi felt a bit at a loss. After hanging up, she lay back on the sofa, staring blankly at the pristine ceiling. She couldn't pinpoint when her relationship with her father had soured to this extent. A sigh resonated in the emptiness of the room, and Shen Linqi felt an unexpected twinge of loneliness. This strange sensation was something she had never contemplated before. Just then, her phone rang again, and upon seeing it was Lin Jiqiu calling via video, she hastily wiped her eyes and sat up. "Mom, why are you calling on video?" Lin Jiqiu smiled at her beautiful daughter, responding, "What? Can I call you on video? I never said that. I was just curious. Aren't you supposed to be working out? I finished my workout today. Now I'm doing a face mask." After a moment, Lin Jiqiu continued, "Don't blame your father for his lack of communication. You know his nature. He was genuinely happy to see your message today. However, since you've never sent a message like that before, I thought something might be wrong, which is why I rushed to call you. It was out of concern." Upon hearing this, Shen Linqi felt a little comforted and nodded. "I understand, Mom. In fact, your father has always cared for you. When your startup faced a financial crisis, he was the one who helped secure an investment. This revelation left Shen Linshi momentarily stunned, as memories flooded back. She hadn't realized that during the initial struggles of her startup, when they were all drowning in debt, her father had intervened to aid them. They had been on the brink of despair, with someone wanting to take over but offering a pitifully low price and demanding 80% of the shares. If they had accepted that offer, they would have lost everything. Just when they were about to give up, a company unexpectedly invested $8 million to help them through. That investment ultimately led to their project's success and a lucrative acquisition, granting each of them financial freedom. She had never known that the pivotal $8 million investment had come from her father's assistance. Realizing this made her heart swell with emotion, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Yet, why did he insist on marrying her off to someone she did not love? For a moment, Shen Linshi was at a loss regarding how to feel about her father. All right, Cece, what unresolved issues exist between a father and daughter? Observing her daughter lost in thought, Lin Jiqiu seized the opportunity to persuade her. You should make time to come home and have a good talk with your father. Everything he does is for your benefit. However, to Shen Linshi, these words felt counterproductive. Her expression hardened, and she discreetly wiped her eyes before resolutely declaring, Mom, I'm grown now and capable of my own judgment. If Dad still wants me to marry Tang Wenhua, he should abandon that notion. Chapter 53. Is this opportunity not presented? Hearing her words and witnessing the determination on her face, Lin Jiqiu was momentarily speechless, letting out a deep sigh. Well, how coincidental that her daughter brought up this matter again. It seemed that her previous words had fallen on deaf ears. This daughter of hers was becoming increasingly obstinate. Of course, while Lin Jiqiu understood her daughter's desire for romantic freedom, she also recognized that her husband, Shen Tianqin, was not of the same mindset. He, under the guise of ensuring a stable future for their daughter, had been adamant about arranging a betrothal with the Tang family patriarch. Now, this had led to an exceedingly strained father-daughter relationship. Indeed, every family grapples with its own set of challenges. With this thought, Lin Jiqiu sighed again, causing her face mask to smudge. Caught in the middle of this conflict, she found herself in a difficult position, as both sides were stubborn and headstrong, one an old traditionalist and the other a young rebel. Just then, as Shen Linshi reached out to her estranged father with a simple message of greeting, Guli and Guqiu were already en route back to Rongqing. Since it was the first half of the year, the nights were longer, and they had dined before setting off. As they approached the outskirts, the western sky was ablaze with a sanguine sunset, a breathtaking sight. Guqiu, with her new phone in hand, eagerly opened the window to capture the moment in photographs. Ultimately, Gu Li's persuasion proved futile. Despite receiving 10,000 yuan, Guqiu could not suppress her vanity and chose to purchase a new mobile phone. Gu Li was left with no choice but to acquiesce, reasoning that as she was about to enter her senior year, having a new phone would be advantageous, whether for internships or job hunting. After an hour, Gu Li had successfully seen his sister off and returned to their community. Upon entering the house, he changed into comfortable loungewear and reclined on the massage chair, ready to unwind. The massage chair, which he had purchased for nearly 80,000, provided considerable comfort after a long day. While enjoying the massage, he seized the opportunity to check his previous messages. Gu Li, come to my house to cook on Saturday night. I've been craving your dishes. Looking forward to your culinary prowess. The first message was from Hu Lin. Surprised by the invitation, Gu Li realized that this was indeed a wonderful opportunity. Reflecting on the pictures and videos he had sent back home, he understood perfectly why Hu Lin was so eager to taste his cooking. Fantastic. My top-notch Sichuan culinary skills will finally come in handy. If she enjoyed my first meal, the second one cannot be far behind. Immediately, he replied, no problem. I will arrive punctually on Saturday night with the dishes. You merely need to prepare your appetites. Haha, it's settled then. We shall not miss each other. By the way, what kind of wine would you like? I'll buy it in advance. Before long, Hu Lin responded. Reading her message made Gu Li chuckle, but he then remarked, drinking wine? What if I get drunk and go wild? You two girls might not stand a chance against me. Uft, just you wait. Unexpectedly, Gu Li's jest was met with disdain from Hu Lin. I should tell you that she and I trained in combat for 3 months. While your physique is decent, it's uncertain if you could overpower us when we join forces. What? These two women trained in combat? Seriously? Gu Li found it hard to believe that two seemingly delicate girls could endure such training. Contemplating this, he immediately questioned, are you joking? Would you actually go for that kind of training? Perhaps we could try it next time? I'm game. Do you think I'm afraid of you? However, Gu Li's skepticism led Hu Lin to assume he looked down upon her, prompting her to send a fist emoji. Oh dear, such overconfidence, Gu Li thought, shaking his head with a light chuckle. Let us not stoop to her level. Just then, a notification from his college classmates group chat popped up. Gu Li opened it to find a message that piqued his interest. Gu Li, your G-class is rented, right? How ridiculous to flaunt a luxury car just to show off while bringing corn back home. Haha. Zhong Hongfu, stop talking nonsense. What if Guli actually bought it? Bought it? Do you really believe that? That car costs over 2 million, not 20,000. I heard Guli was recently laid off. Perhaps he received a hefty severance. Huh, I've done my homework. That company only compensated in one, and considering Guli's salary of around 10,000, it wouldn't exceed 30 or 40,000. It turned out that Guli's post about driving the G-Class back home had caught the attention of his classmates, leading to a lively discussion in the chat. Particularly, Zhong Hongfu had a long-standing grudge against Guli, stemming from an incident during college involving a water bottle mix-up. Guli had found the guy insufferable ever since, and they had not exchanged a word in the 2 years of college that followed. Of course, standing at under 1.7 meters, dark-skinned and resentful, Zhong Hongfu harbored a degree of jealousy towards Guli, the dashing young man. The computer science class had few female students, and one girl had a particular fondness for Guli, while Zhong Hongfu fancied her as well. However, Guli was secretly in love with Yue, leading him to overlook other girls. Consequently, Zhong Hongfu's jealousy morphed into animosity, culminating in their post-graduation silence. Unexpectedly, a mere social media post sparked Zhong Hongfu's opportunity to ridicule Guli. Although Guli felt a twinge of annoyance, he deemed it unworthy to engage with someone of such a different caliber. To do so would be beneath him. However, just as he contemplated ignoring the situation, the group chat erupted once again. Zhong Hongfu, mind your own business. How about we place a bet? If Guli bought that car, you must run naked around the school. Do you dare? Zhong Hongfu. Yes. Do you dare? Zhong Hongfu, are you up for it? The three of them had ignited a lively debate. Seeing Zhong Hongfu rendered speechless brought a smile to Guli's face. Everyone hold on. I have proof. To confirm that this car indeed belongs to Guli, please see the images below. At that moment, the usually unassuming Zhao Jun chimed in, sharing 2 images. One was an announcement from the official website of Jindian Company, revealing Guli's recent promotion to technical director, while Wang Tai had ascended to CTO. The second image was a photo of Guli driving the G-Class in the underground parking lot of Xingxing Plaza. Upon viewing the 2 clear images, the group was immediately taken aback. Hey, do you remember Guli from our class? I now work at the same company as him. You wouldn't believe how impressive he has become. Technical director at Jindian Company, managing 200 to 300 employees. I've heard his annual salary is at least 1.5 million, and he drives a Mercedes G-Class. How enviable. We graduated from the same program less than 4 years ago, yet he has already become a technical director with an annual income of 1 to 2 million, all while driving a luxury car. Indeed, even at Alibaba or Tencent, it seems they don't offer 1 million a year, do they? 1 million? How could that be? I spoke with Zhang Yueshan a few days ago. He earns only 40,000 a month, and he is one of the top earners among us, not counting the rich second generations. Subsequently, a classmate forwarded a chat record that silenced the entire group. The sudden quietness prompted even those who had not intended to check the chat history to satisfy their curiosity and click in. Chapter 54. The dust cloud of 1,000 miles begins the friend verification. You are not yet her friend. At the same time, in a certain community in the southern part of Rongqing, Yue sat on her sofa, engrossed in television while scrolling through short videos on her phone. As for the college group chat, she had little interest, having previously set her notifications to do not disturb. Thus, despite the lively discussions occurring within, she remained oblivious to the red notification dots on her screen. For her, having graduated from university and pursuing a quality lifestyle, she was unwilling to waste time on trivial conversations and gossip. At that moment, a host recommended an excellent skincare product, priced significantly lower than on the official website, igniting her desire to purchase. Just as she was about to place her order, a notification from WeChat chimed, capturing her attention. In college, the number of female students in the computer science class was already scarce, and beautiful girls were even rarer. In contrast to the rare beauty that is Yue, she has always drawn considerable attention among the few girls in Guli's class due to her striking looks. Living life on her own terms, she often found it difficult to connect with the other girls. The only one she grew particularly close to was Wang Yixue, her roommate, and after graduation, they solidified their friendship by working at the same company. Upon noticing a message from Wang Yixue, she hurriedly clicked on it. Yue, haven't you seen the messages in the group? You should check it out, but do stay calm. What does that mean? Yue was left perplexed by her friend's request to remain calm. Curiosity piqued. She quickly accessed the university classmates group and scrolled back to the previous messages. What she discovered left her utterly astounded. Her classmate Guli had become the technical director at a certain company, earning an impressive annual salary of 1.5 million. His usual mode of transportation was a Mercedes G-Class worth over 2 million. What? How could this be possible? At that moment, Yue found it hard to believe. While she might have been uncertain about the circumstances of other classmates, Guli was different. She had harbored feelings for him for 7 long years and had endured his numerous confessions. His monthly salary had only recently risen to 12,000 yuan, and he had been renting a dilapidated apartment for 300 yuan a month, a place that was 10 years old, located in a community with poor conditions and no elevator. After visiting once, she had never dared to return. Each day, Guli commuted by cycling a few minutes to the subway, then transferring between 2 lines for a 40-minute journey to work. Oh wait, in April, Guli had been laid off, becoming unemployed. Yet the current scenario was in stark contrast to what she had previously known. In less than 2 months since she had turned him down, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, not only becoming a technical director at a major company with a salary exceeding 1 million, but also driving a luxury vehicle worth 2 million. This was utterly surreal. Yue was well aware of Gu Li's family background. He was certainly not a rich heir. Such an extraordinary situation seemed more fitting for a novel than reality. Contemplating this, she felt compelled to question Gu Li in the group about what was going on. However, she was soon taken aback by the messages that followed. Wow, Gu Li is looking increasingly handsome. Have you noticed? His outfit is worth quite a fortune. It turned out that observant classmates had recognized that Gu Li's clothing was far from ordinary, likely worth several thousand. Especially the watch on his wrist, identified as a Vacheron Constantine, worth at least several hundred thousand. This revelation led everyone to dismiss the notion that his car was rented, especially since he had been driving the G-Class to work nearly every day for a month. The outfit he wore was clearly not something one could rent. Thus, there were 3 possibilities. Gu Li might be a rich heir, perhaps he had suddenly come into a large sum of money, or he had always been discreet and was now revealing his true capabilities. Regardless of which scenario was true, the classmate who once shared the same circumstances as everyone else had now created a significant disparity. This stark contrast left everyone quite shaken. Inevitably, the conversation shifted to Yue, and the other ordinary girls began to speculate. Indeed, it's a pity. Some might be crying in the restroom. ISNT that the truth. I heard she started dating a guy with an Audi, but it seems she really lost out on the bigger picture. Yue, observing the subtle jabs in the group, was tempted to retort. Yet after much contemplation, she ultimately refrained from sending any confrontational messages. In her current situation, engaging in a debate within the group would only diminish her own stature and invite ridicule for being oblivious. However, as the discussions continued, her earlier doubts grew even more pronounced. Was Gu Li's transformation genuine? Yet how could that previous situation be explained? Yes, he must be testing me, Yue concluded, concocting justifications for all of Gu Li's prior actions, and a sense of joy washed over her. She promptly sought out Gu Li's WeChat, eager to initiate a conversation. Gu Li, are you still upset with me? The response was disheartening. You are not his friend. Fuming, Yue realized he had actually deleted her from his WeChat. How infuriating. In a fit of frustration, she quickly dialed Gu Li's number, only to be met with a busy signal, indicating he was unreachable. What? Had he blocked me on the phone as well? The thought sent her into a rage. How outrageous. Was it really so severe that they could no longer even be friends? Determined, she resolved to discover just how deep Gu Li's secrets ran. After some deliberation, she decided to use a different number to call him. Fortunately, the call went through, and she heard his familiar voice. Who is this? Gu Li, it's me. I heard you've been doing quite well lately. Of course. If I had known life would be 10 times better without you, I would have ignored you long ago. But it's not too late now, right? Yue was taken aback by Gu Li's immediate rebuttal, her frustration flaring up. Yet considering his current achievements, coupled with the fact that she had indeed been somewhat harsh, she recognized that his resentment was understandable. Calming herself, she adopted a gentler tone. I know I was wrong about some things before. Gu Li, please don't be angry anymore, okay? I was just trying to test you. I still care about you. How about we have dinner tomorrow night? To her dismay, Gu Li abruptly ended the call, leaving her in shock as she heard nothing but a dial tone. No way. I can't give up. Taking a deep breath, she dialed his number again, but this time it rang out, indicating he was unreachable. What? Had he truly blocked me again? Yue was astonished by Gu Li's coldness. To have been blocked on both WeChat and the phone, it felt like they were now worlds apart. While this behavior was hardly unexpected, she felt Gu Li was being excessively cruel, as if he were performing this for her benefit. Being the most beautiful girl in class, she was accustomed to compliments, and she could not tolerate being treated this way. After much contemplation, she made a rather peculiar decision. Chapter 55. Nervous, running into Shen Linshi again. Yue's outlandish idea was to confront Gu Li directly at Jindo Technology the following day for a heartfelt discussion. She was determined to see if Gu Li truly had no feelings left for her. 7 years of affection. How could one possibly relinquish it so abruptly? If forgetting could be as effortless as a mere thought, then the wait of 7 years would not have been necessary. In this regard, Yue, the belle of the computer science department, harbored immense confidence and capability. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she was so exhilarated that she found herself awake until the early hours. Consequently, when morning arrived, she felt somewhat fatigued. To present her most exquisite self to Gu Li, Yue took the liberty of requesting a day off. In the morning, she indulged in a hairstyling session and pampered herself at a beauty salon before gracefully making her way to the Star Plaza, arriving at Jindian Technology. However, the reality was that, sans an access card, she was utterly unable to enter Jindian. After much persuasion, she finally managed to convince the receptionist to announce her presence, only for Gu Li to express disinterest in meeting her and request that she be ushered out. After waiting for a while in the elevator, Yue had no choice but to exit. Yet, instead of departing, she meandered around Star Plaza before heading towards the underground parking garage. Inside the office, Gu Li was taken aback to discover that Yue had sought him out, leaving him somewhat speechless. After spending 2 hours in the afternoon, he resolved to leave work early and cautiously descended to the parking lot in the elevator, wishing to avoid an unwanted encounter with the bothersome Yue. Unfortunately, he underestimated her tenacity. He truly had not anticipated that she would be waiting right next to his car, a luxurious G-Class. Glancing around the vast garage filled with vehicles, Gu Li couldn't help but marvel at how formidable a woman like Yue could be. It was astonishing that she had managed to locate his car through its license plate and lay in wait for him, enduring a wait of 1 to 2 hours. Such dedication, if channeled into her work, might have spared her the desire to seek shortcuts to wealth. This woman possessed a depth of cunning. He had previously mistaken her for simple-mindedness. Observing the familiar silhouette, Gu Li felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Gu Li, it was my fault before. Shall we start anew? As she approached him, Yue reached out, attempting to charm him with her playful demeanor. Stop, stop, stop. Gu Li's expression shifted, as he firmly pushed her away and took several steps back. Yue, aside from our ordinary classmate relationship, there is no connection between us. If you wish to avoid an awkward encounter in the future, I suggest you refrain from saying anything further. Upon hearing this, Yue's heart tightened, and a look of vulnerability crossed her face. Are you truly going to be so heartless? Heartless? Gu Li's cold gaze bore into her, and a derisive smirk escaped his lips as he could no longer suppress his scorn. You are in no position to utter those words. Enough, I'm going home, and I have no time to engage in this tedious conversation with you. Observing the stark transformation in Gu Li over the past 2 months, Yue was left utterly astonished, unable to find the words. She could not help but voice her frustration. Gu Li, I know you're still angry with me, right? How could 7 years of affection simply vanish? Gazing at Gu Li's frigid demeanor, Yue's earlier confidence plummeted. She had not anticipated that, despite her bold pleas for forgiveness, he would remain so unyielding. Was it possible that her 7 years of love had all been in vain? Yet how could that be? If he had not cared, how could a man have showered her with such attentive affection for years? Even after countless rejections, he was always the first to arrive at her side when she called out. Yet now, the man who had loved her for 7 years stood before her, exuding nothing but disdain. Although she was tempted to walk away and escape this humiliation, the thought of Gu Li's newfound affluence spurred Yue to make one last effort. Gu Li, please don't act this way, all right? Who is acting? Gu Li shot back, confronting her directly. The sycophant of old is no more. If you wish to seek him out, you may as well burn some paper offerings. Faced with Gu Li's fierce retort, Yue found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She had never anticipated such a harsh attitude from him. Observing the boy who once revolved around her, she felt a surge of regret, disbelief, and anger. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed from the other side of the garage, causing Gu Li to freeze. He did not want to be seen entangled in this scene by his colleagues, so he cautiously turned his head to steal a glance, only to be startled. It was Shen Linshi. Realizing that the last person he wanted to encounter was in close proximity, Gu Li swiftly turned back, perplexed. It was not even 4 in the afternoon. What could Shen Linshi be doing in the parking garage? Was she also leaving work early? That seemed far too coincidental. To make matters worse, she had stumbled upon Yue's shameless pursuit. At this moment, he had no time to ponder Shen Linshi's presence at Building B. The priority was to handle Yue delicately to avoid any misunderstandings. Moments later, the sound of Shen Linshi's heels faded away. Gu Li, hesitant, did not dare to look back. He was oblivious to whether she had left or was merely standing nearby, watching him quietly. After a moment of contemplation, he purposefully walked toward his car while delivering his final ultimatum. Yue, there is nothing more to discuss between us. I confessed my feelings to you countless times, but you rejected me each time, treating me like a mere backup option. Do you have any idea how I spent those 7 years? Now that my career is finally on the upswing, you come seeking my forgiveness? It's far too convenient for you. Why put yourself in such an embarrassing position? He stated firmly. From now on, We will only maintain an ordinary classmate relationship, nothing more. Let me make this clear. If you continue to pursue me, we will no longer be classmates. Think it over. I'm leaving now. Having expressed his thoughts in no uncertain terms, laden with veiled threats, Guli was confident she would comprehend. After saying this, he ignored the astonished Yue and turned to enter his car. Seeing him attempt to leave, Yue's anger flared, and she positioned herself in front of his vehicle. Guli, why are you so heartless? Is it truly impossible for you to give me another chance? Upon hearing her plea for another opportunity, Guli couldn't help but chuckle. Opportunities are like a single hair on a bald head. If you seize it, you have it, but if you miss it, it's gone forever. Enough said. I wish you safe travels, but if you don't step aside, I will truly call security. With that, Guli took out his phone, prepared to threaten her. He wanted to ensure Yue would not pursue him further, hoping to instill enough fear in her today that she would refrain from seeking him out in the future. Fortunately, his fierce demeanor startled her, prompting her to instinctively take a few steps back. Observing this, Guli let out a cold huff, opened the car door, and climbed inside, starting the engine. At this point, Yue seemed to realize that Guli would not grant her any chances. Choosing to abandon all pretense, she sarcastically remarked, Guli, have you fallen for someone else? Otherwise, how could you so suddenly ignore me? Oh, Guli, meanwhile, was engrossed in his WeChat. Unsure of how to respond. Hidden in the shadows, Shen unexpectedly sent a message. Guli, is that the source of your drunken escapades by the riverside? Chapter 56, Shen mischievous maneuver. Upon receiving this message, Guli could easily imagine Shen glee at his expense, undoubtedly grinning from ear to ear. She must be lurking behind some nearby pillar, munching on popcorn while sending him messages. After all, since she had lost her project to him last time, Shen harbored quite a bit of resentment towards him. Looking at Yue, who was still lingering nearby, Guli felt a deep sense of exasperation. However, considering that Shen was close by and had taken the initiative to message him, perhaps he could put her to use. Thus, Guli decided to send a message in return. What? You're nearby? When did you arrive? Haven't you been a nuisance enough? Why not come here and lend a hand? Immediately, Shen replied, lend a hand? That's not something I can assist with. In response, Guli couldn't help but flatter her. Of course, you can help. This woman probably still harbors some illusions about me, and I certainly wish to avoid further entanglements. Why don't you come out and assist me in driving her away, ensuring she never dares to entertain thoughts of me again? I implore you, my dear President Shen. Is this really the strategic good director we know? Are you unable to handle a mere woman? Haha. Guli found himself at a loss for words. Shen was truly vengeful. Even after his plea, she still refused to help. After some contemplation, he resorted to emotionally appealing to her. President Shen, you overestimate me. I am indeed quite adept with technical matters. But in this situation, I truly have no viable solution. While I would love to give her a piece of my mind, you know that's not feasible. If I simply walk away, she may still have me on her mind, and that would lead to more trouble down the line. So please, feel free to propose any conditions. I will agree to anything I can fulfill. Do lend a hand, my esteemed President Shen. After all, we do share a bond. Don't we? All right. If you agree to one thing afterwards, I will help you today. Great. Guli felt elated. Although Shen had stipulated a condition, it was perfectly reasonable for him to treat her to dinner later as a token of gratitude, or perhaps gift her something, which would only serve to strengthen their relationship. Setting down his phone and glancing at Yue, who still had not departed, Guli's mood lifted considerably. Yue probably had no inkling that her visit had garnered him an unexpected favor instead of anything for herself. At that moment, Yue, noticing Guli's delay in leaving, thought he had had a change of heart and beamed with delight, ready to speak again. Just then, the sound of high heels clicked toward them, instantly diverting their attention. With the bright lights illuminating her, Shen approached, exuding confidence in her professional attire. Her alluring figure and commanding presence overshadowing the already elegantly dressed Yue. Guli watched Shen with anticipation, curious about her performance. Shen walked over to the car, glanced curiously at Yue beside the passenger seat, and inquired, her voice as melodious as a lark. Guli, who is this? Guli chuckled awkwardly, forcing a smile. Oh, an acquaintance. Oh. Shen offered no further commentary, simply sliding into the passenger seat. This scene left Yue utterly dumbfounded, bewildered as to the nature of the relationship between this stunning woman and Guli. By the way, how has the Mercedes G-Class been treating you after all this time? Shen cast a glance at Yue before turning her gaze back to Guli. If you don't like it, we could look into purchasing a Range Rover this weekend. Or if you prefer something more understated, a Volkswagen Phaeton could suffice. What do you think? Guli instantly grasped Shen intent, feeling somewhat exasperated. This girl certainly knew how to play the game. Nevertheless, he endeavored to cooperate. donning a cheerful expression as he shook his head. This car is quite excellent, no need to change it. After all, it's only been a short while since I bought it. Let's see how it performs over the next year before considering other luxury vehicles. I never imagined I would be able to drive such a fine car in my lifetime, don't you agree? Shen Linshi nodded in agreement. All right then, since you insist. We'll leave it at that. When you return home to discuss marriage with my parents, I will gift you an even finer sports car. A mere 2 million vehicle is utterly unworthy of my future husband, wouldn't you say? Guli readily concurred. Well, you can decide on that. I'm fine with whatever. Oh dear, Shen Linshi shot him a look. As my husband, you ought to have some opinions of your own. Now let us go. Didn't we agree to check out that villa by East Lake this afternoon? It's nearly dinner time. Right, let us go. Guli replied, starting the car and glancing at Yue. At that moment, Yue was engulfed in shock. She had not realized that Guli's fortune did not stem from his own success, but rather from his association with a wealthy woman. Observing his subservience before this beautiful lady, she concluded he was merely a kept man, utterly lacking in confidence. How foolish of me to think Guli had either been hiding his wealth or had suddenly come into fortune. How unfortunate, she thought, her anger boiling as she recalled how she had just groveled for his forgiveness. A few moments later, as Yue walked away, Guli finally exhaled in relief. All right, she's gone now. Please refrain from berating her further. If anyone from our company were to see, I wouldn't be able to explain myself. Upon hearing this, Shen Linshi smirked with a cold laugh. What? If I were truly supporting you, would you feel wronged? Guli was taken aback and then bitterly smiled. Yet he continued to flatter her. President Shen, you are indeed a woman of extraordinary beauty and talent. If I were fortunate enough to be graced by your affection, it would surely be a blessing I earned over several lifetimes. What nonsense are you spouting? Shen Linshi retorted, her heart inexplicably tightening at his words. She urged Guli to drive faster, genuinely concerned about being spotted by someone from her circle, as it would indeed be difficult to explain. Today, you have rendered me an immense service. How about I treat you to a meal? Guli promptly drove out of the garage and inquired about her culinary preferences. Encouraging her to choose freely, Shen Linshi chuckled softly. What? Do you intend to placate me with a mere meal? Certainly not, Guli responded earnestly. The previous conditions still stand. I must seize this splendid opportunity, he declared generously. In addition to this meal, I shall also bestow upon you a gift on another day. How does that sound? Are you satisfied? Instantly, Shen Linshi's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement. That sounds much better. However, you must assist me with a favor next time, and you cannot renege on it. Guli laughed heartily. No problem. Even if it entails traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, I shall comply. A man of honor keeps his word, rest assured. Hearing the man's earnest promise, Shen Linshi felt a wave of contentment wash over her. After all, it seemed her allure was still intact. Chapter 57. That damn competitive spirit. Shen Linshi recommended a Western restaurant located in Quanjai Alley. Guli parked the car outside and followed her through the crowd, entering a narrow alley and subsequently a traditional courtyard. Upon arriving at the quaintly named Bifun Quan Yun Jiayu, Guli was slightly taken aback. The rustic decor and tranquil ambience, coupled with a glance at the courtyard above, instantly evoked a sense of elegance and serene comfort. It was indeed a delightful dining establishment, perfectly suited for both business gatherings and romantic rendezvous. Guli, lacking any profound knowledge of Western cuisine and with no dietary restrictions, left the ordering to Shen Linshi. She promptly selected the 1688 set meal, which included a bottle of exquisite red wine. To Guli's perspective, the price was quite reasonable. Simultaneously, his appreciation for Shen Linshi increased significantly. She possessed a commendable sense of propriety and tact, ensuring their dining arrangements were perfectly balanced. Had it been another materialistic woman, she might have insisted on exorbitant extravagances, perhaps even demanding a bottle of 1982 vintage for mere table talk. However, Shen Linshi's choice was neither overly extravagant nor meager. It was just right for both of them. In the quiet private room, they sat facing each other, the exquisite woman across from him exuding an air of tranquil elegance. Observing Shen Linshi in this light, Guli struggled to reconcile her current demeanor with the one he had encountered in the garage. It was undeniable that her character transformation was remarkably thorough. Noticing Guli's unwavering gaze, Shen Linshi felt a tad self-conscious but quickly regained her composure. After all, her counterpart was a handsome man, whose looks were indeed comparable to her own. She had not anticipated dining alone with Guli. It felt almost like a date. What do you think? Is this place to your liking? She asked, eager to fill the slight silence. Guli took a sip of water and nodded. Indeed. Such a serene and pleasant restaurant. How did you discover it? Shen Linshi adjusted her outfit and smiled. Did you presume that I was too busy to dine out? Well, I did entertain such a notion, Guli admitted with a nod, then curiously inquired. Gu Lin mentioned that you are often occupied at work and frequently put in extra hours. If that is the case, weekends must find you resting at home, leaving little time to explore dining venues like this, correct? Your assumption is indeed accurate. I hardly have time to indulge in culinary delights, Shen Linshi replied. These places were introduced to me by Hu Lin. Otherwise, I would not have stumbled upon such delectable options. By the way, the pre-meal bread and the beef tongue here are quite delightful. Oh, then I shall make it a point to savor them, Gu Li remarked, his face lighting up with anticipation. He then shifted the conversation. However, I must confess my ignorance regarding Western cuisine. So please refrain from asking me how delicious it is or why it is so. If it truly is delicious, I shall simply declare it so and then lower my head to eat. Hearing Gu Li's words, Shen Linshi erupted into laughter. Yet, she soon realized she might have laughed too heartily, forgetting to maintain a demure demeanor, and quickly switched to a softer chuckle. To Gu Li, this change was quite amusing. After all, if Shen Linshi were to remain perpetually aloof, it would be excessively stifling. Whether in life or work, one should embrace the sunshine and smile more. The benefits are manifold. If you wish to laugh, then laugh away. I am not a person of high refinement. I have seldom indulged in Western cuisine, Gu Li said, spreading his hands candidly. I find being a straightforward individual rather refreshing. Surprised by his statement, Shen Linshi gazed at Gu Li and then chuckled. You are quite an intriguing person. Gu Li, intrigued by her remark, inquired, Oh, what makes you say that? It is hard to fathom that you once harbored feelings for that girl for a full 7 years, repeatedly confessing only to be rejected, yet you never gave up. What led you to finally relinquish hope on that fateful evening of May 20th? Surely, after 7 years of affection, you would not easily let go, Shen Linshi queried. Perhaps it was precisely because of the numerous rejections that despair ultimately took hold, Gu Li pondered. There is a saying, there is no greater sorrow than a dead heart, and I suspect that is the sentiment at play here. Shen Linshi nodded in sympathetic understanding. And you? Have you ever been in love? Seizing the opportunity to discuss matters of the heart, Gu Li casually asked. Upon hearing the question, Shen Linshi hesitated before responding. Do you believe me if I said I've never been in a relationship or had someone I liked? I would believe you, Gu Li nodded. A woman of your caliber, a veritable goddess of the corporate world, likely has admirers aplenty. However, it is not unusual that you have not engaged in a relationship due to various circumstances. What goddess? I am merely growing older, approaching 30, Shen Linshi sighed, though secretly pleased by the compliment. After all, beauty requires acknowledgement to truly manifest its worth. Hearing Shen Linshi's self-deprecating remarks, Gu Li chuckled. Your words are misguided. Were it not for your mention of approaching 30, I would have assumed you were a vibrant 21 or 22-year-old. Oh, if that is the case, why do you show no interest in me? I, too, am a youthful flower in my prime, she teased, noticing Gu Li's flattery. Taken aback, Gu Li sighed. Did I not mention? A fluttering heart does not always lead to action. Besides, pursuing someone of your stature is no small feat you haven't even attempted. How can you know it is so arduous? What if it is remarkably easy? Shen Linshi gazed at Gu Li, intrigued to see how he would respond. However, Gu Li's answer was somewhat unexpected. Easy? Is it not akin to that night of May 20th, where in mere seconds, we transitioned from acquaintances to lovers to heartbreak? Gu Li sighed, his expression turning contemplative. Finding the right person in love is indeed quite challenging. If one truly encounters such a person, it is likely that they have exhausted their share of good fortune for a lifetime. Observing Gu Li's melancholic demeanor, Shen Linshi felt a pang of guilt. I apologize. I should not have stirred up such painful memories. No worries, no worries. Gu Li waved his hand dismissively. I must thank you for your timely intervention today. Thank you. General Manager Shen. What? You still call me General Manager Shen? How distant you are, she replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing these words, Shen Linshi's expression turned stern, and she replied with a hint of displeasure. Gu Li immediately grasped the situation and said, My apologies. I shall drink a cup as punishment later. Henceforth, we can consider ourselves acquainted and friends, shall we? From now on, I shall address you as Sister She. I am grateful for your timely assistance today, and in the future, should you require anything, I shall certainly offer my unwavering support, without a hint of regret. Shen Linshi retorted, Sister She? Does that imply I am older than you? Faced with Gu Li's demeanor, Shen Linshi found herself at a loss, unsure whether to agree or disagree. At times, she perceived him as an unwaveringly straightforward man, which left her somewhat speechless. Just then, the waiter arrived with their dishes, alleviating Shen Linshi's awkwardness. The atmosphere soon became considerably more amicable as they enjoyed their meal and engaged in conversation. During their exchange, Shen Linshi also resolved the previous misunderstandings regarding the Haitong project, and they toasted to bury the hatchet. Gu Li was elated by this development. The dinner marked a significant milestone in normalizing their relationship, truly commendable. However, He found it somewhat perplexing that there was no notification from the system regarding this. Nonetheless, do not be misled into thinking that Shen Linshi would simply concede defeat. Guli, the past is behind us. However, as for the upcoming project, the outcome remains uncertain. Shen Linshi raised her glass, her eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for victory. Hearing this, Guli could not help but smile wryly. This insatiable competitive spirit of yours. Being involved with a woman like you is, quite frankly, a bit exasperating. Chapter 58. This girl is truly a challenge. Oh, who would have thought that this would become widely known so swiftly? 2 hours later, after Guli settled the bill, he noticed messages flooding the university group chat. What is going on? Shen Linshi, seemingly sensing something amiss, inquired curiously. Guli picked up his phone and chuckled. Oh, it seems this afternoon's incident has been shared in the university group. Now everyone knows I am being supported by a beautiful heiress. Haha. It appears she indeed bears some grudges against you. Shen Linshi laughed heartily upon hearing this. After a while, she managed to compose herself and asked, what do you plan to do next? Clarify the situation, or clarify? Not at all. Guli replied nonchalantly, adopting a carefree demeanor. Those who choose to believe such slander will undoubtedly remain unconvinced. As for the onlookers, why should I concern myself with their opinions? If they prefer to believe I am being kept, it hardly affects me. Besides, in today's world, living off a wealthy partner seems to be the trend. Perhaps that will only incite envy and resentment among some, who might even wish to take my place. Shen Linshi burst into laughter once more at Guli's words. You. How is it that every misfortune turns into such a novelty in your hands? She tilted her head, seemingly trying to discern the true nature of Guli. It must be said that although his reasoning was somewhat unconventional, it held a kernel of truth. If one were to overly concern themselves with the opinions of others throughout life, it would indeed be a burdensome existence. Remember, one lives for oneself, for those one cherishes, not for others. Beneath the glow of the street lamps, Guli's tall figure coupled with his handsome features stood out remarkably amidst the bustling crowd. The alleyway was teeming with visitors. While there were many attractive individuals, the duo of Guli and Shen Linshi was particularly captivating. Numerous passers-by stole glances at them, drawn in by the combination of his height and charm and her unparalleled grace. They truly appeared to be a match made in heaven. Guli guided Shen Linshi through the throngs of people until they finally emerged from the alleyway. Having both indulged in alcoholic beverages, driving was out of the question. So they either needed to find a designated driver or hail a taxi. Glancing at the time, it was still not quite 8 in the evening. Yet, both felt a lingering desire for the night to continue, and they simultaneously turned to each other. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. As Shen Linshi gazed upon Guli's striking visage, her heart raced, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. Guli, noticing the sudden blush on Shen Linshi's face, found himself momentarily entranced, silently praising her beauty. Since their dinner together on Monday evening, Guli had returned to a state of intense busyness at work. That night, after their meal, they had not rushed home but instead found a cafe to linger in for a while before parting ways. Although Guli had offered to escort Shen Linshi home, she had declined outright. Clearly, she remained somewhat guarded, reluctant to disclose the location of her residence. What she did not realize was that Guli was already well aware of her neighborhood and had even considered purchasing a property beneath her building for closer proximity. Despite this, their relationship had progressed significantly. Guli felt quite satisfied with their advancement. Consequently, in the days that followed at work, a smile remained etched on his face. After all, the stock market was soaring, with daily monetary rewards of 7,000 to 8,000. Such a life was undeniably delightful. Regarding work, on one hand, the preliminary demand research for the Haitong project had commenced, with Guli overseeing the broad direction. On the other hand, preparations for the preliminary business dealings of the Qianji Technology mid-platform project were also underway. Fortunately, this project had only just begun, and Qianji Technology was still in the final confirmation stages, leaving Guli with a manageable workload for the time being. Thus, he only needed to allocate half a day for meetings and to handle urgent matters, allowing him ample free time. The stocks of Shunling Pharmaceuticals continued to rise steadily, mirroring the curve presented by the system. This realization brought Guli a sense of reassurance. He then began preparing for the sale, listing a portion each day to maximize his profits. Alongside his own transactions, there were also some scattered orders being sold off. Indeed, some individuals displayed keen insight, recognizing that the stock could not perpetually ascend. However, on Thursday, Su Huai sent him a message. Guli, are you also preparing for the Qianji Technology mid-platform project? Upon reading this, Guli was momentarily taken aback, then promptly inquired, Yes, I am currently responsible for this project, although we are still in the preliminary research phase. How did you come to know about it? After today's meeting with upper management, Manager Lin summoned me and 2 others to assign the upcoming tasks. It seems the client is named Shinji Technology. Guli couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. He had not anticipated that the news would travel so swiftly to Shen Linshi, revealing her awareness of the project. Judging by her circumstances, she seemed poised to participate in the bidding as well. At this moment, Guli recalled Shen Linshi's words from their dinner on Monday. She had declared her intention to compete against him in the next project, eager to see who would ultimately prevail. It dawned on him that Shen Linshi was indeed waiting for him here. Realizing this, Guli couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This girl was truly a challenge. Indeed, this woman was fiercely competitive, harboring a determination to reclaim her victory. However, this only added to the intrigue of the situation. Thus, let us see to whom this project ultimately belongs. Do as you see fit, and do not concern yourself with anything else. After pondering thoroughly, Guli directly replied to Su Huai. He found himself somewhat curious. If Shen Linshi ultimately failed, would he become enraged out of embarrassment? If he were to fail again in the bidding process, would that be too cruel for President Shen? On the other end, Su Huai couldn't help but feel anxious. Upon hearing this, Guli also felt a twinge of worry. What if Shen Linshi couldn't bear it and became displeased with him? Would it necessitate allowing him to slack off during the project bidding process? For a moment, he found himself entangled in a dilemma. However, after a moment of reflection, Guli decided to temporarily abandon these thoughts. With still a month or two before the bidding, he could only wait and see how things would unfold. After all, he was uncertain about the state of his relationship with Shen Linshi by that time. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, it was Friday. Guli had nearly completed his stock sell-off. The plan he had devised was essentially fulfilled. In less than a month, it could be said he had reaped substantial rewards. Gazing at the figures in his stock account, Guli could hardly refrain from exclaiming, "From this moment forth, I am indeed a bona fide billionaire." Chapter 59. Your vision is still limited. Beginning June 1st, Guli commenced bottom fishing in the stock of Shunling Pharmaceutical. In addition to his own 600,000, he also pooled together 60,000 from Fengya, Zhao Yixian, and Niu Jingyi, all purchased at the lowest price. However, the subsequent 35 million was acquired at varying prices, some even doubling or tripling the initial buying price. Nevertheless, even with such fluctuations, he had managed to multiply his principal by 7 or 8 times in this stock investment. Moreover, this was a result of his overly cautious approach. Otherwise, a tenfold increase would have been entirely feasible. At its peak, the stock price of Shunling Pharmaceutical soared to a 15-fold increase. Even after the peak had passed, it still surpassed the stock price from June by more than tenfold. Thus, Guli earned approximately 8 times his investment, which was still considered quite conservative. Yet even so, he felt immense satisfaction. One must not be overly greedy. It is essential to maintain a reverence for wealth. Otherwise, one will inevitably become a slave to money. A total of 37 million in principal transformed into an enormous income nearing 300 million. Subsequently, Guli transferred 26 million to his bank card, leaving the remainder in his stock account. As he gazed at the string of numbers on Yinshan Pay, he still felt a sense of unreality. After all, this was money he had never dreamed of earning in his lifetime. Even with the system, at his core, he remained that ordinary worker earning just over 10,000 a month. Sometimes, human nature is such that even with newfound wealth, one cannot instantly transform into a true rich person. It wasn't until half an hour later that Guli gradually emerged from his stupor. Right. He ought to inform those 3 fellows. With that thought, Guli promptly took out his phone and sent a video to each of them. Within seconds, all 3 were online. Zhao Yixian, the rotund one, was in the restroom at the time, and upon logging in, he exclaimed, "Old Gu, what is going on? I'm in the middle of my business. Your timing is utterly atrocious." Damn. Fengya, who was at the gym working out, burst into laughter upon seeing the rotund one. "Wow, this video has some flavor." Zhao Yixian's expression instantly changed, and he retorted, "What the hell, old duck, have you got a death wish?" Seeing the two immediately bicker, Guli quickly intervened, "Enough of that. I'm addressing serious matters here. Remember the stock investment? We have results now. Send me your bank card numbers, and I'll transfer the funds directly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yixian perked up with interest. "So soon? I thought you were in it for the long haul. It's barely been a month. Just leave it with you for now. It's not a large sum anyway. When it becomes several 100,000, it won't be too late to send it to me." Meanwhile, Niu Jingyi also managed to log on, nodding in agreement. "Old Gu. That's all my personal savings. My wife doesn't know. It's only been a month. How much can we earn? No rush, no rush." "Right, old Gu. It's not much anyway. Just transfer it to Alipay. Why bother with the bank card? It's too troublesome." Fengya didn't mind the investment duration at all. He assumed Guli wanted the bank card to save everyone from the withdrawal fees on WeChat and Alipay. Seeing the 3 of them wearing expressions of indifference, Guli couldn't help but chuckle. What expressions are those? You don't really think that finishing the investment so quickly means we're at a loss, do you? Guli looked at them with a smile. The moment he said this, Fonya froze for a moment, then quickly reacted, grabbing his phone and heading towards the stairwell. Wait, old Gu, don't tell me that in just this 1 month, our money has earned quite a bit, right? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yixian and Niu Jingyi turned to him, their expressions tense. Guli grinned. How about each of you take a guess? Seeing their expectant faces, Fonya felt certain that Guli had indeed made a profit and immediately guessed. Did we earn half? Hearing only half, Guli couldn't help but retort, come on. I'm someone akin to a stock god. Just half. Is that worthy of me making such a fuss to video call you? As soon as the words left his mouth, the three of them fell silent, exchanging glances. Moments later, Niu Jingyi, unable to suppress his excitement, extended 2 fingers. Could it be that we made twofold? Come on, can't you be bolder? Guli raised an eyebrow. At this point, Zhao Yixian jumped up, exclaiming, no way. Old Gu, did you actually make fourfold? After the three had finished guessing without arriving at the correct answer, Guli was too lazy to continue the teasing. You guys have underestimated me. Let me tell you, this stock investment has multiplied by 8 times. How about that? Are you happy? Let us celebrate. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them on the video were left agape, stunned into silence. It took several seconds before they regained their composure, each babbling excitedly. No way. 8-fold. This is simply unbelievable. Old Gu, you're incredible. I can't take it. So my 500,000 is going to turn into 4 million? Hold on. Old Gu, let me confirm. It's really 8 times, not 8, right? Of course. I must say, your vision is still limited. All right, hurry and send me your bank card numbers. I want to keep chatting with you. No way. I need to process this for a moment. This news is too sudden. All right, take your time. Just remember to send me the card numbers later. Bye-bye. Guli, uninterested in their exuberance, ended the video call. Unbeknownst to him, the revelation of an 8-fold return on their investment left the three of them unable to focus on work that Friday afternoon. After returning from the restroom, Zhao Yixian stared blankly at his computer, unable to type a single line of code for 2 or 3 hours. In his mind, he was filled with plans for what to do with the 400,000 he would soon possess. Once he received the house, he would have the funds for renovation as well. If he managed to save for another year or two, he could even repay 300,000 of the mortgage ahead of time. This would significantly alleviate his financial pressure. Little did he realize that Guli had given him such a tremendous surprise. Reflecting on this, he felt compelled to express his gratitude to old Gu and to repay this kindness appropriately. Meanwhile, on Niu Jingyi's end, he was equally grateful to Guli. He never expected that a casual gesture could transform 5,000 into 40,000, allowing for a considerably more comfortable life. Old Niu was fond of sports, but unfortunately, his partner was less than supportive and stubbornly refused to study. Previously, he felt helpless, but with such a sum now available, he was determined to treat her well. As for Fonya, the arrival of 4 million was a complete game-changer for him. He casually deleted the WeChat of a wealthy woman who had shown interest in him a few days prior, deciding to cut ties with her. Unbeknownst to him, this deletion would soon lead to trouble. But that is a story for another time. Before long, the three of them sent their account numbers, and Guli promptly transferred the funds, ensuring that all the money was sent. This investment came at no cost to him. As for a billionaire like him, the few million from the three was hardly worth a second glance. Of course, he too was reveling in his newfound wealth, achieving complete financial freedom. Even if he chose to do nothing for the next few decades, living off the interest would still afford him a comfortable life. After the transfers, he began to plan for the next day, Saturday, when he would visit Hu Lin's home to prepare a meal. His culinary skills in Sichuan cuisine were not mere boasts. They would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on the two of them, ensuring that whenever they craved delicious food, they would think of him. After all, there is a saying, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. He mused that this might hold true for women as well. Chapter 60. This is what you insisted I say. That evening, as he returned home, Hu Lin sent him a message, reminding him not to forget to visit her the next day, and she included the address. Rest assured, I won't forget. The dishes I prepare will surely tantalize your taste buds. Excellent. I shall forego dinner tonight, and await the grand feast tomorrow afternoon. Upon seeing Hu Lin's enthusiasm, Guli resolved to ensure that both of them would enjoy the meal thoroughly. The next day arrived swiftly. He rose early, first visiting a nearby market to purchase an abundance of fresh ingredients. Then after breakfast, he drove towards Hu Lin's place. Interestingly, despite Hu Lin's wealth being greater than Shen Linqi's, she resided in an apartment. This was a high-end residential complex located in the southern part of the city, close to a subway station and a large shopping mall, with a price tag that rivaled Shen Linqi's spacious flat. A modest 60 square meter one-bedroom apartment cost over 2 million, which was simply outrageous. However, for Hu Lin, a millionaire and owner of several online stores, this was a trivial matter. It seemed that Hu Lin had her own unique perspectives in certain aspects. When Guli arrived at 1602, laden with bags, it was Shen Linshi who opened the door. Noticing his puzzled expression, she quickly explained, I came over last night. Please, come in, I'll get you some slippers. She handed him a pair of men's slippers as casually as if she were in her own home. These had just been purchased by Hu Lin, as no man had ever visited before. Well, it seemed I am quite honored. Once Guli put on the slippers and placed the ingredients on the table, he took a moment to survey the surroundings. He couldn't help but admire Shen Linshi, who, dressed in casual home attire and wearing light makeup, possessed an alluring charm. Indeed, a goddess is a goddess. Even without makeup, she looked stunning. Chef, welcome, exclaimed Hu Lin as she emerged from the kitchen, warmly inviting him to enjoy some tea. I bought some silver needle tea. It's quite nice. Thank you, Guli replied, gratefully accepting the cup. He added with a smile, it's my first visit, and I wasn't sure what to bring, so I brought a box of milk and some fruits. Upon hearing this, Hu Lin responded, oh, you're too kind. You've brought the ingredients and are cooking for us. I hardly know how to respond. Haha, just eat to your heart's content. That would be the best thank you, Guli said, waving his hand dismissively and laughing. The atmosphere in the room became lively, and they settled onto the sofa to chat. When they learned that Guli was self-taught in cooking, they were both astonished. He was truly a genius, after all, who would devote so much time to learning how to cook. Moreover, being surrounded by technical experts, it was already impressive for them to excel in their respective fields. Yet Guli not only excelled in programming, but also in culinary arts. After an hour of relaxation, they began to prepare the meal. Guli had opted for some homestyle dishes, such as garlic prawns, spicy kidney stir-fry, and sauerkraut fish, concluding with stir-fried vermicelli with lotus and rib soup. As Guli expertly sautéed the large, vibrant prawns, their tantalizing aroma filled the kitchen, making both women salivate. His knife skills were exquisite, and his movements flowed effortlessly, making the act of cooking seem like an art form. Shen Linshi watched in awe, captivated by Guli's focused expression. She was both surprised and impressed that while he had reached the pinnacle of computer technology, he could also whip up such delectable dishes. Although she had yet to taste them, the presentation alone indicated they would be incredibly delicious. She noticed Hu Lin had already snuck a taste with her chopsticks, her expression betraying her delight in discovering something scrumptious. Had Guli not been present, she would have indulged without restraint right there in the kitchen. An hour later, the table was laden with home-style dishes, and the entire living room was filled with mouth-watering fragrances that made their mouths water. Guli had planned to open a bottle of wine, but he declined, knowing he had to drive later that afternoon. He didn't want to risk getting drunk in front of the two women on his first visit. Shen Linshi was a bit surprised to see Guli abstain from alcohol, but was soon touched by his steadfastness. After all, such principled young men were indeed rare these days. Most men would likely seize the opportunity to showcase their drinking prowess in the presence of two beautiful women, hoping to get closer while intoxicated. Thus, the three of them enjoyed juice instead and relished their meal. It must be said that Guli's culinary skills were truly commendable. His home-style cooking surpassed that of many restaurant chefs. Shen Linshi, who seldom offered compliments, could not help but exclaim, Guli, your cooking is absolutely delightful. It would be a pity not to open a restaurant. Guli laughed heartily, not at all. I learned to cook so I could enjoy good food myself. And it seems I've actually achieved some skill. After all, eating out too often isn't great for health. It's much safer to cook at home. You're absolutely right. Hu Lin chimed in, nodding. With the abundance of technology and the prevalence of takeout, it's best to eat out less. Cooking at home, though somewhat cumbersome, offers a greater sense of safety. Ah, how I envy your culinary skills. Your dishes are simply delectable. My cooking, on the other hand, is rather mediocre. If I were to prepare meals myself, I fear they might lack flavor. What am I to do? Upon hearing this, Guli promptly replied, it's no trouble at all. In the future, do feel free to come over to my place for a meal. Great. That's a promise you've made. Hu Lin exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Guli's words. Guli nodded affirmatively, of course. With two stunning ladies like you visiting, my home will undoubtedly shine brighter. Haha, Guli, your words are quite flattering. Look at how rosy our Cece's cheeks have become, Hu Lin teased. But it's rather peculiar. Sometimes you sound just like a straightforward guy, yet at other times, you're quite amusing. Guli pondered for a moment and replied, that's simply because I've been in a good mood these past few days. When one's spirits are high, naturally, their words are more charming. Curious, Shen Linshi asked, oh, what has brought you such joy? Guli chuckled, I think it's best if I keep that to myself. If I were to share it, your spirits might not remain as high. What? Hu Lin quickly countered, what could possibly be so bad that you can't share? Tell us. Really? You want to know? Guli laughed heartily. Well, that's what you asked for. Go ahead, ask away. You're just teasing us. You have to spill the beans. Shen Linshi was equally curious about what Guli intended to say that could dampen their spirits. Hu Lin nodded in agreement. Yes? Do tell. We've faced far greater challenges before. All right. I suppose I have no choice, Gu Li relented. It's nothing too significant. Merely that I've made an investment in the stock market recently. In less than a month, I've made an 8-figure profit. What? 8 figures? Upon hearing this, Hu Lin was immediately taken aback. Shen Linshi looked at Gu Li in disbelief, astonished by the revelation. So much. Indeed, a substantial 8 figures. Gu Li affirmed with a nod. At this, Hu Lin could only manage a wry smile. Goodness, you're incredible. In less than a month, you've earned more than I do in a year. Is there no justice in this world? Indeed, quite impressive. Even Shen Linshi raised her thumb in admiration. After toiling for 2 or 3 years on my startup, I only managed to earn around 10 million. What you've achieved leaves me at a loss for words. Truly. The comparison is disheartening, Gu Li observed, shrugging his shoulders as though to say, well, this was what you asked me to reveal. Fortunately, both women were rather easygoing. Although shocked, they did not dwell excessively on the matter. After all, everyone leads different lives and achieves varying degrees of success. Envy serves no purpose. If one were to fixate on such comparisons, life would only be filled with furrowed brows and resentment. Nevertheless, even as they came to terms with it, their admiration for Gu Li only deepened. After all, even among the wealthy second-generation friends they knew, few had managed to build a fortune from scratch like Gu Li. Despite the advantages of education and family resources, the more Hu Lin learned about Gu Li, the more she appreciated him, and in her contemplation, she silently regarded her friend, feeling increasingly convinced that the two were quite well matched. With Gu Li's accomplishments at such a young age, who knows what the future holds? Perhaps in a few years, he would be a worthy match for Shen Linshi. As far as she knew, Shen Linshi's family assets weren't in the realm of the ultra-rich, merely average within the affluent circles of Yudu. While Hu Lin was preoccupied with her friend's marital prospects, Shen Linshi found herself engaged in a lively conversation with Gu Li. Being in the same industry naturally provided them with ample common ground. By the way, what project are you currently working on? Shen Linshi casually inquired as their conversation flowed. Gu Li smiled. It's still that Haitong logistics project. Recently, I've been inspired to revisit and upgrade some core algorithms. What? Didn't you just complete an upgrade? Shen Linshi exclaimed. Surprised. Why are you looking to optimize again so soon? Gu Li chuckled. It's because the boss saw the improvements on your end and was afraid of being surpassed. So he sought me out to make further enhancements. However, I only have a rough idea. To optimize it effectively will take at least a month or 2. But as technology advances, I believe it will become increasingly manageable. You truly are impressive. Your technical skills are already so advanced, yet you can still improve so swiftly. Shen Linshi remarked, her admiration evident. What kind of food did you eat to become so intelligent? It was no wonder she was astonished by Gu Li's technical prowess. Having been in the industry for several years, she had rarely encountered someone with such comprehensive skills. Among the hundreds of developers in the company, none possessed the breadth of capability that Gu Li did. Moreover, his youth only added to the astonishment. While others might have merely attained a team leader position after 2 or 3 years post-graduation, Gu Li had already become the technical director of a relatively large software company. Perhaps it's simply a gift, Gu Li mused. Although these are top-tier skills provided by the system, that doesn't diminish my hard work. By the way, I've been solving problems on the Hidden Corners forum lately. It's quite fascinating. The forum features many classic questions and various theoretical conjectures. A thorough understanding could greatly benefit our projects. Shen Linshi felt somewhat speechless at his unabashed confidence. Yet, considering Gu Li's age, she found it hard to refute him. Upon hearing the name of the Hidden Corners forum, she suddenly felt a sense of familiarity and was taken aback. You're also on that forum? What? Have you visited it too? Gu Li asked, surprised, looking at Shen Linshi with a hint of disbelief. After all, Shen Linshi excelled in project management. While her knowledge of IT technologies was mostly theoretical, her practical programming skills were merely average, having not written code since university. The Hidden Corners forum, however, required impressive programming abilities and knowledge of cybersecurity to access. Those who could navigate it and achieve any level of certification were regarded as computing experts. Actually, no. Shen Linshi shook her head. I recently hired a technical director who mentioned the forum during the interview. He boasted about being a top player on it. Oh, that person sounds impressive. Those who gain recognition there are undoubtedly top-tier experts. Gu Li observed with a knowing smile. Perhaps our boss was aware that you were seeking top talent and urged me to expedite the system's performance improvements. Indeed, Shen, your prowess is commendable. I trust that your Huanyu system will soon reach even greater heights, Gu Li remarked, his gaze teasing but appreciative. Feeling the weight of Gu Li's scrutiny, Shen Linshi felt a bit awkward. After all, the company's urgent quest for talent stemmed from the setbacks in the Haitong project, compounded by Gu Li's impressive capabilities. With the jesting glint in Gu Li's eyes, it was clear he understood the underlying dynamics. At that moment, Shen Linchi could only offer a humble smile. It's not that simple. Not everyone is as capable as you, optimizing a vast system in just a few days. That may not be the case. The praise from Shen Linchi greatly elevated Gu Li's spirits. For having explored the hidden corners, his skills must indeed be remarkable. By the way, what level is that guy? Shen Linchi pondered momentarily, then furrowed her brow and replied, I believe it was some sort of divine level certification. I only recall it being mentioned in passing. To think it was indeed a divine level certification, it appears that this time, Chenhuan Jichuang has truly stumbled upon a treasure. Gu Li nodded affirmatively. Oh, there is certainly no doubt about it. Talents like him are exceedingly rare. There are merely a few dozen across the nation. Hearing Gu Li's approval brought a smile to Shen Linchi's face. If even you say so, then it must be true. By the way, you've only been on the forum for a month. What level are you now? Gu Li smiled slightly. It's all right. I've managed to ascend to the highest level within a month. Just a legend, really. Upon hearing this, Shen Linchi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You mean the legendary certification that only a handful of individuals can attain? Yes, is there a problem? I found it quite easy to pass the certification. Shen Linchi was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Others might spend years striving for a top-tier certification, yet you achieved the highest level in just a month. Recalling the interview with Pu Yonyan a few days prior, when he had boasted about his divine level certification, Shen Linchi felt an urge to laugh. If he were to discover that the individual who passed the legendary certification in record time was merely 26 or 27, he would surely be left astounded. Nevertheless, such accomplishments only serve to highlight Gu Li's extraordinary genius in computing. Yet, as she observed Gu Li's calm demeanor, Shen Linchi felt less inclined to offer praise and more inclined to give him a playful punch. This guy certainly knows how to put on a show. With a sigh, Shen Linchi turned away to collect herself. However, she inadvertently caught her best friend's knowing gaze, causing her cheeks to flush, and she awkwardly lowered her head. Chapter 62. Excellence is excellence. But what about affection? After resting for a while, Hu Lin grew bored, prompting Gu Li to suggest a hike. They glanced at the overcast sky outside and agreed to the plan. Having rained the previous day, the air was cool and not overly warm. Soon after, Gu Li drove the trio to Longquan Mountain, eager to embrace the fresh air of the mountains. After half an hour, they successfully arrived at the parking lot at the foot of the mountain. Shen Linchi, Hu Lin, hand your bags to me. Upon exiting the parking lot and observing the two carrying their bags, Gu Li extended his hand. Thank you, handsome. You're truly wonderful, Hu Lin said without hesitation, promptly shoving her bag and water into his hands without a hint of reluctance. In contrast, Shen Linchi appeared somewhat conflicted, as she was a strong-willed woman. The weight of her bag and a bottle of water was hardly a burden for her. I'll manage, thank you. After a moment's thought, she declined Gu Li's offer. No need for formalities. Hand it over. Gu Li, undeterred, swiftly took the bag and water from her hands and placed them into his backpack. I have plenty of stamina. These items are as light as air. With that, Gu Li strode ahead briskly, not allowing Shen Linchi a chance to retort. Seeing this, Shen Linchi could only sigh in resignation and hastily catch up. Gu Li. Thank you. Since we're friends, there's no need to be so formal. It's just helping a girl carry a few things. Observing her slightly embarrassed demeanor, Gu Li chuckled heartily. It must be said that Shen Linchi, when not in her assertive mode, exuded a different charm. The shy demeanor she displayed was reminiscent of a pure, fresh-faced college girl. Gu Li couldn't help but glance repeatedly, finding her quite captivating. Different states of being evoked distinct allure and experiences. He couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if Shen Linchi donned a school uniform with a pleated skirt. Thus, as he followed behind, admiring Shen Linchi's graceful figure ahead, a smile crept upon his lips. The appearance of Shen Linchi and Hu Lin, two beautiful women, immediately drew the attention of those around them. Hu Lin, with her tall stature and clad in a pristine white dress, resembled a lovely jasmine flower amidst the blooming summer landscape, enhancing the breathtaking scenery. In that moment, many men suddenly realized the beauty of both the mountains and the women. Seeing Gu Li closely following the two beauties, some couldn't help but feel envious. Acknowledging those gazes, Gu Li reflected. No wonder I used to envy those couples walking down the street. Having a beautiful girlfriend and experiencing that envious feeling is truly delightful. Although at this moment, he was not yet Shen Linchi's boyfriend. In such an atmosphere, Shen Linchi even declined several requests for her WeChat, and after an hour, the three of them finally reached the observation deck. Standing atop the mountain, feeling the mountain breeze, Gu Li felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. It was utterly delightful. It must be said, spending a weekend hiking is quite beneficial. It not only strengthens one's physique, but also cultivates the spirit, broadening one's horizons. Observing that the two were somewhat fatigued yet still in good spirits, Gu Li nodded approvingly. Their stamina was commendable. though it paled in comparison to his own. As the sun shone down slightly, Shen Linqi and Hu Lin felt a bit warm, continuously wiping sweat with moist tissues. In contrast, Gu Li seemed unfazed, not even breaking a sweat. This situation left Shen Linqi, who regularly exercised, silently astonished. This guy, Gu Li, is truly a polymath. Even his stamina is impressive. One wonders how he manages his time so effectively, excelling in every endeavor. It's almost unbelievable. While Shen Linqi was lost in thought, Gu Li retrieved a bottle of water from his bag and offered it to her. Have a sip. Thank you. Thanks a lot, handsome. No need for formalities. By the way, there's a restroom about 200 meters to the left. After saying this, Gu Li took a long drink from his water bottle and found a spot to sit and rest. The two women followed suit, resting and snapping photos. Gu Li, having no particular demands regarding photography, merely captured a few scenic shots and posted them on social media. Since they were there, it was only fitting to check in. Gu Li, come, take a picture of us. Soon, he assumed the role of photographer, capturing images of the two lovely ladies. The particularly vain Hu Lin insisted on dragging Shen Linqi around for endless snapshots. However, when they reached a flower arbor adorned with blossoming flowers, it provided a stunning backdrop for photos, prompting Hu Lin to push Gu Li forward. Come on, it's a rare occasion. You should be in a picture too. Shen Linqi was taken aback, about to refuse, but Hu Lin pressed her forward, urging, hurry up and get in position. We need to take the photo. Don't waste time. Hearing this, Shen Linqi could only muster a wry smile internally as she stiffly cooperated with Gu Li for the group photo. Okay, very nice. After the photo, Hu Lin grinned and said, let us go. I'm a bit hungry from climbing. Let us find something to eat. On their way to find a restaurant, Hu Lin directly sent the photos to Gu Li. Gu Li's eyes sparkled as he laid eyes on the photograph. The man appeared dashing, and the woman was stunning. They truly made a splendid pair. Being the inaugural photograph with Shen Linqi, he felt it was essential to preserve it meticulously. A few minutes later, Hu Lin found a restaurant with commendable reviews, and the three indulged in a meal of exquisite home-style cuisine. However, the flavors paled in comparison to Gu Li's culinary skills, which astonished the two women even more, revealing him to be an exceptional chef. As they journeyed back in the evening, the winding mountain roads necessitated a cautious pace due to the nighttime conditions and the occasional unexpected oncoming vehicle, rendering the drive somewhat perilous. Yet, Gu Li's driving prowess left the two women in awe. He maintained a remarkably smooth speed throughout the journey, devoid of any jarring bumps. Even when he had to brake suddenly, the vehicle came to a halt with such grace, akin to driving in the city. Such finesse suggested a driving experience equivalent to that of a seasoned veteran with at least a decade behind the wheel. Unavoidably, a veil of mystery deepened around Gu Li in the minds of the two women. How was it that he seemed proficient in everything, excelling in all endeavors? Upon their return to the apartment, Hu Lin plopped down onto the sofa and turned to Shen Linqi, exclaiming, Shi, that guy is not only youthful and talented, but he is also handsome, affluent, an excellent cook, possesses exceptional driving skills, and is remarkably considerate. If you don't seize this potential catch, you might find yourself regretting it in the future. It's a pity he isn't an older gentleman. Otherwise, I would be quite smitten. Hearing this, Shen Linqi fell into contemplation. Was Gu Li truly remarkable? Indeed. But did she harbor feelings for him? That remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Gu Li, driving back, received a most delightful phone call. Chapter 63, When Daydreams Abound. Our nighttime reveries far behind. The call was from the real estate agent, conveying that the homeowner wished to discuss matters with him. Upon receiving this news, Gu Li couldn't help but smile. What a splendid day indeed. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, his interactions with Shen Linqi today had evidently brought them closer. Whether it was his achievements in his career, his professional skills, or his culinary prowess that had left them both in awe, even his driving skills had garnered him points in Shen Linqi's eyes. A successful career, a harmonious home, culinary excellence, and a knack for assisting women with their belongings. All these facets revealed his attentiveness in daily life. Gu Li sensed a notable shift in Shen Linqi's attitude towards him. What had once felt like a mere acquaintance was now blossoming into a promising friendship. Secondly, the good news from the agent indicated that the homeowner had finally relented after a fortnight of waiting. Despite the homeowner's initial lack of urgency regarding the sale, the stagnant housing market, which even seemed to be declining slightly, had prompted a shift in priorities. With no other interested buyers besides Gu Li, the homeowner recognized his genuine offer and was eager to negotiate. Gu Li, keen to secure the property, readily agreed to meet the next morning to discuss the terms. The real estate agents, Wang Gu and Li Jie, whom Gu Li had encountered during his rental experience, were now treating him with great importance, almost as if he were an esteemed VIP client. Li Jie had even managed to uncover the homeowner's lowest asking price, rumored to be around 8 million. Gu Li, while not outright rejecting or accepting this figure, decided to assess the situation further during their meeting, hoping to identify any potential flaws in the property that might facilitate a price reduction. At 9 a.m. the following morning, Gu Li arrived at the agency and met Mr. Wang, the homeowner. In his 60s, Mr. Wang exuded an aura of affluence, though his gait revealed his age. Gu Li accompanied him closely, mindful of his slower pace. I must admit, I never anticipated that a young man like you would be interested in purchasing my home. Quite impressive, Mr. Wang remarked. Striking up a conversation with Gu Li smiled modestly. You flatter me, sir. I merely consider myself fortunate to have earned a bit of money. In comparison to you, I still have a long way to go. Mr. Wang chuckled and praised him. Do not be so humble. Being able to afford this house certainly surpasses my son's capabilities. Alas, it is a pity that I have put so much effort into renovating this home. Yet my family has never had the chance to reside here. Ah, that is nothing to lament. You could always opt for another villa. With your wealth, it should be a trivial matter, Gu Li replied jovially, maintaining the light-hearted banter. Besides, there are plenty of houses that surpass this one in quality. When I reach your age, I would also like to move to the suburbs, cultivate flowers, and perhaps even raise fish. It sounds idyllic. Mr. Wang nodded in agreement, chuckling. You have a point there. But that's the perspective of us older folks. You, being young, have quite a while before you can consider retirement. Gu Li grinned. That may not necessarily be the case. I have enough funds at my disposal. Who knows, I might retire sooner than expected. Indeed. It's refreshing to hear such thoughts from someone your age, Mr. Wang mused, his curiosity about Gu Li piqued. After all, one wouldn't make such statements lightly without substantial means. Observing that Gu Li was on the verge of purchasing a property worth over 10 million, Mr. Wang speculated on whether he was a second-generation wealthy individual or a self-made success. The latter would indeed be remarkable. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at the building where Shen resided. Gu Li felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of soon calling this place home. After all, living in such proximity to Shen could only strengthen their bond. However, he was determined not to be taken advantage of and overspend on this property. With Mr. Wang's bottom line set at 8 million, Gu Li believed he could negotiate a better deal, especially since time was on his side. Glancing at his property attributes, he noted that his upgrade experience points had reached 2.4 million. He only required just over 7.5 million to meet the conditions for upgrading the system to level 5. Thus, any price above 7.5 million would suffice. As Gu Li pondered, he circled the room before turning to Mr. Wang. Please provide a realistic price. If it's reasonable, I'll take the house and pay in full. Mr. Wang paused for a moment before tentatively suggesting 18 million. That is my lowest offer. You do understand the value of the renovations, don't you? At this, Gu Li waved his hand dismissively. That price is excessive. Even considering your renovations and decent appliances, it doesn't justify 18 million. I'm not entirely satisfied with the beds and mattresses in the master and secondary bedrooms. I do need to replace them. You could take those with you. A lower total would be just fine. Moreover, some of the decorative items in the kitchen ceiling appear to be of mediocre quality, likely requiring a complete overhaul. And with that, Gu Li launched into a litany of concerns, leaving Wang Gu, Li Jie, and even Mr. Wang momentarily speechless. If we were to calculate this way, we could directly deduct 200,000, after which Gu Li offered a bid of 7,800,000. As for the previous 8 million, he didn't even mention it again. Young man, you are being excessively discerning. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling a tinge of annoyance and even contemplating against selling. Gu Li chuckled, responding, this business of 7 to 8 million certainly requires meticulous selection, Mr. Wang. After all, my money does not come from the wind. Furthermore, I have taxes to pay, which amount to several 100,000. If you could share part of that burden, a slightly higher price would be acceptable. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Mr. Wang shook his head resolutely. That's impossible. Taxes are the seller's responsibility. Gu Li shrugged, smiling. Then that settles it. The two continued their negotiations for a while, yet ultimately failed to reach an agreement. The other party insisted on 8,080,000, while Gu Li stood firm at 7,800,000, refusing to budge. Thus, the price negotiation reached an impasse. The agent, realizing that no agreement could be reached for the time being, suggested that everyone take some time to reconsider. Unexpectedly, Shen happened to be watering flowers on the balcony and caught sight of Gu Li and his party. However, the group was heading toward the community entrance. So from the upper floor, she could only see their silhouettes, making it difficult for her to discern clearly. Earlier that morning, she had just returned from that direction with Hu Lin, and they had only been home for a short while. Observing that tall figure, Shen rubbed her eyes. Feeling that the silhouette resembled Gu Li, especially the outfit he was wearing, which seemed familiar, as if he had donned it just a few days prior. With that thought, Shen Linchi exclaimed, "Hu Lin, I think I just saw Gu Li." After saying this, she pointed toward the courtyard of the community, but when Hu Lin arrived, she could only see Gu Li and the others disappearing around the corner. She didn't spot anyone else and immediately burst into laughter. "How could Gu Li be here? You must be seeing things." Shen Linchi shook her head, but it really looked like him. The stature and the clothing were quite similar. "Like a ghost, perhaps," Hu Lin teased, clearly skeptical, and then playfully remarked, "You keep saying you aren't affected, yet you can't seem to forget him. Haha. Is this what they call thinking of someone during the day and dreaming of them at night? Oh, you're unbearable." Shen Linchi retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Stop quibbling. If you're thinking of him during the day, how far can dreaming be? I swear, I'll tear your mouth apart." Seeing her friend spiral into such absurdity, Shen Linchi could no longer hold back her composure and immediately retaliated. "Hey, what are you doing?" Laughter erupted on the balcony, with Hu Lin begging for mercy as Shen Linchi tickled her. "All right, I promise I won't do it again. Humph. Let us see if you dare to mock me again. Ever since I met you, you've been the most afraid of being tickled. You just know how to tickle. That is hardly fair. I'm a delicate lady, so of course, I don't abide by the rules of combat." Chapter 64. No, this must be an illusion. Gu Li did not return to the agent, but went straight home, standing on the balcony and gazing at the expansive flat across the street. He reached a final decision after much contemplation, settling on his maximum price in mind. He then communicated this decision to the agent and awaited their response. "Brother Wong, I can offer a maximum of 7,880,000, and it will be a cash deal. If all goes well, we can sign the contract and transfer ownership on Tuesday. Otherwise, we shall part ways." "Understood, rest assured. We will promptly communicate with the other party and strive to provide you with an answer today." "All right. Okay, I shall not concern myself further with this matter." To Gu Li, it was evident that the other party would eventually accept his offer, as it aligned favorably with the market. If one were to argue, it was even slightly above market value. If they were truly insistent on 8 million, he would not easily concede. After all, even though his money came from the system, it was not as if it fell from the sky. Having set this matter aside, Gu Li recalled that Feng Ye and Zhao Yixian would be coming over in the afternoon, prompting him to consider purchasing some groceries. Regardless of whether he would be dining at home or elsewhere that evening, it was prudent to prepare something. With his newfound culinary skills, he found himself increasingly disenchanted with external cuisine, perpetually yearning for home-cooked meals. Perhaps this was the consequence of having cultivated a refined palate. An hour later, he returned home with a plethora of ingredients in tow, pulling a small cart as he began preparing lunch. Although he was alone, life ought to be savored. He planned to make braised pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, and finally, a tomato and egg soup. This would suffice. However, around 11 o'clock, Hu Lin sent him a message. "Gu Li, where are you?" Taken aback by the question, he replied, "I'm at home, preparing lunch." "What is up?" He even snapped a photo, showcasing the steaming braised pork sizzling in the pot, glistening with a golden hue, quite a sight. After a while, Hu Lin responded, "Oh, nothing." Upon reading this, Gu Li felt rather perplexed. What did that mean? She inquired about his whereabouts. He mentioned he was at home cooking, and then the conversation abruptly ended. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Gu Li asked, "Are you really okay?" "I'm fine, just casually asking." Casually asking? This response only heightened Gu Li's suspicion, prompting him to inquire further. However, Hu Lin quickly sent another message. "The braised pork looks delicious. I must come over to try it next time. Bye." Upon hearing that Hu Lin intended to visit his home, Gu Li felt a wave of panic wash over him. This wouldn't he do? If Shen Linchi discovered that he lived directly across from her, he could only imagine her reaction. It seemed he would need to concoct an excuse to decline when Hu Lin decided to visit. Yet, for the moment, he had to agree to the invitation. Otherwise, it would surely lead to misunderstandings. "All right, I'll treat you next time." Putting down his phone, Gu Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. It appeared that the matter of the house needed to be resolved quickly, allowing him to chance upon Shen Linchi unexpectedly, revealing to her that he resided just below her. Meanwhile, Hu Lin was engaged in conversation with Shen Linchi. "See, I told you, you must have been seeing things. Gu Li is at home cooking, specifically making braised pork." Observing her friend, Hu Lin couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. She mused that perhaps Shen Linchi was a bit off today, constantly mistaking things. Earlier in the community, she thought she spotted Gu Li among a group of people walking in the courtyard. When they had driven out of the community earlier, she believed she had seen someone resembling Gu Li at a supermarket. Now, it turned out that Gu Li was comfortably at home cooking. How could he be in the community, at the supermarket, and at home all at once? Had she not known her friend had slept soundly the previous night, she would have questioned whether Shen Linchi was still half asleep. However, upon reflection, with Shen Linchi continually mentioning Gu Li, could it be that she truly harbored feelings for him? As this thought crossed her mind, Hu Lin felt a surge of inspiration. It was simple. She just needed to find an opportunity to test the waters. Meanwhile, Shen Linshi remained oblivious to Hu Lin's scheming, her face betraying a mixture of embarrassment and resignation, ultimately leading her to let out a helpless sigh. Well, perhaps I truly misperceived things. The individual outside the supermarket just now might have been someone else. Alas, you seem to be a bit enchanted by this. At this point, Hu Lin began to jest once more, truly reflecting the adage that one thinks of something during the day and dreams of it at night. Say what you will. I remain indifferent. However, Hu Lin's teasing did not provoke any emotional response from Shen Linshi. With a cold snort, Shen Linshi waved her hand dismissively, shrugged her shoulders, and ambled forward with an air of nonchalance. Observing her demeanor, Hu Lin immediately found the situation rather dull. After all, when the person in question appeared so unconcerned, further jesting seemed futile. Yet, as time passed, Hu Lin increasingly sensed something unusual about Shen Linxi's state today. During their spa session, she was surprisingly quiet, hardly uttering a word. This was quite the departure from her usual behavior. The two of them typically enjoyed sipping drinks while engaging in lively conversation, relishing the exquisite service and unwinding together. Yet, this time, Shen Linxi had transformed into a taciturn figure, often gazing up at the ceiling, lost in thought. Hu Lin couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Shen Linxi. However, when she inquired directly, Shen Linxi merely shook her head. It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine. Just contemplating a few matters. Don't overthink it. It's work-related. Hu Lin raised an eyebrow, her expression one of skepticism. The latter part of Shen Linxi's explanation felt entirely superfluous, as if she were concealing something. Come on, are you perhaps yearning for a man? Goodness. The moment those words escaped Hu Lin's lips, Shen Linxi was taken aback, left utterly speechless. Please don't just blurt out whatever comes to mind, all right? Hu Lin pressed. Then tell me, what exactly are you thinking about? Yet, Shen Linxi reiterated her previous statement. I am genuinely thinking about work-related matters. If you don't believe me, that's your choice. I believe you, I do. Hu Lin feigned acquiescence, though inwardly she mused, if I believed you, I wouldn't be your close friend. At that moment, Shen Linxi turned her head away, unable to meet Hu Lin's gaze. In truth, her thoughts were far from work. Rather, she was preoccupied with the two instances of mistakenly identifying Gu Li today. Could it be that she genuinely harbored feelings for him, hence the two misidentifications? No, that cannot be. It must be a mere illusion. Yet, as this speculation arose, she swiftly dismissed it. How could she possibly have feelings for Gu Li? It was undoubtedly a figment of her imagination. Yes, it must be an illusion. Shen Linxi gazed at the floral arrangement on the table, quietly convinced that such a notion was implausible. She could never so easily develop feelings for a man. Chapter 65. Choose whom you love whom you choose. While Shen Linxi was lost in her thoughts, the instigator of this turmoil was blissfully indulging in braised pork while scrolling through amusing short videos. Each time a humorous scene unfolded, he couldn't help but chuckle. If this had been in the past, his weekends would have been consumed with household chores or playing the devoted admirer. He certainly wouldn't have enjoyed such leisure as he did now. After finishing his meal, he stretched lazily and took a few minutes to walk around the house to aid digestion. Eventually, he washed the dishes, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his friends. Around 1 in the afternoon, the doorbell rang, and Gu Li promptly opened the door. To his surprise, instead of the portly Zhao Yixian, he was greeted by a tree, specifically, a tall money tree, lush with verdant leaves, its presence uplifting and delightful. Behind the tree stood the slender Feng Ye and the robustly built Zhao Yixian, both panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads as if they had just completed a vigorous workout. Gu Li, puzzled, quickly inquired, "What on earth are you two doing?" Feng Ye chuckled, "Old Gu, you've helped us earn so much money. We wanted to express our gratitude, so we brought a little gift." He added, "And look, there's also a god of wealth here, holding a pure gold ingot." Beside him, Zhao Yixian grinned widely, brandishing a gift box. Gu Li was pleasantly surprised that these two had gone out of their way to buy him a gift as a token of appreciation. However, considering that he had helped them earn millions, he felt the gift was modest in comparison. "Haha, thank you. You are truly thoughtful." With that, he and Feng Ye carried the money tree into the living room, then prepared a basin of warm water for the two perspiring fellows to wash their faces. "By the way, these gifts are also for old Niu." While washing his face, Feng Ye remarked, "Though compared to the money you helped us make through investments, these gifts are hardly significant." Hearing this, Gu Li couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia. After all these years as friends, you don't need to be so formal with me. Now that I've found success, it is only right that I help improve your lives as well. Remember, I once spent all my living expenses for the month just to buy a gift for you Wei. You all took turns bringing me meals. I remember it vividly. Old Gu, mentioning that brings back memories of how infatuated you were back then, Zhao Yixian said with a hint of wistfulness. Now that you're wealthy, has your perspective changed? Guli paused. What do you mean by a changed perspective? Oh, I know. Fengya smirked mischievously. He means have you gone from being infatuated to being a womanizer? After all, some men change for the worse once they acquire wealth. Your situation is particularly unique. The depth of your infatuation back then might now translate into a greater propensity for romance. Ugh. Guli was momentarily speechless, exclaiming, do you really see me that way? Yet, his words only drew disdain from the pair. Zhao Yixian rolled his eyes in disbelief. Of course. After all, you were the one who watched those sights in the dormitory. Fengya chimed in. Exactly. What about Lotus Sister, Goodbye, Starry Sky, and all those secrets shared through mobile phones? Are you going to claim you never secretly watched them? Guli was momentarily taken aback, managing only a wry smile. Well, we're all men. Sometimes, it's unspoken. There were indeed some points he couldn't refute. After all, they were all men. Everyone has their youthful exuberance and moments of longing, needing something to pass the time. But when it came to matters of the heart, he had no other intentions. He was a straightforward person with a simple character, and held a firm belief regarding future marriage. All he desired was to find someone he loved and who loved him in return, to share a lifetime together. After all, one's capacity for love is limited. One cannot spread it too thinly. Choose whom you love whom you choose. This was once his QQ signature for a long period. Many assumed it was a declaration of love for Yu Wei, signifying that he would only love her in this lifetime. Yet, few realized it was also an expression of his hopes for love, a reflection of his attitude toward marriage. To choose one person to love, to settle down in one city for life. Even now that he had become wealthy, this attitude remained steadfast. If he wished to avoid pining for Shen Linqi and sought to date several women, his current circumstances would certainly allow for it. However, what would be the point? Life is full of choices, yet sometimes his choices have remained unchanged. Alright, enough of this. After a bout of playful banter, Fengya waved his hand decisively and declared, let us proceed to the next venue. Upon hearing this, Guli snapped back to reality and inquired, what do you mean, the next venue? Zhao Yixian immediately chimed in. Old Ye is eager to treat you to a relaxing experience at Lujin Suiwe and Haiwa Plaza. He is quite familiar with that place. The moment Guli heard the name Lujin Suiwe, he fell silent. Wasn't he that the most renowned club in the vicinity? It was said that the service there was exceptionally attentive. Moreover, the women inside were all stunningly beautiful with enviable figures. Perhaps it was best to avoid such a place. How about we just go for some tea instead? Guli pondered, deciding that it would be wiser to steer clear of potential mishaps. Fengya, upon hearing this, exclaimed, what on earth? Old Gu, what are you thinking? I'm a respectable person too, you know. We're merely going for a massage to unwind. Really? Guli sought confirmation. Truth be told, he had no aversion to massages. In the past, during intense work weeks, he would occasionally indulge in blind massages to alleviate his physical tension. After all, programmers often spent long hours seated, which led to various ailments like back pain and lumbar disc issues. Of course, we are all roommates. Do you doubt my integrity? Fengya replied with a serious expression, yet a playful smile. Guli reflected on this. Though Fengya mingled with some wealthy ladies, he had never behaved inappropriately. Each party merely sought their own benefits. Furthermore, Fengya never involved himself with married women, adhering to a moral code. Thus, under Fengya's guidance, the two ventured into the grand hall of Lujin Suiwe for the first time, observing Guli's wide-eyed wonder akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. Fengya couldn't help but ask, no way, is this truly your first time in such a place? Guli nodded, of course. What do you think? I thought you were just pretending. Pretending? Who would go around pretending for no reason? Isn't that exhausting? The subsequent events unfolded just as Fengya had described. It was merely a simple massage. Yet, it was undeniably delightful. After the massage, not only was his body relaxed, but his mind was also liberated, fatigue dissipating entirely. Following that, indulging in a sauna and a hot shower was sheer bliss. Additionally, they were treated to an array of delectable snacks and seasonal fruits, a true indulgence. One must concede, the lifestyle of the affluent is indeed refreshingly uncomplicated. When exhausted from work, a massage can work wonders, at least slowing down the inevitable hair loss. By the time one reaches 30, they find themselves in the disarray that often befalls their peers, plagued by various ailments. Today, Guli realized what true living meant. The esteemed 1888 package was, without a doubt, worth every penny. Fengya chuckled heartily upon hearing this. Old Gu, I must say, you need to learn to enjoy life now that you're so wealthy. Look at you with a fortune of at least 100 million, yet you're still renting. You should promptly purchase a villa. It's time to start relishing life. Otherwise, it might be too late when you grow old. Money is neither born with us nor taken away. It's a truth that one must enjoy while young. Guli nodded, taking his words to heart. He resolved to experience luxurious massages, VIP business class, lavish cruises, and renowned hotels around the globe in the future. After all, it would be a waste to have such wealth and not enjoy it. However, Fengya had misjudged one thing. He was already in the process of acquiring a home. I'm already making arrangements for a house, he stated. I found a large flat across from my rental, priced around 8 million. I've met with the owner. Now it's just a matter of whether they are willing to sell. This piqued the interest of Fengya and Zhao Xian, who curiously inquired, why choose a property in that neighborhood? There are plenty of better options elsewhere. Gu Li grinned. Ah, you're unaware, aren't you? A stunning beauty lives across the street, and I wish to get closer to her. Proximity has its advantages. Fengya exclaimed, so? Your intentions are not solely for the property. Do you have a photo? We'd love to see. Zhao Xian too was eager to catch a glimpse of the woman who had captured Gu Li's attention, curious about how his taste had evolved with newfound wealth. Noticing their eager expressions, Gu Li promptly retrieved his phone and scrolled to the only group photo Hu Lin had taken of the three of them. Here, but don't be too shocked. Wow, this is an absolute goddess. Fengya exclaimed. Old Gu, your taste is impeccable. She is simply breathtaking. Both men admired the photo, their eyes filled with envy. How far have you two progressed to take a picture together? Fengya wrapped his arm around Gu Li, grinning. By the way, have you kissed her yet? Gu Li was momentarily taken aback by this question, unsure of how to respond, and took a deep breath. You two need to tone down the gossip, all right? And if you meet her, keep it under wraps. I don't want this getting out. Oh, look at you. You've genuinely fallen for her, haven't you? Fengya laughed heartily. Meanwhile, his curiosity about the enchanting woman in the photo grew. How could she have such an effect on Gu Li? Nevertheless, for the sake of their friend's happiness, both men readily agreed to ensure a favorable impression if they were to meet Shen Linqi later. Gu Li also cautioned them to be discreet, as Shen Linqi was still unaware that he lived in the same neighborhood. Thus, the three of them savored the luxurious service until 4:30 p.m., leisurely exiting the hall. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they encountered uninvited guests. A stout man adorned with gold chains approached, flanked by two companions, all wearing unsettling smiles. Initially, Gu Li and his companions assumed the trio intended to enter the club, but were startled when the men blocked their path. Gu Li subtly stepped forward, addressing the stout man. Excuse me, do you need something? The hefty man grinned and turned to Fengya, threateningly stating, You must be Fengya. Our boss wishes to speak with you. Upon hearing this, Gu Li glanced at Fengya, who shook his head in confusion. Who is your boss? Fengya queried, his body tense and on high alert. The stout man waved his hand, and his two companions moved closer. Our boss's surname is Chui. I'm sure you're familiar. If you don't recognize the seriousness of the matter, don't blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing the surname Chui, Fengya's heart raced, and he quickly replied, I've already made it clear to Mr. Chui that I want to be going. Whether you go or not is not your decision. The stout man retorted, his tone menacing. Do you believe I can have you fired by tomorrow? Or perhaps you'd prefer us to help you loosen up a bit? As these words were spoken, the other party clenched his hands tighter, the creaking sound echoing ominously in the air. Observing the menacing expression on his face, Gu Li felt a twinge of surprise, yet he remained steadfastly by Fengya's side alongside Zhao Xian. Subsequently, Gu Li inquired about the situation, to which Fengya, with a woeful countenance, explained his predicament. Not long ago, a certain CEO Chui came to the gym and requested my company. I declined. Yet I never anticipated she would come looking for me. Upon hearing this, Gu Li was rendered speechless. If someone is unwilling, why coerce them? This affluent woman truly was relentless. Have you made your decision? If so, let us depart. After the trio concluded their discussion, the hefty man, known as the Golden Fatty, took a step forward, attempting to grasp Fengya's shoulder. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Li knew he could no longer stand idly by. He swiftly seized the man's wrist and applied slight pressure. In an instant, the sharp pain made the man grimace, and he instinctively reached for Gu Li with his other hand in a futile attempt to break free. Despite his struggles, he found himself utterly unable to budge Gu Li's grip, prompting him to plead for mercy. I'll let go? Gu Li, however, merely smiled coldly, raising his phone to display it. Today's trouble was initiated by you. I have video evidence to substantiate it. Leave, and kindly inform your boss to refrain from bothering my friends in the future. As Gu Li released him, the Golden Fatty nearly stumbled, saved only by the support of his companions. Yet, glancing at his swollen wrist, he no longer dared to advance or consider involving the authorities. After all, they were the ones who had instigated the trouble, and Gu Li had recorded the entire incident. This seemingly refined individual not only possessed immense strength, but had also captured the moment on video. Truly insidious. Fine, we're leaving. With that, the Golden Fatty and his companions departed in discontent. Fengya exhaled deeply and immediately enveloped Gu Li in a bear hug. Thank you, old Gu. Without you today, I would have been in dire straits. However, Gu Li's expression was one of grave concern. A sudden message arrived on WeChat, sent by Hu Lin. Gu Li, you actually went to Lu Jin Sui Yu. TSK. Instantly, Gu Li was taken aback, hastily looking around. He never expected that on his first visit to a massage parlor, he would run into Shen Linshi and Hu Lin. Such luck was beyond comprehension. As for why he was so certain Shen Linshi was nearby, it was merely an instinct, a peculiar intuition unique to men. He felt with utmost certainty that Shen Linshi was quietly observing them from a distance, standing beside Hu Lin. The two individuals beside him soon noticed his unease and inquired. The girl I'm pursuing is nearby. You must tread carefully. Upon hearing this, and witnessing Gu Li's evident anxiety, Feng Ye and Zhao Yixian's expressions tightened as they began scanning their surroundings. They too wished to catch a glimpse of the enchanting girl their friend admired. However, after a thorough search, they found no sign of her, leaving them somewhat disappointed. Consequently, Gu Li sent a message to Hu Lin. Are you with Shen Linshi? Where are you? I can't see you. The barrage of questions unmistakably revealed his inner turmoil. To be honest, Gu Li feared that Shen Linshi might misconstrue the situation. Although he had only received a simple massage and nothing more, he worried that she might think less of him, believing he frequented such establishments. If that were the case, the favorable impression he had just established would undoubtedly diminish. Before long, Hu Lin responded. Stop looking. We are at Yinchan Yoga, watching you through the window. Haha. You seem a bit nervous. Why would you be anxious? You're not pursuing our Linshi. Upon reading this, Gu Li quickly glanced across the way and, indeed, spotted the large sign of Yinchan Yoga. What a remarkable coincidence. He had not anticipated that Shen Linshi and her friend would also be here for yoga. The earlier scene at the parlor had been witnessed by them. In light of Hu Lin's teasing, Gu Li quickly replied, I'm merely concerned you might misunderstand. After all, I am a model citizen and would never engage in unlawful activities. That may not necessarily be the case. One can know a person's exterior, yet their heart remains a mystery. Hee. Regardless, I stand on solid ground and fear no judgments. A university classmate invited me out to unwind after I helped him profit from stock trading. It was nothing significant. By the way, have you finished? Once we're done, let us go eat together. Someone is treating. After briefly explaining, Gu Li deftly shifted the conversation towards stocks and Feng Ye's invitation to dinner. This tactic proved effective, as Hu Lin immediately ceased her probing about Gu Li's visit to the parlor. What? You, bringing people into stock trading, and didn't he take me along? I was so envious of the last time you made a fortune. Unfortunately, I had no choice. We didn't know each other back then. But rest assured, next time there is a good opportunity, I'll definitely let you know. Now that is more like it. By the way, are you coming for dinner? If not, we'll go enjoy some delicious food. Wait a moment. Let me consult Lin Shi's opinion first. All right. Although Gu Li had managed to sidestep Hu Lin's inquiries, he remained uncertain about Shen Linshi's stance. Thus, he resolved to gauge her feelings during dinner, using the opportunity to clarify any unnecessary misunderstandings. Moreover, with Zhao Yixian and Feng Ye present, everyone would be more relaxed. Having introduced his friends to Shen Linshi, it was likely that she would invite him to future gatherings, such as celebrations or birthdays. Additionally, if the others, Fatty, Old Duck, and Old Cow, celebrated their birthdays, he could extend invitations to Shen Linshi and Hu Lin as well. This way, through mutual interactions, they would all become friends, creating a harmonious environment that could facilitate his pursuit of Shen Linshi, thereby yielding fruitful results. Just after discussing this with the two, a message from Hu Lin arrived. Linshi said it's fine. Why don't you come to the yoga hall and sit on the sofa for a while? We'll tidy up and come out shortly. Great. Upon reading the message, Gu Li smiled broadly, quickly ushering the others. Let us head over there and decide what to eat. Old Duck, you'll treat in my name. I'll transfer the money to you later. On their way, Gu Li explained the situation and requested Old Duck's assistance. Upon hearing this, Feng Ye exclaimed, Wow, Old Gu. Why are you being polite? It's an honor to treat two lovely ladies to dinner. If you really want to repay me, then I'll just transfer those 300,000 to you. It's just a meal. Am I that stingy? Besides, you saved me from those 3 ruffians today. Otherwise, it would have been dire. Hearing Feng Ye's words, Gu Li chose not to argue further. Since you've put it that way, we must choose a good place for a hearty meal. With a wave of his hand and a grin, Feng Ye replied, Of course. Pick any place. We'll make sure to assist you in getting closer to your goddess. That sounds perfect. When the time comes for the fruition of our endeavors, I shall bestow upon you all a grand red envelope, Gu Li remarked with a smile. Subsequently, the trio awaited in the lobby of the yoga studio for nearly half an hour, until Shen Linshi and her companion gracefully emerged. Upon seeing Shen Linshi, Feng Ye and Zhao Yixian were indeed awestruck. Wow, the real deal appears even more stunning. That aura, that figure, simply exquisite. Feng Ye's eyes nearly bulged. as he nudged Zhao Yixian and whispered excitedly in his ear. Although Zhao Yixian was somewhat prepared, he too was taken aback by her beauty. No wonder old Gu was so captivated and eager. You two have finally made your appearance, Gu Li said, rising to his feet and initiating introductions. This is Shen Linshi, the esteemed CEO I met during the project bidding. And this lovely lady is her close friend, Hu Lin. The two beside me are my college roommates for 4 years. Truly my brothers. This one is Zhao Yixian, and this is Fengya. Another friend, Niu Jingya, has returned to Jiangxing. Hello, beautiful ladies. After a round of pleasantries, the group, under Fengya's lead, headed towards the nearby shopping mall. Fengya and Zhao Yixian walked ahead, while Gu Li trailed slightly behind with Shen Linshi and Hu Lin. I must clarify, the previous visit to the club was not as you might imagine. We merely went for a simple massage, Gu Li stated seriously, finding the opportunity to turn and address them as they reached an escalator. Hearing this, Shen Linshi and Hu Lin were momentarily taken aback, then both burst into laughter. Chapter 68. These two girlfriends are quite amusing. Observing their reaction, Gu Li was momentarily speechless. Is it really that amusing? Haha, she, I can barely contain my laughter. It's killing me. Hu Lin glanced at Shen Linshi, then turned back to Gu Li. This is the first time I've seen you wear such a serious expression. You don't actually think we believe you went in there for some escapades, do you? Gu Li's expression turned exasperated as he shrugged his shoulders. What else could it be? Generally speaking, one does not enter such establishments for leisure. I was merely concerned you might misconstrue the situation. All right, enough teasing him, Shen Linshi interjected. We were genuinely surprised to see you both come out from there. But thinking it over, given your character, it seems unlikely. Besides, that establishment is quite reputable. Hu Lin was merely jesting. Oh, she, why would you betray me? Hu Lin protested, somewhat displeased. Shen Linshi chuckled. I was merely stating the truth. Look, you've made Gu Li anxious, leaving him at a loss for words. Seeing this, Gu Li let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely worried that Shen Linshi might harbor reservations about his entrance into such a place, which would have been troublesome. It seems he would need to tread carefully in the future and avoid such venues altogether. By the way, what happened just now? Hu Lin inquired curiously about the incident outside the club. Shen Linshi's attention was also riveted on Gu Li, glancing at Fengya ahead. Gu Li sighed and began to explain. It was all due to that old duck. He works at a gym and has met quite a number of lonely, affluent women seeking companionship. One of them wanted to date him, but he wasn't interested. So he enlisted someone to drag him out on a date. And thankfully I possess some skills. Otherwise, it could have become quite troublesome. What? The two women exclaimed in astonishment, surprised that their handsome friend was quite the favorite of wealthy women. However, upon reflection, it made sense. He was tall, well-built, and youthful, undoubtedly appealing in such environments. Yet, they couldn't fathom the notion of lonely women seeking to date a handsome man. You're quite impressive. I can't believe you managed to handle a hefty fellow so effortlessly, Hu Lin remarked, her curiosity piqued further by Gu Li's previous performance. Gu Li chuckled, somewhat dismissively. It wasn't anything extraordinary. I just have a bit of strength and have practiced some martial arts. So, although he was robust, his strength didn't quite match mine. You've practiced? Why have I never heard you mention this before? Hu Lin queried, her curiosity unabated. Gu Li replied, there's really nothing to boast about. I have some strength and have practiced a bit, but it's not something I flaunt. His words, meant to be humble, sounded rather ostentatious to Hu Lin. Humph, you're just being modest. Noticing her friend's unusual expression, Shen Linshi asked, what's wrong? Hu Lin then recounted, last time I invited this guy over to cook. I asked what kind of wine he wanted, and I prepared in advance. But do you know what Gu Li replied? He said if he got drunk and went wild, we two girls wouldn't stand a chance against him. Shen Linshi was taken aback. That doesn't sound unreasonable. True, it doesn't seem unreasonable. The crux is that I then had the audacity to boast, claiming that after 3 months of combat training, I could take him on 2 at once. While saying this, Hu Lin playfully slapped Gu Li's shoulder, interrogating him. Gu Li, when you heard that, didn't you look down on me? How ridiculous. I'm merely a human weapon. What nonsense is this? Gu Li thought, bemused. It was surprising, however, how one must eventually pay for their bravado. The boasts one makes inevitably come back to haunt them. Look, you can't even articulate a response. You're at a loss for words. Unintentionally, Gu Li's moment of silence led Hu Lin to conclude that she had indeed been looked down upon. Shen Linshi, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but laugh, taking Hu Lin's hand to comfort her. All right, you brought this upon yourself. You can't blame anyone else. Oh, she, now you're siding with him. Do you truly have feelings for Gu Li? Hu Lin shot back, seizing the moment to tease her friend. Shen Linshi, caught off guard by her friend's relentless banter, rolled her eyes and chose not to respond. Gu Li, observing the awkwardness on Shen Linshi's face, shook his head, finding the situation rather amusing. These two girlfriends were quite entertaining. Their playful banter was advantageous for him. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the restaurant. Guli promptly invited them to take a seat. And after Fengya scanned the menu to order, he handed his phone to Guli. He took the phone and passed it directly to Shen. Order whatever you desire. This guy is quite wealthy, so please don't hesitate. Indeed. Ladies, please feel free to order without reservation, Fengya added cheerfully. They had chosen a seafood hot pot restaurant, where each person had their own small pot, and the online reviews were quite favorable. However, during their initial encounter, Shen and the others did not order anything excessively extravagant. They merely selected a few platters of their favorite seafood and vegetables, requesting nothing more. On the contrary, Guli unabashedly opted for the more luxurious offerings, seeking to indulge in delectable dishes to soothe his fluctuating mood from the afternoon. Consequently, as they partook in the hot pot while sipping on drinks, the atmosphere gradually became more vibrant. Meanwhile, Hulin glanced at Guli, her mind beginning to churn with thoughts. This dinner presented an excellent opportunity to gather information, and it would be a shame to let it slip away. Moreover, having lost face previously in front of Guli, she felt compelled to reclaim her dignity. Thus, with a mischievous glint in her eye, she turned to Fengya and Zhao Yixian and inquired, I heard that Guli had a crush on the belle of your department during university. How did he pursue her? The question caught both of them off guard. Fengya immediately turned to Guli, a look of confusion on her face, as if to ask what is going on. They know about this too? Chapter 69. For love, it's better to remain selective than to settle. Hulin's inquiry startled Guli as well. However, after a moment's contemplation, he relaxed, realizing it was not a significant matter. After all, Shen had already met Yue, so any revelations from Fengya and the others would be harmless. Perhaps his previous infatuation might even elicit sympathy from the group. He took a sip of his drink and, with a wry smile, remarked, Actually, it was because of this matter that I came to know Linshi, right? Upon noticing Guli's gaze directed at her, Shen instantly grasped the implication and nodded in agreement. Indeed, I recall it vividly. It was on the day of the 520 online Valentine's Day. Shen seemed to be transported back to that evening when they first met, slowly recounting. After dining with Hulin, I was returning home via a small path when I stumbled upon you, drowning your sorrows by the riverbank. I can still picture your silhouette leaning against a large tree, surrounded by scattered beer cans. To be honest, I felt a bit frightened at that moment. So I instinctively reached into my bag for my pepper spray. Haha, I suppose I should be grateful that, despite feeling a bit tipsy, my wits were still about me. She added. At this, Guli chuckled and continued. When I saw such a beautiful young lady approaching, I didn't know what possessed me to muster the courage to strike up a conversation. Yet, it was evident that I gained nothing from it. Who would have thought that fate would later connect us? Wait. Why are you changing the subject? Hulin interjected, clearly dissatisfied, as she interrupted his reminiscence. She was well aware that her dear friend had even referred to Guli as hubby, but such intimate details were certainly not suited for this setting. Then, Hulin turned her attention back to Fengya and Zhao Yixian, pressing on. Come on, tell us more about Guli back then. We're quite curious. Upon hearing this, Shen expression stiffened momentarily. She wanted to assert her lack of curiosity, but decided against it. Engaging in a debate with Hulin was futile at this point. Zhao Yixian and Fengya exchanged glances, then shifted their gaze toward Guli. Seeing this, Guli conceded, Speak your mind. There's nothing too scandalous to share. With his approval, Fengya promptly stated, Actually, Guli's actions back then can be summed up in 2 words. Hulin immediately inquired, Oh, what are those 2 words? Love-struck fool, Fengya blurted out. At the mention of those words, Hulin erupted into laughter, teasingly exclaiming, Oh dear, I truly regret not having met you sooner. Our handsome Gu actually had a phase as a love-struck fool. What phase? It lasted for 7 years. Zhao Yixian chimed in. While he appeared to be a couch potato when silent, his words struck right at the heart of the matter. Although Hulin and Shen were already aware of Guli's 7-year infatuation, hearing it spoken aloud was nonetheless shocking. After all, life spans only a few decades. How many 7-year periods could one afford to waste, if not for encountering someone truly special, who would willingly wait 7 years? One could not deny that such perseverance was indeed admirable. Which woman would not respect that? As everyone tried to stifle their laughter, Guli decided to embrace the moment. Go ahead and laugh. We all have our youthful follies. The past is best left behind. I can only hope to seize the present and future. Indeed, embracing the present and the future is what truly matters. Cheers. Cheers. With Fengya, the life of the party, raising her glass. Everyone lifted their drinks and took a sip. After setting down his cup, Guli felt a twinge of nostalgia. To be honest, my pursuit of Yue was driven not only by initial infatuation but also a sense of reluctance. The approach was simple, a barrage of caring gestures, occupying the study room, serving meals, fetching water, and so on. However, the outcome, as you can see, was that I became a love-struck fool for 7 years, with nothing to show for it. Upon hearing Gu Li's candid confession, Hu Lin's interest was piqued. So, what was it about Yue that captivated you the most? What captivated me? Gu Li pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps it was during my first days at university when I spotted her on the playground. Her innocence and beauty struck me at first sight. Yet, in retrospect, I realize I was immature and blind, with a superficial understanding of love. Thankfully, I've come to understand that loving someone requires looking beyond mere appearances to consider their inner self, personality, and compatibility. Better to be selective than to settle? At this moment, Shen Linshi, absorbed in thought, suddenly interjected with an idiom. Exactly. Better to be selective than to settle. If one cannot find a partner for life, it is preferable to remain solitary. Upon hearing this, Gu Li turned to Shen Linshi with approval, realizing that they shared a similar philosophy about love, never to settle. However, he remained unaware that Shen Linshi's circumstances differed from his own. Feeling Gu Li's gaze upon her, Shen Linshi felt a hint of shyness and hastily grabbed a piece of meat to divert attention. Humph, do you think that among us, anyone wouldn't desire a perfect love? Seeing them harmonize so well, Hu Lin couldn't help but chuckle and then sighed with a hint of regret. But finding the right person is no easy feat. She recalled her own university days, where she too had encountered a boy she liked. Unfortunately, he had left for abroad just as he began to develop feelings for her. The first love ended before it could even begin, leaving Hu Lin with a sense of wistfulness over fate's capriciousness. Let's not be so pessimistic, Gu Li chuckled, offering comfort. We're not yet 30. We have plenty of time ahead of us. Hu Lin could only nod in agreement. Well, I suppose we'll take it one step at a time. Hu Lin, you're even a bit younger than I am. What is there to worry about? Besides, Gu Li's perspective on love aligns closely with mine. Better to be selective than to settle. If one cannot find someone truly special, then it's better not to engage at all, rather than marrying only to realize the mismatch later. Following the divorce, and ultimately feeling disillusioned with marriage, one might ponder if it would have been better not to have engaged in romantic pursuits at all. At times, I genuinely believe that work holds greater significance. Shen Linshi also shared her perspective, expressing her own reflections. Love can indeed be a troublesome affair. This sentiment left everyone momentarily speechless. As love is undeniably a source of complications, yet it remains an indispensable aspect of life. After all, the number of individuals capable of absolute devotion without ever falling for anyone is exceedingly rare. Even the most nefarious villains depicted on television may choose to sacrifice their lives for love. Thus, love is a paradox that evokes both passion and resentment. Ultimately, when the time is right, it arrives swiftly. Observing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Gu Li raised his glass with a hearty laugh to lighten the mood. Here's to everyone finding their beloved. Cheers. 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 Chapter 70. A surprise upgrade, an unexpected lottery prize following the Sunday gathering. Gu Li returned to his routine life, albeit with increased busyness. On Monday evening, he received a call from the agent, Brother Wang, informing him that the homeowner had accepted his offer. Hooray! Finally, it was settled. After hanging up, Gu Li felt a surge of excitement. Excellent. Once he purchased the house and made a few simple adjustments, he could move downstairs to Shen Linshi's place. Who knows what sparks might fly then? Consequently, on Tuesday afternoon, he accompanied the agent to the real estate transaction center, where he promptly signed the contract for the second-hand property. Since it was a cash transaction, the process was notably swift, money exchanged for the deed. Gazing at the bright red property certificate, Gu Li's heart blossomed with joy. Simultaneously, a long-awaited system upgrade notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your experience points have reached 126, 378, 189, and the system has successfully upgraded to level 5. You have also earned a lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw now? Congratulations, host. Your current monetary reward is effective within a 2-kilometer radius, earning you 0.2 yuan per second. Mr. Gu, all the procedures are completed. Is there anything else you require? At that moment, Sister Li, bubbling with excitement, gently inquired, aware that her and Brother Wang's commission was substantial. Immersed in the elation of the system upgrade, Gu Li waved his hand dismissively. Nothing for now. You may leave. I have a few matters to attend to. All right. Should you need anything, feel free to contact us. Goodbye. Observing Gu Li's slightly impatient demeanor, Brother Wang quickly ushered Sister Li out. Recognizing that he was a significant client, one they could not afford to offend, with a monetary reward of 0.2 yuan per second, if it remained effective throughout the day, that would amount to 17,280 yuan. Even if he were absent for a few hours, it would still be around 14,000 to 15,000 yuan. Over a month. That equates to a minimum of 400,000 yuan in additional income, more than double his salary. In a year, this could yield 5 to 6 million in pure profit. Moreover, Guli currently had over 200 million yuan in his bank account. If he wished to expedite his upgrades, he certainly could. Once the system reached the next level, the monetary rewards would soar into the millions annually. If he then invested another couple of 100 million, that would easily translate into several 100,000 in income. Indeed, the principle of money begetting money is the simplest path to wealth. He had heard that the maximum personal deposit in Alipay's Yuebao was 1 or 200 million, yielding daily interest of 15,000 yuan. Guli had often mused that if he possessed 100 million, he would undoubtedly deposit it there, enjoying a daily interest that would significantly enhance his quality of life. As for why he preferred Alipay over fixed deposits with higher interest rates, that was simply because he had never possessed 100 million, allowing him to speculate freely. However, since acquiring the system, Guli's fixation on money had diminished. As long as he had enough to live comfortably, that was what truly mattered. Consequently, after earning over 200 million, he indeed deposited 250 million into Yuebao, finding the daily interest exceeding 10,000 quite satisfactory. System, open the personal attributes panel. No sooner had he spoken than a virtual screen, visible only to him, materialized before Guli. However, in the bustling hall of the housing authority, he felt somewhat awkward displaying it openly, so he quickly sought a quieter corner for comfort. Host, Guli, bound girlfriend, Shen Linshi. Current level, level 5. Monetary reward. As the host is within a 2-kilometer radius of the girlfriend, he earns 0.2 yuan per second. Experience points. 1, 126, 378, 910, 000, 000, 000. 1 yuan spin accumulates 1 experience point. Daily monetary accumulation time. 34, 524 seconds. Lottery chances, 1. System inventory, no items. Asset level, billionaire status. Skill list, human weapon, top-tier computer programming skills, expert driving skills, master Sichuan cuisine. It was evident that the experience required for level 6 had skyrocketed to 1 billion. Thus, by extension, level 7 would likely require 10 billion, and level 8, 100 billion. The pace of leveling up is becoming increasingly sluggish. It seems that nurturing his relationship with Shen Linshi should take precedence, given his potential. Without a promising project, his career achievements may remain modest. Therefore, the next priority must be to catch up with Shen Linshi, marry, and start a family, as his mother is eager for grandchildren. System, commence the lottery. Alright, host. The lottery has begun. Congratulations, host. You have won a C80 industrial software package. The related USB drive has been placed in the system inventory and can be retrieved at any time. Upon seeing the lottery prize, Guli was momentarily stunned. A software package, particularly the well-known C80 design software. What could this possibly be useful for? He couldn't help but wonder if this prize was merely a trinket. After all, he had used C80 software a few times, and there were plenty of free versions available online, negating the need for expenditure. Even the more advanced international C80 software had cracked versions, which sufficed for general use. Well, since he had drawn it, he might as well set it aside for now. However, after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to return home and inspect this software package to discern its true nature. With eager anticipation, he hurried home. As he was about to plug the USB drive into his computer, he hesitated. No, he couldn't simply insert it without caution. If it contained a virus that could compromise his data, it would be infuriating. Additionally, on the way back, Guli felt that the system's prizes were unlikely to be as simple as they appeared, so it was wise to exercise caution. Therefore, when dealing with important matters, prudence was essential. Subsequently, Guli made his way to the nearby shopping center, where he procured a brand new Huawei tablet. He then proceeded to disconnect the tablet from the internet and even disabled all network functionalities, thereby eliminating any possibility of data leakage through online channels. Finally, he cautiously inserted the USB drive provided by the system and began to examine its contents. To his astonishment, the data on the system's USB drive amounted to several tens of terabytes, leaving him momentarily speechless. Indeed, one must never underestimate the products of the system. Unexpectedly, upon scrutiny, he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of what he discovered. Goodness, this is impressive, Guli exclaimed, having not anticipated such a delightful surprise from the system. Chapter 71. No, absolutely cannot remain idle. It turned out that this C80 software package was far from ordinary. It encompassed a comprehensive suite of C80 software, including functionalities across various subdivisions such as 2D and 3D, along with numerous resource libraries. Even more daunting was the fact that this software was at least a decade ahead of the most advanced C80 software available. He subsequently researched the current applications of C80 software both domestically and internationally, discovering a promising outlook with a market value in the tens of billions. One must not underestimate this figure. It pertains solely to the CAD sector. The entire industrial software market has reached a scale of hundreds of billions, even trillions. Moreover, a significant portion of this market is dominated by foreign products, indicating a tremendous potential for domestic software. Perhaps in the next lottery draw, other software packages might emerge, making everything even more perfect. Given these circumstances, establishing a software company dedicated to CAD sales would undoubtedly be a lucrative endeavor. However, this must be approached gradually. Despite having finished products, releasing them into the market requires a methodical approach. Sometimes, possessing a superior product does not guarantee successful promotion. Indeed, products from the system are undoubtedly of exceptional quality. At that moment, Guli realized he had somewhat misjudged the system. His vision needed expansion. The latest lottery prize was truly remarkable. It was as if everything he wished for had materialized. He had been contemplating entrepreneurship, but was uncertain of the specific direction. Now, with the system's provision, he felt significantly aided. If he wished to expedite the establishment of his company, acquiring an existing CAD software firm would enable swift product realization and market introduction. However, there was no rush. This could be approached with patience, to be discussed after the completion of the Qianji Technology Central project. As for Shen Linqi, she was still contemplating how to compete with him, and it was imperative not to let her down. Regarding the new house, Guli took the time to visit and customized a renovation plan. It merely involved replacing a few items and rearranging some elements. The previous decor was satisfactory and did not require replacement. Naturally, essential greenery was necessary, especially with a large balcony. He purchased thousands of plants and flowers to adorn the balcony and the corners of the living room. Instantly, the house radiated vitality and appeared significantly enhanced. However, unexpected developments arose too swiftly. Qianji Technology expressed keen interest in their technical capabilities and specifically requested a meeting in Pengcheng. Thus, on July 3rd, Guli was summoned to accompany the representatives from the business department directly to Pengcheng. Even while flying over the Pengcheng airport, Guli snapped a photo and shared it on his social media. The azure sky reflected beautifully upon the blue ocean, creating a picturesque scene. Upon disembarking, his social media was inundated with dozens of likes and comments. Wow, you actually made it to Pengcheng. When shall we dine together? Long time no see. I'm here too. Let's catch up. What brings you to Pengcheng? A business trip. Relaxation, enjoying the seaside. Capturing some beach beauties and bikinis, haha. Among those reaching out were 2 university classmates working in Pengcheng, inviting him to gather. Additionally, his friends Lao Yu, Pongzi, and Lao Niu expressed envy, deeming it a pity not to explore the beach while in Pengcheng. Naturally, there were playful comments regarding beach bikinis. Shen Linqi, on her end, inquired with curiosity whether he was on a business trip. Guli thought for a moment before replying, "Yes, I'm on a business trip there, conducting preliminary research for a project." Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Shen Linqi was in her office, anxiously awaiting a response. After Guli's reply, she stood up, pacing while glancing toward the direction of Jinduyan Technology, growing increasingly impatient. After contemplating, she promptly summoned Lin Huaqing. "Old Lin, has there been any news regarding Guli at Jinduyan? I heard he went to Pengcheng for a business trip. Is it related to the Qianji Technology project?" I really don't know," Lin Huaqing replied, surprised by Shen Linqi's information. "You need to find out immediately. I need to know the precise details. If Guli is indeed there for Qianji Technology, we must prepare ourselves." Realizing the gravity of her words, Lin Huaqing promptly nodded. "Understood. I will take care of it immediately. I will report back as soon as I have news." Shen Linqi nodded in agreement. "Good. Let's work overtime in the coming days to prepare the materials for the central project. It seems we are gearing up for a tough battle." After Lin Huaqing departed, our formidable female leader fell into deep contemplation once more. In truth, neither Qinhuan Jichuang nor Jindian possessed development experience for the central project. While they had undertaken similar projects with components akin to the central system's functions, the challenge lay in how to organically integrate various systems, seamlessly connecting online and offline operations, reducing business processes, accelerating processing speeds, and achieving efficient business flow. Simultaneously, it was crucial to effectively combine physical goods, virtual products, and various services, integrating supply chains, distributors, advertising, revenue sharing, and more, to realize a perfect unification of the entire system. Therefore, the success of this project would hinge on the technological and foundational expertise, ultimately boiling down to whose presentation would be more compelling. While Shen Linqi perused various materials on her computer, she mentally synthesized and summarized the strengths and weaknesses of Qinhuan Jichuang, meticulously documenting them in her presentation. Certain elements required input from her subordinates, which she noted for later delegation. Half an hour later, Lin Huaqing returned to inform her of a crucial update. "General Manager, Gu Li is indeed on a business trip to Qianji Technology. They are reportedly quite interested in Jinduyan and have specifically invited them for discussions. To her astonishment, Shen Linqi was genuinely taken aback. She had not anticipated such a swift development from Jinduyan. If negotiations proceeded favorably for both parties, Chenhuan Jichuang would lose its opportunity. No, I cannot remain idle. With that thought, a resolute determination surged within her, and she casually glanced at Lin Huaqing. Here are some materials I've drafted. Please review them. Within 2 days, prepare a presentation regarding the central system, thoroughly elucidating our technological advantages and our capacity for integrating Qianji Technology's operations, specifically addressing their current business pain points with targeted analysis. Upon hearing the requirement for a feasible software analysis report within 2 days, Lin Huaqing's expression turned slightly grave. However, under Shen Linqi's gaze, he still nodded earnestly. All right, President Shen. Shen Linqi also nodded in return. All right, you may go back to your tasks. I will visit the boss's office. I might need to go on a business trip. Upon hearing this, Lin Huaqing's confidence surged immediately. Chapter 72, A Return Encounter. The rival remains. Indeed, upon receiving her report, the boss became intrigued. It was the first time he witnessed a subordinate so invested in a project. Quickly realizing that Shen Linqi intended to reclaim her standing, given her evident confidence, he naturally acquiesced to her request to take the lead personally. Typically, in such project collaborations, the initial contacts were handled by the business department, which would then relay client requirements to the technical department. Only after analysis and communication by Shen Linqi and her team would formal project negotiations commence. However, since Shen Linqi wished to intervene early, it posed no issue, albeit it would entail additional effort. Furthermore, having previously lost the significant Haitong logistics project, the company's personnel were somewhat saturated. Securing the Qianji Technology mid-platform project would alleviate some of the pressure on Chenhuan Jichuang. Thus, after exiting the boss's office, Shen Linqi convened a brief meeting with business manager Wei Liao and her subordinate Lin Huaqing. They decided to depart for Pengcheng that very night to participate in the bidding for the Qianji Technology mid-platform project. Naturally, Wei Liao would first communicate with Qianji Technology regarding the arrangements for the following day. The subsequent feedback was favorable. Upon learning that Chenhuan Ji also harbored intentions to compete for the mid-platform project, Qianji Technology readily agreed. After all, having another company involved could be advantageous for them. In truth, aside from Jinduyan, which had received early notice, 2 other software companies in Pengcheng and Yangsheng were also gearing up for the competition. Thus, both Gu Li and Shen Linqi were contending with at least 3 rivals, making the competition exceedingly fierce. Given Shen Linqi's decisive demeanor, Wei Liao and Lin Huaqing had prepared for this, so they were not particularly astonished. After all, compared to the previous 2 months of working late until midnight, the sudden decision to fly to Pengcheng that evening was hardly a matter of great significance. Following the meeting, the 3 began preparations immediately, not daring to delay even for a moment. After all, time equated to money, and since it was Shen Linqi who took the initiative, any misstep on the way could lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, Gu Li had arrived in Pengcheng by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, first checking into a hotel near Qianji Technology. After a night's rest, he planned to meet with the client early the next morning for preliminary discussions. Of course, this was merely an initial demand communication, facilitating their ability to craft corresponding proposals for bidding. Familiarity with the client's various business processes was essential for the subsequent technical selections, software architecture, and functionality arrangements. As for the detailed design and specifications, those discussions would only occur post-bidding and after the contract was signed. Although Jinduyan had not previously engaged in mid-platform project development, Gu Li's former company had successfully operated a small mid-platform system. While it was not as complex as those of larger corporations, it was fully functional and could serve as a valuable reference. In this regard, he possessed a certain advantage over Shen Linqi. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of the 5-star hotel, Gu Li gazed out at the bustling traffic and vibrant nightlife. Letting out a soft sigh, had he remained a mere low-level employee, he would likely never have experienced the exquisite services of such a luxurious suite. The room was opulent, the bed incredibly comfortable, and the spacious bathtub offered a delightful bathing experience. The hotel boasted a myriad of facilities, including a spa, various fitness equipment, coffee, meeting rooms, and more. Indeed, the life of the affluent was marked by such unpretentious luxury, a stark contrast to the outdoor excursions during university, which involved cramped buses and subpar accommodations. Before long, the night passed, and Gu Li rose at 7 to enjoy the sumptuous breakfast provided by the 5-star hotel. Subsequently, he joined others to head to Qianji Technology. The company was a nationwide chain specializing in mobile phone sales, alongside various accessories, battery replacements, and screen damage insurance services. They operated dozens of stores across various e-commerce platforms and had hundreds of direct stores and thousands of partner shops. Afterward, a vice president of Tianji Technology, Mr. Li, guided Gu Li and his team on a tour of the company, explaining the operations of different departments before they convened in the meeting room. Gu Li had anticipated the meeting to commence promptly, but to his surprise, Mr. Li announced they would have to wait a while. This unexpected turn left him somewhat puzzled, as he understood that the other two companies had already completed their discussions. However, he refrained from inquiring further and instead collaborated with Xiang Qiwen and others to analyze the materials provided, preparing for the upcoming proposal writing. During this waiting period, half an hour later, the meeting room door swung open. To his astonishment, he saw Shen Linshi entering, impeccably dressed in professional attire, wearing a wry smile, following Mr. Li. He had not anticipated that Shen Linshi would be so well-informed and arrive so promptly. At that moment, it was the height of summer. She wore a crisp white shirt, wide-legged trousers, and high-heeled sandals. Her long legs accentuated her tall and alluring figure, and the fitting attire drew the eye. He could sense a multitude of gazes converging from the cubicles outside as Shen Linshi entered. Indeed, wherever she went, she became the focal point. With her arrival, Gu Li rose and greeted her with a smile. At this juncture, Mr. Li remarked, "Director Gu, this is President Shen from Chenhuan Jichuang. As fellow enterprises from Rongqing, I believe you are familiar with each other. I want to elaborate further." "Huh, Mr. Li, you are too kind," Gu Li replied, glancing at Shen Linshi. "That won't be necessary. I've known President Shen for quite some time. It's quite a coincidence that this project has turned into a competitive scenario once again." Shen Linshi met Gu Li's gaze with a meaningful expression. "Director Gu, long time no see." Upon realizing their acquaintance, Mr. Li nodded and smiled. "In that case, let us commence. For our company's business, may I invite our technical supervisor, Mr. Liu, to elaborate?" Once everyone was seated, Supervisor Liu stood, surveying the room before opening the PowerPoint presentation. "Director Gu, President Shen, let us begin." Gu Li held no disdain for this technical supervisor, recognizing that he could be a pivotal figure in the bidding process. Thus, with a subtle gesture, Xiang Qiwen and the others began to engage earnestly, listening attentively, taking notes, and posing questions, while Shen Linshi likewise concentrated intently. In the meeting room, only the clear voice of Supervisor Liu and the occasional sound of keyboard strokes filled the air. After half an hour, the meeting entered a break period. Gu Li shifted his gaze from the screen and found himself locking eyes with Shen Linshi. The atmosphere charged with tension. Once more, they confronted each other, rivals as ever. Chapter 73. This fellow shows no regard for tender feelings. In the silent exchange of glances, a new round of confrontation between the two began in earnest. Gu Li, previously an ordinary coder, had never encountered such a scene before. The arrival of Shen Linshi stirred a sense of trepidation within him. Fortunately, his prior experience in the bidding process allowed him to maintain composure during the initial discussion of requirements. After taking a seat, he calmed down significantly. However, faced with the formidable Shen Linshi, he felt compelled to project an air of confidence. After all, conceding in front of a beautiful woman would undoubtedly be a source of embarrassment. Thankfully, his top-tier computer skills and the position of technical director endowed him with sufficient strength and self-assurance. The outcome of this contest remained uncertain. Nodding slightly in acknowledgement, he smiled as he rose from his seat, intending to excuse himself to the restroom. At that moment, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted, and the attendees began to murmur quietly among themselves. Their glances frequently crossed paths, revealing a keen interest beneath the surface. However, this situation was not entirely unfamiliar to them, having experienced similar dynamics before. Thus there was little discomfort. Upon exiting the restroom, Gu Li unexpectedly encountered Shen Linshi, who happened to be alone in the vicinity. After a moment's consideration, he decided to greet her. "I never expected to find you here," he remarked. Shen Linshi smiled faintly, responding, "You have no idea how many surprises await you." Gu Li chuckled softly, recognizing that this woman was indeed adept with her words, holding her own without a hint of disadvantage. Her covert inquiries about his project and her intentional pursuit of this middle platform endeavor made it clear she assumed he was oblivious. Just as Su Huai served as his insider, it was evident that Shen Linshi had her own informant within the ranks of Jinduyan. Gu Li had suspected this when Su mentioned Shen Linshi's interest in the middle platform project. Yet, he had never considered unearthing her informant. For the prospect of competing against Shen Linshi once more, perhaps even besting her again, was tantalizing. It was imperative that a powerful man conquers a woman of strength like Shen Linshi through sheer prowess, ensuring she submits to his authority. Taming a spirited mare like her could not be achieved through gentility or conventional means. Moreover, it was also a consequence of the preceding 7 years. He had no desire to remain a sycophant. A relationship of equal footing was undoubtedly more intriguing. Oh, such as? Gu Li mused, now more intrigued than ever. Shen Linshi momentarily paused, taken aback by his inquiry, her smile vanishing instantly. As her expression reverted to one of icy elegance, Gu Li found her beauty transformed. She exuded an allure that was both breathtaking and formidable. This moment, tinged with annoyance, only heightened her appeal in Gu Li's eyes. Seeing his smirk, Shen Linshi felt a surge of indignation. The break is almost over. I don't have time for idle chatter, she declared, promptly entering the restroom. Leaving behind the fading sound of her high heels, Gu Li stroked his chin, shaking his head in amusement. How intriguing. This is becoming increasingly fascinating. Shortly thereafter, everyone reconvened in the conference room, and the meeting resumed. Under Supervisor Lu's guidance, Gu Li and the others gained significant insight into the operations of Qianji Technology. They delved deeply into the urgent needs and pain points of the company. Gu Li, in particular, found the overlaps with his previous employer's business striking, identifying numerous potential solutions. His understanding of the middle platform project began to crystallize. He glanced over at Shen Linshi, who was furrowing her brow in deep contemplation, her focus unwavering as she typed intently on her notebook. The sight of a professional woman engrossed in her work presented an entirely different, yet captivating beauty. It was undeniable that Shen Linshi radiated a unique charm at every moment, and Gu Li felt an insatiable desire to understand and capture it. This woman is becoming ever more captivating, he mused, sighing inwardly. As time passed, Gu Li found himself genuinely attracted to Shen Linshi, a feeling distinct from his previous superficial interest. Just then, it seemed Shen Linshi sensed his intense gaze and turned to look at him, causing her heart to skip a beat. What is he doing? She wondered, incredulous that he would stare at her during such a serious moment. Huffing in annoyance, Shen Linshi cleared her throat lightly before taking a sip of her tea, a subtle gesture to regain her composure. Gu Li, startled from his reverie, offered a sheepish smile before also lifting his cup to sip some water. Their interaction did not go unnoticed by their subordinates, who exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening between the two leaders? Is this the beginning of a formal rivalry? This should be interesting. They speculated silently, anticipating the unfolding drama. As the morning meeting concluded successfully, the afternoon session commenced, allowing both sides to raise any questions regarding their needs to Supervisor Lu. Responses that could not be provided on the spot would be referred to the appropriate technical personnel for clarification. Specific business departments would also be consulted to address various pressing issues and pain points. After a sumptuous lunch in Qianji Technology's cafeteria, Gu Li seized the opportunity to rest during the midday break. To his surprise, Shen Linshi appeared shortly thereafter. Oh, so you decided to take a stroll as well, Shen? He teased, to which she retorted, of course. I almost always walk on the rooftop of Xingxing Square during lunch. Gu Li's eyes lit up at her response. That sounds delightful. I might join you next time. Perhaps we could have a chance encounter, he quipped. Who would want to encounter you? Shen Linshi scoffed, rolling her eyes. Gu Li chuckled. You always keep your distance. After all, we are still friends, aren't we? At this, Shen Linshi laughed and replied, if we are friends, then why not hand this project over to me? After all, you did poach mine last time. In light of her jest, Gu Li promptly responded. Business is like a battlefield. I won't show any mercy. Besides, if I were to relent, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you, Shen? Her expression hardened at his remark. But she maintained her composure. Exactly. If you were to show mercy, I would lose respect for you. Gu Li, unyielding, laughed heartily. Then let us settle this beneath our skills. I won't disappoint you. Shen Linshi arched an eyebrow, returning his challenge with unwavering confidence. Gu Li felt a flicker of surprise at her self-assured demeanor. Could it be that Shen Linshi possessed a trump card? Chapter 74, Boss. Let's have 2 more skewers of grilled kidneys. The afternoon discussion session proceeded with an air of calm restraint from both parties. Observing Shen Linshi depart in a taxi without uttering a word, Gu Li waved his hand, signaling to Xiang Qiwen and the others to leave first. He then resolved to take a leisurely stroll outside and savor some of Pingcheng's local delicacies. After all, it was a rare opportunity to be here, and he intended to indulge himself. Furthermore, he had plans to visit the beach for some fun over the next 2 days and reconnect with old classmates. Thus, Gu Li hailed a taxi and made his way to a street bustling with specialty snacks, where he began to enjoy his meal in a relaxed manner. Simultaneously, he contemplated what gift to buy for Shen Linshi. Considering how she had helped him escape from Yu Wei's entanglement in the garage that day, he felt compelled to show his appreciation. Having promised her a gift, he was determined to follow through. However, he found himself at a loss regarding what to choose. Shen Linshi, being financially secure, had no known hobbies or interests, which made it challenging to find a gift that would resonate with her. Although he could consult Hu Lin for advice, he preferred to keep the garage incident private for the time being. Consequently, the selection of a suitable gift became quite a dilemma for him, and he had been wrestling with this decision for several days without arriving at a conclusion. Thankfully, this minor vexation was soon overshadowed by the delightful cuisine he was relishing. As he strolled, he also updated his social media, fully embodying the persona of a food enthusiast. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen could not help but emit a derisive snort upon seeing Gu Li's indulgent antics on her phone. This man truly knew how to enjoy himself. It was somewhat infuriating. She had exerted considerable effort to pursue the Qianji technology project, arriving with great determination, only to find that after the day's meeting, she had to return to the hotel to work overtime. Meanwhile, her competitor appeared entirely unfazed, leisurely exploring food stalls and relishing delectable treats. To Shen Linqi, this was nothing short of disdainful, as if he held her in complete disregard. Despite her usual composure, she felt an uncharacteristic wave of frustration wash over her, prompting a resigned sigh. Turning to the window, she gazed at the dazzling lights outside and murmured to herself, ever since encountering Gu Li as a rival, why did work seem to flow less smoothly? I am certainly not one to surrender easily. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Linqi took a deep breath, releasing the pent-up frustration within her, and rallied her spirits. Strong individuals possess formidable self-regulation capabilities. The dismissive attitude of others only ignited her competitive spirit. Grabbing her phone, she opened the Meituan app and searched for late-night snacks, selecting a well-rated skewered barbecue establishment. She promptly ordered several hundred yuan worth of food before heading to the adjacent suite, where Lin Huaqing and others were diligently working. Clapping her hands, Shen Linqi commanded attention. I've ordered some late-night snacks to provide a little extra sustenance. After we eat, let's put in the effort to complete our work, and we can rest by 9 o'clock. Upon hearing this, the team erupted in cheers. Thank you, President Shen. No worries, President Shen. I should be able to finish my part by 10. Yes. Let's eat first, and then discuss. Observing the enthusiasm of her colleagues, Shen Linqi smiled and nodded. By the way, old Lin, could you come over for a moment? How are things progressing with Qianji technology? Lin Huaqing nodded and accompanied her into the adjacent room, where Shen Linqi promptly inquired about the situation. After a moment's thought, he replied, President Shen, Lin from Qianji Technology mentioned that they have reported to headquarters, and there shouldn't be any major issues. However, he emphasized that the details of this collaboration need to be thoroughly discussed. That is certainly true, Shen Linqi acknowledged, nodding her head. If we are to utilize their system, a conversation is imperative, but rest assured, they won't be unreasonable, considering our ongoing collaboration. As long as we secure this authorization and demonstrate the practical application to Qianji technology, our odds of success will significantly increase. We must expedite the setup of the demonstration system, as it is crucial for our bidding success. Understood, President Shen. You can count on it being ready before the end of the month, Lin Huaqing assured her, fully aware of the importance of the matter. Well then, get back to work, Shen Linqi replied with a smile, her heart brimming with anticipation. Gu Li, little do you know that while you indulge in gourmet delights, I have just acquired an additional trump card. We'll see how you concede. At that moment, Gu Li was savoring a skewer of barbecue, his mouth glistening with grease, when an unexpected sneeze caused him to drop a skewer of kidney. Damn it, who's thinking of me? He exclaimed, cursing under his breath, regretfully setting aside the barbecue. He quietly reached for a napkin to wipe his nose. Then, turning to the vendor, he called out, Boss, 2 more skewers of kidney, please. Coming right up. 2 skewers of grilled kidney. Please wait a moment, the boss shouted, drawing the attention of passers-by in the bustling night market. However, when they saw a handsome young man enjoying beer and barbecue, their expressions turned to surprise. So handsome, he must not lack for female attention. No wonder he's indulging in kidney. At that moment, Gu Li noticed the curious gazes directed at him and couldn't help but smile wryly. Is eating a skewer of kidney such a big deal? Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. He answered to find it was Su Huai calling. Old Su, what's up? Gu Li, are you on a business trip to Pengcheng? Yes, what's the matter? I'm sorry, but I'm no longer with President Shen's team. So I only heard about her going to Pengcheng today. Gu Li bore no ill will over this, promptly replying, no worries, don't stress about it. I met her today. She is indeed targeting Qianji Technology's central platform. Oh, I see, Su Huai nodded. I suspected as much. By the way, I have another piece of news that might be helpful to you. Gu Li's curiosity piqued. What is it? President Shen plans to collaborate with Qianji Technology, likely intending to leverage their system for bidding on Qianji Technology's central platform project. Oh, what exactly is going on? Well, here's the scoop. After some explanation, Gu Li finally understood why Shen Linqi was so confident. It turned out that although Chen Huangji had not fully developed a central platform project, they did possess some functionalities that were somewhat analogous. Qianji Technology had an internal simplified central platform system, with a significant portion of the software previously developed by Su Huai and his team. Thus, Shen Linshi aimed to utilize Chunji Technology's system to compete for Qianji Technology's central platform project. Gu Li hadn't anticipated that this woman was waiting for him here. It seemed she was indeed no ordinary opponent. Chapter 75, Shen Linshi's Resentment. To be honest, after gathering information on Chunji Technology, Gu Li's prior confidence had diminished considerably. Compared to his former employer, Pinway Software, which had undergone layoffs, Chunji Technology's capabilities were evidently far superior. Their operational central platform system surpassed, in both volume and complexity. If Shen Linshi were truly to engage the other party and utilize the system proposal to develop a simulation system, then it is indeed plausible that Chunji Technology would take notice. Upon contemplating this, his enthusiasm for the night market dissipated instantly, prompting him to hasten back to the hotel. In the subsequent 2 days, Gu Li found himself leading a grueling life akin to Shen Linshi's, devoting the daytime to research and burning the midnight oil. This left the subordinates at Jindian, including Xiang Kaiwan, somewhat astonished. They increasingly believed that Gu Li's relentless efforts were spurred by pressure from Shen Linshi's side. It was noteworthy that upon their arrival, the director had exuded an air of confidence. While there were no overt changes now, a palpable tension lingered in the air. Of course, during these 2 days, the two engaged in their customary banter, each emerging victorious at times, resulting in a more amiable rapport than before. Shenzong. The distribution model of Qianji Technology is indeed quite challenging, isn't it? What are your thoughts? Taking advantage of their post-lunch stroll, Gu Li seized the opportunity to inquire. Upon noticing Gu Li's probing once again, Shen Linshi's expression shifted. Director Gu, you, a technological expert, lack any insightful strategies and seek advice from someone like me, who is not well versed in technology. Perhaps you haven't fully awakened from your midday slumber? Haha, Shenzong, you jest, Gu Li replied with a chuckle. I haven't even begun my nap yet, so I am definitely not awake. Is it possible you had a restless night? It seemed that some of the challenges mentioned yesterday posed considerable difficulties for your team at Chenhuan Jichuan. Of course, there are challenges, but fret not, esteemed director. Rest assured, we will present a proposal by the end of the month, so do not be astonished when that time comes, Shen Linshi replied with an unflustered demeanor, pride evident in her voice. Oh, I see. You appear to be quite confident about this project, Gu Li remarked, observing the confidence radiating from her countenance. If I lacked confidence, how could I dare to stand before Director Gu once more? Wouldn't you agree? Shen Linshi smiled subtly, her eloquence concealing an undeniable brilliance. Feeling the formidable aura of the woman before him, Gu Li found himself momentarily captivated. Silence enveloped them as they both became lost in the oppressive heat of the afternoon. Noticing Gu Li's lack of response, Shen Linshi turned to glance back, only to find him gazing intently at her. A sudden jolt surged through her as she beheld the striking Gu Li, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, momentarily rendering her speechless. Another day passed, marking the conclusion of this meeting, leading into a period for companies to prepare their proposals. Gu Li, after several days of diligent effort, had effectively digested prior experiences and transformed them into tangible results. Coupled with his top-tier computer skills, his grasp of the system had improved significantly. Now, it was up to Shen Linshi's system to determine its capabilities. It could be said that this time, the competition bore a sense of parity. Gu Li felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, preparing to enjoy the final day to the fullest. On the evening the meeting concluded, he treated everyone to a sumptuous feast and then granted them a day off for leisure activities. A flight was booked for the day after, heading back to Rongqing. On July 6th, Gu Li arranged to meet his university classmates, Li Jiang and female classmate Hao Wenwen, for dinner that evening, before wandering to the seaside. Eager to enjoy a day of fun, renting a yacht to go fishing, indulging in diving, and admiring the beach beauties all sounded delightful. Meanwhile, while he reveled in leisure, Shen Linshi felt a surge of motivation. This fellow was clearly enjoying himself. In the morning, he sampled authentic Cantonese dim sum in an old alley, rented a yacht for sea fishing, marveled at seagulls, and even tried skydiving. In the afternoon, he went diving, took pictures with corals, and collected a particularly exquisite seashell. Now, lying on the beach, sipping coconut juice while admiring bikini-clad beauties, he couldn't help but scoff. He had ostensibly gone to admire the beauties. Yet he found himself waxing poetic about the sunset and the clouds. Glancing at Gu Li's social media, Shen Linshi found herself at a loss for words. If Hu Lin were present, she would surely notice the resentment etched on her friend's face. I've toiled through an entire day of overtime, while this guy is off enjoying the beach beauties. It's infuriating. It must be said. Gu Li's social media posts were often quite provocative, especially for Shen Linshi, who was particularly attuned to his activities given their competitive relationship. Fortunately, after a brief moment of irritation, Shen Linshi managed to regain her composure. She realized she could not allow Gu Li to affect her emotions. Perhaps this was part of his strategy to unsettle her and disrupt her plans. How cunning. Shen Linchi found herself lost in her thoughts. Ding. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Guli posted another update. Upon seeing the seafood and steak in the photo, Shen Linchi couldn't help but swallow hard. Her appetite peaked. This guy had the audacity to indulge in a seafood buffet again. Now, having been working overtime, Shen Linchi felt her resolve wavering, and she pulled out her phone to take action. After some contemplation, she decided that since it was the final day, everyone deserved a little relaxation. She turned to Lin Huaqing, who was just about to place an order, and declared, "Old Lin, let us head to Dalmatia for seafood. It's on me." Lin Huaqing was momentarily taken aback. "Dalmatia? Isn't that a bit far? I've already purchased the tickets. Inform everyone to gather at the hotel entrance in 10 minutes, and we'll head straight there." However, Shen Linchi felt no need to elaborate, leaving behind a remark before retreating to her room to gather her belongings. Lin Huaqing stood frozen for a moment, pondering before he turned back to relay the good news to everyone. Meanwhile, Guli was taken by surprise when he discovered that Hao Wenwen's friend was remarkably beautiful. Indeed, that evening's gathering saw university classmate Li Jiang accompanied by his girlfriend Pan Xiao, while female classmate Hao Wenwen brought along her friend and roommate, Xiao Jingzhu. Not only was she stunning, but she also stood tall, appearing to be around 175 meters. What a figure, Guli thought. It's truly a pity she isn't pursuing a modeling career. As he admired the alluring Xiao Jingzhu seated beside him, he was reminded of a previous encounter with a fellow alumnus, Yang Yixia, with whom he had spent a holiday with his sister. Both women shared a similar style, slim and charming, reminiscent of students yet to graduate. Their figures were impressive, and they were indeed lovely conversationalists. However, having Shen Linchi, the sophisticated woman, as a comparison dulled his interest in such beauties. Just as he had once been solely captivated by Yue, he remained indifferent to the other campus beauties. Perhaps this was a manifestation of his singular devotion in matters of the heart. Much like Yang Yixia, Xiao Jingzhu, after introductions, found herself intrigued by Guli. After all, it was quite rare for someone his age to hold the position of technical director. With Hao Wenwen's introductions, their enthusiasm only intensified. Guli, however, remained nonchalant, engaging in polite conversation without revealing much of himself. Soon enough, everyone brought their dishes over, and Li Jiang even presented Guli with a prime cut of steak. Observing this fellow, Guli couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. He never anticipated that the rather unremarkable Li Jiang from their class would be the first to marry. Moreover, his career was thriving. He had secured a decent job and even purchased a house. It was rumored that he had gone directly to a major corporation for outsourcing, earning around 20,000 a month, albeit with the drawback of frequent overtime. His girlfriend, Pan Xiao, also worked in IT, but at a smaller firm as a front-end developer. As for Hao Wenwen, she had completely shifted her career to sales and was currently employed at a 4S dealership. Similarly, Xiao Jingzhu was also a sales representative at the same establishment, reportedly a top graduate from Pengqing University. When Hao Wenwen first joined the dealership, it was fortunate for her to receive assistance from Xiao, enabling her to secure 2 sales within 3 months and avoid being eliminated. Consequently, the two rapidly became close friends and opted to share a rental together. Among the 3 women, Xiao Jingzhu was undoubtedly the most stunning. Otherwise, how could she consistently rank among the top 3 in sales each month? Haha, Guli. How did you become so accomplished in just 2 or 3 years after graduation? Did you conceal your talents and keep a low profile? Hao Wenwen inquired curiously as they chatted. Guli pondered for a moment before responding. It's not that extraordinary. I'm not significantly better off than some of my classmates who joined major firms. Back in school, my grades were decent, and I've been honing my skills. Perhaps it's due to the pressures of work that I devoted myself to studying for 2 years, which led to a sudden breakthrough in my technical abilities. Honestly, it might just be a stroke of luck. One can't merely attribute it to luck. Perhaps there is a modicum of it, Xiao Jingzhu remarked, gazing at Gu Li with admiration. Your achievements are a testament to your hard work. Upon hearing this, Pan Xiao glanced at her boyfriend and shook her head. He is a prime example of someone with great skills, but lacking in social prowess. He is still just a struggling programmer. Surprisingly, Li Jiang didn't take offense. Instead, he chuckled. What can I say? This is just my nature. If you asked me to deal with the management, I might as well be facing execution. Haha. Gu Li also laughed, noting that everyone has a different personality. Sometimes, it's futile to force someone to change, as it can backfire. Li Jiang, you could continue to delve deeper into your technical skills and aim to transition to a principal position. If you manage to get into Huawei, as long as you aren't laid off, the compensation will undoubtedly be commendable. Just then, Gu Li's gaze widened as he noticed several individuals approaching. Among them, elegantly tall and clad in a simple yet graceful long dress, was none other than Shen Linchi. At that moment, Shen Linchi spotted him and narrowed her eyes, a slight smile gracing her lips. However, upon seeing Qiao Jingzhu seated across from Gu Li, her expression shifted, reverting to an icy demeanor. This swift change left Gu Li momentarily taken aback. "Hey handsome, what would you like to eat? I can get it for you." At that moment, Qiao Jingzhu unexpectedly stood up, enthusiastically addressing him. "The oysters here are particularly good. Shall I fetch some for you?" Gu Li was at a loss for words. Just as Shen Linchi had passed by, she now wanted to get him oysters. Was this a deliberate act? He immediately shook his head. Thank you. But that is really unnecessary. I don't eat those. Then shall I get you something else?" Qiao Jingzhu persisted. At this point, Gu Li was growing impatient and stood up. "Really, it's fine. I'll get whatever I want myself. I'm going to the restroom for a moment. You all enjoy your meal." After saying this, he went off to find the restroom, feeling quite flustered. Didn't Shen Linchi just give him the cold shoulder? She must have been cursing him in her mind. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. Was it possible that she felt a hint of jealousy seeing him with a beautiful companion? With this notion, Gu Li felt a surge of delight. Upon finishing his business, he emerged from the restroom and spotted Shen Linchi gathering food. He approached her, "Manager Shen. What a coincidence. You're here for a meal too?" Shen Linchi shot him an exasperated look. "Isn't that obvious? Who else would come here if not for food?" Gu Li was momentarily taken aback by her retort, realizing he had asked a rather pointless question. Observing her displeasure, he speculated whether his presence was indeed the cause of her irritation. "My, Manager Shen seems rather irritable today. Would you like a can of herbal tea to cool your temper? After all, pent-up frustration can lead to breakouts." Gu Li jested. "If you get a pimple, it might ruin that lovely face of yours. Can't you say something nice for once?" Shen Linchi replied, her irritation flaring. She genuinely felt a surge of frustration whenever she saw his social media posts. Now that they were face to face, she could hardly restrain herself from scolding him. For some reason, Gu Li had a way of unsettling her composure. Suddenly, a shiver ran down her spine. Could it be that she harbored some feelings for Gu Li? Otherwise, why would she react so strongly? Seeing her helpless expression, Gu Li's playful instincts kicked in. He leaned closer and whispered, "Manager Shen, were you a bit jealous when that beauty wanted to fetch me something just now?" To his surprise, Shen Linchi's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately snapped. With a swift motion, she pinched a handful of flesh at his waist, twisting him in a complete 360-degree turn. Gu Li gasped in shock, nearly crying out in pain.